Chapter 91. For pairs of buttons, the clothes of the dead. The paper man cannot have his eyes painted. Then he looked down at the rice with chopsticks stuck in it like an offering. This is extremely unlucky. Lin Jinhue and the cleansing man looked at each other, and the cleansing man ordered the dishes first. We want the signature roasted man, the signature yellow tofu, the signature honey lotus root hand. As the cleansing man read out the dishes one by one, the paper man stretched out his wrist and wrote on it with a pen. Lin Jinhue glanced at it. It was red. King roasted human bun, human blood vermicelli soup, beauty porridge, stir-fried human hair, and ancient method glutinous rice balls. Okay, there are 8 dishes in total, right? The paper man wrote down all the dishes, tore off his arm, and handed it to Yi to see. Are you sure? The corner of its mouth raised a malicious smile. Yi didn't dare to take it. Give it to me. Lin Jinhue took it. My sister can't read, so I have to read it. The paper man didn't say anything, but his smile disappeared. Lin Jinhue scanned it up and down, pointed to a word on it, and said, "Oh, you wrote it wrong, you wrote it as O." The paper man was unhappy. Its mouth corners turned down. It handed over the pen and said, "How about you write it, sir?" Lin Jinhue returned its hand to it. "I can read but I can't write." Paper man, eh? It looked at the mysophobia. Mysophobia. I can read but I can't write. My cerebral palsy brother is the same. Paper man, eh? It took it back and changed it to the correct word O. Then I place your order here, and you can call me if you need more dishes. After that, it floated away. Is this also a pit? Mysophobia muttered quietly. Not sure, maybe he just likes to bully humans. Lin Jinhue also muttered. Yi trembled even more after hearing it. It's okay, just follow the rules. She turned her head to comfort Yi. The male student had already entered into a state of meditation. He clasped his hands devoutly in front of his chest, closed his eyes, and tears silently flowed down his face. No wonder the paper man who said he had cerebral palsy believed it. While waiting for the dishes to be served, guests came to other tables one after another. They can't be called human, they are all ghosts. They are a bit like her previous ghost students, lacking something or having something more on the basis of maintaining the human form. She also played the ghost match with great interest. The one without the skull cap just happened to be put together with the one without the face next to it. Oh, this one has 3 hands, and it's just enough for one hand next to it. There was another table of guests, all with very long necks, topped with round, heavy heads, and they looked like a family. Their hands looked short. How could they eat? She looked at them and complained in a low voice. Yi was shocked at first, but after listening to them, she felt that it made sense and was not so scared anymore. That auntie has 4 legs, but the auntie who was traveling with her didn't have any, so miserable. She whispered to herself as if to give herself courage. Yes, you can only crawl forward. Ah, you can even lift your sisters up. Lin Jinhue also joined in. Mysophobia, eh? Yi was not so scared anymore. The dishes were served. The Tianwang baked buns and the signature honey lotus root hands were served first. Lin Jinhue understood why they were lotus root hands. They were not made of lotus roots, but of children's arms. Fat and chubby, just like lotus root segments. The fingers were cut into small pieces and stuffed into the gap between bones and meat. The child's fingernails, which were not yet hard, could be clearly seen thin and soft, with a pink tint. The Tianwang baked buns looked no different from ordinary buns, and they looked pretty good. Both dishes exuded an alluring fragrance. Everyone was silent, and did not move their chopsticks. Sir, eat while it's hot. The person serving the dishes also looked like a player, and he looked quite calm. His nickname was Coach. I want to play basketball. After he served the dishes, he quietly opened his collar. There were 2 words and 3 symbols written on the white short-sleeved shirt inside. Don't eat. Lin Jinhue and the mysophobius nodded silently and gave a thumbs up. Coach, I want to play basketball. He nodded and turned to the food pickup port. Lin Jinhue took out his phone. Take a photo first? What if you need to write a review? Genuine and Yi both took out their phones and took photos of the dishes. After taking the photos, Jurna poked the male leader. Little brother, you better take a photo. He said it softly. The male leader seemed to be extremely frightened. He stood up and slapped the table. This must be a dream. I won't eat this. It was too late to stop him. After his words fell, the surroundings fell into silence, and there was a chill in the air. Originally, the other ghost guests were chatting, and a kind of decadent music that they couldn't understand filled their ears, but it still seemed like a lively restaurant. And now, there was silence. Yi Yu took a breath of cold air. All the ghost guests turned their heads and stared at the male leader. No matter where they sat, with their backs to him or their sides facing him, they simply turned their heads to the right angle so that they could look at the male leader with their eyes. The paper people also stopped moving, standing there and looking at him coldly. Bai Tingfeng stood far away, looking anxious. The male was even more frightened by the changes around him, and his whole body twitched. Mysophobia pushed him down and said to the people around him, "I'm sorry, my brother has cerebral palsy, and he always speaks in a sarcastic way when he is sick." Seeing the male sat down, all the ghost guests rotated their eyes, spitting them non-stop. A lot of ghosts were performing eyeballs in circles in front of him. But the head was not turned back. The male trembled his lips. He couldn't stand this weird atmosphere. The dishes were served again. This time 3 waiters brought 6 dishes and served them all directly. The stir-fried human hair was a large mass of black hair, which looked oily and smooth, shining, and the hair quality was good. Only garlic and oil were used to stir-fry the fragrance, and a little salt was enough to make it delicious. The most noticeable thing was the signature roasted human. The plate of the signature roasted man was particularly large, with half a person curled up on it. Half a person cut evenly along the midline of a person, judging from the body shape, is a teenager. No eyeballs, no mouth, only facial skin. Every part of his body was cut into small pieces, the head was divided into 6 pieces, and the body was cut into pieces bit by bit. The signature roasted man was placed in the center of the table. The human skin was roasted crispy, and exuded a fragrance. The ancient method of sugar dumplings were round eyeballs, wrapped in a soup made of brown sugar, like blood and tears flowing from the eyeballs. Human blood vermicelli soup. Beauty porridge is quite normal. Lin Jinhua finally knew what human yellow is. Human fat is yellow. This is the signature tofu made of yellow human fat. The table was filled with various dishes, surrounded by human head lanterns, and various ghosts, with rugged shapes and twisted heads. Everyone looked very bad. Yi Yu couldn't control her tears, but she didn't dare to make a sound, just tears falling down. Even so, the task still had to be done. Lin Jinhua and the cleansing man took out their mobile phones to take pictures at the same time, saying, "Eat the phone first." Yi Yu's hands were shaking, but he still pressed the camera button firmly without deviation. The male student had reached his limit. He looked at the dishes in front of him and the surrounding environment in disbelief, and then looked at Lin Jinhua and the others' behavior. These people are not normal, right? How can they be so calm? Finally he screamed, stood up again, and directly overturned all the dishes on the table to the ground. "It's over, he is hopeless." Lin Jinhua and the cleansing man knew this clearly. As expected, at the moment when the tableware broke and the dishes rolled down, all the ghost eaters and paper figures seemed to have been unsealed. The ghost eaters screamed and pounced on the food on the ground. "What a waste! What a waste! We can't let the food go to waste. Nothing can be left." They kept muttering and stuffing food into their mouths. But some ghosts don't have mouths, so they just opened their stomachs and stuffed the food into their stomachs. As their stomachs were filled, they also showed satisfied expressions. They opened their stomachs and looked happy. The paper figures held down the male leader, and the paper figure who first ordered the food for them picked up the food from the ground and stuffed it into the male leader's mouth. Waste is shameful. Being able to eat is a great blessing. You must eat your fill. I'm full. It's only then that we can get going. Lin Jinhua and the mysophobia obsessive couldn't stop it. It happened too fast. In the distance, Bai Tingfeng and other human waiters also waved at them, meaning not to interfere. They could only sit there, looking at the scene in front of them with a sullen face. The man's eyes bulged out, full of bloodshot. His face was full of pain, his mouth was full of food, and he refused to swallow it. The paper man used his thin fingers to turn sideways, starting from his mouth, and cut open his esophagus, chest cavity, and stomach little by little. Yes, the side of the paper was very sharp. The man didn't move. But his esophagus, trachea, chest cavity, and stomach were full of food. What a waste! What a waste to give him food! Other diners also complained unsatisfactorily. 2 paper figures lifted the male student and walked to the place where the food was served, which seemed to be the back kitchen. Lin Jinua's pupils shrank. She saw that the male student, who had been motionless, seemed to move. The paper figures suddenly quickened their pace, and soon disappeared. Some of the remaining paper figures drove away the diners around, and some cleaned up the leftovers on the ground. The paper figure who ordered the dishes came forward and bowed slightly to Lin Jinhua and the others. "Sorry, guests, we will serve you another table of new dishes." It rubbed its hands in a humane way. Well, can you not give us a bad review? Bad reviews have an impact. Lin Jinhua silently remembered. Reserved for trouble, bad review. Mysophobia nodded. Okay, hurry up and serve again. He clicked on his mobile phone, and Lin Jinhua also saw the time clearly. It was already 0:35. If we haven't finished eating by the time the restaurant closes, there will probably be problems. If you don't hurry up, we give you a bad review. Lin Jinhua pretended to be angry and said, we don't want the signature roasted man and ancient sugar dumplings. Those are the dishes he wants to eat. Now we are one person short and can't eat so much. The paper man nodded repeatedly and retreated. In less than 10 minutes, the ground was clean and the diners returned to their seats to enjoy their food. If there was not a bowl of rice with chopsticks on the table, it would be hard to tell that there was a person here. Yi Yu closed her eyes when the male student was pressed down. She didn't dare to look. But she could hear the male student's shrill screams, the sound of the skin being cut, and finally the sound of the male student gradually losing his vitality. Her hands were clenched on her knees, and they pinched her thighs a little. Lin Jinhua reached out and gently stroked her hand and held her. She seemed to have a sustenance when she grabbed Lin Jinhua's hand and slowly calmed down. When I opened my eyes again, everything in front of me was clean. Soon, new dishes were served and spread out on the table. As instructed, the signature roasted man and ancient sugar dumplings were gone. Lin Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief. She could store all the food in the space, but she couldn't remove the bones. Without the roasted man, it would be much more convenient. Still taking pictures? Yi Yu shrank back and asked in a low voice. Yes. Lin Jinhua and the Mysophobius both nodded. They both took out their phones and started taking pictures. After taking the pictures, they pulled the chopsticks out of the rice and started picking up the dishes. Do you really want to eat? Yi Yu asked in a low voice while picking up the dishes. Put it in the bowl first, pretend to eat, but don't really eat it. Lin Jinhua was also picking it up, and she put it into the space after putting it into the bowl. Don't be afraid, I will help you. She saw a paper man observing here, picked up a piece of human hair with chopsticks, and put it into Yi Yu's bowl. Sister, eat more, this is nutritious. When the chopsticks touched the food in the bowl, they were instantly put into the space. Yi Yu's eyes widened after seeing it, and looked at Lin Jinhua in surprise. Lin Jinhua blinked at her. On the other side, the Mysophobia was also quickly sweeping the dishes, and the food he put in the bowl would also disappear quickly. Lin Jinhua was delighted. Could it also be a talent of the space? The Mysophobia whispered. The talent skill can clean up things that I think are stains. Brother, Mysophobia is really powerful. Lin Jinhua praised in a low voice, and his hands kept moving. You also have the skill of cleaning? The Mysophobia asked. No, I have a similar ability to transfer. Great. The germaphobe also picked up the dishes quickly. A paper man looked over in confusion. What are you doing? What's so good about it? I'm hungry, you know? The germaphobe shouted back. The paper man withdrew his gaze in dismay. There were 4 human waiters in total. Bai Tingfeng and the one playing basketball just now were players, and the other 2 seemed to be ordinary people who were selected like Yi Yu. The 2 ordinary people were wearing work clothes. One was a young woman, and the other was a middle-aged man. They would quietly help Lin Jinhua, and the others blocked the sight of the paper man while serving the dishes, so that they could collect the dishes more easily. In the process of collecting the dishes, a new situation appeared. Yi Yu suddenly felt very hungry. Very hungry. So hungry that it seemed that the lotus root hand in front of him looked very delicious. That finger looks tender, it should be delicious to eat, right? While thinking, she picked up the hand and put it directly into her mouth instead of putting it in the bowl. It should be okay to eat a little, right? She was so hungry. Chapter 92. Huh? Yi Yu's eyes instantly regained clarity. Feeling the sweetness melting in her mouth, and the feeling of fullness, her face turned pale instantly. I, she cried. She ate people. Lin Jinhua patted her hands, and showed her the chocolate paper on her palms. Energy bomb, are you shocked? One can provide energy for 3 days. It's okay, you eat this, and you will have energy for the next 3 days. Yi Yu looked at the chopsticks in her hand, which were still holding her fingers. She shook her fingers and put them into the bowl. Great. Lin Jinhua praised her. Ghosts and monsters will be confusing to a certain extent. Stay firm, and don't be afraid. Yi Yu sobbed, she calmed down, nodded, and continued to pick up the dishes. Finally, they destroyed all the dishes in front of them. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. The paper man came forward and asked, Guests, are you satisfied with the meal? Its eyes turned to the 3 people. Eat so much, nothing happened? It showed a suspicious expression. Lin Jinhua nodded, satisfied. Suddenly, she reacted and her face froze. Mysophobia looked at her for a moment, and then reacted. His face suddenly became ugly. After eating, it's time to pay the bill. Pay the bill with the money they brought? Sure enough, the paper man laughed. Guess you don't have ghost coins? Other paper people gathered around. Do you want to eat a free meal? How are you going to pay? The body of the paper man seemed to be getting bigger, and a strong sense of oppression came over him. Lin Jinhua calmed down. We work to pay. She pointed at Bai Tingfeng. You recruited human waiters. We can also work. There are 4 identities in total, and it seems that waiter is one of them. The paper people suddenly returned to their original size, and they didn't look very happy. It seemed that they had lost some fun. Okay, come to work tomorrow. After saying that, they bowed to Lin Jinhua and the other 2. Welcome, come again next time. Hee. It seems that if she doesn't say that she will pay with work, she will use this reason to lure them over to work. This internal test is for ghosts to play with humans. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. The business hours are about to end. Lin Jinhua and the other 2 got up and walked out of the door. After walking out of the door, cards flew out of their pockets one after another, spinning quickly in front of everyone's face, and finally turned into a puzzle. It was obviously 1/4 the size of a square. It was written with the word diner. This counted as 1 identity passed. It seems that 4 puzzles need to be put together to pass the level. There was no time to think more, nor to say anything to the people around her. The fog in front of them suddenly vibrated and roared towards them at a rapid speed. Lin Jinhua subconsciously raised her arms to block it in front of her. The moment the fog swallowed their figures, they lost consciousness. When she regained consciousness again, she was already in an indoor space. Looking around, there were clean kitchen utensils, neatly stored and displayed on the shelves. The dice in front of her were spinning. Kitchen? Chef? Lin Jinhua shook her head to clear her mind, and saw that the dice stopped and turned into a card. Today's identity, kitchen staff. Working hours, 22 to 2 o'clock. Welcome to Gigi Food Stall. Take the card and turn it over. The rules are, 1. Work hard. 2. Follow the leader's instructions. 3. Kitchen staff should maintain personal hygiene. Okay. Lin Jinhua looked around, and saw that she was the only one there. She took out her phone to check the time, 21:25. Is it considered early work if she was given so much time in advance? She looked down at her outfit, and found that she was wearing a chef's uniform. Is it considered a violation of human rights if she changed her clothes without consent? Why was she the first one? Lin Jinhua thought about it, and took out an energy cannonball, and stuffed it into her mouth, while looking at the surrounding environment. She didn't know where the time that disappeared in the middle went, but now she was obviously a little hungry. Just in case, she should fill her stomach. The energy cannonball melted quickly, and the feeling of hunger disappeared all of a sudden, and she felt strong all over. It was hard to describe how she felt when she probed into the space. In the neat and clean space, there was a small pile of human body parts and food in the middle. Before she could feel nauseous, 2 figures appeared beside her. One was Bai Tingfeng, and the other was the white-collar sister from yesterday. It seemed that they were both assigned to the kitchen today. Bai Tingfeng and the white-collar sister appeared with their eyes closed. The white-collar sister hadn't woken up yet, and she seemed to be in a bad mood. Even with her eyes closed, her whole face was wrinkled. Bai Tingfeng quickly opened his eyes, which frightened Lin Jinhua. The dice in front of him also turned into cards, which he held in his hand. He carefully looked at the information on it, turned it over to the back and took a look, then put it in his pocket. After doing all this, he looked up and saw Lin Jinhua in front of him. This time, it was Bai Tingfeng who was scared. Senior sister. He breathed a sigh of relief and shouted. Hello, junior brother. Lin Jinhua greeted. You were also caught suddenly? Yes. Did anything appear at your door at that time? Lin Jinhua asked. It seems. Nothing? Bai Tingfeng was a little puzzled. Nothing. Suddenly lost consciousness, opened my eyes, and was here. Lin Jinhua was sure that she was definitely locked by the leader. And this is the back kitchen. There is always a bad premonition. You were a waiter yesterday. How was it? Lin Jinhua asked Bai Tingfeng. Bai Tingfeng was a little embarrassed. It won't be difficult. Just memorize the slogan and tone. I was assigned to greet guests, as long as I can accurately guide the guests to the table. The white-collar sister woke up. After she received the card and heard what Bai Tingfeng said, she also continued, The rest of us are responsible for serving the dishes, as long as we don't knock over the dishes. Are there any guests in trouble? Lin Jinwei was a little curious. Yes, some guests don't want to leave. I use my skills to push them away. Bai Tingfeng said lightly, with a little disgust in his tone. The white-collar sister also nodded. When serving the dishes, you must confirm the dish information. You may be given the wrong table number for serving the dishes. She rolled her eyes in anger. Those paper people, cut. What the hell? She tied up all her long hair, tied it into a bun and put it in the chef's hat. Lin Jinwei watched her movements and also learned to tie up her half-long hair. According to the rules, pay attention to food hygiene and don't let hair fall into the dishes. If hair falls into the dishes, does it count as an extra meal? Hello, my name is Chu Qingman. The white-collar sister had tied her hair up, and she said to Lin Jinwei, "You are a player? Can I make you rich?" Lin Jinwei nodded. "Hello, I can. Do you want information about being a diner?" Chu Qingman smiled and nodded. After today, there are two identities. One is not clear, but I am definitely going to be a diner. So I want to know the information. There will be a review app on the diner's mobile phone. Click it, and there will be a review, which contains the dishes eaten. Order the dishes according to this, 2 dishes per person. The paper man will make mistakes, and it may ask you to change it. I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know what it is thinking. Bai Tingfeng, how did you refuse? I said I can't write. Lin Jinwei said calmly. Bai Tingfeng, You can say your companion is mentally handicapped, and you can refuse. Bai Tingfeng, Great. Chu Qingman clapped her hands. How do we consume the food? We waiters have received so many dishes, and we know that they are absolutely inedible. Besides, I saw the boy who was carried away yesterday. Chu Qingman's face darkened. He seems to be alive again. How can he be alive after being cut open? Lin Jinwei and Bai Tingfeng looked at each other. I'm afraid he has become a fresh ghost. Lin Jinwei took out a storage ring and handed it to Chu Qingman. This is my prop. You can put things in it. You just pick up the dishes and put them in the bowl. Bai Tingfeng, if we are all diners tomorrow, I will also help you deal with it. Chu Qingman took it, tried it, and shook her head. She returned the ring to Lin Jinwei. I can't use it, maybe because I'm not a player. Lin Jinwei frowned. If it can't be used, how can non-players survive as diners without talent? Who are the diners today? Are there any players among them? Can they consume food by skills? When are the waiters' working hours? Lin Jinwei asked. From 10:30 p.m. to 2 a.m., there will be employee mobilization and training before work. Chu Qingman said, you will come into contact with the waiters at that time. When receiving the dishes, they are all paper people, and you can't touch people. Lin Jinwei nodded. It's okay if you can come into contact. As long as there are players among the diners, she can give the ring to the waiter and let the waiter pass it to the players among the diners. I don't know what the job is in the kitchen. Lin Jinwei thought. Washing dishes? Cutting vegetables? The rules mention leaders. Who are leaders? Chu Qingman said, I saw it. It's a chef with eyeballs on his forehead. She emphasized, it's scary. What did you say? She is very familiar with the chef with eyeballs on his forehead. She also stole the pot and ingredients of the big eyeball. Thank you, big eyeball. Your pot and small eyeball ingredients are very useful. Lin Jinua's lips turned pale with fear, and she quickly took out the disguise glasses and put them on. You? Chu Qingman was a little surprised, and she seemed to have forgotten what Lin Jinwei looked like in a blink of an eye. What kind of magical prop is this? I have a grudge against that eyeball, Lin Jinwei said in a low voice. Junior brother, don't call me by my name. If I have a name, my name is Lin Paopao, thank you. Okay, senior sister. Bai Tingfeng hesitated but said, I haven't called you by your name either. Could it be that you encountered him in the novice dungeon? Lin Jinwei nodded bitterly. I suspect that I came to this internal test because there is something wrong with me. Bai Tingfeng thought for a while. If he makes things difficult for you, we can get through this dungeon. Chu Qingman, shock. Lin Jinwei, I thought about it, but I feel that if I don't have all the identities, I can't pass the level and go back to the safe house. Alas. Both the senior sister and brother sighed. Chu Qingman, question mark. Is this how players think? After exchanging information, it was soon time to go to work. 2200 hours. Bang. A loud bang. The door connecting the kitchen to the warehouse was pushed open vigorously. What a bad temper. Lin Jinwei muttered to herself, and when she looked over, she met the gaze of an old acquaintance. Oh, it's the eyeball chef. It's really him. Fortunately, she wore camouflage glasses, so it couldn't recognize her. The eyeball chef's gaze circled around the three of them, and stayed on Lin Jinhua the longest. Confused by the props, it was not sure whether this person was the human it hated the most. If it had eyelids and eyebrows, it should have wrinkled them at this moment, and its eyes would have narrowed to look at Lin Jinhua. But unfortunately, it didn't have any. It could only stare with its eyes, scanning back and forth between several people. "You are my new employees." Its voice was still that buzzing muffled. Lin Jinhua knew that it was the blood vessels in its stomach trying to imitate the pronunciation of its mouth. Behind the eyeball chef, paper figures also came out, pushing carts of raw materials. They were all corpses. People who had not been processed, and whose whole bodies were still intact. 3 or 4 people were stacked together and pushed out on the cart. Some had been processed, which seemed to be the raw materials for the signature roasted people, and they were also pushed out in carts. None of them had heads. The heads were placed on another cart, neatly arranged, with men, women, young and old of all ages, all with their eyes closed. Their expressions were calm and peaceful. It seemed that it was a food warehouse. Looking at the ugly eyes of the 3 humans in front of him, the eyeball chef was obviously happy. There are only 3. It seems that a few people died, and they can't make it together. The eyeball chef said, as if reciting a line, "Then one of you 3 will be responsible for handling the materials, one for cutting vegetables, and the other for washing dishes." It seemed very satisfied with this arrangement, and its voice revealed joy. "Divide the work among yourselves and work hard." After saying that, it picked up an unprocessed corpse. It looked like a young male body, with a handsome appearance, not yet developed, and the Adam's apple could not be seen. It should be said that it was a child. "I will only demonstrate it once." The eyeball chef shook the kitchen knife in his hand, and asked them to watch carefully. This kind of young human is most suitable for the signature roasted human. It has no development, no odor, and tastes fresh and delicious. As it said, it scraped the boy's scalp with a kitchen knife. First gently insert a corner, then pick it up, slowly turn the kitchen knife, and slice off the entire scalp. It was wearing gloves, and its hands made of blood vessels and the eyeballs were surprisingly flexible. "Keep your hair. It's good to cook soup or stir-fry vegetables after washing it. The original hair is the most tender, and tastes good." After that, it shook the kitchen knife, admired the ugly faces of Lin Jinhua and others, and inserted the tip of the knife into the boy's chest. Puff. With a sound, blood seeped out. The sweet fragrance in the air became more intense. Its knife slowly went down, cutting all the way to the opening the entire abdominal cavity. It put down the knife, and the paper people waited on the side with bowls. All the internal organs must be separated and handed over to the paper pieces. They will deal with it. It reached out and skillfully took out the heart, stomach, intestines, and other organs from the boy's abdominal cavity, shook them casually, and put them into the bowl held by the paper pieces. Blood splashed at the feet of the 3 people. Lin Jinhua pursed her lips tightly. She felt endless anger, but she did not look away. After the eyeball chef took out the organs, he grabbed the boy's neck and was about to wash them. "I almost forgot to take out the eyeballs and brain as well." It threw the boy back to the operating table. The boy's limbs swayed with its movements, and finally returned to calm. It was definitely intentional. Lin Jinhua clenched his fists. The eyeball chef took the kitchen knife and dug out the boy's eyes lightly. This time, he didn't put it in the paperman's bowl. Instead, he stuffed it directly into his mouth. Smack. It even tasted it. "It tastes good," it said with a smile. It was like eating sashimi. Chapter 93. Where does the eyeball have a mouth? It was as if it was in slow motion, or perhaps it was to make them see clearly. The blood vessels in the eyeball chef's neck began to slowly stretch into the air, forming a big mouth. It was this mouth that swallowed the fresh eyeball. It even simulated a tongue. After swallowing the eyeball, the tongue stretched out and licked the outline of the mouth, and some red liquid popped out. It seemed to be wiping the mouth and tasting. The faces of Lin Jinhua and the other 2 were extremely ugly, and what made Lin Jinhua even more terrified was, in front of them were bleeding fellows, man-eating ghosts, and piled up organs all around. In this situation, 2 slight but clear sounds were heard. Gurgle. Gurgle. It was by Ting Feng and Chu Qingmon's stomachs growling. In this situation, they were actually hungry too. Lin Jinhua turned his head little by little and looked at them with shock and warning in his eyes. Bai Tingfeng's face changed, and he came back to his senses as if he was awake. Gulp. His Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed the saliva. Chu Qingman didn't wake up so quickly. She took a step forward, and had already passed Lin Jinua's side, and walked towards the eyeball chef. The eyeball chef was staring at her with a smile, and the corners of his big mouth formed by blood vessels were raised high. It seemed like praise, but also like welcome. Lin Jinwei grabbed Chu Qingman's wrist. "Wake up." Lin Jinua's lips opened slightly, and she made a sound that only the three people could hear, and her tone was very calm. She used force in her hand, and even her nails were about to pierce into Chu Qingman's wrist. Finally, the pain made Chu Qingman wake up. Her face changed, and she stepped back a few steps, standing side by side with Lin Jinwei. "Thank you," she said softly. Lin Jinwei shook his head and loosened his grip on her wrist. The eyeball chef's eyes swept over the three of them, and only retracted them after making sure that they had no desire to eat. It was very disappointed. Yesterday, someone couldn't help but pounce on it, and had a full meal. It turned around and picked up the body. This is considered to be processed. The same operation is done for the head. The three people followed its movements and watched it open an iron door with its other hand, which was next to the food kitchen. A warm light mixed with hot air rushed in. Inside was a huge oven. It was big enough to accommodate countless people to bake inside. There was a conveyor belt at the top, which was rotating and transporting all the time. They could see a person, who had been roasted golden, being transported over. The eyeball chef used a clamp to take the roasted man off with his other hand, and hung the boy he had just prepared in with his other hand. Hang the ingredients in and bake slowly after they are prepared. It clamped the roasted man and placed him on a chopping board face down. The roasted ones can be taken down together, and the staff responsible for cutting vegetables can come up. It changed the knife. The roasted man's gender and age could no longer be seen, and they were all burnt brown. The eyeball chef cut directly from the middle of the head. Click. The sound was crispy. He slowly pulled the knife, and the bones had been roasted crispy, so there was no obstruction when the knife fell. Just like that, he cut a person from head to tail easily. It was divided into two halves. The paper people had already put the plates in place. When the eyeball chef was teaching them, the paper people did not stop their busy movements and were always preparing for business. The eyeball chef put the two pieces of the body on the two plates, and bent the body from lying flat to curled up. It was actually bent. Lin Jinwei pursed her lips. She seemed to have bitten the meat in her mouth, and the smell of blood filled her mouth. "It looks better this way. If you just curl it up and bake it, it will not be cooked." It waved the knife. While speaking, the knife was raised high and fell rapidly. The roasted man was sliced into a shape that was just right for the mouth, just like what Lin Jinwei saw yesterday. The eyeball chef arranged the plate, looked at it for a while, and nodded with satisfaction. It stuck the knife into the chopping board and clapped its hands. The two paper people came up and took away the prepared dishes. The signature roasted man can be eaten cold or hot. Our regular customers know which one to eat. Chu Manting's legs were a little weak. She was also caught here in her sleep. She is a middle-level leader of a small company, with strong working ability and broad knowledge. She thought that what she witnessed as a waiter yesterday was the limit, but she didn't expect that it was just the beginning. If you just look at the finished dishes, even if you know that the raw materials are human, you will always feel unbelievable in your heart. It's scary, but it's okay. Now I see with my own eyes that the dishes are really made by humans. It's just like killing chickens and ducks at home to make delicacies. To ghosts, humans are like chickens and ducks. Her face turned pale and blue. What made her even more terrified was that she saw the paper man in front of her carrying the roasted man passing by her. Her eyes followed the direction uncontrollably, and she was salivating rapidly. She was really hungry. Chu Manting bit her tongue hard, and the pain made her sober for a short while. Lin Jinwei noticed it, held her hand, and actually stuffed an energy cannonball into her palm. Chu Manting paused and took it. The people who handle the ingredients will handle the ingredients for roasting people just like I did just now. It's almost done with this car. Lin Jinwei looked over and saw 3 more people. There are also these heads. Cut off the hair first, cut open the skull, don't hurt the brain, and finally dig out the eyeballs. It's very simple, you'll be fine once you get used to it. There are about 16 heads in a car. The cutters should cut the roasted man into 2-centimeter slices for the convenience of the diners. The cleaners should clean the dishes after the guests have eaten. It emphasized, pay attention to hygiene and don't eat secretly. The mouth on the neck finally shrank back. Even when it was talking, the mouth did not move. Just kept smiling. I'm busy cooking, you guys divide the work and get things done. After it said that, it walked towards the stove, and the paper people followed briskly behind with the processed food cart. As soon as it walked away, Chu Qingman took a deep breath, and her face changed again when she smelled the aroma of the roasted man. She tried to rub open the chocolate packaging and her hand with shaking hands, but her fingers kept slipping on it, and her cleanly trimmed nails couldn't open the packaging. Ah, it's so troublesome. Why don't you just eat the roasted man? There seemed to be a voice whispering to her in her mind. Her movements paused for a moment, as if her heart was moved. Lin Jinhua had already raised his hand to help her, and saw Chu Qingman close her eyes fiercely. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were clear, and her hands were more stable. She opened the package, and stuffed the chocolate into her mouth. The sweetness filled her mouth with a warm current, and slid all the way to her stomach along with the swallowing movement, and her whole body was warm. She was not hungry at all. Chu Qingman felt the warmth, and said to Lin Jinhua again, "Thank you." Lin Jinhua watched her wake up by herself and laughed. "It's okay, you are great." Bai Tingfeng also took out the nutrient solution from the ring, raised his head, and drank half a bottle directly. "Is this enough?" Lin Jinhua also handed the nutrient cannonball to Bai Tingfeng. "Enough?" Bai Tingfeng's voice was a little hoarse. "Senior sister, keep it for yourself." "It's okay, I deserve it." Lin Jinhua stuffed the chocolate into Bai Tingfeng's palm. "Eat if you can't hold on any longer," she urged. Bai Tingfeng nodded, and put the nutrient cannonball into the storage ring. Seeing that everyone had woken up, Lin Jinhua was glad that he had eaten it in advance after teleporting. Otherwise, if the three of them were in a trance just now, it would be a big problem. "Let's divide the work," Lin Jinhua said. "I can handle the ingredients, but my knife skills are not very good when it comes to cutting vegetables." Lin Jinhua thought, "Junior brother, can you cut it? Can you cut it into 2 centimeters pieces like the chef did just now?" Lin Jinhua observed that it cut without error, not a single bit off. Bai Tingfeng nodded. "Okay. I cut the vegetables." "Okay." Lin Jinhua looked at Chu Qingman. "Can you wash the dishes?" Washing dishes should be the least dangerous, as long as they can be washed clean. Chu Qingman is not a player. Handling ingredients should be too difficult for her. Chu Qingman gritted her teeth and seemed to have made up her mind. "I handle the ingredients." Her eyes were firm. "I don't know if this nightmare will wake up. I have to prepare for the worst. I have to adapt to this kind of scene." Lin Jinhua nodded. "Okay, if there is anything you can't handle, tell us at any time. We will help you." She handed over a stack of disposable gloves. "It will be better to wear them." Chu Qingman took it, put the extra in her pocket, and put on gloves on both hands. "Have you divided the work? If you don't start now, you won't be able to finish it," the eyeball chef urged. The three looked over, and saw that the back of the eyeball chef's head with his back to them was also an eyeball. At this moment, he was watching their every move. "The division of labor is settled." Lin Jinhua answered loudly, "Let's start now. There are no dishes to wash yet. Can we two work together to deal with the ingredients first?" "Sure." The voice of the eyeball chef buzzed. The three looked at each other. Bai Tingfeng walked to the oven. Lin Jinhua also put on gloves, and walked to the ingredients to be processed with Chu Qingman. The eyeball turned around, without moving his eyes away. It shook, torn from the middle, like a cut egg yolk, and turned into 2 pupils. At this time, one of the 2 pupils was staring at Bai Tingfeng, and the other was staring at Lin Jinhua and Chu Qingman. It seems to be to check whether they have eaten secretly or violated the rules. Bai Tingfeng has already picked up the roasted person. Lin Jinhua retracted his gaze and looked at Chu Qingman, head or body first. Chu Qingman looked at the 2 carts and said without hesitation, "Body." "Okay." They lifted the child on the top and put it on the operating table, and began to process it according to the steps taught by the eyeball chef. At first, their hands were shaking, and they dared not cut. When the knife really cut, they calmed down. Cut a little bit and sort. Chu Qingman was the main surgeon, and Lin Jinhua was helping. When they took out the intestines, a bell rang outside. 22:30. Ding. The employee mobilization meeting began. They didn't have time to wash their hands, and they turned around and walked outside uncontrollably. Together with the paper people, they stood at the door of the restaurant and lined up. The human employees all stood in the first row. Lin Jinhua saw Yiyu and the misophobia. It seemed that they were both waiters today. Yiyu saw Lin Jinhua's bloody hands and looked nervous. He looked at her hands and then at her face, as if to make sure she was okay. They couldn't speak, so Lin Jinhua could only smile at her and say that she was okay. Misophobia looked at the blood on her hands, and his face turned green. Fortunately, he was wearing waiter's clothes today, otherwise the pure white clothes would definitely set off his face green. "I'm sorry, brother, your misophobia must have a hard time in the kitchen." Lin Jinhua silently blessed the misophobia in his heart. Lin Jinhua stood in line between Chu Qingman and Bai Tingfeng. He couldn't move his body, and couldn't pass the ring. Lin Jinhua could only follow the control, and look at the eyeball chef standing in the front. It was mobilizing passionately. But the sound it made was like a lewd music, which was hard to hear and understand. Such a sound made their brains, which had finally cleared up, a little drowsy again. It didn't take long, and the 10-minute mobilization was over. They walked into the kitchen again with the irresistible force. Why do ghosts also have such formalism? Fortunately, there was no dancing or exercise. We have to speed up the preparations, and it will be open soon. They gradually became proficient in the movements, and soon they finished processing one person and hung him in the oven. Lin Jinhua also helped to process 2 heads. Carefully slice off the scalp, gently insert the knife, and slowly cut a circle, and then the skull can be completely opened. Then gently dig out the eyeballs, and put them on the brain, and that's it. 2300 hours. Open for business. The food delivery area seemed to be busy all of a sudden. Many menus popped up in front of the chef's eyes. He cursed and waved the big spatula to stir fry. The service attitude is not good. Lin Jinhua silently remembered in her heart, and came to her workstation, the sink. There were already several empty plates of small dishes. She sighed, and began to wash the dishes with a sponge next to her squeezed with detergent. The detergent exuded a pleasant smell, which could slightly cover up the strange smell of blood and sweetness. But it couldn't be washed clean. The yellow grease on the plate was tightly solidified on it. As the scrubbing action was reduced, it still existed. Like a trace of existence. It couldn't be eliminated. Chapter 94. Lin Jinhua frowned and put down the plate first. She sensed the objects in the space, and took out a piece of soap. Although it may not be suitable for use on tableware, as long as it can be cleaned, it should be fine, right? Anyway, it is the ghosts who are poisoned. Lin Jinhua activated change. She can definitely control the direction of change. If it is not what she wants, she will change different cleaning products during the skill cooling time. Ding Slippery will turn into a super smooth foam water ocean when it falls. Let's slide together. What kind of control of change direction is this? Lin Jinhua's eyebrows trembled, and she felt the skin on her temple twitching. Angry. She could only put Slippery into the space first, and then change the normal soap to try to clean the marks on it. The plates around her piled up more and more, but she couldn't clean any of them. The pupils of the eyeball chef had been divided into 3 parts, staring at the actions of the 3 of them respectively. She could sense the crisis, so she could only clean the big stains first and put them aside. Wash thoroughly, the eyeball chef reminded. This is not right. If the detergent can't clean it thoroughly, how did the previous players clean it? Could it be that they died if they couldn't clean it thoroughly? Lin Jinhua began to get a little anxious. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and looked around. There was no wall cabinet on top of the sink, only a storage cabinet below. Will I be punished if I open it rashly? After all, I need the permission of my leader. Lin Jinhua calmed down, stretched out her hand to squeeze the detergent, actually trying to store only the liquid inside in the space. She had never tried it before. She felt a kind of obstruction, as if she was playing a game of pushing boxes in her mind. She had to push the box in front of her little by little to the right position before she could succeed. Finally, she felt dizzy in her mind, which was the manifestation of exhaustion after using her mental power. She felt that there were more detergents in the space, and the container in front of her was empty. Leader. Lin Jinhua picked up the detergent and shook it. This one is used up. Can I get a new bottle? Eyeball stared at the bottle. Why so fast? Chef Eyeball had just cooked a large pot of vegetables and divided it into plates. It turned around and took the bottle and shook it. When it was sure that it was used up, it flattened the bottle and threw it into the trash can. There are new ones in the cabinet under the sink. Take them yourself. It turned back to the stove. You can only take 1 bottle, not more. It seemed to be muttering. It was used up very quickly yesterday. What's wrong with these people? They don't know how to save it all. Lin Jinhua raised his eyebrows slightly, and it seemed that his idea was right. She squatted down and opened the cabinet door, which was full of cleaning supplies. She looked at the labels on them, which were all yellow and said super clean, removes grease. False advertising. Lin Jinhua reached out and pushed the bottle of detergent in front of her, and found that the label on the inner layer of detergent was different. The slogan on it was, remove human oil, super clean. Except for the font, everything else was exactly the same. She took out the bottle of detergent, closed the cabinet door and stood up. She also shook it deliberately to show the eyeball behind her that she didn't take more. The eyeball didn't react. Lin Jinhua squeezed new detergent on the dishwashing sponge, and finally washed the oil stains on the plate clean. As soon as she washed it, the paper man next to her reached out to take it, and took it away without caring that his body would be wet. I don't know where he took it. It seems that the paper man will check whether the cleanliness of the plate is up to standard. Lin Jinhui calmed down and quickly washed all the plates in front of her. Clean. After each wash, she would use her fingers to feel whether the touch on the plate is clean. Fortunately, they did not make any mistakes until the end of the business. There seemed to be a little noise outside the middle, but it soon returned to calm. The paper people in the kitchen seemed to have gotten used to the noise outside. They just completed their work step by step, without saying a word. The dishes of the eyeball chef exuded different fragrances, and they looked delicious. If they didn't know what the raw materials were, they might really want to try it. Lin Jinhui was slightly relieved when she saw Bai Tingfeng swallow the nutrient bomb. If you are not hungry, you will not be affected. Otherwise, hunger plus repetitive work will easily lead to distraction and mistakes. The paper man will come forward every time he cuts a plate of signature roasted people to check whether the cuts are even, whether there is any waste, and whether there is any stealing. The same is true for Chu Ching Man, who will check whether her raw materials are properly processed. The bell for the end of business rang. Dong. The eyeball chef seemed very disappointed, and he turned around and looked at the three of them repeatedly. How did they finish it? Chu Chingman's face was numb, her hands were raised up, and they were soaked with blood, and the knife was placed on the operating table. The position was exactly the same as that of the eyeball chef. Bai Tingfeng was the same. Lin Jinhui was even more calm, she even shook the water off her hands. The red bloodshot of the eyeball chef twitched, it stared at Lin Jinhui, it felt that the person in front of it was its target. This irritating feeling was right. Unfortunately, she was not wrong. However, thinking of the last identity, it seemed happy again. This group of people could not get out alive. This game was for their fun. You have completed the work, you can go home. The joy in the eyeball chef's voice was not covered, and after saying that, it staggered into the food warehouse. Why is it so happy that it has successfully completed the task? Lin Jinhui stared at the back of the eyeball chef, always feeling something was wrong. Their cards flew to the front and turned into another puzzle, which was put together with the puzzle obtained the day before. Click. Exactly. Chu Chingman breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say something. Before they could speak, the white mist had already attacked them, and they lost consciousness again. Another day had passed. When Lin Jinhui regained consciousness, she had already put on the waiter's clothes. Today's identity is a waiter. The card that the dice in front of her turned into also told her this. Today's identity, waiter. Working hours, 22:30 to 2 o'clock. Welcome to Gigi Food Stall. The rules behind it are, 1. Work hard. 2. Treat customers with care and courtesy. 3. The dishes are for the guests, not for you. So you can't beat the guests, right? Lin Jinhui rubbed her eyebrows, and she felt an uncontrollable anger. I want to blow this place up. It is 21:55 now. She is still the first one, and there are no other players around. Still don't know where the time that disappeared went. No dreaming either. Just open and close your eyes, it's time to go to work. She thought about several possibilities. Still don't know what the fourth identity is. Someone finally appeared around, a male player. Lin Jinhui had never seen him, maybe his first day working in the kitchen. His nickname, I beat people quickly. A strange name. His figure was a little illusory when he first appeared, and it seemed a bit similar to fog. After a while, it gradually became clear, and when he opened his eyes, it was completely clear. After collecting the identity card, he started to exchange information directly. They can only communicate before work. I quickly looked at Lin Jinhui's nickname, and he greeted me softly. My nickname is not easy to call, my last name is Wang, just call me Xiao Wang. Get rich, I was a diner on the first day, and in the kitchen on the second day. Lin Jinhui said. I was a diner yesterday, and a non-player died. He didn't look very good, and described the scene yesterday. Yesterday, the germaphobe was a waiter. When he served the dishes, he stuffed Xiao Wang with a prop that could remove the things he thought were stains. With him were two non-players, one was a middle-aged uncle, and the other was actually a high school girl. The middle-aged uncle was one of the waiters on the first day. Originally, with the help of this prop, they could all get through safely. But the high school girl had problems first. She should have been in the kitchen on the first day. After experiencing that kind of raw material processing, she had a certain resistance to the food, and was not so scared. But she was hungry. Time disappears, but hunger does exist all the time. While picking up the food, she put it into her mouth unconsciously, and began to chew and taste it. Baji. There was a sound when her lips collided. Xiao Wang's hair stood up when he heard this sound, and he didn't have time to stop it. Gulp. The high school girl had swallowed the food. What she ate was a sugar dumpling, a round and plump eyeball. When she swallowed it, a new eyeball suddenly grew on her neck. The girl didn't stop, and stuffed one after another into her throat. She seemed to like this dish very much. Soon, her throat was full of eyeballs, densely packed together, and her pupils moved around, and finally locked onto Xiao Wang and the middle-aged uncle. It seemed to be saying, "Why don't you eat?" The middle-aged uncle was almost frightened and almost fainted. He trembled and shouted at the paper man, "I clearly traded with you. Why am I still a diner?" "Trade?" Lin Jinhua said in surprise. "He is so brave to trade with ghosts." Xiao Wang also nodded with a bitter face, and he rubbed his arms. The description just now reminded him of the scene yesterday, and he got goosebumps again. What did he trade with? Lin Jinhua asked. What can a non-player who just came in trade with? It seems to be a part of the body. Although it is lost, it can keep you alive, Xiao Wang said, and he continued to describe the following scene. The paper man ignored the middle-aged uncle, but showed a meaningful smile. The sugar dumplings on the table have been eaten. The girl had a neck full of eyeballs. Her eyes had lost their spirit, but the light of the eyeballs on her neck was getting brighter. She reached out and picked up the candied lotus root. After chewing and taking it off, a new arm grew on her arm. There were no bones or flesh in that arm, but instead it was full of fingers. Xiao Wang was about to vomit, and the middle-aged uncle shaking hands couldn't even hold the chopsticks. Gurgle. He was hungry too. The middle-aged uncle reached out and grabbed the roasted man and stuffed it into his mouth. There was no way to stop it. Xiao Wang could only watch them eat more and more. Every time they ate a little more, new limbs would grow on their bodies. It seemed that here, humans could not digest humans, but could only proliferate. They ate all the dishes on the table, and the two people had swollen and were twice as big as before. Their bodies were covered with new organs. The paper people came forward with a smile and carried away the two people who could not move. If that could still be called a human. Xiao Wang also survived because of this. So there is another way for diners to pass the level. Let other people at the same table eat all the dishes. Lin Jinua's face also turned ugly. She couldn't let it become like that, and pulled the kitchen to produce new raw materials continuously. Ugh. She couldn't think about it anymore. Lin Jinua's face was pale and blue. She looked at Xiao Wang's face, which was also blue. Are you hungry? She asked. Xiao Wang felt it, and his face turned pale instantly. In this dungeon, the players' faces were either white or blue. Hungry. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was the third day since they entered the dungeon. They didn't eat anything, and had to do physical labor. Lin Jinhua sighed, and handed over the nutrient cannonball, asking Xiao Wang to eat it quickly. It has been a long time since they talked to each other, but no one came. Are they all dead? They looked at each other, and felt that the workload for the evening would be very huge. 22:30. It was time to go to work. It was a mobilization meeting before the opening. Lin Jinhua saw the pale-faced kleptomaniac and Yiyu. Kleptomaniac looked like he had been gone for a while, and when he was controlled, his face showed a state of soul leaving his body. Little girl Yiyu's face was pale, her hands were covered with blood, and her legs were shaking. When she saw Lin Jinhua, her expression was very aggrieved. It's good to be alive. Child, come on. Yiyu understood Lin Jinua's blessing. She sniffed her nose, and her eyes revealed determination. Lin Jinhua could only express sympathy and blessings. After the mobilization meeting, everyone returned to their jobs. Xiao Wang was directly arranged to serve dishes, and the paper people surrounded him to wipe the tables. He had to wipe all the tables in the store by himself. I wonder if he can wipe the tables quickly if he beats people quickly. Lin Jinhua was assigned to greet guests. She held a piece of paper and stood at the door, reciting a passionate poem. Guests, welcome. Guests, please come over here. She shouted with a rhythmic tone, full of emotion. She was full of emotion that wanted to crush the paper figures to death. Xiao Wang, who was wiping the table, was stunned. The paper figures seemed speechless. But no one could find out Lin Jinua's fault. Soon, it was business time. Lin Jinhua stood at the door and enthusiastically invited by Ting Feng and Chu Manting to come in. She ignored their pupils shaking and sent the guests to sit down at the table. Senior sister, you don't have to be so loud. From Bai Dingfeng's shocked expression, it seemed that he could feel what he was going to say. Lin Jinhua returned to the door and looked at the ghosts lined up in front of her. She grinned and loudly invited all the guests to come in. But the guests did not move. They didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. They just stood at the door, smiling sinisterly at her. Chapter 95. The guest smiled and refused to enter. Lin Jinwei rolled her eyes inwardly, and took out the experimental product of mimicry rope she made directly from the space. Hands down and captured can tie up the hands of the target, up to 4 people. She thought it was strange when she made it, and it didn't feel very formal to use. She originally wanted to sell it to players with police-related talents. It's just right for this time. Hands down and captured is also a beautiful little flower rope. After Lin Jinwei unfolded it and shook it, it directly tied up the hands of 4 ghosts. Ghosts? ? They widened their eyes, opened their mouths to reveal uneven teeth, and were about to question Lin Jinwei. What to do for the distinguished guests? Lin Jinwei smiled. Please come this way, guests, this is our traction service. She led 4 ghosts and walked in, saying as she walked, this is our new blessing rope. Pulling it will bring you longevity and help whet your appetite. Ghosts? ? Really? They were led to their seats in a daze and sat down. I wish you a happy meal. Lin Jinwei took back surrender and went to tie up the next table. Anyway, Bai Tingfeng was not complained about for pushing with the wind, so who would complain if she could bless? Fortunately, these ghosts looked a bit like the student ghosts in the novice copy at the beginning, stupid and confused. Easy to deceive. When she led a few tables of guests and walked to the door, some ghosts even stretched out their hands. Lin Jinwei, She felt like the Amonican pack of the policemen leading the prisoner. As long as she can seat the diners, her mission is accomplished. Bai Tingfeng and Chu Qingman both ate nutrient bombs, so they don't have to worry about losing consciousness due to hunger. Bai Tingfeng mainly stores all the food in his ring. It seems that among the 3 known identities, the diner is the most dangerous, followed by the kitchen staff and waiters. This is also related to which identity is drawn on which day. On the first day as a diner, you won't be very hungry, as long as you can find a way to clean up the dishes. But if it is the second day, it is difficult for players or non-players, who have not eaten for a day to resist hunger. Players are better than non-players. What is the difference? It should be mental power. Players have trained their mental power through their innate skills, and they can quickly wake up when facing control. Lin Jinwei figured this out when there were no guests. Then it returns to the original question, what is the 4th identity? Business is over. They all have 3 pieces of the puzzle, only the last one is left. The fog rolls in again. This time, Lin Jinwei seemed to hear a voice in the fog, roaring and shouting. But she couldn't hear what language it was. Soon she lost consciousness again. What was she doing? Why did she feel cold? She felt like she was placed in an ice cellar. This was not the most uncomfortable thing. She seemed to be in an environment with very thin air, and breathing became more and more difficult. She opened her mouth wide, wanting to breathe, wanting more air. But did she really open her mouth? She moved her feet, but it became more and more difficult to breathe. She stretched out her hands and touched her mouth and nose. Why can't I touch it? A huge feeling of suffocation and dying enveloped Lin Jinwei. She seemed to have fallen into the depths of the earth and could not feel her own existence. It was as if her soul and body were separated and torn apart, unable to control herself. At this moment, she seemed to understand. She seemed to be dreaming. She must wake up. Lin Jinwei felt that she had done her best before she finally opened her eyes. She saw the white mist surrounding her, which was very similar to what she saw in Andy Chungfin's shop. It revealed unknown dangers. Tick-tock. It seemed that liquid was dripping down. Lin Jinwei reached out and touched her face, only to find that it was her saliva dripping. She was still out of breath and could not breathe. She could not move at all. What happened? Didn't she wake up? The feeling of dying was approaching. Open your eyes. There seemed to be a whispering voice in her ear. Open your eyes quickly. A very nice and familiar voice. Following the sound, Lin Jinwei opened her eyes again. It was a magical feeling. She was clearly in the state of opening her eyes, but she opened her eyes again. It was as if the eyes of her soul were opened. This time, Lin Jinwei could really see the current situation clearly. She was hung in the air, about 1 meter above the ground, not far away. But there was a rope tied around her neck, which was tightly strangling her, and making it difficult for her to breathe. Even if she opened her mouth wide, there was no relief. She reached out and touched the rope around her neck, and started cut. In an instant, the rope broke, and Lin Jinwei finally fell to the ground and breathed in the air. She was exhausted all of a sudden, and could only kneel on the ground, supporting herself with her hands and breathing heavily. The air was not fresh, but filled with the smell of blood and sweetness, with a hint of cold air. But I don't know how long the body has been lacking oxygen, and every breath of air now makes people cherish it extremely. Lin Jinyua's eyes turned white, her pupils shrank quickly, and her hand trembled as she touched her neck, which had obvious marks of strangulation. She blinked her eyes quickly, and finally saw the scene around her clearly. At this glance, even though her legs were still weak, she still struggled to get up. The others were still hanging in the air. There were people hanging around her, all tied with ropes around their necks, hanging in the air. It was like slaughtered chickens and ducks hanging in the air waiting to be processed. It's just that some people have died, and some are still alive. That is, the people involved in the internal test game this time. They haven't woken up yet. And there is no struggle. How could this happen? Are they still alive? The dice appeared in front of her eyes and began to spin again. Lin Jinyua's face gradually became anxious. She had no time to pay attention to the dice. Bai Tingfeng was next to her. She couldn't see his expression clearly because of the height. She put her hand on Bai Tingfeng's calf, sensed the position of his neck, and activated the skill. Bai Tingfeng regained consciousness at the moment the rope was cut. When he fell to the ground, he didn't have the strength to get up, and he lay on his side. His face was already livid, and he took his first breath suddenly, and then he coughed violently. He stretched out his hand and touched his neck in disbelief, and his eyes were still difficult to focus. But he knew that the person who saved him was Lin Jinhua. Sister. Sister. He wanted to speak, but could only utter fragments of breath. Don't talk, slow down. Lin Jinhua confirmed that he could breathe, and immediately went to save the next person. Yi Yu and Chu Chi-men were hung next to each other, very close. They were of similar height, and Lin Jinhua put one hand on the calf of one of them, directly dispersed his mental power, and activated his skills. Both of them fell to the ground, and Lin Jinhua only had time to support them. They did not regain consciousness immediately, but their chests were still rising and falling. Lin Jinhua could only save the next one first. Bai Tingfeng also stood up and walked to Xiao Wang. Lin Jinhua went to the clean freak and put them all down. There was also a basketball. The players regained consciousness at the moment the rope was cut. They were all panting, and it was hard to imagine that they were close to the edge of death. Yi Yu and Chu Chi-men opened their eyes a minute after they came down. They all looked terrified. When all of them regained consciousness, the dice appeared in front of them, spinning rapidly. At this moment, Lin Jinyua's dice had already stopped, turning into a card that has been floating in space. Lin Jinhua finally looked at the card. Today's identity, fresh ingredients. Working hours, 21 to 2 o'clock. Welcome to the Ghost Food Stall. The rules behind it are, 1. Keep fresh. 2. Can't leave the cold storage. 3. I hope you all like this identity. This is not a rule. At least not a survival rule for players. This is the game rule of ghosts. Fresh ingredients? How can people live with this? Lin Jinhua pinched the card and stared at the identity information fiercely. She touched her neck again, and there were still red marks from the rope. The others around her saw the identity on the card and were horrified. This? Food? Chu Chi-men whispered in shock. How can I survive like this? Yi Yu's hands were shaking, and her tears could not be controlled. She had clearly persisted to this point, and was about to succeed. It was the last identity. How could it be food? She thought she would be able to go back soon. Looking around, there were densely packed naked bodies hanging. Lin Jinhua could recognize them, because they were all wearing clothes. 21:28. It was not yet the working time for food. How could food work? Lin Jinhua frowned, biting her lower lip tightly, and she looked up at the others and thought. We have to cooperate, she said firmly. My innate ability is space and object transformation. I don't know what the ingredients are, but we have to cooperate. Bai Tingfeng continued. My innate ability is map and wind. As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted, Lie down. At the same time, he pulled Lin Jinyua's wrist beside him, pulled her into his arms, and protected her under his body, and then laid down on the ground. The others didn't react, just bent over. A strong wind guided their movements, and at the same time seemed to be blocking something. Fortunately, everyone reacted quickly and obediently, and they all laid down on the ground with the help of the wind. The next second, another strong wind came. It was different from the gentle wind in front. The wind was full of densely stacked blades. The blade came quickly and accurately cut off the head and abdomen of the hanging body. The head and limbs fell to the ground in bits and pieces. Maybe because the bodies were frozen, there was not much bleeding, so they fell in bits and pieces. It was like a drizzle. If they were still standing, their heads would have been cut off now. Lin Jinwei was protected by Bai Tingfeng and was fine. The others also escaped. There was the sound of the body rolling to the ground after being cut. Everyone didn't dare to get up for a while, lying on the ground gasping, all afraid. If they were not woken up, they would die unconsciously. It is also possible that they were cut into 3 pieces before suffocating to death. If they didn't lie down, their heads would be cut off now. They were so close to death. Lin Jinua's breathing became uncontrollably rapid. No wonder the eyeball chef laughed like that. They didn't want them to pass the level alive. She could see Bai Tingfeng's face when she looked up. They were very close at this time. Is it the feeling of the wind? She asked softly, and as she spoke, hot air sprayed on Bai Tingfeng's ears. Yes. Bai Tingfeng raised his body and stood up first. He stretched out his hand to pull Lin Jinwei up. It's okay now. If it comes, I will feel it and remind everyone. Others didn't dare to stand up completely, so they simply squatted on the ground, together with a pile of corpses and heads. They were all wearing the clothes they wore when they came in. Yi Yu and Chu Qingman were wearing pajamas, basketball, and Xiao Wang were wearing patchwork sportswear, which was very consistent with their identities as players, and the cleanliness freak also returned to a white dress. No, now it has become a red polka dot shirt. The cleansing obsession was shaky, but in this case, he could only bear it. The blades seemed to be scattered, but they were actually connected by a long iron rod. It looked like a big wooden stick with candied haws, swung from a distance, cutting the bodies in this area. Looking from a distance, there was still a large body hanging there. I don't know what the frequency of this harvest is. Lin Jinwei glanced at the time. 21:30. Chu Qingman and Yi Yu leaned together, supporting each other. We have to survive. They did not lose hope because of fear, and their eyes became more determined. They met Lin Jinua's eyes, and opened their mouths. They were saying thank you. The cleansing obsession activated the skill, cleared a clean area, and asked everyone to come and sit down. My ability is very simple, just to wipe the stains clean. He continued his self-introduction just now. He looked at Lin Jinwei and said seriously, thank you. Lin Jinwei waved his hand. Xiao Wang looked at basketball's nickname. He said, just call me Xiao Wang. My attack skill, in simple terms, is to hit people faster and faster. He seemed to think his explanation was a bit abstract. He added, every time I attack the same object, my speed and strength will increase. Others nodded, indicating that they understood. Basketball scratched his face. I am a basketball fan. One of my talents is that I can throw things and I can hit them. He was a little embarrassed. Another is that I can teleport after making a shooting action. The current distance is 5 meters. Others? ? This is also possible. They really have all kinds of strange abilities. There are only 7 people alive now. A few people checked, and it seemed that a total of 12 people came in, and 5 died. All the dead were non-players. The players were all people who had passed the 3rd game, and had the ability to protect themselves. The non-players were captured in their sleep. No talent, no ability. In addition to Lin Jinua's help, Yi Yu and Chu Qingman were able to survive, because they were strong enough. What should we do now? The ingredients also have working time. We just need to survive within this time limit? Xiao Wang asked. Lin Jinwei was also having a headache, and everyone was having a headache. She asked Bai Tingfeng beside her, can you generate a map for this copy? Bai Tingfeng was stunned for a moment. I try it. After a few seconds, a paper map appeared in his hand, and his face immediately paled a little, like a weak little white flower on the roadside. He put the map on the ground in front of him, and everyone squatted over. We seem to be at the innermost of the food warehouse. Bai Tingfeng's ability has evolved to materialize the map and provide location reminders. He pointed to the glowing location, where there were 2 small dots, one for him and the other for Lin Jinwei. Is the kitchen outside? Then the kitchen is connected to the front hall, which is the exit. Mysophobia pointed out a path. Based on the area of the cafeteria, the warehouse here must be 500 square meters? He exclaimed in surprise. More than that. Bai Tingfeng said in a deep voice, I can't convert all the area of the warehouse. I can only get to where we are. Just like that, they spent a lot of energy and almost failed. Can we just rush out? Chu Qingman pointed to the path just now. Maybe not. Lin Jinwei shook her head and took out 3 puzzle pieces. If the puzzle is not complete, we should not be able to leave. She thought and said, we players all have safe houses. We lost consciousness directly after get off work. If we didn't get to the safe house, it means that rushing out is useless. Before I regained consciousness, I saw the pile of fog in front of the food stall, which seemed to affect our mind. Lin Jinwei looked very bad and said her own inference. Before the identities are gathered, rushing out will die faster. Basketball was already scratching his head frantically. He was tall and not good at thinking about these things. They couldn't think of what to do. Yi Yu looked at the others, and quietly pulled Lin Jinua's sleeve. "Sister," she called softly. Lin Jinhua was startled, leaned over, and asked softly, "What happened?" "I actually saw it." Yi Yu showed a frightened expression. "What did you see?" Lin Jinhua showed a puzzled expression. She patted Yi Yu's hand and asked her to speak boldly. "Yesterday I was working in the kitchen, and the door of the food warehouse was not closed immediately. My eyesight is better, so I saw it quietly." Others pricked up their ears. There was a big hand inside, sorting materials, putting them on the cart, and then pushing the paper man out. Big hand? Sorting materials? Chapter 96. After hearing Yi Yu's words, everyone immediately looked around with a vigilant expression. Paper figures are not sorted. Big hands? How big is it? Xiao Wang asked anxiously. Very big. Can easily pick up a person. Yi Yu was even more scared after thinking about it. Pick up a person. That's really big. Just like a person picking up a silkworm, it can be easily picked up with 2 fingers, and green blood will spray out with a little force. Several people were looking around nervously, and Bai Tingfeng's face suddenly changed. Lie down. This time no one hesitated, and everyone immediately lay down, lying flat. Fortunately, they lay flat enough. Because this time the blade basically passed quickly over their heads. The hanging people were cut into 5 pieces. Some of them were hung low, and their feet were also cut off separately. Maybe they were made into pickled pepper claws. Lin Jinhua thought a little out of place. She glanced at the time, 21:40. It seemed that the harvest was every 10 minutes, and the next one was 50 minutes. Before a few people had time to climb up, they heard a metallic roar from the top. A click. Then, like a transmission link, the hanging people began to move. The people in their area had been harvested twice, and they were cut into small enough numbers and piled into several small hills. The people in another area who had not been harvested were transferred to this area, waiting for the next harvest. They climbed up and sat at the feet of countless people, with blood flowing on the ground. The mysophobia looked even worse. The faces of the others were not very good either, as if they had been drenched in blood. His hair and clothes were all covered with sticky blood, and there was no good spot on his body. Everyone looked bloody. His mysophobia seemed to have reached its limit, and he was shaking his hands, and was about to use his skills to clean it up. It's better not to. Lin Jinhua stopped him. As soon as he opened his mouth, the bloody smell rushed into his mouth. Lin Jinhua frowned, but continued, "At present, we don't know what the standard of the big hand is for sorting, and we are not sure whether the paper man has a sense of smell. It's not easy for them to find us if they are stained with blood." The mysophobia hand was retracted, but it was still shaking. He seemed to have to use a lot of strength to control it. He looked very uncomfortable. "Then we..." Yi Yu raised his hand, as if answering the teacher's question, "Should we take off our clothes and mix in?" Everyone was silent after hearing this. "No. No need," Basketball said tremblingly. A 1.9-meter tall strong man hugged him. "Let's see the situation first." Several people nodded repeatedly. "After all, I have to be the food for 4 hours, and I don't know how to pick. If I really need to, then I still have to take it off. Let's look at Rule 3 again. I hope you like your identity." "Uh-huh. Get lost." Several people squatted here at a loss. They can't fight out, and they have to wait to be sorted. No matter how you look at it, the future is bleak. Lin Jinhua thought about it. She raised her head. "I have a plan." 2200 hours. The kitchen started working. The door opened. Gulagugu. Faint light shone in, and paper people pushed carts into the warehouse. After they pushed the carts to a place, they let go of the handles and stepped aside to wait. A big hand really appeared. It slowly descended from the sky, and it was blood red, which was different from the big palm they imagined. The big hand actually had 8 fingers. There was no thumb, as if 2 palms without thumbs were fused, and 8 fingers emerged from it. The 8 fingers were extremely flexible, and they quickly searched among the piled limbs, and every 2 fingers pinched out a head and put it on the cart. The people hiding in the pile of limbs looked at the scene in front of them, and their faces became more and more ugly. Yi Yu's eyes already revealed despair, because there was more than one hand. The fingers on this big hand were longer than those of normal people, and they flew in front of them very quickly, pinching different parts of the human body. Lin Jinhua frowned and looked over. There were a total of 6 hands and 48 fingers. It was more serious than imagined. The cart of paper people was soon full, and they pushed it out of the room. No ghosts came to check where they were. It seemed that they thought from the bottom of their hearts that the players could not survive this identity. Click. The door closed again. Only the dim light and the big hand with red light were left. When working in the back kitchen, the paper man would bring out the ingredients needed by the eyeball chef every once in a while, about once every half an hour. That means it would come in 8 times in total. However, the bloody hand did not stop. It continued to sort. Following the movement of its fingers and its red light, everyone found a whole row of shelves on the wall in the dim light. On them were glass bottles with open lids, filled with gel liquid. The liquid that Lin Jinwei was very familiar with. These bottles were the bottles in the express delivery station. This is the source. So where did these people come from? Blood Hand flexibly picked up the limbs and put them into the bottle. The speed was unimaginable. Would it be so convenient if you had more fingers? It was a little envious. It seemed that Blood Hand would be able to finish sorting and go home in less than 2 hours. So what should they do hiding inside? Lin Jinyue's eyes flashed, and gun appeared in her hand. The 3-meter range was within the range. How to move after shooting? Yi was hiding beside her. If she was alone, it didn't matter, she could move. Farther away was Bai Tingfeng, who saw the barrel of Lin Jinyue's gun. He understood Lin Jinyue's plan. He activated the skill first. After the proficiency of wind control was improved, the wind could be better controlled. Bai Tingfeng had practiced a lot, and he could control the direction of the wind so that he would not be discovered where the attack came from. A strong wind suddenly came from an unmanned place, and cut off a finger of Blood Hand. The partner of that finger still made a pinching motion with his other finger, but only pinched the air. Everyone's heart suddenly lifted. The severed finger fell to the ground, and turned into a pool of blood. The bloody hand that lost the finger was a little confused, and it stopped the movement of its hand. Its palm was facing up, and several fingers moved closer to the palm. 2 by 2, only one lonely finger could not find its partner. It swayed back and forth in the air, and finally it realized that it had lost a finger. A shrill, indescribable sound echoed in the warehouse, and several people were shocked and stagnated. Yi Yu and Chu Qingmen had blood flowing from their noses. They quickly wiped it off with their sleeves. The bloody hand went crazy, and it slapped the pile of limbs with a slap. Damn! Basketball cursed angrily. He was unlucky, and was hit half of his body. He was lifted up in the air, and his body was numb. Danger! Lin Jinwei noticed that the most excited finger was the one that lost its companion. Bloody Hand's intelligence seemed to be low, and it seemed that it could not determine where the attack came from. She did not hesitate and activated shooting moment, shooting directly at the lonely screaming finger. The moment the bullet hit, the finger cracked and collapsed, and the entire bloody hand stopped moving. Basketball, which was almost pinched, made a throwing motion in the air, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Bloody Hand was stunned. It pinched the remaining 6 fingers together, and found that they all had companions. Ah, it's okay. After calming down, it started sorting normally again. Ah, what a fool. During this process, the other blood hands were still sorting normally, and did not react to the basketball flying in the air. Better than expected, these blood hands are not very intelligent. Lin Jinwei lowered her head, and made the gestures that had been discussed in advance with Yi Yu. As long as she fired, she would move. Yi Yu nodded, holding the light little stick given by Lin Jinwei tightly in her hand, with a serious face. Lin Jinwei changed to a revolver, and within the skill time, he fired 6 shots directly at the blood hand. Bang! The 6 blood hands exploded separately, and the blood hand was instantly left with only a palm. Lin Jinwei and Yi Yu pushed away the limbs in front of them, and moved to different positions. The palm of the hand drooped, as if it had lost its vitality. At this time, the bloody hand that had been working normally, and closest to it suddenly stopped moving. It quickly approached the palm. Everyone's eyes widened. They saw that the intact bloody hand devoured the palm. After devouring it, the entire palm swelled. And 2 new fingers grew. It became a larger bloody hand with 10 fingers. After devouring it, it continued its sorting work, and its speed and efficiency were improved. Does it mean that every time a hand is killed, the other hands will be strengthened? Lin Jinwei frowned and stared at the remaining 5 hands. The 5 hands were still sorting quickly. Suddenly, she saw the cleanliness freak standing up, with a basketball standing next to him. The 2 of them stood next to the pile of limbs, and looked in Lin Jinyue's direction. Bloody Hand did not react, as if because of the blood on his body, he would be identified as the sorted goods. Lin Jinwei also stood out from the pile of limbs with a gun. Mysophobia first pointed at Lin Jinyue's gun, then at Bloody Hand, and finally at himself. Basketball carried Mysophobia on his back. They had already exchanged their talents and skills. At this time, if they still concealed their intrigues, they would be courting death. Lin Jinhua understood what Mysophobia meant. She nodded, and saw Bai Tingfeng also stood up. She changed the magazine. There were only 6 bullets, and Bai Tingfeng could help cut off the remaining 2 fingers. Raised his eyes, aimed, and fired continuously. Not a single shot missed. At the same time, Bai Tingfeng's wind also cut off the last 2 fingers. The Bloody Hand fell before it could get too crazy. The basketball teleported to the sky above the Bloody Hand with the germophobia, and when it fell, the germophobia touched the palm of the Bloody Hand with a ferocious look. In an instant, the Bloody Hand was judged as a stain and disappeared. The nearby Bloody Hand was about to approach, but stopped and swayed in confusion. Slowly returned to work. Quite dedicated. The falling basketball teleported back to the ground with the germophobia again. Lin Jinhua quickly changed the magazine, and was about to attack the next Bloody Hand, when he saw the germophobia whispering in the basketball's ear. Then, the basketball gritted its teeth, and made a throwing motion to teleport again. The target of the teleportation was another intact Bloody Hand. Lin Jinhua's pupils shrank suddenly. The germophobia actually wanted to directly remove the complete Bloody Hand. Too dangerous. The fingers are very flexible. Sure enough, even though the position of the basketball teleported to the back of the Bloody Hand, the fingers seemed to have eyes, and could see from the back. The 8 fingers folded back neatly, forming an unconventional shape, and pinched the basketball and the cleansing man fiercely. Where is the palm and back of the hand? You can't use human thinking to understand ghosts. Basketball and the cleansing man coughed up blood, and as their hands exerted force, their health points dropped rapidly. Cleansing man squeezed the Bloody Hand tightly with both hands, and activated the skill. But he showed a desperate look. The skill failed to activate. The Bloody Hand still has vitality, and living objects cannot be considered stains. Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng's attacks also arrived. The fingers of the Bloody Hand pinching the 2 people exploded one after another. The situation was urgent, and Bai Tingfeng directly cut off half of his palm. But there were still a few fingers still tightly grasping the 2, pressing their throats. Their faces had turned blue, and they suddenly felt the lack of oxygen being hung on the rope. Could it be that they were also hung up by the Bloody Hand before? Xiao Wang also stood up, but he couldn't use the skill in the air, so he could only look up anxiously. There are 2 more. Lin Jinhua switched to gun, and aimed and shot directly. The attack power of gun will be weaker, and it can destroy the Bloody Hand without hurting them. Finally, all the fingers were cut off at the root. At the moment when the palm lost its activity, the cleanliness obsessive-compulsive person ignored the bleeding corner of his mouth and activated the skill fiercely. The bloody palm disappeared. His body fell down, and Basketball reached out and grabbed him with difficulty, activated the skill, and successfully reached the ground. Lin Jinhua hurried over and took out live corn sausage and live coke. Other players did not store props, and they always prepared a large backpack when they went out. But this time the internal test of the draw was unknown to everyone, so they didn't bring their usual weapons and medicines. They could only make props on the spot. The 2 swallowed the live corn sausage and finally survived, and were now pouring coke into their mouths. In the future, they must fill their pockets with medicines and props, and never take them off when sleeping. Several players have made up their minds. Lin Jinhua squatted beside them, and looked at them with disgust. Why are you so impulsive? You almost died. You don't even understand your own skills, you can't do it. Although she didn't say a word, Basketball and Mysophobia understood what she meant. The 2 were speechless, and could only look up at the sky. They saw 4 bloody hands left in the sky. The door opened again, and they came to restock. Several people quickly hid in the pile of limbs, and watched the bloody hands continue to pick. This time was slower than the last time. The current time is 22:30. It seems that the restocking is indeed done every half an hour. The paper people pushed the cart out, and a few people decided to take a break. Now that 2 bloody hands are missing, the speed has slowed down a lot, and it should be able to hold on for a while longer. And Lin Jinhua stuck her head out, and she stared at the shelf next to her. She seemed to see that the paper people pushed a can of eyeballs in and put it there. Her eyeball bullets were almost used up. Chapter 97. She sneaked out of the pile of limbs. Not to mention, after staying in this environment for a long time, she could block out the smell, and she gradually got used to the sticky blood around her. Bai Tingfeng looked at her, full of doubts. Is the senior sister going to make trouble again? Just in case? He also got out and followed behind. Others? ? Lin Jinhua waved at them, avoiding the bloody hand's movements, and moved to the side of the shelf. Sure enough, there was a bottle of intact eyeballs on it, which was just pushed in by the paper people. It seems that without these employees, the work efficiency is greatly improved. Lin Jinhua was not polite, and directly exchanged it with her few remaining eyeball jars. Humph, if you dare to eat it, I will fry you to death in the pot. She immediately converted this jar of eyeballs into eyeball bombs. She held the jar of eyeballs, smiling happily, with blood all over her face and body. It looked scary. Like a perverted killer. She grabbed a handful of eyeball bullets and stuffed them into Bai Tingfeng, asking him to keep them, and put the rest of the jars into the space. While doing everything, she could also duck her head to avoid the fingers. She clapped her hands and stared at the other jars. Bai Tingfeng had a bad feeling. Lin Jinhua smiled sweetly. As soon as the skill of changing could be used, she reached out to touch another jar. Ding fried hand chops, crispy hand chops, delicious as if they'd burst in your mouth. They really explode. Great. So for the next hour, except when the paper man pushed the cart in to load the goods, everyone watched Lin Jinhua shuttle around the field and reach out his evil hands to the jars filled with human body parts. Lin Jinhua even had time to shoot off a finger with gun. During the skill cooldown, Bai Tingfeng then cooperated and cut off another one. So loose? Isn't this a very dangerous situation? Yu and Chu Qingman, who were squatting in the pile of limbs and dared not move, were stunned. Chu Qingman's eyes lit up. She was learning. If she passed the level and became a player, she would try to learn this approach. Other players were also amazed. Basketball and cleanliness were still waiting for the recovery of health points. Only Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng were wandering around. Lin Jinhua's game behavior is that as long as the danger is not big, she will do something. In the previous game, you can feel some restrictions on ghosts and monsters in the rules, but there are no restrictions in this internal test game. Since there are no restrictions on ghosts and monsters, there are no corresponding restrictions on humans. The first few identities should be kept for them to play. For ghosts, what could be more interesting than watching the faces of humans who have stepped into a dead end after struggling to survive in despair? Lin Jinhua did not hesitate to attack, as she was running out of bullets in her revolver. After this internal test game is completed, she will immediately stock up some more. As time passed, the 8-fingered bloody hands in the air were weakened, and only 2 fingers were left. Except for the 10-fingered evolutionary hand. Lin Jinhua always had a bad feeling, so for the sake of caution, she did not attack it. It was almost 0 o'clock, and the paper people were going to come in and push the cart. She and Bai Tingfeng hid in the pile of limbs first. The door opened, and the paper people came in again. Because there were too many chopped off fingers, the sorting speed was now very slow. The paper man didn't seem impatient, just waiting with his hands down. Why isn't it ready yet? The roar of the eyeball chef could be heard faintly. Even so, they wouldn't suspect that someone was playing tricks. Because in their impression, the few human players who came in had already become part of the pile of human limbs. The eyeball chef was probably looking forward to frying Lin Jinhua's head. The bloody hand in the air had no way to speed up, and could only slowly pinch the limbs with 2 fingers. At this time, the bloody hand with 10 fingers suddenly attacked quickly, so fast that after images appeared, and completed the sorting work neatly. The speed was faster than before. When the paper man pushed the cart and closed the door, it directly swallowed up the 2 bloody hands. Lin Jinhua, shock. There are fingers that can also be swallowed. Her brows knitted, and her danger sense skill began to work. Lin Jinhua slowed down her breathing and activated the transparent man skill. Bai Tingfeng also activated his skills. He gently touched Lin Jinhua's wrist, tapped her fingers, and added another layer of protection for her. Because they were the closest to the 10-fingered bloody hand. No, it can no longer be said to be 10 fingers. After swallowing 2 2-fingered bloody hands, it should have become a 14-fingered bloody hand. But it was more than that. Everyone watched as the bloody hand expanded to twice its previous size, a full 6 meters wide, and looked up with a kind of momentum that covered the sky and the sun. Then, 8 new fingers grew out. The original palm had turned into a disc, with a circle of fingers growing around it as the center. It looked weird and disgusting. Like a sunflower, each petal on it turned into the shape of a finger. Lin Jinhua's heartbeat began to speed up, which was a sign of uneasiness. She gritted her teeth, calmed herself down, and carefully observed the actions of the giant blood hand. It didn't seem to have any intention of swallowing the last blood hand. Was it digesting? Was it stagnation? Lin Jinhua quickly made a decision that she couldn't let it continue to swallow, and that growth was not something they could resist. It seemed that their intelligence had also increased, and they all knew how to work quickly after hearing the roar. They still had 1 hour and 45 minutes left. Lin Jinhua looked at Bai Tingfeng and pointed at the remaining blood hand. "Can you send me over with the wind?" She leaned close to Bai Tingfeng's ear and whispered. The moment she opened her mouth, the giant hand sorting action paused. The fingers began to move slightly and rotate in the air. In positioning. It heard this imperceptible sound in the sky. Lin Jinhua didn't dare to speak again, and Bai Tingfeng nodded. Without hesitation, she stuffed a mouthful of agile yellow peach and popcorn into her mouth and passed them to Bai Tingfeng. After watching him eat, she took out her revolver, activated shooting moment, and rolled out of the pile of limbs. The moment her figure appeared, the giant hand noticed it. It directly threw the limbs pinched on its fingers towards Lin Jinhua. This time, it pinched up heads. Even though it used a skill to reduce its presence, it was still detected. Lin Jinhua nimbly dodged the heads thrown at him and raised his gun to shoot at the same time. 2 shots accurately hit the 2 fingers and exploded. The giant hand raised its palm, and all 18 fingers were raised high, rushing towards Lin Jinhua at a very fast speed. A gust of wind lifted up Lin Jinhua's figure, allowing her to approach the palm hanging in the air. Bai Tingfeng also fired a gun, and he shot a finger of the giant hand, causing it to roar and shift its target. A huge eraser suddenly appeared beside Lin Jinhua. She saw from the corner of her eye that it was thrown by the Mysophobia. She grabbed it in her hand, and saw the information on it clearly. At this time, she also approached the palm, hugged the huge eraser, twisted her body in the air, and wiped it hard. The palm disappeared. "I wipe a disposable prop that can wipe off the stains, you think? This prop is great." Lin Jinhua originally planned to put her palm into the ring, and she was also worried that it would be like a mark after putting it in. No matter where she ran, she would face the pursuit of the giant hand. But now that Bai Xian couldn't be used and couldn't communicate, there was no way. Fortunately, the teammates were very smart. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the wind around Lin Jinhua suddenly disappeared. Lin Jinhua's figure paused, and then she fell straight down from the air. She turned her head suddenly, and saw Bai Tingfeng about to be caught by the bloody hand when she fell. She shot the remaining 4 bullets in the revolver with a backhand, shattering the fingers that were about to pinch Bai Tingfeng. She ignored her falling body. There was a high pile of limbs below, and she would not be fatally injured if she fell. The limbs of her own tribe would catch her. Sure enough, the pile of limbs below gently caught her, and she did not feel any pain or shock. Lin Jinhua looked down in surprise, not knowing if it was a coincidence. There were palms all under her. The palms without arms lifted up one after another, gently catching the fellows who hunted ghosts. Go fight. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Jinhua seemed to feel some encouragement. Yi Yu and Chu Chi-man both plucked up the courage to run out, climbed up the pile of limbs, and checked Lin Jinhua's condition. Facing their anxious faces, Lin Jinhua waved his hand, signaling them to take it back quickly. Ordinary humans without life points will be killed in the next pinch. "Thank you," she said softly, stood up and looked at Bai Tingfeng. Basketball endured the pain in his body and teleported to Bai Tingfeng's side. Bai Tingfeng was cutting off the single finger at this time. Basketball grabbed him and made a throwing motion again, and the two moved to the pile of limbs away from the giant hand. As soon as he stopped, Basketball looked pale, and Lin Jinhua hurried over and stuffed him with blood-replenishing food. He had never tried such a high-intensity teleportation. At this moment, he felt as if his whole body was about to be torn apart, and his health was only 1/3 left. Several people did not dare to make a sound, and could only be vigilant and look at the bloody hand outside that had lost 6 fingers. It seemed very angry. The huge palm waved, and scattered the pile of limbs in front of it like flipping a table in a tantrum. After slapping, it raised its hand and pinched it. Huh? Each finger has a companion. Okay, it's okay. It started sorting again. It seems that there is no need to worry. It is estimated that the more fingers, the smarter it is. Now that the fingers are reduced, it has become that little clumsy hand again. Fortunately, it is not bad. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. The current sorting speed will not be completed before the end of business hours. They can hide in different piles of limbs with peace of mind. Until the end of business. Time passed by minute. Even if Bloodhand was flexible and fast, it was difficult to collect all the limbs in front of the huge mountain. 2 o'clock. Business ended. Bloodhand paused and disappeared in the air. Several people came out from their hiding places. Their cards finally turned into a puzzle. The last piece of the puzzle. Click. The puzzle was complete and turned into a soft paper. It felt smooth and seemed to be human skin. 2 sentences were displayed on it. Unbelievable, I survived. Tear it open, and go back. Yu and Chu Qing Men were very excited holding the paper. Lin Jinhua looked at them. You go back first. They were startled and remembered their plan. Is it really like this? Yu asked in a low voice. We can all go out. Lin Jinhua smiled happily. It would be so meaningless to leave like this. The other players nodded. Their plan did not start from the business hours, but from the end of business. Chu Qingmen extended her hand to Lin Jinhua. Nice to meet you. I wish you a smooth plan. We don't have the ability, so we won't make trouble here. Lin Jinhua shook her hand and said with a smile, Thank you. Yu also put her hand on. Thank you, sister, you have to work hard. Lin Jinhua smiled and nodded. They withdrew their hands and tore open the soft paper. The paper turned into a soft light, wrapped their figures, and disappeared in front of them. Is it back to the original world? Basketball looked at it and said, I hope so. They all knew that after they tore it open, they would return to their own safe house. After tearing it open, you can go back instantly. Lin Jinhua turned around and gave everyone a storage ring. If the situation is not right, tear it up immediately and go back, she emphasized. Several people nodded and took the cardboard and put it away. They took out a bucket of oil from the storage ring they received. They poured the oil on the pile of limbs. Although they didn't know where these corpses came from, they couldn't watch their companions become snacks for ghosts. In this case, let's burn it. I don't know how big the area here is. Maybe in the darkness they have no past, it is another realm. But they can turn this broken place upside down. Lin Jinhua smiled happily, even a little evil. Gentle personality? Dignified style? These games made her re-recognize herself. Maybe there is a madness hidden in her personality. Who said that players have to be humble? She will not miss the opportunity to make trouble. Everyone poured the oil in their hands on the remaining pile of limbs that had not been sorted. I don't know how big this fire can burn. But let it burn. In Yingguo's mind, fire is a channel connecting to that world. Can a soul that is no longer there receive its own body? Several people looked at each other, and when they kicked open the door leading to the kitchen, when the eyeball chef inside was surprised, Lin Jinhua raised his hand and threw a whole bottle of burning gas tank. There was an explosion, and the flames ignited instantly. There was also a strong wind. Click. The door was closed, isolating the flames inside. Lin Jinhua looked at the furious eyeball chef. At this moment, there was no cover on her face, and it was her original appearance. She smiled at the eyeball chef wantonly and provocatively. Long time no see, she said with a smile. Chapter 98. It's you? How could you still be alive? The eyeball chef tightly grasped the kitchen knife in his hand, and the pupil on his head bulged forward, vibrating with his pulse. The knife made a familiar hissing sound. When Lin Jinhua saw the eyeball chef for the first time, she was so scared that her legs went weak, and she could only avoid him. But now she can calmly appreciate the eyeball chef's furious form. Even in this state, do you still want to learn the contraction of the human heart? Why can't you live? Lin Jinhua sneered inwardly, thinking of the scene where they were hung there and lost consciousness, and her murderous intent became stronger. She was able to wake up because of the dual reminders of butterfly earrings and danger sense. The familiar sound was a butterfly. If there was no such reminder, she would not have woken up in time to save everyone. Then she would either be hanged to death or cut into pieces. She became even angrier. The thought was just a moment. The blood vessels of the eyeball chef burst, emitting an astonishing pressure, and the sound of explosions could be heard from the closed door. She had just put a bunch of chain cannons and a few open screens inside. Lin Jinhua did not greet it, and directly used Teacher's Majesty. The eyeball chef was instantly unable to move and froze in place. Xiao Wang, who had not taken any action, moved. He rushed forward and punched the center of the eyeball chef's pupil. In the short 2 seconds when the eyeball chef fell, Xiao Wang threw 4 punches. One punch was faster than the other, and one punch was more powerful than the other. The last punch directly hammered the eyeball chef to the kitchen floor, and the floor cracked. The eyeball chef's head exploded directly, with a huge hole in the middle and countless blood scattered inside. But he was not dead yet. Its chest was still rising and falling, and Xiao Wang did not receive the killing reminder. He stepped back and made way. A crescent-shaped meteor hammer fell from the sky and hit the eyeball chef's abdomen fiercely. Lin Jinhua did not hold back and swung the hammer with all his strength. Fortunately, the face man who was on guard at the door at that time took it from the wall and then put it directly into the space. Now, this is her most lethal weapon. She is also different from her in the novice copy. She has the strength to resist. There are also player companions who hate this game as well. Among the others, Xiao Wang has also seen this eyeball. His profession is a doctor, and he was sucked away at work. This eyeball was in charge of the hospital cafeteria at the time, and made a lot of disgusting things, which left a deep impression on him. When he heard Lin Jinhua say he was going to blow up here, he suggested to beat the chef with an eyeball. Unexpectedly, after hearing his proposal, Lin Jinhua smiled. A beating? How can that be enough? Her eyes were chilling. Kill it. This kind of dirty things that like to bully humans in the novice's copy. If it is not the limit of the rules, no one can kill it. Since you can resist now, just kill it. The paper people around him swelled up and began to attack them. Bai Tingfeng and the others can still deal with it, and his wind is used to cut paper very smoothly. The basketball is tall, and can tear the paper man directly and throw it away. The eyeball chef's chest was not undulating, but he had not received a kill reminder. Lin Jinhua did not relax her vigilance. The eyeball had no heart, and she did not know where the fatal point was. So she squatted down and reached out to touch its body. At this time, countless blood vessels quickly stretched out and grabbed Lin Jinhua's arm fiercely. The blood vessels were still growing rapidly upwards, trying to wrap Lin Jinhua's entire body. You dare to touch me? A broken and hoarse voice came from the abdominal cavity of the eyeball chef. Lin Jinhua did not panic, she smiled slightly. In an instant, blood flowers flew all over the sky, and the blood vessels of the eyeball chef were broken. I will return this sentence to you. You dare to touch me? Lin Jinhua retracted her hand, stood up and swung the moon meteor hammer, and smashed it hard at the eyeball chef again. This time, coupled with the cut launched before, she cut off every blood vessel of the eyeball chef. Even if such an attack made her mental power overdrawn and bleed from her nose, she just reached out and wiped it. She saw a flash of blue light in the exploded abdomen of the eyeball chef from the corner of her eye, which was particularly bright against the background of blood. Lin Jinhua reached her hand directly into the abdomen, and her fingers felt a chill in the soft, sticky touch around her. She dug out a light blue crystal, which also looked like a puzzle. As the crystal was taken out, the eyeball chef in front of her was in a trance for a moment, and then completely silent. It's time. Let's go! She turned around and shouted, and the others immediately pulled away and ran out of the kitchen. As the cleansing freak ran, his hands touched everything he could touch, marking them all as stains. Wipe it for me. All that can be removed should be removed. The eyeball chef was silent. They had already run out of the kitchen. Lin Jinhua turned around and threw out a handful of chain cannons, and the explosives she had exchanged with the players before. Boom! Along with the explosion, there were bursts of shattering sounds inside, and the flames continued to burn. Congratulations to the player for killing the level-up Ghost Eyeball Clone 1 and getting 500 points. It's finally here. Kill reminder. Lin Jinhua was happy, but when she looked at the Clone 1 behind her, her face frowned. It's just a clone. No wonder it's easy to beat. It's a pity. Outside the kitchen, the dining area. Some of the diners and ghosts have left, but some are still left. There are always some ghosts who eat slower. Seeing the figures of Lin Jinhua and others, their stupid brains suddenly stopped. But instinct drove them to stop eating the dishes cooked with frozen ingredients. If possible, of course they hoped to eat the freshest ingredients. They swung their bodies and human parts in all shapes and sizes, flying towards them. Lin Jinhua took a deep breath and took a few quick steps forward to ensure that she would not accidentally hurt her friends. She swung the moon meteor hammer, spun around quickly, and rushed into the circle of ghosts. Xiao Wang followed behind her. He was good at fighting, and he specifically picked up the ghosts that Lin Jinhua missed. Bai Tingfeng also followed behind Lin Jinhua. He was mainly afraid that she would get dizzy, so he could pick her up. Basketball relies on fists, and you can hit as many as you can. Mom. The germaphobe sighed as he looked at the scene in front of him. He is so good at fighting. Except for him. Germophiliac is not good at fighting, so he can only follow behind and run to the store entrance together. Lin Jinhua threw away ghosts, tables and chairs, and countless human head lanterns along the way. She seemed to have mastered the trick, spinning very fast but not dizzy at all. Her eyes were shining with excitement. She didn't stop until she reached the door. Bai Tingfeng, who was following behind, he seemed to have guessed what the senior sister was going to do. Sure enough, he saw Lin Jinhua laughing, not retreating but advancing, and suddenly slamming the door open. A huge gap appeared on the door of the food stall. Everyone ran out of the food stall. After Lin Jinhua made sure that everyone was out, she threw explosives and chain guns in again. After this round, her inventory was almost exhausted. Damn eyeball chef and head leader, I will kill them every time I see them in the future. She looked at other players. Except by Ting Feng, everyone was very excited. It's rare to resist the game copy like this. Basically you have to survive under the oppression of the rules. Big sister. What are you going to do next? Xiao Wang's eyes were full of excitement. He also felt great. Who would have thought that he was a hospital worker? And the misophobia was just an ordinary clerk. He said that misophobia was a personal hobby. After hearing what Xiao Wang said, the misophobia quietly moved away. Did you take pictures just now? Their behavior damaged the tables and chairs, and the food was scattered all over the floor. It looked that the hygiene was worrying. Several people nodded. Lin Jinwei took out his mobile phone. Let's give a bad review. Looking at the reaction of the paper figures, it seemed that they were quite nervous about this review. Although they smashed the store to pieces, it would be bad if they rebuilt it and opened it for business again. If this instance becomes a formal instance, it is unknown how many people will die. If there is really a department that supervises food hygiene, it would be best if they could order the business to be closed. When Lin Jinwei was knocked to the ground on the first day of the men's college, he took a picture of the mess around him, and now he wrote it in the review. The hygiene status is worrying, the quality of the chef is worrying, pre-prepared dishes are rampant. A lot of bad reviews appeared in the comment area of Gigi food stall with pictures that looked very tragic at first glance. The 4.9 star rating was reduced to 3 stars. Anyway, if she was a diner, she would never come after seeing this review. Several people admired the fire in front of them, and finished writing the review with a smile. It's time to run away, Lin Jinhua said. Since it is an internal test instance, let's just destroy it so that it can't be tested publicly. The food stall behind him made an explosion sound, and was gradually collapsing. The others nodded, added friends with a white letter, and tore open the parchment. The figures of the 3 people with misophobia disappeared from the eyes of Lin Jinhua and by Ting Feng. Junior brother, aren't you leaving yet? Lin Jinhua asked. I wait for you to go together. Bai Ting Feng stood beside her. Lin Jinhua tilted her head and didn't persuade her. She looked at the collapsed food stall in front of her indifferently, listening to the screams of ghosts coming from inside. The fire was burning. She was waiting. It didn't take long. The food stall in front of her appeared with mosaic-like patterns and began to break apart bit by bit. Lin Jinua's eyes lit up, and it was also destroyed. She wanted to continue observing. Suddenly, she felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, and butterfly earrings moved, transmitting a sound to her. It seemed to come from a very deep voice. It was an unspeakable panting and roar. It seemed that they could not win. She immediately took out the parchment and looked back at Bai Ting Feng. Let's go? Bai Ting Feng also took out the parchment and nodded. The two tore the parchment together, and their figures quickly disappeared in this copy. Shortly after the two disappeared, the collapse of the copy seemed to press the pause button, and several shadows slowly stepped out of the mist. They could not see their facial features and appearance, just black and gray shadows. The shadows turned around and unfolded a panel that looked very similar to the players, and began to discuss. New copy? It has not been detected, and it is still in internal testing? It seems to have ended. Did anyone survive? Can anyone survive the internal testing? It was blown up. Haha, it was blown up so well. Then seal it up. After the shadows finished talking, they disappeared on the spot. The collapse of the copy pressed the play button again, and the fire continued to burn until it ended. Congratulations to the player for passing the internal test copy. When Lin Jinwei regained consciousness, she was still in her safe house. Maintaining the posture before being captured, even Baby Locke still had a worried expression on his face. Its little hands rubbed its belly pocket, scratching out wrinkles. Lin Jinwei was distracted and did not immediately accept the system's game passing reward. Instead, she threw a handful of mints into Baby Locke's belly pocket. Seeing that Lin Jinwei was fine, Baby Locke smiled and immediately opened the candy and stuffed it into her mouth, revealing a happy expression. She smiled and looked up at the system clock. The 10th day. Still stuck at the time when she was captured. Where did this time go? Counting the time when they lost consciousness, they really spent 4 days in the game. Could it be that only the soul was captured? The soul and the physical time are inconsistent? Lin Jinwei frowned and opened the white letter to take a look at the message. The chat in the group was still the same as before, noisy and talking about miscellaneous things. Clicking on Bai Ting Feng's dialogue box, it was also his message to report safety. Everything was the same. Lin Jinwei then clicked on the system reminder and prepared to check it. Internal test game settlement completed. 1. Players get free attribute points 10. 2. Players get 777 points. 3. Players get basic material packs *5, well-off material packs *1. 4. Players get lottery draws *5. That's all? This is too stingy. Lin Jinwei curled her lips and found that there was a next page, so she clicked on the next page. It turned out to be the description of the internal test results. Internal test copy. Game name, Ghost Food Stall. Game background, Ghost background. Clearance requirements, all 4 identities have been experienced. Game difficulty, 4 stars. Copy status, destroyed. Internal test results. The game is reset and cannot be put into internal testing before repair. Great. Lin Jinwei breathed a sigh of relief. The difficulty of this game has reached 4 stars. Replaying the process of the game, it is very dangerous everywhere. How can players without space fill their hunger? It seems that in this player gathering area, basic survival supplies such as food and medicine should be carried close to you just in case. I'm afraid I have to put it in my pocket when I sleep. Fortunately, I have space. Lin Jinwei looked up at the time. It was only 18:35. She curled up on the sofa, breathed a sigh of relief, and told everyone in the group about this internal test copy. The style of other players' gathering areas was completely different from hers. It was peaceful and quiet. The players who passed the 3rd game squatted together, happily chatting and visiting safe houses. She didn't know when she would be caught to participate in the Heartbeat internal test game again. There was a group of strange ghosts in the casino downstairs who wanted the parts of the players. Even other players were staring at them, wishing to peel off the skin and eat them alive at any time. Ding. Lin Jinwei heard the elevator door outside the door open again, and then there was a rustling sound, and the sound of gasping by the tram. Then there was a plop. Well, he was knocked down by fatigue driving. Lin Jinwei sighed, ignored the players outside the door, and went to take a bath to relieve her mental fatigue. When she came out of the bath, she saw Super Polite chewing something happily. Well, it seems that the intruder passed the hygiene test this time. She finished blowing her hair, climbed onto the bed, and lay down, sighing again. It's already like this. There are still 11 days to endure. You can't drag her into the internal test again, right? Chapter 99. For Corners Building, 4, Lin Jinwei entered the elevator and looked up to see De Lian smacking his lips comfortably. It looked like he had just had a full meal. De Lian's eyes widened when he saw her, and he spit out a thigh bone as soon as his mouth opened. Paw. The bone fell to the floor of the elevator. Lin Jinwei's eyes twitched, and he looked at De Lian. Are you so surprised? De Lian didn't have a complete head, otherwise he would have nodded vigorously at this time. It swallowed the meat and said, Wow, you can still survive after being captured? You are so amazing. It looked up and down at Lin Jinwei, and its tongue drooped, as if it wanted to lick Lin Jinwei. Has your body been taken over? Has your soul been replaced? Lin Jinwei took out the scissors plus with a cold face, and flicked it to the longest position. Ah, it's true. De Lian withdrew his tongue in dismay. What? Licking means we have a good relationship. Did anyone who went to the internal test come back? Lin Jinwei asked. No, they are dead. Big Face's eyes rolled around like a clockwork top. It stared at Lin Jinwei. Now that you are back, can we continue our transaction? I will continue to send people to you tonight, okay? He swallowed his saliva while speaking, looking very excited. I just came back, and it's going to affect my sleep. Lin Jinwei curled his lips. Tell me more about the internal test, and I will consider it. It's nothing. The internal test is under our control, so we can do whatever we want. Big Face said without thinking too much. There is order, but not much, and it is difficult to detect. Who detected it? Lin Jinwei asked. Big Face opened his mouth and was about to speak. But suddenly, he vomited a large ball of red flesh. The flesh was wrapped in blood and sprayed out, pouring out of Big Face's mouth one after another without end. Balls after balls, mixed with black blood, covered the floor of the elevator and splashed on Lin Jinwei's feet. Ugh, disgusting. Lin Jinwei walked out of the elevator with disgust, stood in the corridor and looked in at Big Face. What's wrong with you? Big Face had just finished vomiting, coughing and spitting twice. No more, can't say. I'm like this, send a few more tonight? It was still spraying blood, and its face was wrinkled. Even if I wasn't here, you didn't stop sending people? Didn't you send people last night? Big Face retched angrily, looking at Lin Jinwei with its lantern-sized eyes aggrievedly, looking very pitiful. In order to prevent the blood from spraying on his legs, Lin Jinwei took 3 steps back, looked at De Lian's aggrieved look, and nodded in agreement. Originally, This time she went out to dig out some information from Delian, and she would not go out again after digging it out. All for good neighborly relations. The forum is still banned, and it seems that Binary will not be able to break through for a while. Is it because of the qualitative change after the third game? 3 as a stage, Lin Jin will return to the safe house and open the white letter to check the message. There is still no reply today. After she came out of Yimo City, she tried to continue to send messages to Ming Ming. After all, Yimo City has exploded, so is it possible for Ming Ming, who has been trapped in it, to wake up? If she wakes up, will she become a player again? Lin Jinhua paused, she closed her eyes hard and turned off the panel. Is this awakening what the already fallen players want? Perhaps one day, when Ming Ming can reply to the message, she will know the answer. The effect of energy cannonballs seemed to have passed, and Lin Jinhua finally felt hungry. She brought out the grilled fish set that she had drawn before, which contained a spicy grilled sea bass, and the side dishes were shrimp, tofu and lettuce. She squinted her eyes with joy. The grilled fish came with a pot. She put the big pot on the stove to warm it, and stood beside it with a bowl and chopsticks to eat. The sea bass was fresh and tender with few bones, and the shrimps were deveined and opened, and were full of the sauce of the grilled fish, and it tasted full of happiness. She took out a bowl of healthy rice that she had cooked before from the space, and paired it with a glass of iced cola, and ate the grilled fish cleanly. Normal food is still better. The signature grilled people are scary. Being able to eat and live normally is a great happiness for them. After eating and drinking, she collapsed on the sofa to rest, opened them all and decided to draw the 5 free draws. After the 5 draws, she can draw 1 more for free, a total of 6. Lin Jinhua rubbed her hands and pressed the draw button without hesitation. The happy draw box began to rotate again, spitting out small balls of different colors one after another. Congratulations on winning the SR prize. Happy clothing package. Get a functional clothing package *5. 1 package contains 1 set of functional clothing, random style, size suitable for the player's body shape. 1 set. Lin Jinhua's eyes lit up. Don't know if the package includes underwear? Open them all and see. Congratulations on winning the R prize. Basic drinks prize. Get 5L*5 drinking water. Congratulations on winning the R prize. Basic supplies package *3. Congratulations on winning the R prize. Basic home furnishing prize. Cushion *3. Lin Jinhua, Calm down, calm down. She's used to it. Lin Jinhua took a deep breath, ignored her blood pressure that might be going crazy, and finished the remaining 2 draws. Congratulations on winning the SR prize. Happy home furnishing set. Get a simple safe house display screen *1. Congratulations on winning the SR prize. Happy camping set. Get a single tent *1, sleeping bag *1, camper *1, mobile power supply *1. Finally, the last 2 times were not so unlucky. Lin Jinhua clicked to accept, and this time the prize appeared smoothly at her door. Baby locked no response, it slept so soundly, and there was a snot bubble on its nose. It seemed safe. Lin Jinhua stood up and took the prize, and first opened the happy clothing package. Functional clothing, must be professional protective clothing. Ah, Lin Jinhua looked at the chef's uniform in her hand, and fell into a long silence. This is a very complete chef's uniform, from chef's hat, top, pants to bib, a complete set. But the question is, what occasions need to wear it? It can't be said that this is not functional clothing. In a sense, it is really functional clothing. Lin Jinhua could only put away the chef's uniform first and directly open the remaining 4 sets. The doctor's uniform and police uniform that appeared first made her pale, but fortunately the last 2 sets were useful. 1 set is tactical clothing, and the other set is hiking equipment suitable for low-temperature environments. The clothing is placed in a sealed bag, and the panel will display the appearance and content when touched. The tactical clothing includes a close-fitting black top, a camouflage multi-pocket trousers, and the most surprising thing is that it is equipped with gloves and a chest mount. If she puts on the full set and takes a gun, she will be a soldier wherever she goes. The hiking equipment includes a multi-pocket lightweight down jacket, quick-drying multi-pocket tights, a woolen hat, and sports glasses. She put the 2 sets of clothing away, intending to change after her skills are upgraded. The simple safe house display screen is the size of an iPad in your hand, and the display on it is not much different from the panel. Lin Jinhua tilted his head and thought about it, and connected to the handicraft master's hut. Sure enough, he saw that the display screen can be merged with the basic defense system. After the merger, the display screen at the door suddenly expanded a circle, and can display more content, such as the temperature and humidity inside and outside the house. This is pretty good. After counting the items she had drawn, she finally remembered to check the supplies packages she had received. She was scared by the fake deliverman last time, so she put the supplies packages she received later there for observation, planning to open them when everything was fine. She also found that 3 basic supplies packages of the same type can be upgraded to 1 well-off supplies package, and 3 well-off supplies packages can be upgraded to 1 petty bourgeoisie supplies package. With the idea of saving up, a bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle. Lin Jinhua, a non-African, decided to upgrade all the basic supplies packages before opening them. It seems that he can save up more. Lin Jinhua replenished her pistol ammunition, spending a lot of points. The rest of the time was spent on familiar rubbing arrows to brush skill proficiency. There were enough elves, so there was no need to continue making them for the time being. Making too many would make her dizzy. Although one could add 5 proficiency, she was afraid that the system would restrict her. After all, the rolling pin was very skilled at this. In the chewing sound of Super Polite every night, Lin Jinhua could already fall asleep peacefully as white noise. The next day, she went out to clean the door and collect the card that Big Face spit out to her. Can I use this card normally? Lin Jinhua took out 24 organ exchange cards and looked over and over, but didn't see any instructions for use. Oh, it can be used in the casino. If you lose the bet, use it instead of your own organs. Then I probably won't use it. Lin Jinhua took the card back speechlessly. That's hard to say. Big Face smiled. Seeing Lin Jinhua take out the scissors again, it retracted its smile. Where are the other cards? Ah, you can use the other cards in the game. I don't know the others, don't ask me. It grumbled a sentence quickly, and then closed its mouth. It refused to speak. Alright. Lin Jinhua could only sort and store the cards, keep them properly in the space, and look at them after entering the game. In such a regular day, finally on the 18th day, in the player gathering area, she welcomed the long-awaited skill upgrade. Talent, Handicraft Master. Level, LD4, Proficiency 7777 can be upgraded to the next level, Current Proficiency, 1. Skills, 1. Stock up. As a handcraft expert, how can you not stock up materials? You have an 81 square meter space to store materials. New automatic classification function. Materials with the same functional use will be placed together. Skills, 2. Change. Handcraft experts have a strong ability to transform objects. You can change the objects you touch. 1. As the level increases, you can control the direction of the object's change with a high probability, higher compatibility with space storage. It can reduce a certain amount of mental power consumption, and skilled items can consume no mental power. The skill CD is 10 minutes. 2. Due to the use method, the use of food objects is limited to 5 times a day, and only the first time increases proficiency 3. Due to the use method, for storage, the use of such items is limited to 8 times per day, 4. Due to skill improvement, you can trace back the direction of item changes when using it and make a choice among them, 5. Due to skill improvement, you can rename the changed objects. Skill, 3. So. You can stick multiple objects together without glue, and you can choose the stitching method to a certain extent. Skill, 4. Cut. You can choose between cutting the materials you touch or decomposing the materials. Skill, 5. Make. You can generate historical prop drawings, and you can make them as long as you have materials. Mass production is allowed. The success rate is related to the quality of the materials, and it is limited to 3 times per day. The more the quantity, the more time and mental energy it consumes. Lin Jinhua widened his eyes. This time the skill improvement is particularly large. Basically every skill has been upgraded, and the range of skills she can explore is also larger. Change. There is no limit on the number of times, and she can even decompose items. With the prop blueprint, can other players also use it? It seems that there is a lot of room for experimentation. Why is this? Recalling the system's previous reminder, she didn't think it would be so kind to give players crazy enhancements. This may also reveal that the difficulty of the next game will rise sharply. Lin Jinhua gritted her teeth, put her thoughts behind her, and opened the panel according to her talent induction. Sure enough, she found a new app in the panel, with blueprints written at the bottom. Click in. There are props she has made from scratch in the past, such as storage rings, space rings, bows and arrows, etc. Just click in the column to see the blueprints from the first version to the latest version. Select the blueprint and enter the quantity, and you will be reminded of the maximum capacity and time it takes to make it, which is determined by her material inventory and mental strength. The most surprising thing is, this is more like the operation panel of the game. She can spend materials on existing objects to upgrade them. This is a skill that can be upgraded together after connecting with the handicraft master's hut. She opened the mall and bought some basic iron. One caddy sells for 100 points, which is very expensive. At first, she was actually interested in steel, but the price has to be increased by another 0, and one caddy sells for 1,000 points. This is still the lowest quality, and higher quality metal materials are even more expensive. Lin Jinhua could only buy a caddy of steel with tears in her eyes, divided into 100G and 400G. 100G is integrated into the flower bow for upgrading, which uses up one make. But the effect is obvious that the power of the bow has been strengthened. The remaining steel and iron are integrated into the arrowhead, and then click on mass production, so that she can keep producing her arrows without rubbing them by hand. Lin Jinhua sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, took a sip of a large cup of caramel latte, and looked at a pair of invisible hands in the air, imitating her manual movements and producing items one by one. Suddenly she felt like she had entered the Industrial Revolution and stepped onto the happy train to the modern era. It was so comfortable. Life was getting better and better. Chapter 100. These days, Lin Jinhua has actually been worried about being dragged into the internal testing of the game again, and her space is always filled with weapons and food supplies. It seems that her blowing up the game did have some impact. The rolling pin has been in a sluggish state for a long time, and Lin Jinhua is slightly relieved. She didn't ask about the follow-up of Gigi Food Stall and the impact of the bad reviews. Isn't this confessing herself? She completely forgot that the rolling pin could see what she did. But the system itself also faces many problems. It is not only responsible for Lin Jinhua, a player, but also for countless players. There are even forces to fight against. There are more players who behave in an abnormal way than Lin Jinhua. It is impossible to manage every one of them. Humans are really amazing creatures. How can they not act according to the program setting? Lin Jinhua had another dream. She had this dream without taking precognitive dream. She knew clearly that she was dreaming, and she also knew clearly that what she saw was reality. Perhaps this is one of the truths of the world. This time, she became an eye on the white display screen. You can look inward or outward. Looking inward, she saw herself. She saw herself beating up the eyeball chef and setting fire to the ghost food stall. Ah, is this a reappearance of some sin? Lin Jinhua felt a little guilty in her dream, but then she thought she was punishing the ghosts. She is justice. Okay, no more guilty. The eyes looking outward trembled, guiding Lin Jinhua to look outward. She saw several gray shadows running over, jumping into the screen one after another, and the figures passed through Lin Jinhua's eyes. She looked inside again. She heard the conversation between the shadows, saw the shadows blocking of this copy, and heard a shadow muttering. So many bad reviews? That will affect the business of the chain store. So, it should have no energy left, right? Who is it? The system itself? It seems that the bad reviews were right. Great. This happy mood made Lin Jinhua wake up all of a sudden. She suddenly opened her eyes, and Call You to Death was shocked. What's wrong with the child? I was just about to wake her up. Lin Jinhua scratched her head and got up, turned over and got out of bed, and quickly wrote down the scene she had just seen in her dream. Why did she dream about this? Is it because of the stuff picked out of the eyeball chef's stomach? She touched the transparent sky blue puzzle and looked at it carefully in front of her. There was no reminder of any props on it. She sank her consciousness into the space again, wanting to see the two world fragments she had obtained in Yimo City before. One is a piece of paper, the other is a diary. Huh? She took out two new puzzles, one pink and one lavender, which also glowed in her hands. The three puzzles were put together, but they didn't fit together, and no special scene happened. Maybe they don't match yet. After all, the information she got now is very fragmented. Lin Jinhua put the three puzzles together and put them in the space. Wait until more puzzles are obtained. Since she woke up, she clicked on by Xian to see the message. Sure enough, she saw by Dingfeng's good morning message, which was the same as the daily check-in. Junior brother, are you treating me as a minor and reporting your daily schedule? Lin Jinhua said. She didn't quite understand, but she replied with a good morning. She and Bai Tingfeng didn't go to the casino downstairs again, nor did they visit each other. Because they found that although they were all in the Four Corners building, a gathering area for players, they were not actually in the same building. Lin Jinhua made De Lian succumb to her power, and could go to the floor she wanted without spending points. But when she arrived at Bai Tingfeng's floor and direction, she was surprised to find that it was not Bai Tingfeng's safe house. knocked on the door, and a beautiful girl came out, and both of them were dumbfounded. The beautiful girl was holding a giant mace in her hand, which was covered in blood. She almost swung it up and smashed Lin Jinhua. Lin Jinhua was so scared that she almost slid down and hugged the beautiful girl's legs. Fortunately, she clarified in time that she had no ill intentions. Lin Jinhua even promoted her ring and food, and the deal was successfully reached. Therefore, it can be concluded that there are probably many buildings in the Four Corners building where they are, and they are all players who will be caught in the internal test. That's why Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng gave up the idea of visiting. Lin Jinhua did have the idea of knocking on doors to sell, but faced with the embarrassing situation of not being able to open the door, or being beaten if she did, she gave up the idea. I can't do business. Lin Jinhua moved a small stool and sat in the elevator of Dalian and sighed. With Zhao Zhao helping her rub arrows in the room, she was happy to be idle. After Bien upgraded, the direction of the arrows began to stabilize, and was no longer so strange. Dalian was oppressed by her and ran several floors for free. He was depressed and didn't want to talk. Lin Jinhua didn't pay points, and the operation of the elevator consumed its energy. I have a question. Lin Jinhua clapped her hands and looked up at Dalian. Dalian, eh? It didn't think Lin Jinhua had a problem. It even wanted to kick her out of the elevator. With just a light fart, she could be kicked out. Where will the losers go? Lin Jinhua ignored Dalian's indifferent expression and asked directly. Such a scary question, Dalian held back his fart. She had inquired before that players gamble with their own points. If the points are not enough, they use talent props, and then the talent itself, and even the safe house. At the beginning, they use points that could win double their own points. In the absence of supplies and points, many players gambled and joined the game. After losing until there is no organ left in their body, where will these players go? The casino itself has no space to accommodate them. Lin Jinhua held her chin with her hand and waited for Dalian's answer. The expression of the big face is very intriguing. Its eyeballs turned forward and backward, and finally the two pupils stayed in two directions. It opened its mouth to say something, but suddenly stopped. Hiss. It was hesitant and gasping. Lin Jinhua raised an eyebrow. Can't say? The big face pouted and acted cute. You can be more tactful, I believe I can understand. Lin Jinhua ignored the big face's cuteness. Big face, eh? You can send 2 more bad guys tonight. Big face, eh? It suddenly closed its eyes, opened its mouth a little, and whispered a few words. You have seen it. Then she shut her mouth and refused to speak again. I have seen it. Lin Jinhua's eyes flashed, and her mind turned, and her eyes suddenly widened. She opened her mouth to say something. Sister. Don't say it. Sister. Go home. Big face begged repeatedly. If you say it again, I'm finished. Its fart is ready again. If you ask again, I kick her out. Seeing Big Face's aggrieved look, Lin Jinhua didn't dare to ask again. As usual, she took out Bougainvillea is super beautiful and threw it up. Big Face skillfully stuck out his tongue and rolled it, and stuffed it into his mouth. After eating it these days, its breath has become much more fragrant. Lin Jinhua also got the information she wanted, got up and held solid as a rock, and returned to the safe house. She had seen it. She had indeed seen it. In the endless warehouse of the ghost food stall, they were curious about where so many humans came from. They speculated that it was the players who died after losing the game, or the people who died in the real world, and now it seems that the option of people who lost in the casino should be added. What if some people bet a lot? A person only has 2 eyes, a pair of hands, and a pair of legs. What if this player loses more than that? How can he repay? It's also very simple. Goblin food stall. As long as you eat the dishes there, the missing and insufficient organs can grow one after another. As many as you want. As long as you step into there, you are a lamb to be slaughtered. The warehouse of the food stall has no boundaries, and the goblins are living normally like humans, so it is impossible that there is only one goblin food stall in the restaurant. The shadows also mentioned it. Chain stores. Lin Jinhua remembered that she had seen a value that was increasing all the time in the museum, which represented the number of people who died every second. When you live unconsciously, every blink of an eye, there are quantifiable people who die and new people are born. So is it possible that this game world can extract dead people? And is there only one world? Not necessarily. Humans always proudly think that they are unique in the world. But they never know the vastness of the world. Lin Jinhua recorded these speculations and ideas one by one, intending to verify them in the game world later. She will figure it out. On the 21st day, She thoroughly counted her supply packages. There are currently 29 basic supply packages and 6 well-off supply packages. After merging and eliminating the puzzles, a total of 1 petty bourgeoisie furniture package, 2 petty bourgeoisie living supply packages, and 1 petty bourgeoisie medicine package were obtained. These 4 supply packages all glowed purple, revealing a luxurious atmosphere. The most surprising thing is that the petty bourgeoisie furniture package actually added a limited range of electrical appliances. After communicating with Fuin and the others, it seems that when the furniture package is upgraded to the petty bourgeoisie package, there is a certain chance that it will be transformed into a specific electrical appliance package, which can open large electrical appliances. The most enviable good luck so far is to open a luxury dishwasher with a disinfection function. The player who opened this even uses it to wash clothes and anything that needs to be disinfected, focusing on exhausting all possibilities. It's super easy to use. The player who won the lottery endorsed it and recommended it passionately. Lin Jinhua, She never had hoped for her luck, but she also looked forward to it a little. Just for a moment. She picked up these small budget supplies and entered the magic room. After a few days of experimentation, she found that the magic room could increase the luck and transformation function of items to a certain extent. So she now regards the magic room as her own craft room. Opening a supply package here should have a certain bonus. With this idea in mind, Lin Jinhua directly broke 4 small budget supplies in succession. The player has opened the small budget supply package, electrical appliances. Congratulations to the player for obtaining vertical air conditioner *1. The player has opened the small budget supply package, survival supplies. Congratulations to the player for obtaining self-heating clay pot rice, cured meat / curry chicken / black pepper beef, *6, dehydrated vegetable soup package, spinach / mushroom / tomato combination *6, aluminum canned luncheon meat, low salt formula, with can opener, *6. The player has opened the small budget supply package, survival supplies. Congratulations to the player for obtaining multivitamin jelly, 30 days, strawberry / orange flavor, *2, probiotic nut packs, 25g daily, individually packaged, *30, 5% alcohol canned beer, 6 cans, *2. The player has opened the petty bourgeoisie supply pack, medicine. Congratulations to the player for obtaining gas masks *3, mosquito repellent bracelets, 120 time limit, *10, individually packaged suture packs, including hemostatic powder, *10. The petty bourgeoisie life is different. Everything opened is very useful. Lin Jinhua placed the vertical air conditioner she received in the hall. The magic room is constant temperature, and the temperature of other rooms will change to a certain extent. The items in the survival supply pack obtained are directly converted using change. After the skill upgrade and the bonus of the magic house, most of the transformation directions are what she wants. Looking up at the room, the moon meteor hammer on the wall has absorbed the moonlight for a few days. The overall light is more abundant than before, and it feels much stronger. One area of the room is producing storage rings, and another area is producing arrows. Although her safe house cannot start selling goods, she still has a lot of friends. They help her sell storage rings and food in their respective player gathering areas, and give her friends a certain commission accordingly. The main food products are wonderful mints, nutritional jelly and energy cannonballs. With the experience of the internal test game, the preparation of portable space and food is imminent. When many people are selling, the identity of the real producer of the props can also be blurred. Lin Jinhua's calculations are clacking. Thanks to this, her points are getting more and more abundant. She gritted her teeth and upgraded the water source to purified natural water. Current water source, purified natural water source, disinfection factory, water source upgrade to the next level, pure water source, Alpine Lake. The next level requires 5,000 points. Thank you, no thanks. After upgrading, she still has about 6,000 points left. There is no information about the 4th game. Players who have passed the 3rd game will be grouped together. Even if the player gathering area has the same name and rules, it is not the same as before. It is currently known that the team card can be drawn through lottery, but they have not drawn it, and they dare not spend a lot of points on such an unknown activity. Unless they draw the top. So she still can't form a team in the next game, and her points will be saved for the next game to adapt to the situation. 2200 hours. By Xian paused, and the information about the next game came. The 4th game copy. Game name, Primeval Forest. Game mode, multiplayer mode team, allowed. Game background. Survival background. Clearance requirements. Survive for 99 days. Game difficulty. 3 stars. Note 1. In this copy, the safe house will change its position every 3 days at 1800 hours according to everyone's position. Please pay attention to whether your position and environment are safe. 2. This copy does not allow you to stay in the house for a long time. The specific time and restrictions can only be understood after entering the game. 3. The game difficulty is just a number. Please be vigilant. Replacement every 3 days. And it is based on the player's location? The previous Biochemical Crisis copy did not give such a reminder, and the information was learned by word of mouth by players. This time it was clearly displayed. Even the time was told. And 3 days is too short, right? But with this reminder, you can rest assured to a certain extent. This time, the safe house will be included in the game. The 4th game is not like the gradually forgotten copy of Hemo City. Lin Jinhua counted her weapons and supplies again, and put on the tactical suit she had drawn before. She used change on the tactical suit, turning it into a very suitable activity equipment. Tactical defense. When the player wears a full set of clothes, he can increase his defense by 100, and at the same time increase his agility by 30%, reducing his presence. There is no more suitable action clothing than this. She lay on the bed with her clothes on. Call You to Death was a little disgusted with her, but he didn't wave her off. In this way, Lin Jinhua fell asleep. At the moment of midnight, the environment changed and slowly entered the 4th game. Chapter 101. Caw. A sharp cry woke Lin Jinhua up. She was still in the bed in the safe house. She had not been moved or changed her clothes. She was in the same state as before she fell asleep. A rare way to enter the game. Lin Jinhua rolled over and got out of bed, a little dazed. This was still her safe house. There was no difference. Knock, knock, knock. A sound similar to knocking on the door and hitting a heavy object sounded. She followed the sound and opened the door and walked to the main house. She walked gently to the largest window of the safe house, carefully lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out. All she saw was blue. It was a clear and deep blue, with light and dark colors interspersed, spreading to the horizon and bordering the blue sky. Originally, it was described as the sea and sky in one color. But the scenery in front of her was neither the sky nor the ocean, but a forest that stretched to the horizon. The trees should be brown. If there is any green, it is the color of moss or branches. But all the trees in front of me are blue, light blue, dark blue and ultramarine are all on different branches. All blue is very pure. There are very few colors that lean towards green. Even the leaves on the blue branches are blue. The scene in the past is fantastic and a bit dreamy. If it is not in the death game, this is the wonderful sketching that painters love. Even Lin Jinhua is a little itchy. Knock, knock, knock. Here it comes again, this strange sound. The sound interrupted Lin Jinhua's thoughts of running away. She looked in the direction of the sound, half squinting her eyes, and saw clearly against the sunlight that the sound came from a light blue tree not far away. The sound was made by a woodpecker. There are many species of woodpeckers, and different species have different color schemes. But Lin Jinhua had never seen a woodpecker of this color in her memory. Its body is emerald green, its head is lake blue, and there is a red feather in the middle of its forehead, starting from the top of its beak and spreading to the back of its head. Its throat is a light yellow. The dazzling colorful colors are very conspicuous in the blue woods. At this time, this colorful woodpecker was pecking at the blue tree in front of it with its beak quickly. The sound of knock, knock, knock also came from this. Lin Jinhua held her breath and observed the behavior of the woodpecker. The colors outside were too strange, so she planned to wait and see. As the pecking continued, a hole gradually appeared on the trunk, and a light red liquid flowed down. A sweet fragrance began to fill the air. Her nose moved a little, and she smelled a bloody smell in it. Trees can bleed? Puff. A crisp and sticky sound was heard. The woodpecker's long beak pierced into the tree. No, would it make such a sound when piercing a tree? This sound was like the tip of a knife inserted into a. The woodpecker used all its strength, flapping its wings vigorously, and pulled out with force. The moment she saw what it pulled out of the tree trunk, Lin Jinhua's eyes widened in horror. It was a long intestine, pink and plump, and the woodpecker pulled it out and swallowed it directly into his throat. Gulp, gulp. She could hear the sound of the woodpecker swallowing. Gulp, gulp. A long intestine was finally eaten by the woodpecker. At this time, Lin Jinhua finally realized that something was wrong. Although the woodpecker and the tree were not far away from the safe house, about 5 meters away, this woodpecker was too big. According to the perspective rule that things are big when they are near and small when they are far away, it is not difficult to infer the real size of this woodpecker. At this time, Lin Jinua's danger-sensing ability suddenly sounded. Her temple was throbbing rapidly, and even her right eyelid was throbbing together, which was a very ominous sign. Before she could judge where the danger came from, even Lin Jinhua did not look away, she just blinked. She met a pair of blood-red eyes. After swallowing the intestine, the woodpecker noticed Lin Jinhua and turned his head to look. It tilted its head and blinked. No, she was in the safe house. How did this woodpecker notice it? Lin Jinhua lowered the curtains and slowly stepped back, with the upgraded bow in her hand. I can't use the moon meteor hammer today because it's the new moon. It only has a bare handle now, and the hammer head has disappeared. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. While retreating, she glanced at the basic defense equipment of the safe house, which was already a red alarm. Her pupil shrank suddenly, and before she had time to think, the curtains in front of her were suddenly opened by the strong impact. In the gap between the curtains, she finally knew the size of the woodpecker clearly. It was as tall as a person. It was taller than Lin Jinhua. This is a giant bird. And its pointed beak is also longer than expected, and it is estimated to be more than 50 cm. It was longer than her scissors plus. At this moment, as she stepped back, the scene in front of her seemed to be in slow motion. She watched the woodpecker raise its head. The sharp beak pecked straight at the window of the safe house, as if it had just pecked open the branches of a tree. A crisp sound rang out, and the window of the safe house in front of her had been shattered into pieces. The glass fragments flew into the safe house, and some pieces scratched Lin Jinhua. This happened in a short moment, and Lin Jinhua only had time to raise her hand to protect her face. Some scratches suddenly appeared on her arm. She ignored this minor injury, raised her hand, and drew her bow to shoot an arrow at the woodpecker in front of her that was fluttering and rushing into the safe house. Go straight for the eyeball. If the alarm of the safe house had sound effects, it would definitely be full of beeping alarm sound effects now. The arrow hit the target, and this time it was an arrow with a blasting effect. After piercing the eyeball, the whole thing will explode, exploding directly in the target's head. Bang. It did explode, and there was a crackling explosion sound in the woodpecker's entire brain, and red blood flowed from the woodpecker's eye socket. But this woodpecker was still alive. It humanely raised its claws to cover the injured eye, and made a sharp hissing sound. The claws that were just blocked by the wings were also clearly seen. Its claws were actually in the shape of human fingers. There was no palm, and the appearance still maintained the shape of bird claws. Because there was no palm, Lin Jinhua could see from the gap between his fingers that the injured eye was already empty. The eyelid of the injured eye of the woodpecker was choked. The intact eye was staring at Lin Jinhua at this moment, and the anthropomorphic emotions in it made people shudder. The weak spot is not in the eyes or the head. But it has no regeneration ability, so it is easier to deal with than the blood beast. The frantic struggle of the colorful woodpecker made the windows of the safe house creak, and the colorful feathers flew in the air. It opened its mouth wide, and the thin and long tongue inside bounced, and suddenly rolled towards Lin Jinhua quickly. Too fast, there was no time to dodge. In a flash, Lin Jinhua only had time to turn her head and reach out to grab the tongue. The tongue was covered with dense barbs, and a closer look turned out to be fine teeth. Sharp and dense, it also has a certain penetrating power, piercing the gloves on Lin Jinua's hands. There is not a single tooth in the beaked bird beast's big mouth. The defense value was rapidly decreasing. She gritted her teeth, and her heart was ruthless. Instead of loosening her hands, she clenched them tightly and activated the skill. In an instant, fine blood flowers bloomed from the tongue of the colorful woodpecker to the whole body. The colorful woodpecker struggled even harder. Noticing that the strength of the tongue in his hand was decreasing, Lin Jinhua concentrated his mental power on its chest and activated the skill cut, cut, cut again. This time, the chest of the colorful woodpecker exploded straight, and it let out a final hissing sound, which soon died. The player has killed one EN-level beaked bird beast and obtained 15 points. EN-level? Beaked bird beast? Lin Jinhua released the softened tongue of the beaked bird beast and panted in place. The beaked bird beast in front of him was still stuck on the window, half outside the house and half inside the house. The human-like hands drooped weakly, red blood dripped down the fingers, and the air was filled with a fishy smell of blood. The drop in hell stopped. Lin Jinhua ignored the half-body of the beaked bird beast on the ground and pushed the door out of the safe house. It was necessary to confirm what the safe house looked like, and why the beaked bird beast could detect it so keenly. After leaving the house, Lin Jinhua turned around and laughed out of anger. The overall shape of her safe house was a blue tree that was no different from the surroundings. It should have been generated after entering the dungeon. But there were several glass windows on this blue tree, and the number and shape matched the windows in her safe house. Not to mention that there were curtains on the largest window, and the scenery inside the house was unobstructed. It would be strange if the beaked bird beast didn't notice it. Now you can still see the big butt of the beaked bird beast hanging outside the safe house. Lin Jinwei rushed back to the safe house. First, put the body of the beaked bird beast into an empty ring, and then immediately opened the maul in the panel, found the window reinforcement product, and bought it with one click. Because the existing windows were severely damaged, Lin Jinwei had to pay an extra 300 points for repairs. This is even a discount for buying upgrade services, otherwise it would cost 666 points just to repair it. Why did she feel a little bit of irony? She said that every time she passed a dungeon, there was a firm window reinforcement, and the price was not cheap, so it was waiting for her here, looking carefully. Except for the broken windows, the wall was basically not damaged much, which should be the bonus of the first game upgrade. After all, wall reinforcement also costs 1,500 points. After the purchase, the window made a pleasant construction sound of ding-dong, and a flash of light passed by, and her window was restored to its original state, and it looked like a double-layer window. Ah, the light that just flashed, it must be her money. The light disappeared along with her money. Lin Jinwei gritted her teeth in anger and activated the sweeping monk skill to clean this area thoroughly. After she finished cleaning, she looked up and saw that the defense system had turned yellow. That means the current environment is still unsafe. The safe house is not that safe either. She looked at her hands after she finished cleaning. She didn't deal with her hands first because she was afraid that the smell of the beaked bird's blood would attract other creatures. She could only be thankful that woodpeckers are not gregarious birds, otherwise they would all rush over in such large sizes. That would be terrible. Her hands were covered with fine blood spots. The wounds were not big, and some blood began to seep through the gloves, but under her physique, they had begun to heal slowly. Lin Jinwei took off her gloves, repaired them directly with sewing, and placed them aside first, waiting for the wounds on her hands to heal before putting them on again. After finishing the arrangement, she left the safe house again and checked the condition of the upgraded windows. Yeah, very good. The current safe house looks like a simple blue tree. But it seems that it is not so hidden. The position of the window will reflect some light when it is exposed to light. If there are some animals that are sensitive to light, they may notice this situation. It seems that the windows need to be upgraded or strengthened. If they continue to strengthen, the next level is 5,000 points. She can't find this money anywhere on her body. Lin Jinwei walked to the place where the beaked bird beast first pecked, and looked up. There was a big hole at a height of about 2 meters, and red liquid was oozing out of the hole. Like the blood of the tree. Blue background with red, a color combination that makes people tremble. Then think of the intestines that were just pecked out by birds and beasts. This tree. Lin Jinwei's eyes flashed, and he took out the thief's knife, jumped up suddenly, grabbed the branch, and then stabbed his hand into the big hole with force, and pushed down hard. From the big hole, all the way to the bottom of the tree, a channel was cut. A large amount of red liquid began to seep out. The wound on Lin Jinwei's hand was almost healed, and he put on gloves again and reached into the cut area. He was forced to open it to both sides. Just like a person opening a double-breasted shirt on his chest. She opened the skin of the blue tree. Hiss. As the movement, a sound that made people's teeth ache came. A little bit, slowly tore it open, accompanied by a sweet and greasy fragrance that came to her face, making her squint her eyes. Finally, the bark in front of her was completely opened, and she could see the structure of the tree clearly. Inside, there were densely packed internal organs, all stacked together, just like the distribution of human internal organs. She was in the abdomen, corresponding to the small intestines that were squeezed together. They were intertwined, each as thick as an arm. The small intestines were still moving and contracting. Every expansion was accompanied by heat and sweetness, and this smell would make people dizzy if they smelled it for a long time. It seemed that the beaked bird and beast had eaten the large intestine just now, but now the large intestine was empty. Plop. Since the small intestines were still moving, it meant that this tree was still alive. Lin Jinwei moved a little closer and looked up at the uncut part above. In the shadow of the internal organs, a giant heart was beating, as big as a basketball. At this time, there was a human face on the heart. The human face looked straight at Lin Jinwei through his internal organs, and at the moment when her hair stood up, the face closed its eyes. A tear dripped from the corner of its eye. Lin Jinwei's danger sensor did not sound, and she reached out to catch the tear. The tear turned into a light blue crystal in her hand, transparent and pure. Very beautiful. After the tear turned into a crystal, the beating of the heart stopped. There was a moment of silence in the air, and Lin Jinhua looked up. The heart had stopped beating, and the color was covered with a gray color. She took a step back, and the internal organs of the blue tree were all covered with dust. It was dead. Chapter 102. The whole tree turned gray, as if it had been given a gray filter, making it stand out in the blue woods. Ah! Lin Jinhua wanted to continue observing the state of the blue tree, but suddenly a scream came from not far away. Player? Or aboriginal? The voice sounded like a male. Along with the human scream, there was also the chirping of birds. Attacked? Her eyebrows twisted, and the tear crystal disappeared in her palm. I don't know what the composition and principle of the tear crystal are yet, so I can only go back and study it. The bow reappeared in her hand, and the arrow was also carried behind her back. Lin Jinhua activated the Invisible Man's skill, and quickly ran to the place where the sound came from. Running in the blue primeval forest is a strange experience. I didn't expect that just the change of color could bring such a strong sense of weirdness. There was deathly silence all around, with only the sound of wind blowing the leaves and the occasional bird calls. The trees in this forest are huge, towering into the sky, with complex branches intertwined, seemingly covering the sky. But they are not as big as the trees in the forest tribe. It's just that here you can keep your feet on the ground, stepping on the soil or moss with every step. The moss in the primeval forest is blue-purple, spreading and growing on the ground, winding around the tree trunk step by step. To say something inappropriate, the scene in front of me is very similar to the color scheme of Monet's water lilies. Strange and beautiful. Moss is not in every area. For example, there was no moss near Lin Jinua's safe house. As she ran 50 meters away, moss appeared in the following areas. We are almost there. The sound came from the front. Lin Jinhua quickened her pace. It was less than 2 minutes. If the other party could hold on, she should be in time. However, when she arrived at the location, the scene in front of her made Lin Jinua's breath choke. She dodged and hid behind the bushes. It was too late to save him. A bird twice as big as the beaked bird stood in an open space, surrounded by fallen trees, which should have been swept down by its wings that were at least 6 wide on one side. How could it be so big? The appearance of this bird was both an eagle and a vulture. It was blue-black in color, with only the pupils being bright red. If it closed its eyes and hid in the woods, it should be difficult to be found. At this time, the bird was holding a human head in its black mouth. A player's head. There was also a nickname displayed on it. My head hurts. It looked very painful. Lin Jinhua clenched the bow in her hand, swallowed her saliva, and continued to observe the surrounding environment carefully. The fallen trees around were constantly oozing red liquid from the broken parts. The shape of the internal organs could be seen from the cross-section. There were also drooping intestines and stomachs on the tree stumps, which had also stopped moving. Will the tree die if its internal organs are destroyed? The player's body was still lying beside it, and the eagle vulture seemed to have no interest in the body. In fact, the eagle vulture was not interested in the player's head either. The blood on the player's neck had dried up, which meant that it had been torn off when the scream was heard. Lin Jinhua had arrived at the fastest speed, and should have had enough time to swallow it. But no. It was playing. The eagle vulture held the player's head in its mouth, shook it, and threw it into the air. It made a happy sound of quacking, and came forward to bite the head again. It even stamped its feet excitedly. Its claws made a clacking sound when stepping on the leaves. Its huge wings flapped, bringing a strong wind. Lin Jinhua lowered her body to prevent it from noticing. Do you want to kill it? Her finger shrank on the arrow, estimating the difference in combat power between them. Its size is too large. Humans are prone to giant fear for creatures that are much larger than themselves or that are not in line with common sense. Even though Lin Jinhua had experienced the blood beast tide in the biochemical crisis and the ghosts in the ghost stalls, she thought she had a stronger psychological quality, but those objects were the same size as her. She had never encountered such a huge creature, not to mention that this creature was holding her compatriot in its mouth. The eagle vulture was walking contentedly with a human head in its mouth, with its wings raised high, as if showing something. If she went to fight, would her end up like a headache? She didn't want a headache. In this situation, Lin Jinhua felt fear and palpitations for the first time in a long time. The metal of the arrowhead reflected her face, which was already covered with sweat. What a useless look. Lin Jinhua clenched the bow and arrow in her hand, and made up her mind. Kill! This eagle vulture was too close to her safe house. I don't know what its specific species is, but if it is more like an eagle, it should have good eyesight, and the reflection of the safe house window cannot escape its observation. Not to mention that it seems to love the feeling of playing with human heads now. If this head is rotten, will it specifically look for heads to play with? It can't be left. There are still 4 minutes before the skill of Invisible Man is over. A quick fight, and a quick decision. Lin Jinwei put on protective glasses, and glued an opening screen on the arrow. At the moment, when the eagle vulture raised its wings again, she aimed at the eagle vulture's abdomen and shot it straight. After shooting, she leaned over and quickly moved to the other side. After the opening screen was ignited, sparks would be generated within 3 meters. This arrow has a mist effect, and with the explosion effect of the opening screen, if it can hit the eagle vulture's abdomen, it may directly cause huge damage. The eagle vulture reacted quickly. Facing the rapidly shot arrow, it had no time to retract its open wings. So it raised its claws. Crack. Crushed the arrow with one hand. What an amazing force. Lin Jinyue's breathing stagnated, but fortunately open screen exploded smoothly, and the figure of the eagle vulture was instantly surrounded by flames. It made a sharp explosion, spit out the painful head from its mouth, and flapped its wings violently, extinguishing most of the flames. It was ready to take off. Can't let it fly. They just looked at each other. Danger sense was flashing quickly at this moment. If it was allowed to fly into the air, then Lin Jinwei would be dead. This kind of birds are used to ambushing prey in the air. In the air, their speed and strength will be greatly improved. Lin Jinwei stopped abruptly, turned around and rushed straight towards the eagle vulture, and the moment he aimed at it, he had already launched the Teacher's Majesty. The eagle vulture's movements froze in the air. Now, Lin Jinwei gritted his teeth, changed to Thief's Dagger, stepped hard on the fallen tree trunk next to the eagle vulture, and jumped to climb onto the eagle vulture's back. The next moment, she hugged the eagle vulture's neck with her left hand, and suddenly launched cut, cut, cut. While holding Thief's Dagger in her right hand, she stabbed it into its neck fiercely. The eagle vulture was still in a state of stiffness, but it did not affect the wounds on its body and the blood. It was too big, and it took a certain amount of time for cut, cut, cut to spread to the whole body, and the mental energy consumed was beyond Lin Jinyue's imagination. She felt dizzy. No kill notification. Lin Jinwei gritted her teeth, retracted the dagger in her right hand, and hugged the eagle vulture's neck with both hands, and launched cut, cut, cut together. The goal was to go straight to its head and chest. If it is not certain whether the vital points of different types of birds and beasts are the same, then attack at the same time. Lin Jinwei has always hated close combat. She felt that she was very fragile from the bottom of her heart. She could not beat most monsters, so she would only bully ghosts. Therefore, the props and weapons she had made were all long-range and sneak attacks. So Lin Jinwei never thought that one day, she would hug the neck of a giant bird and beast so intimately, and use all her strength to launch close combat abilities. This moment was her peak battle. The continuous use of cut, cut, cut consumed a lot of mental energy, and Lin Jinyue's eyes went black and white from time to time. But she did not stop. A trace of cruelty flashed in her eyes, and she grabbed the flesh of the eagle vulture with her hands and launched the skill again. There was no intact place on the body of the eagle vulture, and there were wounds everywhere. Especially the chest area seemed to be chopped by a chef with poor knife skills. The outer layer of flesh turned into foam and scattered on the ground, revealing the bloody heart inside. Gaw! The intense pain actually made the eagle vulture break free from the Teacher's Majesty in advance. Its neck swung wildly, its wings trembled, and thick blood spurted out of its open mouth. It was approaching death. The eagle vulture had some intelligence, so it felt panic. It couldn't understand what hurt it, and now it just wanted to shake off the toy on its body. The toy just now had no ability, his fist couldn't hit itself at all, and it took off his head easily. The eagle vulture endured the pain, and flapped its huge wings to continue flying. The sky is a shelter for it. In its panic movement just now, its wings scratched back in an anthropomorphic way, and at the end of the wings, there was a pair of human hands hidden in the tip feathers. The pair of human hands had sharp claws, like beasts, twice the size of ordinary people's hands, and also had no palms. The hands were caught off guard in the action, and they scratched Lin Jinyue's back, revealing 4 deep bloody marks. Hiss! Lin Jinwei groaned, and saw from the corner of her eye that her defense value had returned to 0, and her health value was also decreasing. Not good. She grabbed the eagle vulture's neck tightly, without letting go, and launched cut, cut, cut again. Let's see who can hold on to the end. She has always been very perseverant. The eagle vulture was even more enraged, and regardless of her own wounds, it shook fiercely. Lin Jinhua was thrown off from the back, and her body was about to slide down along the neck, but her hands were still tightly around its neck, twisting its feathers and flesh fiercely. The eagle vulture looked down, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he wanted to bite Lin Jinhua's head. This is its new toy, but Lin Jinhua's movements were faster. Her left hand went deep into the flesh of the eagle vulture, digging hard, causing it to raise its head in pain. And her right hand went straight into the big hole in the chest, holding the huge heart. 5 fingers were inserted into the heart fiercely, very firmly. At this time, Lin Jinhua suddenly released her left hand, and with inertia, both hands were inserted into the chest of the eagle vulture, and both hands held the heart of the eagle vulture. Plop! The heart vibrated in her hand, and blood sprayed all over her body, and her face was covered with blood. But her eyes were still bright. After being shocked by the touch of the heart for a moment, her face was stern, and she gritted her teeth and launched cut again without mercy. This time, the target was concentrated on this heart. In an instant, the heart shattered and blood overflowed. The eagle vulture raised its head and let out a last scream, losing its strength and slowly falling to the ground. The player has killed 1 chin-level eagle and received 45 points. Lin Jinhua squatted on the ground to calm her breathing, and raised her hand to wipe off some of the blood on her face. She stuffed a live corn sausage into her mouth to keep herself alive, then twisted the live coke and tilted her head back to pour it into her mouth. After drinking it, she breathed a sigh of relief. Is it just a chin level? Maybe it's just big in size, which makes people scared. If you know the method, it's not difficult to kill it. Eagle? It's really a combination of an eagle and a vulture? Lin Jinhua took out a wet towel to wipe her face, and put the body of the eagle into the ring. Prepared to bury the head. The raised footsteps stopped, and began to retreat. She saw that the blue paper strips, like roots, stretched out from the land around the intact blue trees, slowly wrapping around the head and body of the head. It covered little by little, until there was no figure at all. If you look closely below the place where the eagle was just captured, you can see the blue roots shrinking back because they lost their target. She understood. Birds and beasts eat the organs of the blue tree, and the blue tree eats the bodies of humans and birds and beasts. This is a food chain. So what should humans eat? Chapter 103. Lin Jinhua turned around quickly and returned to her safe house. Her physical and mental strength had been exhausted, and now she had a splitting headache, as if countless woodpeckers were pecking at her brain. The wound on her back was also burning, and now she was dizzy. Her vision was sometimes clear and sometimes black. She seemed to understand what colorful black was. She had never been injured so badly. How could she have played 2 games just after entering the game? On the way back to the safe house, she did not encounter any more birds. As soon as she entered the house, she took off her clothes and went to the bathroom to wash her hair and take a shower. When she took off her clothes, she pulled a wound, and she grimaced in pain. She had to wash it cleanly. Hiss. The hot water touched the wound on her back, and Lin Jinhua took a deep breath. It really hurts. Blood mixed with water flowed down. Fortunately, the water source was upgraded. Otherwise, if there were parasites in the previous river water source, it would feel like they could be stuck in the safe house. Turning her head to look over with the help of a mirror, the wound was about 2 centimeters deep under the skin, and the flesh on both sides was turned outward, which looked scary and painful. Fortunately, birds and animals should not have any viruses. Will there be bird flu? I need to eat a sterile egg later. Does this wound need to be sutured? Lin Jinhua fell into deep thought. Her current healing power can heal small wounds, but she has never had such a large wound before. It is estimated that it will take a certain amount of time to heal completely, and she has to worry about infection and aggravation of the injury during the healing process. Why does she feel like she is tap dancing on the edge of death? Lin Jinhua, with a wooden face, put her hands behind her back and sprinkled hemostatic powder on her back, but suture. Got it. Lin Jinhua wrapped herself in a towel, left the bathroom, and entered the exhibition hall, walked to the bed, and said to Husi and I, "Can you help me suture?" Husi and I also has hands. Husi and I heard what Lin Jinhua said, raised his hands high in the air and swung them, as if he had been greatly shocked. It took the suture bag and put it on the bed, stretched out its fingers and poked it, and seemed to be thinking about how to start. Thinking very seriously. Lin Jinhua, it seems not possible. She sighed, threw the clothes she changed into the washing machine, filled it with disinfectant and ran it. She boiled water, soaked Bang Bang barbecued pork, and put a sterile egg on it. Bang Bang barbecued pork can enhance immunity within 8 hours after consumption. Virus, go away. This time was the most serious injury she suffered, and she had to take good precautions. She tore a piece of cloth to make a belly band and wore it on her body, eating noodles with her back open, thinking about what to do next. First of all, I have to recover from my wounds. I can't stay in an unsafe house for a long time. I don't know when a bird will knock on the window. So far, I have encountered two types of birds. One is an ordinary bird and the other is a raptor. The same thing is that they have become very large. It is not difficult to imagine that there are all kinds of strange mutant birds here. So the biggest crisis of survival this time is the attack of large mutant birds. Then what about the blue tree? The blue tree will devour and digest dead humans and birds and beasts. So does it have offensive power? These are all doubts that need to be observed and proofread. Lin Jinwei clicked on the panel, and the forum has not been successfully implanted. Clicked on the white letter. All of them were in a state where they could not communicate. Not a single friend came into the same game? She sighed. If only Patrick was here, she could touch the wound. Lin Jinhua raised her head and swallowed the last mouthful of soup, then took out a box of lunch. I haven't eaten enough. I need to eat more to have strength. The current time is 14:36. When I came in, I was in a hurry and started fighting directly, and I didn't have time to check the time. Now it is estimated that it was probably around 1400 hours. She also needs to understand the habits of birds, such as whether they will be quiet at night, so that she can have a good sleep. She didn't want to sleep soundly in the middle of the night, and a big mouth poked in from the window to play with her forehead. The bird was very happy, but Lin Jinwei was unhappy. Alas! Lin Jinwei finished the last mouthful of food and finally felt full. She got up to clean up the dishes and chopsticks, and the clothes were almost washed, so she took them out and hung them under the window. It was a bit cold wearing only a bellyband. The temperature on the display was 18 degrees. She simply turned on the air conditioner to blow the warm air on the clothes to dry them so that she could mend them. Wait a minute. Mend the clothes. Skill 3. Sewing. You can stick multiple objects together without glue, and you can choose the way to sew to a certain extent. Can her body also be considered part of the object? She can choose the way to sew. Gulp. Lin Jinwei swallowed her saliva and took a deep breath to calm her a little excited mood. She felt it was worth trying. In this copy, she couldn't escape the battle. If she was injured every time, and it was difficult to heal, she wouldn't survive for 99 days. The smell of blood will also attract animals. But if her skills can suture her wounds and not leave them open to bleed, it can reduce infection and restore a certain amount of combat power. As long as she converts more food and makes food that promotes wound healing, she can greatly improve her survival ability. There are medicines in the mall, but they are expensive. For example, a set of hemostatic suture sets costs 300 points, and you need to operate it yourself. There are similar medicines for automatic sutures, one for 1399 points. There are also broken limb growth, which requires 13,999 points. There are also rooms, like the infirmary in the mall, which are even more expensive than she can afford. I have to take a gamble. Lin Jinwei looked up. Her eyes were firm, and she had made a decision. She opened the gate of the basement and walked down. Maybe the basement will be given as a reward, just to help players survive better in such a game copy. There are no windows in the basement, and it will be safer to sleep here at night. She spiraled down the stairs and took out the full-length mirror and put it in the basement. Venomous Tongue Mirror opened her mouth and kept talking. Oh, you finally remembered to let me out. How long has it been? It's so dark here, and it looks tattered. What is this big floral bellyband you're wearing? It's immoral. Lin Jinua's forehead jumped. She ignored Venomous Tongue Mirror, put the food that restored her health value next to her, and confirmed that her health value was full. She turned her back to the mirror. Hiss. A slightly larger movement would involve the wound, causing pain. Oh my god! Why is there such a big cut? I'm so scared, so scared. The transparent mouth on the Venomous Tongue Mirror opened wide, and let out an exaggerated cry. Shut up. Lin Jinwei couldn't bear it anymore and roared. The Venomous Tongue Mirror was frightened and shut its mouth in dismay. It seemed to know that it couldn't be venomous at this time, so it hid its mouth from the mirror, allowing Lin Jinwei to clearly see his back. Lin Jinwei sat on solid as a rock, took a deep breath, and connected his consciousness to the handicraft master's hut for assistance. Imagine yourself as part of the house. She whispered, took a deep breath, and calmed herself down. After her mind calmed down, she found that she could feel her body without a mirror. So she closed her eyes. She could further feel the existence of her body, and if she felt it carefully, she could feel that her body seemed to have turned into a white translucent shape. At this time, fur cracks slowly appeared on her back, emitting red light. My body is also part of the material. She activated sewing. At that moment, she felt several silver threads appear in her consciousness, slowly approaching the cracks on her back. Counting them, there were 10 in total, for corresponding to the largest cracks, and the remaining 2 were responsible for 1 crack. It was like a concrete manifestation of the skill. After the threads determined the working area, they pierced straight into one end of the crack without stopping. The next moment, severe pain came. Lin Jinhua almost couldn't control her screaming in pain, but she gritted her teeth and held it back. Keep your mind. The shock and fluctuation of your mind at that moment almost made the silk thread disappear. She stuffed a towel into her mouth and continued to let the silk thread move. Her body was sewn by the thread without anesthesia. Lin Jinhua could feel the thread piercing in and out of her wound, piercing in and out again. Then, it tightened suddenly. This was considered to be part of the sewing. She didn't know how long it had been, and every second felt long, accompanied by severe pain all the time. But she couldn't relax. Lin Jinhua divided her mental power into 2 parts, one part to keep her mind, and the other part to control the silk thread on her back. Her mental power was quickly consumed, and regenerated by strong willpower. She has always been very perseverant. Gradually, she became familiar with the pain. She spit out the towel in her mouth and stuffed a straw into her mouth, which was connected to the nutrient solution. This could also repair her mental power, to a certain extent. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the silk thread on her back was repaired. Her sweat never stopped, soaking her clothes, her hair was wet, and she looked like she had just been pulled out of the water. It looks like I need to wash my hair, and take a shower again. Lin Jinhua muttered, panting and turning her head to look at the mirror, and found that the hideous wound on her back had been repaired. Although it was obviously not completely healed, it was much better than the barbaric state just now. Success. Lin Jinhua pulled up the corners of her mouth, smiled with difficulty, and relaxed. Her tense nerves relaxed, and she fell straight to the floor of the safe house, and fell into a coma. Ouch, ouch, this little girl. Venomous Mirror's mouth slowly emerged again. Although it was talking, its voice was very soft. We don't have hands here, and we can't cover ourselves with a blanket or anything. An inexplicable gaze looked at Lin Jinua's wet belly band. The belly button is covered. Although it is wet, it is better than nothing. It muttered, but afraid of waking up Lin Jinhua, it hid its mouth in front of the mirror again. The unsafe house suddenly fell into silence. Lin Jinhua felt that he had fallen into that chaotic state again. It was as if the physical sensation during each transmission was infinitely stretched, and the body was full of pain from being beaten by a rolling pin, sore all over, but I didn't know where the injury was. But since the start of the ghost food stall, the transmission no longer had that feeling of being beaten. Has her body gotten used to it? Or has an unknown change occurred? Where is she now? Lin Jinhua looked around blankly, and a silver light flashed before her eyes. The silver light gradually became clearer, and finally turned into a silver thread. As soon as the thread appeared, it intimately wrapped around her body, rubbed her, and finally turned into a stream of light, and disappeared at her fingertips. Lin Jinhua, who was lying on the floor of the unsafe house, suddenly opened her eyes. What time is it? Are there any birds or beasts attacking? She jumped up with a carp jump, and this action caused the wound that she had stitched with great difficulty to be torn open a little, and the pain came again. Hiss. It still hurts. Girl, why are you in a hurry? Nothing happened. Looking at Lin Jinua's startled movements, Venomous Tongue Mirror said speechlessly. Lin Jinhua was stunned for a moment, and then checked the condition of her back in the mirror again. 80% of the stitches were closed, and the big movement just now tore it open a little, but it was not a big problem. She was lucky, the wound was on her back, and there was no damage to her internal organs. So what was sutured was the muscle structure of the back. Thanks to her art major, she had taken human anatomy classes before, and she had a certain understanding of muscle tissue, so she could sew it together smoothly. It seems that she still needs to understand the structure of the human body, so that if the stomach is opened, it can be sewed up. She added a line to her schedule in her mind. At this time, she remembered the dream she had before waking up. The silk thread entered her fingertips. What is that silver silk thread? Is it the embodiment of sewing? It seems that there are many ways to develop her skills. Lin Jinhua raised her hands, recalled the previous feeling, and activated sewing. The fingertips of each finger slowly extended a silver silk thread, which slowly swayed in the air, waiting for Lin Jinua's order. Because she was not very skilled, the speed of appearance and the speed of reaction to the order were a bit slow. Very good. I can be Spider-Man, Lin Jinhua thought. Chapter 104. Lin Jinhua climbed up the stairs with her hands and feet, opened the door little by little, and first stuck her head out to look at the environment of the unsafe owner's house. It was okay, everything was normal. It seemed that no birds attacked during her coma. Then she opened the door of the basement and climbed out. It's so cold. She shuddered. When she looked at the temperature, it was only 8 degrees outside, and the room was barely maintained at 15.6 degrees with a warm air conditioner. The clock showed that it was 8:32 in the evening. She had fainted for nearly 6 hours. It seemed that the temperature difference between day and night in this game copy was very large. If she wanted to spend the night outside, she had to prepare something warm. Lin Jinhua took off her dirty bellyband, washed her body, and disinfected the wound on her back. Then she wrapped herself in a winter coat that she had bought from the mall before, and went into the exhibition hall with a sniff. She moved the upper and lower tables in the exhibition hall to the basement. As long as the consciousness is connected, it can be moved directly, which is very convenient. The exhibition hall is too close to the window. It is very dangerous. After this experience, Lin Jinhua feels that she is more closely connected with her talent skills. If the previous talent was used entirely by intuition, now she can understand some of the threads in it. She feels that if she uses change again, she can get closer to the props she wants to produce. But these are all things to do tomorrow. Although she fainted for a long time, her spirit has not been restored much. Now she still has a faint pain, which needs to be relieved by deep sleep. Good night. After she said to Venomous Tongue Mirror, and call you to death, she closed her eyes, and lay on the bed, and fell asleep again. Thermostatic mattress adjusted a warm temperature. Oh, this little girl is really, she doesn't even cover herself with a blanket. She catch a cold, she gets sick. Venomous Mirror muttered softly, Sister Hu, please cover the little girl with a blanket. Hu Sini's hand hesitated in the air, thinking about how to cover the blanket without touching the wound. It finally covered the blanket above the waist, covered the back of the head with a thick coat, and covered the arms with the sleeves. Perfectly keep out the cold without touching the wound. Hu Sini seemed to be very satisfied with its work. It swayed in the air, and then hung down at the side of Lin Jinhua's bed with peace of mind. There was silence. Only the sound of Lin Jinhua's breathing was lightly scattered in the air of the basement. I had a good sleep. Lin Jinhua slept until almost noon. Even Hu Sini didn't slap her awake when she slept for 10 hours. It's so thoughtful. She climbed out of bed, and looked at her back in the mirror. She found that the wound had almost healed. She moved her body briefly. Except for some soreness, it was still bearable. The pain of yesterday was worth it. She greeted Venomous Mirror and called you dead, humming a song as she went up the stairs to the main house. There was nothing unusual in the main house. The safety value was still at the yellow level, still in an unsafe state. Hot. Unlike the coolness of last night, the temperature at noon was above 20 degrees. With the hard work of the heating and air conditioning, the indoor temperature was at least 25 degrees. Lin Jinhua put the thick coat on her body back into the space, and continued to wander around the house in her bellyband. The clothes were completely dry, so she quickly turned off the air conditioner. She was preparing breakfast while thinking about today's activities. Since her wounds were almost healed, she could leave the safe house to explore. After all, she also had the skill bonus of I'm out. She also hoped to meet players to communicate with. She didn't know much about birds, only basic knowledge. To be honest, the pointed beaks of birds scared her a little. If she could meet indigenous people and players who knew about birds, she could also exchange some information. The strange development direction of birds now must have developed from the source of a species. Just like the beak-bird beast is a woodpecker, and the eagle is an eagle plus a vulture. To be honest, she didn't really want to leave the unsafe house. Although it was unsafe, it was relatively safe. But now the color of the clock in the safe house has begun to turn red. According to this estimate, if she stays in the house for more than 24 hours, she will be kicked out. TSK. Force people to go out. The arrangements were almost done, and she started to eat today's breakfast. A meat dumpling with a panini, and a glass of super sober. It can increase the HP by 30% and keep you from being hungry for a day, plus the refreshing effect. It is a perfect breakfast. After eating and drinking, she put on the repaired tactical defense full set of clothes and left the unsafe house. The tree that the unsafe house mimics is about 3 meters high. When you open the door and come out, the door will automatically appear, and after closing the door, it will slowly disappear into the tree. Lin Jinhua turned over and climbed to the top of the tree of the unsafe house, holding the branch and looking into the distance. All she could see were blue trees. Even if she climbed to a height of 3 meters, she could only see the tops of some blue trees, and the middle of most blue trees. Given her poor sense of direction, how could she find her safe house when she went out without the map transmission function in the player gathering area? So the safe house will be moved every 3 days, just to worry that the players can't find the house outside. I have to say it's very considerate. According to her understanding of animals, there are generally racial habitats, right? From yesterday's good start, her unsafe house should have been placed around the habitat of birds of prey, so there is that huge eagle. Or are the birds in this area all very large? One thought after another kept appearing in Lin Jinyue's mind. In any case, moving is imminent. The birds that can break through the windows of the safe house are too dangerous. Since she got up, Lin Jinyue has been switching the pile of glasses in the space, and she has converted one standing high and seeing far. Stand high and see far. Just as the name says, the higher you stand when wearing it, the farther you can see. It is a dark pair of glasses. Lin Jinyue put it on, stood on tiptoe, and clung to the branches to continue looking around. This time, at the end of one direction, she saw some traces of mountains. Although it was also covered by blue trees, it should be correct. The terrain was a little undulating, and the blue trees there seemed to be taller. And it was in 2 directions from the location where the eagle was found yesterday, which was very good. Lin Jinyue immediately determined the direction to move forward. She turned over and got off the blue tree and moved forward in the determined direction. Just in case, she still made some marks on the blue trees along the way. Index tag after being attached, it will form a small inductive flower, which can only be detected by the user. Index tag is made of rags. After her skill is upgraded, the objects placed in a sealed bag will be defaulted as a whole and can be converted together. After the conversion, all the flowers on the rags have become small stickers that can be removed, which is suitable for use now. She saw the blue tree that died after being pecked by beaked birds and beasts yesterday. There are few internal organs left inside. It seems that it was eaten by scavenging birds and beasts. But no other roots of the same kind came forward to entangle and devour. Blue trees do not eat blue trees. Lin Jinyue marked it and remembered this. She took out the tear crystal she got yesterday and looked at it. She didn't know what it could do, so she put it away first. She walked along and marked along the way. As long as she closed her eyes, she could feel a flowery path appear in her mind. This made her feel at ease. Walking in the woods is not an easy thing. First of all, the trees do not stand in a row neatly to form a path. They mostly grow randomly, and the branches cross at high places to form a complex network of branches. It is very similar to people of different heights standing together randomly, with their arms stretched out and crossed. Secondly, there are various purple mosses on the ground, and you can slip if you are not careful. Paw. Lin Jinyue accidentally stepped on a large group of densely distributed mosses similar to starfish. She thought she would slip to the ground, but she didn't expect that the reason why she almost fell was the opposite. The tiny starfish-shaped leaves of the moss are like small hands, with a certain suction and grip, and grabbed her feet when Lin Jinyue stepped down. The unexpected force almost made her slip. Looking down, the trembling leaves had quickly covered her beautiful instrument of torture, and were also spreading to her legs. She quickly pulled out her feet, and shook off the starfish moss on them. The mosses that slipped off her legs did not die after landing, but quickly took root and grew. What a terrible vitality. Did it want to devour her feet just now? Lin Jinyue took note, bypassed this piece of moss, and continued to move forward. Looking at the time, she had walked for half an hour, but had not received the skill bonus of I'm out, which meant that she had not walked 1 kilometer. It was really hard to walk. She took off her mask, and drank a few sips of nutrient solution to replenish her energy. She had not encountered any birds so far, but she did not relax because of this, and remained alert. Before pushing away the branches, she would look at the environment in front and decide whether to move forward. Get the buff first. Finally, after she carefully avoided a group of emerald purple mushroom-shaped moss that looked strange, a system reminder came that she had obtained a buff. Congratulations on obtaining a temporary buff, Biological Encyclopedia. You can learn the name and basic information of the target. There is such a good buff. Lin Jinyue immediately turned her head to look at the group of emerald purple eye-catching moss. Name, purple hair moss. Information, highly poisonous. Eat it, and you will be poisoned if it comes into contact with the wound. Such concise information. Mosses are actually poisonous? This is also a mutation. Lin Jinyue trembled and moved her eyes away, taking 3 steps back away from the purple hair moss. She remembered something again, and took out a few empty nutrient solution bottles from the space and cut them in half. Holding the plastic tube in her hand, Lin Jinhua approached the purple hair moss cautiously, took out a pair of chopsticks, quickly picked it up and stuffed it into the bottle. If the purple hair moss could speak, it would definitely curse now. Lin Jinhua always believed that as long as it couldn't poison her, it was a good thing. She could poison people, birds, and everything that wanted to kill her. There were not many purple hair mosses on the ground, about 3 or 4 balls, which could fill 2 plastic bottles. She received them and placed them properly in the ring. Can this buff be permanent? She squatted on a very clean piece of land that had been swept away and asked the rolling pin. The rolling pin ignored her. I pay the points? Lin Jinhua raised her voice. After a pause, the system suddenly agreed. Yes. Lin Jinhua's face was happy, and a panel appeared in front of her, automatically opening the mall page and adding a temporary column buff. The amount is displayed above. 100 points to unlock the biological encyclopedia buff, validity, 12 hours, it's so expensive. Lin Jinhua now only has about 4,000 points left. If she earns 100 points a day, she can only use it for 40 days. If she unlocks a new buff later, can she buy it in the mall? As long as she has enough points. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar voice sounded not far away. She was familiar with this voice, most likely a colorful beaked bird beast trying hard. Suddenly Lin Jinhua's eyes glowed green. She was no longer afraid of encountering birds. That was not a life-threatening bird, it was a moving point. It was a good time to try out her new skills. Chapter 105. The beaked bird was pecking at a taller blue tree quickly. It was estimated to be about 5 meters high. The position where this beaked bird stayed was also higher than the one yesterday. In the woods, there are always some fallen trees that form strange shapes, which look like a tent. When Lin Jinhua watched wilderness survival programs in the past, the survival guests could always find a tree tent in the woods that was just right for overnight stays. She always suspected that the program team had prepared it. Now she came to the primeval forest and found that it was formed naturally. Sorry, the program team, I blamed you wrongly. Strange thoughts popped up in Lin Jinhua's head one after another. She hid behind a fallen blue tree and used the invisible man's skill to sneak a peek. Name, beaked bird. Description, non-toxic, with an extremely sharp mouth, which is the main means of attack. Live alone. This time the description is longer. Living alone would be great, but I'm afraid it lives in groups. The beaked bird beast didn't notice Lin Jinhua and was still pecking at the tree quickly, so fast that after images appeared in front of his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Jinhua's eyebrows suddenly twisted. If we estimate from yesterday's height, the beaked bird beast ate intestines, then today this one. Is it eating the brain? Do blue trees also have brains? Knock, knock, knock. Yes. The beaked bird beast pecked through the tree trunk, inserted its mouth, and used force to expand the tree hole, then stirred it inside, making a puff-puff sound. It finally took out a piece of brain. Fresh, pink, and dripping with blood. Plop. The blood dripped onto the moss under the tree, and Lin Jinhua looked at it intently. Name, unknown moss. Description, no attribute. No attribute, this moss is shaped like a mushroom, light blue and a little whitish. She didn't know whether to call it mushroom or moss. The blood dripped into the middle of the moss, and the area on the head that resembled the mushroom cap was pressed into a bowl shaped by the blood. The drop of blood disappeared instantly. It was absorbed. The color of the moss suddenly became brighter, as if it was nourished. The color gradually transitioned from the center to purple, from a gray mushroom to a charming mushroom. The description also changed at this time. Name, dizziness moss. Description, neurotoxin, a small amount of consumption causes dizziness in the brain, and a large amount of consumption causes brain death. Is it because of the liquid that touched the brain that caused the change? Only a drop of liquid can cause such a change, so if the internal organs of the tree are eaten, will it be extremely harmful to the body? But for the beaked bird beast, it seemed like a feast. The beaked bird beast excitedly flapped its wings, shook its neck, raised its head high, and was about to swallow the whole piece of brain. At this time, Lin Jinhua also took action. The arrow with increased speed shot towards the chest of the beaked bird beast in the blink of an eye. The beaked bird beast was surprised by the arrow that was coming at a high speed and subconsciously opened its mouth wide, and the brain was still stuck in its throat. It was too urgent, and it only had time to move its body slightly, so that the arrow did not hit the heart, but the center of the chest. Ga. The brain fell from its mouth, and the beaked bird beast screamed in pain. The arrow pierced its chest, and nailed to the tree. At the same time, Lin Jinua's figure approached quickly. She climbed up the tree quickly with the help of the lower branches around her, and rushed straight to the beak bird beast. Silver silk threads appeared in her 10 fingers, and continued to stretch. As the threads stretched, the number of threads gradually decreased, and finally when there were only 2 threads left, it finally reached the length that could be tied. The moment Lin Jinua's hand touched the beak bird beast, the silver silk thread tied up the beak bird beast's mouth and body. Losing the fulcrum, the beak bird beast and Lin Jinhua fell together from a height of more than 3 meters. Lin Jinhua did not let go, but pulled the silk thread tighter, just like the beak bird beast used as a cushion to fall down, and fell to the ground with it. Her feet were still on its chest, and the silk thread in her hand did not slacken at all. Falling from this height did not cause too many problems for her current physique, but there was some shock. But it was different for the beak bird beast. A lot of thick blood oozed out of the place where it was tightened, and the rise and fall of the chest cavity had gradually weakened. Success. Experiment 1. Can the silk thread of sewing be used for binding? Lin Jinhua could not hide the joy in her eyes. That was the next experiment. In order to increase the strength, her hands had been crossed on her chest, and her hands were pulled deeply behind her. Her eyes flashed, and on this basis, she launched cut. In an instant, the place where the beak bird beast and the silk thread first oozed fine blood flowers, and then spurted out. Success again. Experiment 2. Can the silk thread of sewing be regarded as an extension of the hands? Great harvest. The beak bird in front of him was already dying. Even so, its eyes were still rolling up from bottom to top, staring at Lin Jinhua with an anthropomorphic expression. That was resentment and appetite. Lin Jinhua raised his eyebrows, and did not continue to torture it. He took back the silk thread in one hand, took out the dagger and stabbed it directly into the chest of the beak bird, ending its life. The player has killed one E-level beak bird and obtained 15 points. The light in the beak bird's eyes went out. The eagle still had more points, but it was also difficult to kill. She gradually mastered the hunting method of the beak bird. As long as you control its mouth and prevent its tongue from coming out, the attack power of other places is not strong. It's strange. Why is the means of attack the tongue? Seeing how fast they peck at trees, it's not very good to use it to peck people. Lin Jinhua thought about it, collected the body of the beak bird on the ground, and came to the blue tree that it pecked. The brain is about 3 meters away, so what are the internal organs above? This tree is more than 5 meters tall, and above that are the scattered branches and leaves. The biological atlas did not explain the blue tree. Is it beyond its ability? Lin Jinhua waited for a while, but did not see the blue tree wither in front of her. The intestines were eaten to death, but the brain was eaten and nothing happened. What a magical tree. She also placed a mark on it, and if she has time, she can compare and observe it. Lin Jinhua did not stay too long and continued to move forward in the direction she was optimistic about. Along the way, she also found that the buff of the biological atlas was not that powerful. It could not identify the species of many mosses, and at most it would prompt non-toxic. Aren't plants also living things? This illustration is not good. Lin Jinhua complained bitterly. Now it has been more than 3 hours since she left the unsafe house. During this period, she encountered several beak bird beasts, all of which were single birds pecking at trees diligently. Don't you do anything else? She wanted to pass by quietly, but once the beak bird beasts sensed her breath, they would immediately give up the delicious internal organs in their mouths and fly towards Lin Jinhua. Why is this? Is it because she is relatively new? Lin Jinhua could only put on a stern face and quickly enter the combat state. Today's moon meteor hammer has a little crescent tip, so she brought it out to use. Just in time to hit the beak bird beast with a hammer when it flew over, it was knocked directly to the ground. The beak bird beast had stars in its eyes and had no strength to fly up. At this time, Lin Jinhua went up to tie it up and stabbed its chest, and the life of a beak bird beast came to an end. Her movements became more and more skilled as she faced the beak bird beasts more and more times. Although she didn't grasp the timing twice, and was injured by the spikes on the tongue on her shoulders and waist. But she had some defense and only scratched her skin a little, without losing any health. As she continued to use the silk thread of sewing, her skills were being trained, and the silk threads that could be extended became more and more flexible. Her skill proficiency was also improving, and it seemed that she would upgrade faster this time. After cleaning up the beak bird beast corpses on the ground, there were already 4 beak bird beasts stacked high in the ring. It was about to be full. It was almost time. It was 10:47 when she went out, and it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As the sun set, the temperature was gradually dropping. It's time to go back. The further she walked, the more beaked birds she encountered. After walking for a few minutes, she would hear knocking sounds. If the unsafe house was moved here, she would worry about her sleep at night. It seems that her unsafe house is not completely a habitat for beaked birds. There are only a few scattered ones, and here is the dense gathering area of beaked birds. It's better to go back tonight. Going back along the way she came, the speed will be much faster. It took her less than 2 hours to return to the unsafe house. Thanks to the mark, it saved the road idiot. The moment she saw the unsafe house, Lin Jinhua was really relieved. It also proves that the mark will not be erased by the blue tree within a few hours. The time display in the unsafe house is now 6:11, and it has returned to white, which means that the player can stay in the house for a while longer. Looking out the window, it is dusk. The blue trees are covered with a warm halo. If this is not a death game, it must be a very beautiful picture that people can appreciate slowly. When the sun completely disappeared, the temperature dropped by 10 degrees. The warm and peaceful atmosphere just now disappeared in an instant. Looking out the window, under the cover of night, there was no light shining, only a little starlight and moonlight shining on the blue tree, adding a touch of weirdness. Lin Jinhua tightened her hand holding the curtain. An idea came to her mind. Could it be that night is the hunting time for blue trees? How do blue trees hunt? Where do birds live at night? There are more and more questions, and they can only be verified bit by bit. Lin Jinhua turned on the air conditioner, washed her clothes first, and checked that the wound on her back had almost healed, leaving only 2 shallow suture scars. She simply treated the wounds on her shoulder and waist, and did not take a shower immediately. She still had work to do in the evening. She planned to dissect the bodies of those birds. There are many parts of birds that can be used as handicraft materials. For example, feathers can be used as her arrow feathers. Her arrow feathers were previously made of thin wood or plastic sheets. If they were replaced with feathers, the weight of the arrows would be reduced, which would help reduce the resistance of the arrows in the air and thus increase the speed. It can also maintain better accuracy when shooting at long distances. If she remembered correctly, the ancients preferred the feathers of birds of prey as arrow feathers. One is that the shape is suitable, and the other is that in traditional concepts, birds of prey are better than other birds, so their feathers are more suitable for arrows. It just so happens that she has an eagle, a giant one, and there is nothing more powerful than it. But because there is only one, Lin Jinhua plans to deal with the body of the beaked bird first. She spent 150 points to buy a dozen glass bottles of different sizes from the mall, intending to use them to store organs. Lin Jinhua would never admit that she was influenced by the behavior of the ghosts. She entered the magic house, put on gloves, took out a relatively small beaked bird beast corpse from the ring, and placed it in the middle of the room. Although it was smaller, it was about 1.5 meters long. Thanks to the preservation level of the ring, the beaked bird beast was exactly the same as when it was just killed, and it was still dripping with blood when it was taken out. She connected her consciousness to the handicraft master's hut to assist in the operation, and tried the new material decomposition function after the upgrade of cut for the first time. It was amazing that when she activated it, the beaked bird beast in front of her suddenly became transparent, and the blood flow stopped. She was just like playing a disassembly game. With a flick of her finger, she could remove the eyeballs and put them in a glass bottle. With a wave of her hand, she pulled out all the feathers on the body and placed them aside. Soon, there was no feather on the beaked bird beast, only a bare body. It should be said. It looks like a big chicken. It should be delicious if roasted. By the way, she had been in this dungeon for 2 days, and she had only eaten the stalk, and she hadn't seen any other edible fruits. Lin Jinhua looked at the bald bird in front of her. It wouldn't be that in this game dungeon, birds are the food source for their players. Right? After all, the blue tree is even more weird, and its internal organs look poisonous. At least birds can be regarded as chickens if you bite them. I heard that people eat roasted sparrows before, and they are very fragrant. She shook her head violently, and when she thought of the beaked bird beast eating the internal organs of the blue tree, she didn't want to eat it all of a sudden. After all, there is still enough food inventory now, so she might as well put it away first. Before dissecting the abdominal cavity, she cut off the claws of the beaked bird beast and held them in her hand for careful observation. It really looks exactly like a human hand. Whether in size or touch, it is no different from human fingers. There are even round nails on it, which look carefully trimmed. Lin Jinhua compared her own hands and inexplicably felt that this was a pair of female hands. This made her feel creepy from the bottom of her heart. Who knows how this hand came about? Could it be that birds in this game world evolved into humans? Or did humans degenerate into birds? She could only put this opponent into a glass jar first. The tongue of the beaked bird beast was also cut off and collected by category. The next step was to dissect it. With the experience of the ghost food stall, Lin Jinhua subconsciously processed it in the way of the eyeball chef. First, take out the brain, then open the abdominal cavity, sort the internal organs into glass bottles, and finally cut the meat into small pieces and mark them in small packages to put them in the ring. She always felt like watching her grandmother kill chickens and ducks during the spring festival. She didn't expect that she would have this day. When she goes back to show her grandmother a trick, she will definitely be praised. Her thoughts ran away again. Lin Jinhua left the beak of the bird beast and didn't put it away. With the idea of doing it all, she dissected the remaining 3 beaks together. With cut, she didn't have to do everything by herself. Most of it could be done with the help of consciousness and skills, which was very convenient. Even after dissecting 4, she couldn't help feeling a little tired. The use of skills consumed her mental energy. After entering the death game for so long, her mental power has become stronger after continuous overdraft and recovery, which can support her high-intensity use. Lin Jinhua took off her gloves, disinfected her hands, rubbed her eyebrows and temples, and moved her limbs that were a little stiff after standing for a long time. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and because of the effect of breakfast, she didn't feel hungry now. Lin Jinhua planned to finish the work at hand before going to bed. She looked at the 4 hard beaks and a pile of feathers. It's time to strengthen her weapons. Chapter 106. She was a little narrow-minded before. Lin Jinhua reflected. She only thought of using ready-made metals to improve the strength of her weapons, and didn't think of this pure natural and pollution-free resource. This is also related to the previous copy. I didn't see many animals before. Now I see them, and it doesn't feel good. She clicked on the blueprint app in the panel, and added the beak and feathers as the upgrade materials for the arrows. Ding. Success. It seems that change is also activated at the same time. It seems that more than that. She felt that all her skills were coordinated and activated together. She had never felt this way before. Since the perception upgrade last night, she could begin to distinguish the proportion of skills used when activating talents. Yes, handicrafts are all cutting and sewing. She looked at the arrow column in the panel, and a new arrow blueprint had been added. Broken feather arrow increases the attack speed and power by 30% when used, and has a certain armor-breaking effect. This is the arrow with the greatest power increase so far. The whole arrow looks very gorgeous. It seems that the strength of the beak is not only used in the arrow head, but also in the arrow body. The tail feathers use the colorful feathers of the beaked bird beast, which looks like a high-level equipment in the game. The kind that shines with golden light when taken out. It seems to have inherited the nature of the beaked bird beast to a certain extent. The current inventory is only enough to make about 40 arrows, and 1 beak can only make 10 arrows. It doesn't matter. Let's do it first. Lin Jinhua clicked on the production in the drawing, and after ensuring that it can work all the time, he finished today's work. I'm exhausted. She stood up and stretched her body, then went to wash her hair and take a shower. Today is only the 2nd day. Lin Jinhua thought while brushing her teeth. This high intensity made her feel like a long time had passed. But it's not bad this way. Lin Jinhua spit out the foam, washed her face, and simply applied the skincare products she had bought from the mall. It's much better than the atmosphere in Yimo City, where she didn't know what to do tomorrow or whether she could survive. There's no need to stick notes all over the mirror to remind herself. It's also better than the feeling of disappearing consciousness at any time in the goblin food stall. Although she's still in the game and needs to fight the big bird, she has regained control of her life. She's very satisfied. Day 3. 7:25 in the morning. Lin Jinhua got up early. At 1800 hours today, the unsafe house will usher in the first position change. The yellow alarm that kept prompting made her very uneasy. She had to find a suitable place to move today and turn her unsafe house back into a safe house. Facing the unsafe state, she was not without any defense. When she opened the basement door, she heard several shouts before she even stuck her head out. Miss Xiao is awake. Don't worry, nothing will happen at night. Chattering Saw was hung on the window of the main house. It hadn't come out for a long time. When it heard Lin Jinhua asking it to help check safety, it was so excited that it agreed repeatedly. Looking out of the window, it felt that its saw blade was shaking. What is that? That's a full tree. I'm going to saw it right away. After seeing a beaked bird beast take out the intestines from the tree, Chattering Saw lost its desire to saw the body. How can there be internal organs inside a tree? Chattering Saw looked a little bent, so it gave up the idea of sawing the tree and helped Lin Jinhua to look at the window. In addition, there was a venomous tongue mirror by the windows of the exhibition hall, magic house, bathroom and kitchen. It was enough to make a mahjong table. If Lin Jinhua were to describe it, she felt that Chattering Saw and Venomous Tongue Mirror were like aunts and uncles, very enthusiastic. They just talk a lot. She had to say hello when she washed up, said hello when she prepared breakfast, and said hello when she went to the magic house to see the production of arrows. It was a little tiring. But in the absence of friends to join the same game, it was nice to have something to talk about. Lin Jinhua's breakfast today was the same as yesterday, but he replaced super sober with a sweet set meal. In this barren primeval forest, drinking a modern drink, there was a sense of separation. She remembered the social practice during college, when the whole class was arranged to experience nature in a village with almost no internet. At that time, all the girls in the class lived in a dormitory, and they felt extremely happy when they passed a small bag of potato chips around. Even if everyone only had a small bite, it was the taste of the city. The current situation is a bit similar, but it is only hundreds of times exaggerated. Lin Jinhua thought, while drinking chocolate matcha latte. Primitive forest. Are there really indigenous people here? From the distance she walked yesterday, there was no trace of human survival. Looking out the window at night, there was no light on, only dead silence. What's more, there is no land suitable for human survival, plants or edible animals here. There are only endless blue trees and strange birds. Could it be that this is the world before the birth of humans? Lin Jinhua remembered the popular science she had read before. Modern research believes that if birds trace their origins, they are somewhat similar to dinosaurs. She also felt before that the time of the game copy is not linear, but tortuous and diverse. So it's not surprising to be thrown into any era background. Even the primitive society before the birth of humans. Little girl. Suddenly Chatter Saw lowered his voice to remind her from the window of the main house, interrupting Lin Jinhua's thoughts. She looked up suddenly, and saw a huge eye outside the window of the main house in front of her. The eye filled the entire window. Perhaps, the window only captured a part of the eye. She could only barely see a little bit of the white of the eye, but could clearly see the details of the pupil. The color gradually changed from dark red to brown, with a square blank in the middle. Like a goat's eye. For the convenience of observation, she did not draw the curtains now, so she looked into the eyes. The moment she stood up, the weapon appeared in her palm. What kind of bird is this? How can it be so huge? Only one eye is so big. How big is the whole body? Will it find something wrong here? Will it break through the window? Lin Jinhua's hair stood up all over her body. If she was a cat, she would be furry now. The eye was observing. It blinked. The blue-purple eyelids and eyelashes gently swept across the pupils, and then quickly opened. The square highlight in the middle shrank, and then suddenly enlarged. The red light of the unsafe house has been turned on, and Lin Jinhua is thinking about countermeasures quickly. With such a large body, if a bird breaks in, it is not difficult to imagine that her unsafe house will quickly become a ruin. If it goes crazy and smashes over, her camouflage blue tree should be cut off. The eyes are so big, and the feet are also big. It should be able to crush her with one foot. Help. Lin Jinhua really wanted to shout for help. But no one came to save her, so she could only rely on herself. She also had to believe in the window, that she spent 2,000 points to upgrade. Although there was a little reflection, it should probably not be seen, right? Gulp. She swallowed. Her heart was beating fast, and she didn't know how much time had passed. 1 minute? 2 minutes? Or 10 minutes? She didn't know. Lin Jinhua decided that if the giant bird outside the window attacked, she would hide in the basement directly. As long as the Green Mountains are there, there will be no shortage of firewood. Finally, as if it was sure that there was no problem, the eye slowly moved and looked in another direction. Boom. Boom. The ground trembled, accompanied by the sound of trees falling, and it sounded that the giant bird had left. Lin Jinhua sat back in the chair at once. Relieved voices came from all over the house. It seemed that everyone was very nervous. Lin Jinhua carefully moved to the window and looked around. There were some bodies of unlucky blue trees on the ground, and their internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Looking over, it was all red and blue, a bit of mental pollution. Other places were peaceful. Move now. What are you still hesitating about? Run. She thought this was not the habitat of beaked birds, so it should be the habitat of eagles and vultures. She had experience beating both kinds of birds, and could survive here. I didn't expect it to be a big bird like a mountain. Based on her impression of the first day, the height of the main house of the unsafe house was about 2 meters. The bird's eyes were so big, and its body could not be only 2 meters. There was only one possibility. The huge bird noticed the strange reflection on the tree, slowly lowered its head, and put one eye close to see it carefully. Lin Jinhua was frightened by her imagination again, and broke into a cold sweat. Luckily, breakfast was over, and she heard that the noise outside had disappeared for a long time, so she dressed up and prepared to rush out of the unsafe house. Just in case, she activated the skill of Invisible Man, opened the door and rushed out, and quickly closed the door. Fortunately, it was activated. People should live cautiously. Just as she ran 5 meters according to the mark yesterday and looked back, she saw a small hill behind her unsafe house. A sudden, blue hill. There were also blue trees growing on it, but when she put on stand high and see far and looked carefully, she could see that the blue tree was fine feathers. The feathers simulated the shape of the blue tree, making it difficult to be noticed. It was a huge bird beyond imagination. How high would it be when it stood up? She couldn't judge. Even the eyes just seen are small compared to this huge body. The bird is closing its eyes at this time, as if taking a nap. If you don't look carefully, you might mistake it for an ordinary hill. It must have discovered the existence of the unsafe house, so it squatted nearby to observe. If Lin Jinhua didn't know that the terrain around the safe house was flat, or if she hadn't been reminded and missed the reconnaissance time, she might have walked out of the unsafe house without any defense and was captured. It's super easy to swallow a person in one bite. Lin Jinhua didn't hesitate, and immediately turned around and quickened her pace, quickly moving away from here. While the skill is still there, run as far as you can. The road you have walked is much faster, so Lin Jinhua didn't slow down her speed and ran quickly. Before the Invisible Man skill ended, she ran over a 1 kilometer range and got today's buff. The player gets the temporary buff Tarzan. Tarzan? Is it what she imagined? Tarzan, your jumping ability has increased 5 times, and your arm strength has increased 3 times. You only need a tail to be Tarzan. Wow! Lin Jinhua did not stop while checking the buff information. At this moment, she really wanted to try this skill. When her next step was about to step on the ground, she used all her strength. Boom! First, there was a sound that was louder than a normal step. The next second, she flew into the air. This step seemed to turn her feet into a giant trampoline, sending her 3 meters high. She was about to hit the complicated branches, and Lin Jinhua quickly stretched out her arms and grabbed the branches. So easy. Generally speaking, it would be very difficult, and soon lose strength to hold something with only one palm to support your falling body. After all, this is how it is played in TV dramas. Lin Jinhua had never experienced this feeling in her daily life. But now, thanks to the Tarzan skill, she can easily hang on the tree branch with one hand. Is this what it feels like to be a monkey? This is so comfortable. Lin Jinhua thought so. Chapter 107. Mom, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a human in my next life. I want to be a happy monkey. Lin Jinhua swung up from the tree branches and moved quickly in the woods. Complex emotions surged in her heart. Very happy, but a little ashamed. While swinging in the woods, there was also a desire to shout and beat her chest. Is this also the effect of the buff, or is she completely immersed in it? Lin Jinhua squatted on a higher branch, took a short rest, and also judged which direction to go next. Her scratching head movements were very much like a monkey. At present, she was far away from her unsafe house. According to the mark, it was estimated that the distance in the past was about 8 kilometers. In the middle, she encountered beaked bird beasts, and she would hunt them if they attacked actively. Now there are 3 more beaked bird beast corpses in the ring. Don't these beaked bird beasts have any way to contact? They really don't learn from their mistakes. Lin Jinhua sighed, and began to listen to the sounds around her. At 5 kilometers, her buff is further enhanced. Somehow, today may be the main focus of an immersive experience of the ape system. So the result of the enhanced buff is that her hearing is unprecedentedly enhanced. Lin Jinhua's hearing is better than that of ordinary people. The upgrade of butterfly earrings is stuck at 99%, but it has been trying to help her. In this copy, perhaps the plants are very strange. Butterfly earrings has not taken effect so far. With the Tarzan buff, Lin Jinhua can hear sounds about 2 kilometers away, and if she immerses herself, she can hear even farther. Lin Jinhua's goal was to go to the land with some undulating mountains that she had seen yesterday. But after seeing the giant bird today, she was not sure if the undulations were also caused by the giant bird. She was afraid of sending herself into the bird's mouth. She raised her head to the sky and screamed "Aho!" while swinging into the bird's mouth. It was gone in a flash. And after advancing for so long, how come there was no player to be seen? Are they all hiding in the safe house? No way, this is the fourth game. Ah, I heard it. Lin Jinyua's ears moved. She put her hands to her ears, closed her eyes, and listened carefully. Not far to her left front, there was the sound of human movement. The sound of footsteps on the ground, the sound of increasingly tired panting, and the chirping of some birds. It seemed that she was attacked by birds. This call. Lin Jinhua frowned. This call was very similar to that of an eagle, but she was not sure. She first marked the branch where she was, then jumped up flexibly, and swung quickly in the direction where the sound came from. We are all human beings, so we should go and check the situation. Her lungs seemed to be about to explode. Suyi didn't know how long she had been running. This huge bird pecked through the window of her safe house at dawn. In order to prevent the safe house from being further damaged, she had to abandon her safe house. She originally wanted to solve it directly in the safe house, which was no problem with her fighting ability. She was nearly 1.8 meters tall, with a toned body and muscles all over her body. The tight lines of her arms showed her strength. Her innate ability was also in the direction of fighting. Logically, she shouldn't be so tired, and she wouldn't choose to run away. But Suyi looked at the male figure running far ahead of her with a resentful look. If eyes could kill, he would have been cut into pieces. The man was short and slightly hunched, and his back revealed a wretched temperament. At this time, he was running fast at a speed that did not match his body shape, ignoring Suyi, who was far behind and exhausted. It was all him. This man's skills were extremely insidious. She accidentally fell into his trap and lost most of her fighting ability, but she couldn't kill him. He occupied her safe house and squandered her resources in the house, which made her furious but helpless. If she attacked him, all the injuries would be reflected back to her. It was also because he was scared to death when he saw the big bird rushing into the safe house, and hurriedly pulled her and pushed her out of the house, falling into such a situation. A cowardly man who didn't even dare to fight and just ran away. How could he have such a disgusting talent skill? It was so painful, I really couldn't run anymore. The big bird was still circling in the air, making a clear and high-pitched cry from time to time. It had the ability to attack them directly, but it always kept a certain distance. It was playing with its prey. Suyi bit her lower lip tightly, and there was already a bloody smell in her mouth, which was caused by long-term excessive exercise. If she really wanted to die, she would at least drag that man to death with her, but she didn't even have the strength to catch up with that man. Now she could only rely on that unwilling breath to support herself. She couldn't see the figure of that disgusting thing in front of her. It's useless. You can only run so slowly with half of my ability. If she runs at full speed, this bird can't catch up with her. Ah, does she still have a chance to run freely at full speed? Suya's vision began to darken, and her steps began to slow down. She could hear the birds above her head chirping in surprise. Are they coming to hunt her? If she kills her, her innate ability will disappear, and the man can't escape. She raised her head, and tried to look forward. She wanted to remember the appearance of that dirty thing before she died, and kill him again after she met him, if there was a chance. Now I can still see the shadow of that thing. Huh? Suyi suddenly opened her eyes wide, and felt that her body had recovered a little strength. Because she saw it. She saw that the dirty thing was trampled to the ground by a shadow falling from the sky. Oh my god, what a surprise discovery. Lin Jinhua quickly followed the sound in the blue forest. The closer you get, the more you can listen carefully. Panting. There were two sounds, one female and one male. Both were very heavy, and felt like they were reaching their limit. She was also sure that the sound was from the eagle. Judging from the panting, the speed of both people was not fast. According to the eagle's ability to move, it would only take it a moment to kill. So, it was just playing. The previous eagle was also like that. It obviously didn't like to eat people, but liked to play with heads. It was really bad. She could already see the eagle in the air, and the bow in her hand was ready. Lin Jinhua exerted force on her feet, jumped high, and was about to draw the bow and shoot an arrow. At this moment, Lin Jinhua saw the man running far ahead. He was her most hated enemy. Zhang Qiuwei is still alive. How can this jerk still be alive? His hands were bitten off by Super Polite. How did he survive the second game in this state? Yes, there are medicines in the mall that can grow broken limbs, and if you can find a player with healing talent, it may be possible to heal them. It's good to meet them. It's okay for her to kill someone now. The thoughts flashed in an instant. Lin Jinhua didn't stop her actions. still shooting at the eagle in the sky with a full bow. The girl couldn't hold on. At the same time, she reached out and grabbed the branch while falling, and with a force, she jumped straight towards Zhang Qiuwei. And, when Zhang Qiuwei raised his face and saw her, he stepped straight on this disgusting face, without stopping at all. Bang! The sound of Zhang Qiuwei's head hitting the ground was very loud. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely die. But unfortunately, although Zhang Qiuwei is rubbish, he is a player, and no one knows how his talent is added. There is no damage to his head, but he spits out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. You? His head was still stepped on by Lin Jinwei, and he could only stare at Lin Jinwei with his eyes slanted. Zhang Qiuwei raised his hand tremblingly, and was about to grab Lin Jinwei's foot. As long as he touched her, Lin Jinwei didn't give him this opportunity. She didn't even look down at him, but stepped down hard. Zhang Qiuwei's head immediately sank into the ground. At the same time, she launched cut. Zhang Qiuwei's body was covered with countless blood flowers, especially his hands. Although he couldn't cut bones, it was not difficult to cut the surrounding meat. He could no longer make any sound, and his breathing became weaker. Finally, I can't hear that unpleasant sound anymore. Great. Zhang Qiuwei's blood sprayed all over the ground. It's beautiful. Lin Jinwei sighed in her heart. Su Yi, who insisted on running over, said it directly. When Zhang Qiuwei wanted to use his skills on Lin Jinwei, he temporarily withdrew his control over her, and her natural abilities returned to most of them. She had the strength to run and fight again. Lin Jinwei shot arrows, stepped on heads, and cut people in a few breaths. Lin Jinwei smiled at Su Yi and looked up to confirm the status of the eagle. She shot tracking arrows, which could keep chasing the prey until it hits it. And 3 arrows were shot at the same time. The eagle was constantly changing its figure in the air at this time, trying to break free from the tracking of the arrows, and had no time to hunt them for a while. Lin Jinwei looked at Su Yi, who was panting beside her. Her nickname was a Wu. Kill? Or run? Su Yi took a deep breath and said without hesitation, Kill. She stared at Zhang Qiuwei and said, Help me kill this bastard. Kill him and my innate ability will be restored. I can fight too. Su Yi's tone was full of resentment and murderous intent. I am restricted and can't do it. Please do it. I will give you a reward. Lin Jinwei nodded, and with a force on his feet, he started cut. This time he went for the heart. No need for a reward. Lin Jinwei said with a smile as Zhang Qiuwei's heart was cut open. I have a grudge against this man too. Zhang Qiuwei's body twitched, and he died completely. Killing a person turned out to be so easy. Thank you. Su Yi thanked Lin Jinwei, and her face suddenly turned red. Cover your ears. After saying this, Su Yi next to her exhaled suddenly, and then she opened her mouth wide and inhaled hard as if she wanted to suck away all the air around her. Seeing her posture, Lin Jinwei quickly blocked her ears tightly. She even took out the earmuffs from the space and directly activated change, which turned into, I'm blind. Ahaha, don't talk to me, my ears are blind, what a mess. But it works. Lin Jinwei covered her ears tightly, and saw that after Su Yi inhaled that breath, he let out a long whistle at the eagle circling in the sky. It turns out that the sound can be materialized. The surrounding air solidified for a moment, and a light wave visible to the naked eye vibrated, roaring towards the eagle, and instantly swallowed up the eagle's figure. The eagle was shaken by the sound wave, and its body stiffened for a moment. This moment is what they need. At the moment it stopped, 3 tracking arrows finally found the target, and pierced the eagle's chest from 3 directions at the same time. And it exploded straight. It was just like sticking a chain cannon on the arrowhead, which could easily increase the destructive power. The eagle made another sharp cry. This time, it was no longer the kind of pleasant sound of playing with prey. It was the last cry of its life. A desperate cry. After that, it lost all its strength, and its figure fell straight down, passing through layers of branches, landing on its back, and hitting not far in front of Lin Jinwei and the others. This time it was completely dead. Lin Jinwei also received a kill reminder. The player has killed 1 Chin-level eagle, and 145 points. I will share your points. Lin Jinwei took off I'm blind, with shaking hands, and said to Su Yi, this should be considered a kill together. But, luckily she was wearing earmuffs. Although the sound wave was aimed at the eagle, she was too close, especially now that her hearing was enhanced. She suspected that if she hadn't used earmuffs, the blow would have been enough to kill her on the spot. But that cry sounded like a wolf, combined with her nickname. This is a player with wolf-like talents. Chapter 108. Suyi laughed out loud when he heard this. It doesn't matter. Without you, I would have died a long time ago. She stretched out her hand to Lin Jinwei. Get rich, right? My nickname is not easy to call. My name is Su Yi. You can call me Xiao Yi. Lin Jinwei also stretched out his hand, and the two victims targeted by the wretched man shook hands. The hand was quickly loosened, and Lin Jinwei turned his hand and pointed at the eagle. Do you want its body? There were already scattered blue rhizomes climbing up the neck of the eagle. If it was not recovered quickly, it would be captured by the rhizomes. The beaked bird beast greatly improved her arrows, which made her very much look forward to how the eagle's beak and claws could strengthen her weapons, so it was necessary to recover the eagle's body. Suyi was shocked. No, I can't take it away. Do you want to eat it? Such a large bird can't be carried, at most cut some meat to eat. It seems that there are really players who survive by eating birds. Lin Jinwei waved her hands repeatedly and shook the bow and arrow in her hand. You can upgrade your weapons. If you don't want it, I take it all, okay? Suyi nodded, and Lin Jinwei stepped directly on Zhang Qiuwei's body and walked towards the eagle. Her feet made a snapping sound when they stepped on the bloody body. It should have been very disgusting, but now Lin Jinwei only felt happy physically and mentally. When Lin Jinwei approached the eagle, she found that this eagle was a circle larger than the one she encountered the day before yesterday. If she fought in close combat, it would really be a fierce battle. Is it the difference in individual size between species? Or the difference in gender? Lin Jinwei planned to take a closer look when she dissected it. Fortunately, with Su Ye's skills, it would be much easier to shoot and kill together. She squatted down and reached out to touch it, then put the eagle into the ring, and turned back to find Su Yi. She turned her head, and saw Su Yi whipping the corpse. He stomped hard on the head, and stepped down hard, feeling that the already broken skull was about to be completely shattered. Wow! It looked like a big hatred. Lin Jinwei squatted aside, watching Su Ye's behavior, but did not stop or intervene. Until the roots of the blue tree next to him crawled over, wrapped around Zhang Qiuwei's arms, and spread to his body to devour Zhang Qiuwei, Su Yi stopped. She reached out and lifted her short hair, feeling refreshed. Su Yi turned his head to look at the position of the eagle, where there was only a pool of blood without any trace of the eagle. How did he do it in such a short time? She was a little surprised, looking up and down at the position of the eagle, but did not choose to ask directly. Su Yi turned around and saw Lin Jinwei squatting on the side, holding his chin with his hand, and looking at her excitedly. Su Yi, are you so happy? Ahem. She cleared her throat and squatted beside Lin Jinwei, watching Zhang Qiuwei gradually surrounded by blue and blending into the land. It really dirtied the land. Su Yi said lightly. I think so too. Lin Jinwei happily agreed. Su Yi tilted his head and looked at Lin Jinwei. What's your grudge against him? Ah. Lin Jinwei scratched his head. This guy is my colleague. Su Yi turned his head and looked at her in shock. He could also make enemies in the original world? He didn't do anything before? Su Yi slashed at Zhang Qiuwei's body fiercely again, and almost spit it again. Most likely, he vomited a lot. Lin Jinwei, Did the sister misunderstand something? She quickly explained to Su Yi what Zhang Qiuwei did in the original world, and how he followed her after meeting her in the game world, and tried to break into her safe house in the middle of the night. Ah, I miss it so much. Why do I feel that the forest tribe is a thing of the last century? That's about it. What about you, Xiuye? After Lin Jinwei finished speaking, she looked at Su Ye's angry face, which seemed like the four heavenly kings, and felt a little scared. Su Yi restrained the expression on his face a little, and gritted his teeth, and said how he was controlled by Zhang Qiuwei. I met him in the last player gathering area. He suddenly talked to me, and said that he felt I was very strong and asked if I wanted to team up with him. I didn't want to pay attention to him. Who would team up with a person of the opposite sex, who had never met before? And I am strong enough, and can live well alone. Su Yi said as he recalled. So I rejected him immediately, but this guy caught up with me, and suddenly grabbed my wrist. Looking back now, it should be that time that I was marked by him. Lin Jinwei also remembered that she was marked after being touched by him before. At that time, everyone's talents were at the level of 1 or 2, and he could sense the position of the players through marking. Now after 3 games, his abilities have improved, and his talents can do more things. Sure enough, Su Ye's next words proved Lin Jinwei's guess. It's not just an ordinary mark. On the basis of being able to locate, it also adds a hint. I think it's like a sign of permission. A sign of permission? Can it be called a trap? It's hard for me to describe that feeling. After making the mark, you only need to give an affirmation, and your ability will be gradually transferred to him. He frequently appeared in front of me later. At first, he asked some simple questions, such as whether I could help him do something. If I said yes, it was equivalent to agreeing to transfer my ability. What a sinister skill. He won't ask for big things, but more of the kind of casual. Suyi stared at Zhang Qiu's body, most of which was now in the soil. For example, when eating in the cafeteria, he asked if he could help pass something. Even more exaggerated, just saying, "Can you let go?" Most people either let go directly, or if they are more polite, they will say yes. This way, you can easily fall into the trap. That's how I fell into his trap. I became weaker day by day, and I didn't know the reason. It wasn't until I entered this game that I found that I was bound to a team by him, and he could even enter my safe house directly. Suyi said this with anger rising again, and it seemed that she wanted to go over and dig out Zhang Qiu's body and kill him again. Isn't this talent too exaggerated? Lin Jinwei was shocked. On second thought, this talent should also have limitations. It can't be so amazing. For example, only one marked object can be selected at a time, unless the marked object dies or Zhang Qiu cancels it himself. The next task object can be marked. From Lin Jinwei controlling him, he wanted to mark Lin Jinwei, and Suye's restored ability can also prove this. He has been staying in my safe house for the past 2 days, using my supplies. I am gradually becoming weaker, and I cannot kill him. Suyi smashed a hammer on the ground, making a loud noise. I am so angry. What you saw later is that he was frightened by the big bird that broke into my safe house, and grabbed me to run away. I originally wanted to drag him to death before I died, but he ran much faster than me with my ability, and I couldn't catch up with him at all. Fortunately you came. Suyi looked at Lin Jinwei and said seriously and solemnly, "Thank you for saving me." Lin Jinwei waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that it was okay. They are all players. It is unlucky enough to be caught in the game. In the case of ensuring her own safety, Lin Jinwei will choose to help other players more. But this is the first time she has killed a player by herself, and the system did not give any reminders. Thinking of this, Lin Jinwei opened the panel to check and found that she had another app. The icon was in the shape of a skull, which looked very unlucky. The text below was, "PvP reward?" What a PvP. Suyi couldn't see the details of Lin Jinwei's panel. If other players don't have permission, the panel details will be automatically blurred, and you can't see the details. But she could guess what Lin Jinwei was doing. First time killing a player? Suyi asked. Lin Jinwei nodded. Then you should have an app, and there will be files of players you killed. Player files? Lin Jinwei opened the app after hearing this, and there was indeed a player file named Autumn Chrysanthemum is not weaker than Spring Flower. Clicking in shows 3 lines of content: player gender, kill time, and reward. There is no particularly large reward for killing a player, only a portion of the points commission and material inheritance. That's why some bad players will choose to control the player's actions first, spend all the points, and move everything in the safe house. The game doesn't seem to encourage killing each other. Suyi paused and continued. They prefer to watch players struggling to death in the game. Killing each other is meaningless. Lin Jinwei turned off the panel thoughtfully, intending to receive the material after the safe house was moved. Thank you, very useful information. Suyi stood up and patted the dirt off his body. Nothing, anyone who has killed a player will soon know this. She looked a little curious. You haven't killed before? Generally, you will encounter some malicious players starting from the second game. Zombie games have aroused the evil of human nature. Yeah, that's really bad. Some players think they are the chosen ones, and use their talents to harm people in the game. The chosen ones? Think they are the chosen children? Lin Jinwei's expression is a little hard to describe. I was a little unlucky in the second game. It's not zombies, it's a more dangerous species. Players can't protect themselves, let alone harm others. Especially male players, who like to harm others, have been caught and have babies. Suyi, isn't it the legendary Resident Evil? Lin Jinwei, it's all legendary. It's indeed the Resident Evil. After listening, Suyi stretched out his hand to shake hands with Lin Jinwei. I heard that the survival rate of those who enter the game is extremely low, and they are particularly unlucky. Those who can survive are very powerful. No wonder you can save me. From today on, I will call you Sister Kai. Ah, that's not necessary. Lin Jinwei's toes are a little itchy, and she wants to dig out a luxurious safe house to calm down. She awkwardly held Suye's hand and stiffly changed the subject. What are your plans next? Go back to the safe house to clean up first. The window was hit by this bird, and a big hole has not been repaired yet. Suyi retracted his hand and said with his eyes wide open, I have upgraded my windows, but it still doesn't work. These broken birds are quite powerful. If I upgrade it again, I can't afford the points. She pointed, my safe house is in that direction. I don't know about this chrysanthemum, but if the player dies, the safe house will collapse within 3 days. I guess this person is not a good person. I plan to stay in the safe house for the next few days and repair my windows. Lin Jinhua looked over and saw that the direction was different from the direction she had chosen. But it looks quite close to her unsafe house. Between the place Suyi pointed and her unsafe house, there is a mountain. She said stiffly, I suggest you move. Suyi was stunned. Why? Although her safe house was broken by a big bird, it was still comfortable overall. The windows can be repaired, and she can survive for several days. Lin Jinhua raised her hand and compared. There is one there, so big, so big, so big. Her hand passed through the air. A bird like a mountain is lying there. She pulled Suyi, whose pupils were shaking, over and pointed in the direction of her safe house. You are tall, can you see? Is there a particularly high terrain there? Suyi nodded in a trance. That's a bird. Lin Jinhua emphasized. Such a big bird. Suyi's face turned green. She said firmly, I will move immediately. So they decided to act together and find a safe place to move to a safe house. Chapter 109. It was almost noon now. The two looked at Zhang Qiu's body completely submerged in the ground, confirmed that he was dead and could not crawl out, and prepared to leave. I always felt that this person would become a wretched ghost after death. Lin Jinhua was worried whether Suyi could keep up with her if she swung like a monkey. As a result, Suyi said that there was no problem at all, and let her swing boldly. My innate ability is related to dog demons. My athletic ability will be greatly enhanced, and I can even transform. You can swing freely. Lin Jinhua turned her head suddenly. Dog demon? She showed a subtle smile. Inuyasha? Suyi blushed all of a sudden, and she spoke in a low voice. Isn't this? I like Sesshomaru. The embarrassed toes will not disappear, but will only move. Lin Jinhua smiled happily, and jumped onto the branch with one step, supporting her body with one hand to confirm the direction. Let's go! Let's go! Lin Jinhua exerted force with her hands, and her body swung far away. She liked this feeling very much, as if she had the ability to fly for a short time. While moving quickly, she looked down and saw that Suyi had been following closely, and had not been left behind. He seemed to be doing it with ease. Lin Jinhua then sped up. Their goal was a place about 15 kilometers away where there was the sound of flowing water. Water flow is the source of survival for species, and the villages of human civilization are also built around several important water sources. They hoped to meet the native residents of this game near the water source, so that they could know the situation here as soon as possible. If there were no natives there, they would have time to determine the next direction to move forward. When she was 10 kilometers away from the safe house, Lin Jinhua did not receive any new buffs. It was not until 15 kilometers that a new buff was added. She had an extra tail. Lin Jinhua suddenly stopped, turned her head to look at her, but with wide eyes. What's wrong? Suyi shouted from below. Lin Jinhua jumped down from the tree and showed Suyi her tail. A beige, thin and long tail. The hair on it was short, looked very dense, and felt very good. But she couldn't touch it. After reaching out her hand, the tail would suddenly become illusory, and her hand would pass straight through it. Like a game model. Can you touch it? Lin Jinhua tried to twist her tail and found that she could control it flexibly. It was a very subtle feeling, as if she had an extra flexible finger at the coccyx. I can't do it either. Suyi looked at Lin Jinhua's monkey tail in surprise, and she reached out to touch it, and it was also illusory. Yours is interesting, maybe because it's a buff? A short-term possession? Her eyes suddenly flashed with golden light, and Suyi suddenly had a big tail. In fact, there was more than one, but 3 intertwined to form a giant fluffy tail, which looked taller than a person. This is a talent, it is a physical body, and can be controlled to appear and hide. Now the skill is level 3, so there are 3. Lin Jinhua's eyes were about to emit green light, and she rubbed her hands. Can I touch it? Can I touch it? Suyi directly stuffed her into the tail. You can hug it. Lin Jinhua screamed, buried her face in the big tail, and rubbed it hard. Great, she also wanted such a talent, hugging her big tail when she had nothing to do, and healing everything. There is no need for a sofa, just lie down on the tail every day. It can even be used as a bed when camping. Suyi carried her out. Keep on going, and try to see if you can use this tail. The tail is still very useful. Lin Jinhua was carried in the air, watching Suyi retract the tail, and nodded repeatedly. She remembered that monkeys should use their tails to hook branches, so Lin Jinhua jumped up suddenly, stuck out her butt, and imagined that the tail hooked the branch. It actually hooked. She held her hands flat to keep her balance. A thin tail can actually support her entire body weight. It's amazing. Although the action looks a bit strange, Suyi covered his face to hold back his laughter, but overall it is a very convenient ability. With the tail, her balance is also greatly increased. When swinging in the air, the tail can be slapped in the air to stay in the air for a short time. Players with animal talents are too happy. The more he understood, the more envy Lin Jinhua showed when he looked at Suyi. Suyi? ? The two of them were very efficient when they were together, especially when they encountered the attack of the beak bird beast. They could kill it very quickly with good cooperation. Along the way, the two of them hunted 6 beak bird beasts and divided the points equally. Suyi refused at first, but couldn't bear it and turned to Lin Jinhua. The next moment, Lin Jinhua took out the storage ring and started doing business. Suyi, So it was waiting for me here. The function of the storage ring is indeed urgently needed by players, and Suyi is also a straightforward person. He directly bought 10 from Lin Jinhua. Lin Jinhua's face was crooked with smiles, and he also gave her a 30% discount. She had checked before. If she wanted to buy today's buff again, one buff would cost 100 points, the second would cost 200 points, and the third would cost 300 points. It was cumulative. Killing birds was still a little slow to earn points. Killing zombies is easy. When they ran 20 kilometers away from the safe house, they stopped to eat something to replenish their energy and exchange information. An ordinary zombie costs 5 points. They move slowly and clumsily. As long as they are well protected, it is easy to kill them. Suyi said while eating the lunchbox Lin Jinhua gave her. As long as you don't get caught in a fight and get surrounded by zombies, it's actually okay. You can earn a lot of points after a game. But supplies are consumed very quickly, and there's no way to save them. You also need points to buy daily necessities. Add to that the water source upgrade in the safe house, and everyone's points will be spent very quickly. If you get scratched by a zombie, your health will always drop, and you need to buy medicine from the mall all the time. So many infected players can only keep killing zombies to earn points for medicine, and if they pass the game, they won't have many points left. The more Lin Jin listened, the more he felt that this might be a blessing in disguise, or a fortune in danger. The more points you need, the more you need to go deeper into danger. I guess this dungeon is the same. They have to face the occasional attacks of birds, and they can't sleep well even in the safe house. After resting for a while, they continued on their way, and finally arrived near the sound of water they heard at around 3 p.m. The distance to the safe house was estimated to be 30 kilometers, which was farther than expected. 30 kilometers received the 4th buff bonus. Lin Jinua's dynamic vision was enhanced, and he could see things farther away. After 25 kilometers from the safe house, the beak bird beasts could no longer be seen, and it seemed that they had left the habitat of the beak bird beasts. There were no more attacks from eagles, and no new birds were seen for the time being. They were always vigilant. The source of the sound of water could be seen in front of them, which was a small river about 20 meters wide. The river flowed slowly into the distance. The water was very clear, and there was no trace of fish in the river. The sweet smell that had always accompanied the air was also diluted by the river water. Suyi moved his nose, rubbed it hard, and complained, "Finally, it smells better. The smell in the woods makes me dizzy." Lin Jinua's sense of smell has not been enhanced yet. She feels a little uncomfortable but can still bear it. It seems that she still needs to wear a mask when she goes out. By the way, are there fish in this game? Lin Jinhua squatted by the river and looked inside, but did not reach out to touch it. As they walked along, they only saw clumps of strange moss occasionally, and no other species except birds. No insects, no flowers. No people either. It doesn't look like there are humans here. Suyi moved his nose again, analyzing the smell in the air. Go upstream? Lin Jinhua looked at the winding direction of the river. The upstream continued to move away from the unsafe house, which was a suitable direction. Suyi nodded. She didn't smell any strange smell in the air except the sweet fragrance of trees. See if you can find the end of this river. Just as the two were about to get up, Lin Jinua's ears moved, and she grabbed Suyi and hid behind several fallen trees. She heard the sound of water being stirred, coming from downstream. Once, twice, many times. It was approaching quickly with a clatter. Both of them activated the skill of reducing their presence, holding their breath, and looking at it. Several small black dots appeared in the field of vision, getting closer and closer. It was time to see it clearly. A group of ducks swam under the bridge in front of the door. Come on, come on. Count 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Lin Jinyue's mind flashed this song. Groups of mallards swam happily on the river. Mallards are slightly larger than common ducks, about the size of geese. They shake their butts and flap their wings from time to time, which looks like a peaceful picture. If it weren't for the fact that the chest of this group of mallards is a big eyeball. In the normal appearance of male mallards, the head is green, with a yellow beak and a large patch of brown hair on the chest. Now their brown area is replaced by a huge eyeball, with a purple pupil inside, which is rotating and looking around, as if scouting the surrounding environment. The head where the eyes should be is empty, with only a red beak. The female mallard is among them, without a green head, with a yellow beak, but also a huge eyeball on the chest. The eyeball is much larger than the male one, and it is raised high on the chest, and it feels like it will burst the chest of the mallard. Compared with the familiar mallard, the only thing in common is that the head is green. The body size of a big goose, with strange eyes, and living in a group, made Lin Jinhua and the others dare not act rashly. Quack, 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 there are so many. I can't count how many ducks there are, how many ducks there are. My brain should stop singing. Lin Jinhua rubbed his head, a little upset. They were counting the number of ducks, and as they counted, childhood songs would automatically play in their minds. There were 18 mallards in total. One kick and one mouth would be enough to make them drink a pot. The two looked at each other and planned to observe the situation of the ducks, preferably without any conflict. They watched the ducks swimming slowly, and even started to play, "You nibbled me, I rubbed you." 5 minutes passed, and the ducks had no intention of leaving. Lin Jinhua was patient, and sighed that it would be great if Bai Tingfeng was here, and he could control the wind to cut the head, and their attack method would definitely be discovered. At that time, the ducks would attack. The accident happened in an instant. The bushes across the river moved. The mallards stopped their movements at the same time, tilted their necks and looked over. The bushes were pushed aside, and a male player pushed the bushes aside. He just poked his head out, and had not seen the scene in front of him clearly. He only had time to raise his eyes. Everywhere he looked was green. That was also the last scene he saw before he died. Too fast. The moment the male player poked his head out, the mallards gently flapped their wings and flew in front of him in an instant. Countless big mouths bit his head and neck. The open mouth was full of slender and curved fangs, which quickly bit and rubbed, and cut off the male player's head. Lin Jinhua and Su Yi didn't even have time to get up. They looked at the scene in front of them in shock. The mallards bit off the head and threw it away casually, aiming at the male player's body. One duck took a bite, and in just a few minutes, a person was eaten clean, leaving only the skeleton. The male player's head was thrown to the other side of the river, not far from Lin Jinhua and Su Yi. Looking over, his nickname was still displayed on his head. Tomorrow will be better. Lin Jinhua, A lucky nickname doesn't work either. Chapter 110. After eating, the mallards twisted their buttocks and walked back to the river in a swagger, drinking water slowly. They also splashed water on each other and played. The ducks lived a peaceful life, and the humans were almost scared to death. Were the slow motions before the relationship all fake? Is the body size not that big because the change direction was changed to speed? That's too fast. But it's not that there is no way to deal with it. There are two of them. Lin Jinhua and Su Yi looked at each other and understood each other's meaning from each other's eyes. This group of ducks will not move for a while, and they even folded their heads down and covered their eyes, moving their heads and closing their eyes. After eating and drinking, they will go to sleep, right? Lin Jinyua's fingers moved, and 10 silver threads slowly spread from her fingertips. The speed was very slow at the beginning, and gradually became faster and more flexible. She manipulated the silk thread to quickly weave a net about 1 meter long, and soon felt the limit of her skills. Lin Jinhua looked at Su Yi. The two of them had developed a certain tacit understanding along the way. Su Yi's pupils had turned golden. Su Yi moved first. She stood up and let out a long whistle at the ducks. In order to prevent her ears from going blind, Lin Jinhua now wears "I'm blind" without taking it off. Just take it off when you talk, and it can warm your ears when swinging in the air. The ducks were shaken by the long whistle, and their heads suddenly raised and folded back, revealing their complete chests. The pupils on their chests shrank and enlarged, looking at Su Yi. At the moment of looking, their bodies also moved, and the ducks flew towards Su Yi. But because of the whistle, the speed was slower than the attack on the male player just now, so Lin Jinhua and Suyi exchanged positions. Lin Jinwei pushed out the woven net with both hands, connecting only her thumb and pinky at the four corners. The rushing ducks hit the net before they could stop, and Lin Jinwei immediately launched cut, cut, cut. The 3 ducks in the front were instantly cut into pieces. Huh? The bones of these ducks are a bit brittle? They can actually be cut. Lin Jinwei widened her eyes in surprise. The ducks behind couldn't stop and hit the wire net one after another, and Lin Jinwei was happy to cut the ducks. But when the 10th duck was cut, the remaining ducks reacted, bypassed the net, stepped on the bodies of their companions underground, and made angry cries. Suya's hands turned into huge wolf claws, and the tail appeared behind her. She flashed in front of the ducks, twisted her body hard, and swept them away with a big tail. Lin Jinwei retracted the wire net, and quickly retreated behind the tail. She had already drawn the bow in her hand, and put on 3 tracking arrows. Full bow, shoot, that big eyeball is a vital point, and Lin Jinwei's target is there. Besides, she hates big eyeballs. There are 9 ducks left, 6 females and 3 males, and the pressure drops suddenly. Lin Jinwei's tracking arrow hits the eyeballs of 3 ducks directly, and the enhanced impact force carries the ducks' bodies far away and nails them to the blue trees. The mallards twisted their bodies and tried to struggle, but the next moment, the arrows exploded and they stopped moving instantly. The eyeball is the vital point. Lin Jinwei breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the 6 mallards that were in a stalemate with Suyi. After seeing the ducks in front of her clearly, her eyebrows knitted. The targets she had just aimed at were a female duck and 2 male ducks. Because the male duck is large, the impact force and attack power will be stronger. Her tracking arrows were bought from the mall, with better quality and upgraded by change. It relies on mental power to lock the target, and as long as the arrow is not destroyed, it will keep tracking. But now the remaining 6 are all female ducks. In other words, just now there was a female duck, smart enough to use the male duck as its shield. At the same time, it has unimaginable speed, and can quickly escape after the arrow hits the male duck. Lin Jinwei did not hesitate, and continued to shoot. The arrow shot at the ducks at a very fast speed, and the 3 female ducks that were locked seemed to be aware of it. The pupils on their chests quickly stretched and trembled, and split into 2 pupils when the arrow arrived, one red, one blue. The 2 overlapped to form the original purple pupil. At the time of the split, the surrounding body senses seemed to slow down a bit. Lin Jinwei was not only strengthened in dynamic vision, but also in a mysterious state. It was like being able to peek into another level of the picture, and so she saw the ducks trying to dodge the arrows at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. But this was a tracking arrow. After dodging, the arrow turned around and continued to attack. The ducks screamed and tried to dodge, and also thought about finding a shield, but there was no drake in front of them to block. There was only Suye's claws in front of them. She didn't stop, and with a fierce swing, she cut the eyes of several ducks in front of her. At this time, her hand paused. No! Those 2 pupils are wrong. One duck didn't dodge in time, and the blue pupil on its chest had been completely cut open by Suyi. No, it was more like the self-explosion of the blue pupil. Now the duck's eyeball has turned blue, and the remaining red pupil has returned to the center of the eyeball, staring at Suya's hand. Somehow, Lin Jinwei felt a hint of smile from that eye. Suyi was shaking her hands, and she felt that her claws began to lose consciousness, and were shaking at a frequency that she could not control. It was as if only this claw was put in the cold storage, and it could only be relieved by shaking. The cold and pain were absorbed into the body along the claw, and Suya's face suddenly became ugly. Relying on only one hand and tail, her pressure increased all of a sudden. Lin Jinwei did not stop after shooting the arrow. She shot 3 tracking arrows, and then changed to gun, shooting the duck faster. If you continue to use tracking arrows, the scene will become chaotic, and it is easy to accidentally hurt teammates. Suyi opened his mouth and let out another long whistle. The duck paused, and the 4 ducks were instantly pierced from behind by the tracking arrows and nailed directly to the ground. There were 2 left. Suya's condition was getting worse and worse. She gasped for breath, her face began to turn blue, and her injured hand fell weakly. Even so, she still confronted the ducks tightly, and did not retreat a step. Lin Jinwei's gun hit one of the ducks at the moment it stopped. Its eyes exploded, and it fell down. Only the blue-eyed duck was left. The size of the duck was also particularly large, a circle larger than the ducks next to it, and close to the size of the male duck. If there was still doubt just now, Suyi could now be sure that the duck deliberately met her claws, and crippled her claws at the cost of a pupil bursting. This is the king of the ducks. Lin Jinhui and Suyi both clearly recognized this. The Duck King's pupils spun around and looked at his fallen companions. There was no sadness in his eyes, only anger. The anger of having his things destroyed. The pupils spun back quickly, and the blood red in the middle of the blue eyes stared at Lin Jinhui and Suya's faces. It was remembering their appearance. Its wings suddenly opened, and it took the initiative to meet the tracking arrow. The arrow pierced the middle of its wings, and its muscle contraction stopped its forward force. The arrow stayed on its wings. Then the Duck King turned around and was ready to escape. Extremely high IQ and anthropomorphic ruthlessness. Can't stay. They didn't want to let the ducks go back to the mountains. Who knows when this duck will gather into a large army of ducks and run to chase them. Lin Jinhui just raised the gun, and the whole person was suddenly lifted up. Wait, what are you doing, sister? She was grabbed by Suya's huge claws and thrown. Lin Jinhui was thrown out like a cannonball, and soon caught up with the fleeing shadow of the Duck King. Cut it! Suya's roar was still behind. Lin Jinhui was very upset by the cannonball flying in the air, but her hands did not stop moving. Gun! She suddenly retracted it, and her hands woven into a silk net again. Her tail hit the tree trunk fiercely, turned around and quickly attacked the Duck King. The Duck King screamed in shock and ran forward faster. But Lin Jinhui was faster. It was embraced by Lin Jinhui with a silk net. In a blink of an eye, it turned into pieces all over the ground. Finally, the 18 ducks were killed. The player successfully killed a group of level C bipolar ducks, and got an extra 200 points. Killing 17 level E bipolar ducks earned a total of 255 points. Killing a level Wu bipolar duck king earned 150 points. Lin Jinhui panted, and listened to the points reminder in her mind. This trip earned 605 points. If she gave half to Suyi, each of them could earn 300 points. It was worth it. Wu level is the highest level she has come into contact with so far. A voice came from behind, and Suyi ran over with his injured hand. Lin Jinhui hurriedly gave her life hem sausage and life coke, and searched the space to find food that can eliminate negative states. Exorcism potato chips can eliminate negative states of the body. This is also considered a negative state, right? Suya's injured hand could not be transformed back to the state of a human hand, and it felt cold to the bone. She swallowed the ham sausage in one gulp, drank a can of coke, and finally stopped the decline of her life value. She grabbed a handful of exorcism potato chips with her unharmed hand and stuffed it into her mouth. After swallowing it, it started to work quickly. Her claws were originally covered with ice mist, which was now slowly dissipating. After about 5 minutes, Suya's eyes lit up, and he changed his claws back. How is it? Lin Jinhui had never used this food before, so she was a little nervous squatting beside him. Suyi tried to move his hands, which was still a little difficult, but he could already slowly make a fist. It will be fine in a while. Suyi pointed to the remaining exorcist chips in Lin Jinhui's arms. Can you give me the rest? I don't want the points for the kill just now. Lin Jinhui gave it to her directly. Exorcist chips are converted from the largest bag of chips, and the effect will increase according to how much you eat, and the upper limit is that handful. The rest can be eaten for a long time, which is very necessary for melee players. Compared with points, Suyi needs more targeted props, and she still feels that she has taken advantage. It's okay, let's go upstream a little bit. Suyi shook his hand, and said to Lin Jinhui. This area is probably the territory of the ducks just now. Now that they are dead, I don't know if there will be other birds to occupy the territory. Lin Jinhui nodded, and lowered his head, to pick up the broken pieces of the Duck King. Although they are all broken into pieces, they can also put them in a glass bottle to see what kind of weapon they can become. With this idea in mind, they returned to the place where they had just fought, but saw that the bodies of the ducks were all wrapped in blue branches. I take it out for you? Suyi asked. It's okay, forget it. Lin Jinhui intuitively felt that it was best not to touch the blue branches in this state, and always felt that something was wrong. Let's go! Lin Jinhui and Suyi no longer cared about the bodies of the polar ducks, and quickly passed by and moved upstream. The player's experience just now made them more careful. While restraining their breath, they kept their eyes and ears open. Although Bai Tingfeng didn't meet Siju building last time, he sent her a new item. Wind Ring. The wearer can hide in the wind and reduce the sense of presence. Daily use limit, 6 hours. He emphasized that it should be worn on the finger with a mark, and it can be controlled at will. So Lin Jinhui's current ability to hide his figure has increased greatly from 30 minutes. They kept their own concealment skills activated, moving quickly in the woods along the upstream direction of the river. Finally, they found a place suitable for temporary stationing as a safe house. It was a small or medium-sized waterfall hidden in the blue forest. It was difficult to find its existence unless you walked close, let alone observe it from a distance. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. They decided to set up a safe house here today. Chapter 111. They took advantage of the fact that the time for the transition had not yet come, and walked around the area around the waterfall. There were no special birds around, and no excrement of large animals, so it looked safe. The slightly higher terrain around the waterfall was also composed of normal soil and rock layers, not formed by giant birds. They carefully scouted and tried to eliminate some dangerous factors as much as possible. Soon, 1800 hours arrived. Lin Jinwei and Suyi stood at the positions decided in advance, around the waterfall, and the two of them were at a distance. If they encountered danger without affecting each other, they could also be rescued. When the transition time came, Lin Jinwei felt a familiar sense of space switching. The surrounding environment was silent, and the unsafe house and darkness moved together. She subconsciously closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was already inside the unsafe house. Lin Jinwei immediately looked at the security system at the door, and finally saw green. It was so touching. Seeing normal green in the weird woods was so touching. The unsafe house turned back into a safe house. The little girl is back. Chatty Saw greeted Lin Jinwei happily. I'm back. Lin Jinwei ran to the window and looked in the direction of Suyi. There was also a blue tree that looked exactly like the one next to it. There was just a big hole on it. It seemed that was the hole that the eagle broke through. This also proved that the eagle's vision was enough to see the little reflection of the window after the upgrade and launch an attack. It's not that safe yet. Maybe there is no completely safe place in the game. It was already pitch black outside the window, with only a little starlight shining on the blue forest, adding some weirdness. She had been out for a day today, so she should be able to stay in the safe house for 24 hours, just in time to dissect the newly captured beak bird beast and eagle. She felt like a hunter in this dungeon. Lin Jinwei drew the curtains and stretched her body. Let's take a rest today. She changed her clothes and threw them into the washing machine. Looking at the slow and difficult operation of the mini washing machine, it felt like it would soon go on strike. A few more sets of clothes were needed for changing. For dinner today, I had the hamburger set I had drawn earlier. Lin Jinwei silently chanted Wound Healing in her heart, while using change on this set. Super Healing Big Mac. Eating the entire set can strengthen the healing of the body's wounds. Very good. It seems that the hamburger tonight is a Big Mac. Huh? Feeling the touch of his hand, Lin Jinwei retracted his right hand. She reached in with both hands and took out a real Big Mac. It looked like a large hamburger plush toy sold in the mall. But the one in her hand was the real deal, with a 2-layer meat patty that was bigger than her face, and it smelled delicious. Even the Coke was the largest cup, and the snacks were as big as turkey legs. You have to eat all of this to have a healing effect. Lin Jinwei gritted her teeth and ate what can't be eaten. The more you eat, the faster you grow. Her eyes were blank, and it took her an hour to finish the super healing Big Mac set. After eating, she went to wash up and checked the wound on her back. Well, it's almost healed. Lin Jinwei even thought that it would be fine tomorrow. It seems that if she is going to get hurt later, it is better to get hurt on the back, because it would be bad if she gets hurt on the front. Lin Jinwei didn't think there was anything wrong with her idea. Most people would take not getting hurt as a prerequisite. After cleaning herself up, she didn't change into pajamas, but chose to wear a sports suit. This was what she got from Resident Evil before, and she also used change. The top increases defense, and the pants increase agility. She moved around and felt it, that is, the legs swung a little faster. It's better than nothing. There is still some time before sleep time, and the loss of mental power is within the tolerable range, so Lin Jinwei went to the magic house to dissect the beak birds and beasts. She is already familiar with this, and it won't dirty herself. After decomposing the 6 hunted ones, it was just right for Meg to make bows and arrows for her overnight. She will never waste a single minute to exploit her skills, and she will become a capitalist in the death game. When she finished her arrangements happily, and went to the basement to sleep, a familiar mocking voice appeared again. Oh my god, girl, why are you dressed like this? Venomous Mirror shouted loudly. What's wrong with me? Lin Jinwei was puzzled. She looked down at herself. Her sportswear was normal. Your color, what the hell is it? Lin Jinwei shut up immediately. Her clothes were normal in style, but the top was fluorescent purple, and the sports pants were silver. What are you doing wearing this? Huh? You are not doing something, button or something pre. How do you pronounce it? The one that young people like nowadays. I'm not cosplaying. Venomous Mirror ignored Linjinua's rebuttal, and its mouth flew up and down and kept talking. A little mist appeared on the mirror, which made people wonder if it was caused by its saliva. Come on, girl, let me tell you, your color combination is not fashionable at all. It's like going to a dance hall in the 80s to dance tap dance. Lin Jinwei took a deep breath, ignored Venomous Mirror, and climbed onto the bed. Don't wear this out tomorrow. Absolutely not. Don't embarrass yourself. Lin Jinwei squirmed in the quilt, closed her eyes and fainted. You can't hear anything when you fall asleep. And she has found that Venomous Mirror is just a little annoying, but it doesn't actually affect her rest. It's like an elder at home. Then just let it go in one ear and out the other. As expected, Venomous Mirror saw that Lin Jinwei was asleep, so it closed its mouth. Only a drooping mouth on the mirror revealed that she was extremely dissatisfied with this outfit. The fourth day. 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Jinwei woke up on time. She turned over and got out of bed with a quick movement, climbed up the stairs with her hands and feet, and quickly opened the door to look out. After confirming that the light was still green, she climbed out of the basement with both hands and closed the door. Watching her series of actions, Venomous Mirror didn't even have time to say a word. This set of actions can't be to prevent it, it really is. After Lin Jinwei washed up and had breakfast, she went to the magic room and planned to dissect the body of the eagle. The meat of the bipolar duck king had been put into a glass bottle, and she did a transformation. Roast duck and white-cut duck, two effects will appear randomly after throwing. One is hot, and the other is frozen. It depends on your taste which flavor you choose. Why does it look a bit delicious? Lin Jinwei lifted the glass bottle and shook it, carefully observing the meat inside. The original big eyes remained solid after being cut into pieces, but now they melted after being placed outside for a while. The blue white of the eye melted and stained half of the meat, and the red pupil melted and stained the other half. The red and blue meat pieces in the bottle now each occupy half, and the appearance is quite a bit like the yin and yang of Tai Chi. So it has two properties, so it is called bipolar duck? Do these ducks practice Tai Chi every day? Lin Jinwei put away the jar and took out the bodies of two eagles. It's really big. The magic room was squeezed so tightly that there was no room for her feet. She could only put it away first, move to the main house, and then take it out. The bodies of the two eagles, one large and one small, were neatly arranged on the floor of the safe house. Small is relative. She originally planned to dissect a small eagle first to practice. After all, she didn't know if the bodies of different birds would be different. Just when she was about to put the big eagle into the space first, the abdomen of the eagle, which had no signs of life, suddenly moved. It had clearly received a kill reminder. Why would it move? Lin Jinwei held her breath for a moment. She stopped all her movements and looked at it intently. Another tremor. Lin Jinwei reached out and took back the small eagle first. It seems that she has to dissect the big one first. Lin Jinwei did not choose to use the decomposition function directly. The current situation is too strange, so she still needs to do it herself. She closed her eyes and controlled cut to cut from the eagle's chest, and then slowly cut down to the lower abdomen. She couldn't see the concrete form of cut now, but she could control it more carefully. It was cut. She stepped forward and slowly opened the chest with her gloved hands, slicing the meat in front of her bit by bit. This eagle had a lot of fat, thick layers after layers, which needed to be scraped off very carefully. It was strange. Don't birds that eat fish by the water usually have such thick fat? The eagle should be full of tendon meat, and it doesn't look fat at all. Finally, the fat was scraped clean, and the hard sternum was removed. What appeared in front of Lin Jinwei was a huge uterus. Birds have uteruses. After the ovules mature, they are fertilized and become eggs, and finally the eggs are laid and hatched. In Lin Jinwei's cognition, this should be the process. But in the womb in front of him, a miniature eagle was curled up. It was about the size of a medium-sized dog, curled up in a ball, with its eyes tightly closed. Its chest was still rising and falling, and it was clearly still alive. No wonder the eagle was still on its back when it landed. Before it died, it used its last bit of strength to rotate its body in the air, just to protect its child. It was still alive after the mother died. Was it because she put the mother into the space? Ton can suspend the preservation of time. Each upgrade increases the capacity. Now it seems that there are some hidden changes. For example, it can store living bodies. Or living bodies that are dying. The little eagle in front of him looked like it was going to die. It could no longer absorb nutrients from the mother, and would soon die. Lin Jinwei did not intervene, neither saving nor killing. He just observed its condition. The desire to survive of this little eagle seemed really strong. Perhaps it was close to birth, and its basic functions had already developed perfectly. It began to tremble violently, and used its mouth to forcefully pierce the no longer warm uterus, and float along with the liquid to the ground of the safe house. The little eagle shook its body, slowly opened its golden eyes, and the first person it saw was Lin Jinwei. It made a soft cry, staring at Lin Jinwei with eyes full of attachment. This was treating Lin Jinwei as its mother. The little eagle lay beside the corpse of the female eagle, and recognized the human who killed its mother as its own mother. Chapter 112. Lin Jinwei sighed, and went forward to wrap the trembling body of the little eagle with a towel. It did nothing wrong. The little eagle did not have the strength to stand up, so it could only lie on the ground and stare at Lin Jinwei, spinning around, looking particularly cute. When Lin Jinwei wiped the liquid on its body, it seemed to be very comfortable, and closed its eyes, and fell asleep. Its blue-purple eyelashes trembled slightly, and its claws were tucked into the towel. What to do? She has never raised a bird. And how can this bird be viviparous? Whose birds are viviparous? Lin Jinwei looked at the little eagle sleeping soundly wrapped in a towel on the ground, and was a little at a loss. She could only quickly make a small nest on the ground with fabric and cotton, and then pick it up and put it in. Finally, cover it with a small floral quilt. Alas! Lin Jinwei sighed again. Let's raise it as a dog first. What should I feed it when I wake up? Birds have become viviparous, so they can't still drink milk, right? Let's get down to business first. Lin Jinwei took advantage of the little eagle's sleep to decompose its mother. It seemed like she was destroying the body. Then she decomposed the smaller eagle. It was also discovered that the size of the eagle was based on gender, and the female eagle was a circle larger than the male eagle. The feathers of the eagle were longer and harder than those of birds and beasts. The hand at the base of the wing had only 4 fingers and no palm, so she took it off and put it in a bottle. After decomposing it, she breathed a sigh of relief and added the claws, feathers, and bones of the eagle to the blueprint for upgrading. This time, a progress bar was displayed, and it was progressing slowly. There was still some time, so Lin Jinwei took out the tear crystal and studied it carefully. There was no explanation, and there was no display of yesterday's illustrated buff. She also used change, but no change occurred, which was very strange. She went up to check the fallen and dead trees she saw in the past 2 days, but no tree produced tear crystals again. Is it a low probability event? Then it is a very precious material. Lin Jinwei tilted her head and thought for a while, and simply melted the tear crystal directly into her bow and arrow as an upgrade. It feels that many bows and arrows will be decorated with gems, and it doesn't matter if they are useless. The progress bar was pulled longer, and it seemed that it would take a while to complete. Looking at the time, it was almost noon, and Lin Jinwei stretched her body and went to prepare lunch. Oh, there is one more mouth. Will she have enough supplies? Lin Jinwei began to worry about her own supply reserves. She was also worried that the little eagle would want to peck her head when she grew up. So scary. Lin Jinwei ate her meal tremblingly, and prepared a few meat buns for the little eagle. Birds of prey must eat meat, right? The little eagle smelled the fragrance of the meat buns, and its eyelids trembled and opened its eyes. It tilted its head to look at the meat buns, blinked, and pecked at the meat buns twice. Lin Jinwei also had a meat bun in her hand, and she stuffed it into her mouth to show the little eagle. Just open your mouth and eat it like this. It's still delicious. What if she doesn't eat it? Will she dig out the internal organs from the tree to feed it? Fortunately, the little eagle is very smart. It learned from Lin Jinwei's behavior, and bit a whole meat bun and swallowed it. Hey! Don't choke. Before Lin Jinwei could stop him, the little eagle had already swallowed the meat bun whole. It also thought it was delicious, so it swallowed the rest of the meat buns one after another. After eating the meat bun, it had the strength to stand up. When it stood up, it was the same height as Lin Jinwei squatting. Are all the cubs this big? Lin Jinwei stood up and walked to the door of the safe house. She habitually grabbed a handful of candy for baby Locke and opened the door sideways. She waved her hand outward, pointing to the vast world outside. Please come this way. The meaning is very clear. It can fly away after eating. The little eagle slowly got familiar with its claws, and walked to the door with a click, tilted its head to look outside, and then looked at Lin Jinwei. It didn't understand what Mama meant. Lin Jinwei used both hands to make the gesture of flapping wings. You can fly out now. You are free. The little eagle was very happy, and waved its wings like Lin Jinwei. Yes. That's right. Lin Jinwei was very happy and walked out of the house, letting the little eagle come out. The little eagle waved its wings unskillfully and staggered out of the safe house and landed in front of it. The soil felt uncomfortable for the little eagle, and it frowned. Oh my god, she actually saw the hybrid of an eagle and a vulture frowning. Lin Jinwei took 2 steps back and waved her arms again, still jumping under her feet. Did you see it? Just fly like this. Fly away. What are you doing, a fake eye? Su Ye's surprised voice came from the side. This eagle cub? Where did you steal the eggs and hatch them? She was even more shocked when she saw the little eagle. Today Su Ye got up early, cleaned up the safe house, and went out for exercise. When he came back, he saw Lin Jinwei making strange poses, and next to him was a young version of the bird that tried to peck her head yesterday. Like a big golden retriever. No! I didn't. Lin Jinwei hurriedly shook her head to deny it, and saw the little eagle flapping its wings and trying to take off. She quickly retreated to Su Ye's side and explained in a low voice. Who would have thought that the eagle crawled out of the corpse by itself? It's still alive? An egg was taken out of the corpse? Su Ye looked at the little eagle in surprise. It hatched overnight? Lin Jinwei covered her face. No, why are you so picky about eggs? Eagles are viviparous. It came out of the womb. Su Ye opened his mouth wide. Birds are viviparous? Normally they are oviparous. This should be a special species in the game. Lin Jinwei explained in a low voice. So it thinks you are its mother now? Lin Jinwei looked pale. No way, I thought I just need to let it fly. Fly, feel the call of instinct, and it will fly away. Su Ye pointed with his hand. It's flying. In the blink of an eye, she was 5 meters away from Lin Jinwei, shouting loudly, It's flying towards you. Lin Jinwei was shocked at how Su Ye ran so fast, and the next second she saw the little eagle rushing towards her. She subconsciously blocked in front of her with one hand, and the other hand had already reached out for the thief's knife. The expected impact did not come. The little eagle gently landed on her arm that was covering her. The claws were not clenched tightly, just gently resting. It was even afraid that its weight would affect Lin Jinwei, so it gently hovered in the air. It tried to make it look like it was staying on Lin Jinwei's arm. Lin Jinwei widened her eyes and looked up at the little eagle. She could see the intimate expression in the little eagle's golden pupils. The eagle's vision is 8 times that of humans. It must have seen the knife in Lin Jinwei's hand. But it had no doubts or fears, just lowered its head and put its forehead against Lin Jinwei's forehead. Lin Jinwei took back the knife in his hand and reached out to touch the little eagle's head. The little eagle suddenly became happy, rubbing its head against Lin Jinwei's face and waving its wings happily. The wings were quite overwhelming when they were spread out, and Lin Jinwei shuddered again. I always feel that a slap can slap her far away. Su Ye hid far away and observed. If the situation was not right, she would come up to save Lin Jinwei. Huh? Lin Jinwei was stunned for a moment, stretched out her hand to grab the wings of the little eagle, and tried to feel the tip of the wing. The little eagle stood directly on Lin Jinwei's shoulder, with its furry belly pressed against her face, fluffy and soft, allowing Lin Jinwei to break its wings. No! Neither side. There was no human hand on the tip of the wing of this little eagle. It looked like an ordinary bird, just a little bigger. Lin Jinwei waved to Su Ye, indicating that it was okay. Su Ye came up stealthily. Why are you so obscene? Su Ye carefully walked around Lin Jinwei to observe, watching the little eagle stretch out its wings and hug Lin Jinwei's head. Be careful, it's a big one. She looked at it. Can I touch it? Lin Jinwei was speechless. Don't ask me, ask it. Forget it, take my hand off later. Su Ye still gave up the idea of touching it. What are your plans next? She raised her chin and asked Lin Jinwei. Stay here for a few more days. It's relatively safe at the moment. Let's scout around here. Lin Jinwei thought, and slapped back the wings of the little eagle that scratched her face. I still need to make some props. Su Ye listened and nodded. I have similar plans. If you need help, please contact by Xian? Okay. After the two of them talked, Su Ye still had to scout around to see what kind of birds were living here. Lin Jinwei planned to go back to the house to see the upgrade of the bow and arrow. I didn't plan to go far today. Do you want to play outside or come in with me? She asked, looking at the little eagle jumping on the ground like a sparrow. The little eagle opened its mouth and cried twice, then followed Lin Jinwei into the house. Is it really okay without a mother's guidance? Wouldn't the child think he was a sparrow? Are there sparrows here? Lin Jinwei shook her head violently, restraining her thoughts from flying thousands of miles away on the eagle. She opened the door of the safe house, and saw the little eagle happily walk to his nest step by step, crawl directly in, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. Why does this action look familiar? Chatty Mirror looking at Gagale, it found it very interesting. Lin Jinwei shook her head, and clicked on the mall to see if there was any content related to pet raising. Who would raise a pet here in this kind of game? There really is one in the mall. Common pet supplies for dogs and cats are all available, as well as reptiles, mice, etc. Oh yes, some people are born as magicians, so they always have to raise some familiars. Lin Jinwei scrolled down, looking for suitable items. It should be raised as an owl, right? Her hand paused, and she found the supplies for bird breeding. There is a novice breeding package, 499 points. It includes breeding books, 3 bags of bird food and a leash. The book is an electronic version, which can be viewed directly on the panel, covering the complete bird collection. So such a high price is all for knowledge. In this copy, it can really come in handy, so Lin Jinwei had to grit her teeth and place an order. Continuing to scroll down, she also saw strange things, which seemed to be temporarily put on the shelf for her situation. The product was shining with golden light, and it said, temporary product familiar contract shocking price 1314 points limited time purchase, 2279:57:13. Chapter 113. Lin Jinwei really likes small animals. She has cats and dogs at home. If her mother hadn't yelled that she would throw her out if she kept more, she would even want to keep snakes and lizards. She thinks bearded dragons are very cute. But she has never considered birds. When she was a child, she saw a cage of cute little parrots in a busy night market when her family was traveling. Several little parrots were close together, their mouths touching each other's bodies, looking very cute. At first, she thought they were helping to comb their feathers, but she walked closer with curiosity and found that the parrot entered from under the neck of its companion, and its mouth moved quickly, pulling out a small ball of bright red meat. It was pecking at its companion's body. Even the little parrot that was pecked was still alive. It stood there motionless, closed its eyes, trembled slightly, and endured the pecking of its companions. Or maybe it had no strength to resist, just silently waiting for death. This scene shocked Lin Jinwei greatly. When her mother came forward to take her away, she tried to turn her head, and looked at the little parrot's body shaking again and again. The last scene she saw was the little parrot's half-open eyes. Despair and lifelessness. So she never thought about raising birds. But now there is a hawk vulture who regards her as her mother. Even its biological mother was killed by her. Lin Jinwei was silent. She hadn't decided whether to raise the little hawk vulture. The familiar contract book can probably be used to take it out of this game copy. Then she will be responsible for it. If she finally returns to the real world, what will happen to the little hawk vulture? If she dies, what will happen to the little vulture? Raising a pet is never an easy decision. You need to think carefully, and weigh your own conditions, whether you can provide them with a good living environment, and whether you can send them to the end. After a comprehensive assessment, you can make a decision. Lin Jinwei clicked on the panel to check the eagle's information, which said, eagles have a lifespan of 70 years. Check the vulture again. The lifespan of vultures is 20 to 72 years. It seems that if nothing unexpected happens, the vulture can send her away. Think about it again. The countdown in the panel matches the time when she left the game, and she still has enough time to think about it. Lin Jinwei closed the page and clicked on the drawing panel. The progress bar above has been completed. Tear bow double bow. The blue crystal adds mysterious power to it, making it less likely to be damaged. The bow can be pulled faster, and the shooting speed of arrows can be increased. Special ability. You can shoot twice as many arrows each time, but only an odd number of arrows are actually lost. Good stuff. This means that Lin Jinwei shot 1 arrow, but in the end, she actually shot 2 arrows. Double the attack power. As long as she can get more tier crystals, she can probably continue to upgrade. She can make a 9-link bow, an 18-link bow. If she can continue to get them. She no longer misses the weapons at the auction, but wants to make one with her own talent. The blueprint can directly enhance and upgrade the existing weapons, and even the slight wear and tear before can be repaired. Let's take a look at the bow upgraded by Eagle Vulture. Eagle Eye Arrow can have a certain tracking effect and strong penetration when shooting. Gliding Arrow has a stronger hovering effect and can be shot farther. It is actually divided into 2 development directions, which seems to have inherited the characteristics of eagles and vultures respectively. Vultures have weak flying ability, but strong gliding ability, so they can soar in the air for a long time, and Gliding Arrow has such characteristics. Very good, very good. Lin Jinwei was very satisfied. She used the claws and beaks of the eagle to produce arrows. Now there is a lot of meat left in the ring, and she doesn't know what to do with it. Her several jars are already full of beak bird and beast organs. It just so happens that she has time today, so Lin Jinhua plans to change each one. The specific development direction is still weapons with relatively high danger, preferably like eyeball bullet. A jar of glandular stomach that secretes gastric acid. Ding acid fountain will spray corrosive liquid around after being exposed to air for 5 minutes. A jar of gizzard that mechanically digests food. Grinding machine after 5 minutes of contact with air. It will grind objects within a radius of 1 meter. A can of digestion and absorption of small intestine and large intestine. Sticky glue can stick objects very firmly. There are still other internal organs such as the heart, lungs and stomach that have not been converted. Lin Jinhua plans to rest for a while. The current attack power feels sufficient, so the rest will be put away first, and then converted when needed. She. A crisp cry came from outside. The little eagle woke up, and looked for its mother. Lin Jinhua sighed, got up and opened the door to let it in. What's wrong, are you hungry? It's only about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's so hungry so soon. It's really hard to raise a child. She was just about to go to the kitchen to heat up some meat buns for it, when she saw the little eagle sniffing around on the floor with bright eyes. He even looked up at her, and opened his mouth and cried. If the cub had hands, he would definitely point to his mouth to eat. She had put the meat of the beak bird there before, and it hadn't been cleaned up yet. Could it eat the meat of the beak bird? Lin Jinhua took a larger plate, and put it on the ground, and put a large piece of the meat of the beak bird on the plate. Should it be roasted? As she was thinking, the little eagle ran over and dove into the plate to eat. It seems that it can eat raw food. Not long after, the plate of meat was eaten up, and the little eagle looked up at Lin Jinhua with a little unsatisfied feeling, and chirped again. Lin Jinhua pushed it to the main house, and put a basin next to its hut, which was filled with the meat of the beak bird. Apart from anything else, there was really a lot of meat, enough for everyone. She. The little eagle cried happily, and continued to eat. It seems that hunting will be needed to feed the baby in the future. She couldn't feed the little eagle meat of its own kind, but she didn't have any psychological pressure to feed it other bird meat. The internal organs of the blue tree were too strange, so Lin Jinhua didn't plan to feed it. At least one feeding problem was solved. After Lin Jinhua finished cleaning the magic house, she saw the little eagle eating a full bowl of meat and lying on the ground with a burp. Seeing Lin Jinhua coming out, it twisted on the ground and didn't get up. Oh, it's a little cute. Lin Jinhua couldn't help but touch it, and the little eagle squinted comfortably and fell asleep on its back. Don't birds sleep standing up? Forget it, the child can sleep however he likes. In order to better fit the bird's lifestyle, Lin Jinhua moved a long branch from the basement, cut it into several sections, and hung it in the main house, like a cassava chip swing. When the little eagle wakes up, he can stand there and play. Buzz. The upper right corner reminded by Xian that he had received a message from Su Yi. Come quickly. Su Yi gave Lin Jinhua a prop that could locate her position. They had agreed before that if they met new birds, they would send each other a message. Lin Jinhua turned around and left the safe house. The positioning prop in her hand was like a cat's paw, and every time it was pinched, it would light up in the target direction. The closer the distance, the stronger the brightness. Lin Jinhua hid her breath and ran quickly, crossing the jungle around her. There was a part of short bushes in this area, blue, with the roots cut off, and red liquid flowing out, without internal organs, but just as weird. She jumped over the bushes, and continued running for about 5 minutes, and saw Su Yi's figure in front of her. Su Yi half crouched behind the bushes. She felt Lin Jinhua coming, and put her finger to her mouth. Shoo. Lin Jinhua immediately slowed down his movements, crouched down, and slowly approached her. When she moved to Su Yi's side, Su Yi pointed and asked her to look forward. It was a bird about the same size as a beak bird, but it was only aimed at its body. It had a pair of legs as long as its body, and the whole body was snow white, only the claws were light blue, and it looked like a crystal texture, shining under the light spot. Under those beautiful claws, a player was being caught. A male player in sportswear, his eyes tightly closed, life or death unknown. Lin Jinhua turned his head sharply to look at Su Yi, who shook his head seriously. When I found him, the player was already dead. Su Yi sent a message to Lin Jinhua on by Xian. Why are all the players I met recently dead? Are there any living people? I just saw this bird and thought this might be its habitat, so I wanted to ask you to come and see it. As soon as I said 2 words, it seemed to notice me, so I had to hide. It searched for me, but didn't find me, so it left. I was going to follow it, but not long after, I saw it coming with the player's body in its mouth. And then you came. Lin Jinwei was about to reply when a strange sound interrupted her. They looked up carefully and saw that this elegant bird raised its long neck. Because of the raised neck, the feathers on it separated one by one, covered with light pink spots of varying depths. No! Lin Jinwei narrowed his eyes and saw that it was not feathers, but human nails, pink, flesh-colored, round, square, pointed. All kinds of human nails were stacked together and wrapped around the bird's neck. They were its feathers, and also its defensive armor. It raised its neck, stretched its wings, and bathed in the sun. Its posture was as graceful as a ballerina on the stage. The next second, it raised its claws high. Then, it stepped heavily on the player under its feet. Crack. With a crisp sound, the player's neck broke. More than once. Its two claws quickly lifted and dropped alternately. At first, it was slightly heavy, accompanied by a crisp sound of crackling, and then the number of steps increased, the pace continued to accelerate, and finally turned into a steaky sound. Pudgy, pudgy. Snap, snap. The bird became more and more excited, kicking quickly until the player under its feet was trampled into a pool of meat. The blood did not stop flowing, and later Lin Jinwei and Su Yi could not bear to watch it anymore, so they avoided their sight. They could only wait for it to finish, and then find a chance to leave, otherwise the sound of its movements would be easily discovered. Looking at its movements, Lin Jinwei found the corresponding bird in the panel. Secretary bird. In the original world, it is a very elegant bird. Because of its slender thighs and beautiful appearance, it is deeply loved by people. But in this game world, it has a similar appearance, but a bad temper. Likes to trample on prey and play with prey. Lin Jinwei had just closed the panel when Su Yi, who was beside her, suddenly grabbed her hand, her palms full of sweat. She paused and looked up. She saw that the elegant secretary bird had stopped moving and was looking in their direction. The long light blue eyelashes swept across the lavender pupils, and when she opened her eyes again, the lavender pupils suddenly shrank. It was not the source of danger. The grass in front of them made a rustling sound and was moving to the sides, and a beautiful head squeezed in. Lin Jinwei looked into another pair of big purple eyes. They were discovered. Chapter 114. Lin Jinwei's hair stood up. They didn't notice the approach of another secretary eagle. She and Su Yi didn't hesitate and attacked at the same time. Since they were discovered, they couldn't stay there and wait for death. They didn't want to turn into meat paste. Lin Jinwei relied entirely on instinct. She turned her head to avoid the head of the secretary eagle, grabbed the neck of the secretary eagle with both hands, and twisted it with all her strength. The slender neck that seemed soft and fragile was harder than expected. There was no way to twist it off. At most, she could only turn the direction to avoid its mouth that was coming quickly. Dangerous sensibility. Suddenly sounded, "Is this neck dangerous?" "Be careful," Su Yi shouted urgently. Her hands had turned into claws. Before she could attack, she tripped Lin Jinwei. "Sister, how can you hit your teammates?" Lin Jinwei didn't let go of the neck of the eagle in her hand, and just twisted it, and fell to the ground together. She looked at the pair of long legs that appeared in front of her face, and her back was instantly soaked with sweat. The vulture that was trampling on the body just now came quickly, and kicked them directly. If Su Yi had not tackled her just now, the foot would have kicked her head straight through. This is too fast. The speed is completely different from the step just now. "Thank you, sister, I will hit my teammates hard." Su Yi faced the vulture that rushed over head-on, and there was no way to help her. A tingling spread from the palm of her hand. The scales on the neck opened up and cut Lin Jinwei's hands, and at this time she and the secretary vulture looked at each other. The secretary vulture was not panicked at all. Lin Jinwei immediately launched cut without hesitation. The chest of the secretary bird suddenly exploded, and the scales on its neck fell off. Its state was a little weak. But only a little. The fallen scales did not fall freely to the ground, but instead spun and flew straight towards Lin Jinwei. Too close. Lin Jinwei immediately loosened her right hand that was tightly holding the secretary bird's neck, and used the force to sidestep to avoid most of the nails. Some nails still pierced her body. She groaned and launched cut with her left hand fiercely. At the same time, her right hand directly inserted into the chest of the secretary bird, and the touch in her hand made Lin Jinwei stunned for a moment. No heart. How could it be without a heart? The secretary bird let out a sharp hiss because of the pain, and struggled to move its head on the ground. It stared at Lin Jinwei, and took advantage of the moment when she was stunned, and kicked Lin Jinwei head-on, with its slender and powerful legs. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to use stabbing. That leg was more like a knife drawn from its sheath, rushing towards it with murderous intent. Lin Jinhua quickly recovered and dodged the leg sideways. She pulled her right hand out of the secretary bird's chest, pressed her hands on the neck of the secretary bird and twisted her body. She used her hands and feet to launch so to control the action of the secretary bird. If the heart is not in the chest, it should not be far away. Maybe on the right? Lin Jinhua locked the body of the secretary bird tightly, ignoring the blood dripping from her body, and directly cut off its legs, looking it up and down. Her eyes were locked on the position below the neck. The nails did not stop at the base of the neck, but extended downward to the chest. Why are there nails? It is to protect the important parts. Lin Jinhua's eyes flashed, and he stabbed the secretary bird's chest with the arrow in his hand. The arrow hit the armor plate on the chest and made a harsh sound, like someone scratching a blackboard with nails. The secretary bird struggled violently, more fiercely than before. This is the position. Lin Jinhua gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, and the arrow was completely embedded in the secretary bird's chest. Gaw! The secretary bird let out a very shrill scream, and its head finally drooped, losing its life. The player has killed the level finger snake bird and obtained 30 points. One level lower than the eagle. Lin Jinhua put the body of the secretary bird into the ring, picked up the 2 legs on the ground, wiped his face, and looked at Su Yi. Su Yi was still fighting with the secretary bird. She clawed, it kicked, and the two fought back and forth. Lin Jinhua stood up and drew her bow and arrow. Su Yi saw her movements from the corner of his eye, retracted his claws, and squatted down suddenly. Secretary Eagle? ? Before it could react to why this human suddenly squatted down, for arrows had already pierced its head and chest in succession. The lavender pupils widened and then lost their spirit, and the neck drooped softly on the ground. The kill notification was also received. Lin Jinhua retracted her weapon and clicked on the panel to transfer points to Su Yi. She stepped forward and collected the body. This is all the baby's rations. Ah, this nail needs to be removed, otherwise it will scratch the child's throat. Lin Jinhua didn't know that her current thoughts were like a worried old mother. Su Yi retracted his transformed hands and patted the twisted head on his body. Are you okay with your injuries? She was just playing a round-based game with the Secretary Eagle, and Lin Jinhua really fought in close combat. Aren't you an auxiliary ability? Why are you rushing forward? Lin Jinhua wanted to cry, but had no tears. I don't want to either. Who wants to fight in close combat? I'm tired of living. Some parts of her body are still pierced with nails, and Lin Jinhua grimaced in pain when they were touched. Go back to the safe house, and I take care of it. It's the 4th day in the dungeon, and she got injured for the 3rd time. Lin Jinhua suddenly missed the ghost dungeon. Not only did she not get hurt, she could also beat the ghosts. Su Yi patted his head and pointed to a small mound in the distance. Some blue tree branches and leaves were piled on the mound, which looked like a sloppily made bird's nest. I called you here to see this. This is probably the habitat of the long-legged bird just now. I have seen several nests of this bird. It seems that the waterfall is a dividing point. The area below the waterfall should be the territory of the ducks. At present, the location of our safe house is relatively safe. There are no special birds and mosses around the waterfall. Lin Jinhua nodded repeatedly after listening to Su Yi's words. The two of them checked the shoddy nest, buried the body of the player just now with leaves, and returned to the safe house. This long-legged, the vulture may have the habit of storing food. On the way back, Su Yi suddenly said, that player has no nickname, and has been dead for at least 3 days. 3 days? Died not long after entering the game? Su Yi looked solemn. I suspect that the nest where the vulture built its nest is the location of the player's safe house. Lin Jinhua suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the location of the nest was so strange, so there were quite a few nests. Many players have died? Lin Jinhua murmured. I suspect it is. Su Yi looked at himself, then at Lin Jinhua, who was covered in wounds. If I hadn't run into you, I would have died. You should have been injured several times since you entered this game, right? Lin Jinhua nodded. If you hadn't saved me just now, I would have died too. The two looked up to the sky and sighed. This game is really getting harder and harder. I hope the player I meet next time is alive. Lin Jinhua and Su Yi separated and returned to the safe house to bandage their wounds. As soon as they opened the door, the little eagle rushed over with a cry. I have to feed the cub first. In addition to the little eagle, there was also a materialized stench that could smell the rich ingredients in it. Lin Jinhua was so suffocated that she couldn't open her eyes. She looked over with tears in her eyes. There were several huge piles of feces on the floor, and the baby lock beside her was hanging on the door with empty eyes. It seemed that he had been gone for a while. Lin Jinyue's eyes went black and white and black again. She opened the door and window of the safe house to let the smell out. She took out a shovel, scooped up a few piles of feces on the ground and threw them outside. According to the kill level, the level of the vulture is okay, and the feces should be able to prevent some weak birds from coming. Right, let it go first. She went back to the house to clean up, and then poured a basin of meat for the cub. Without much hope, she told the little vulture that if it wanted to poop, please go out. After doing all this, she could sit down to remove the nails on her body, disinfect them, and sew them. Every step was so painful that her eyes were dizzy. Combined with the strong smell in the house, she felt that it was not bad to be kicked to death by the vulture just now. No, if I kick him to death, he will turn into meat paste, which is too undignified. Lin Jinwei collapsed on the single sofa, his eyes empty. After the meal, the little eagle ran over to rub against her happily. She reached out and touched the cub's head, comforting herself. Just like raising a stupid dog. But the stupid dog has a pair of wings. In the next few days, except for taking the cub to the toilet every day, Lin Jinwei did not explore new places. Her usual attitude of living as long as she can survive runs through. They found that the time to stay in the safe house is related to the safety of the surrounding environment. Before, when the safety level was yellow, you could only stay in the house for no more than 24 hours. Now it is green. Safety, you can stay in the house for about 48 hours. It takes more than 3 hours to leave the house, and return to the house to reset the time. Maybe you can change your thinking. It is not that the safe house will expel the player when a certain time is reached. But in the current environment, it can only provide players with safety for a limited time. Is it to conceal the breath? I don't know yet. After all, the meat of the beaked birds killed before is enough for the little eagle to eat, so she doesn't need to go hunting to raise children for the time being. In a few days, the little eagle didn't grow up, and it was still the same size, and it looked like a normal adult eagle. It also learned to squat on the new wooden rack made by Lin Jinwei and flap its wings. It looked like a giant parrot. Lin Jinwei began to feel comfortable in this dungeon. Just treat it as a vacation trip of nature hiking. But the system will not let players live comfortably. How can it be a trip? On the evening of the 10th day, Lin Jinwei finally taught the little eagle to go out to defecate, and the house became fresh air again. Even Baby Locke knows how to let Super Polite open the door. She was immersed in this joyful mood, but as soon as she entered the house, she heard the sharp explosion of poison tongue mirror from the basement. Little girl, you haven't come back yet. You are going to die, La. La. This word La was so moving that it vibrated from the basement to the main house, and into the ears of other poison tongue mirror and Chatty Saw. They started shouting together, you are going to die. Lin Jinwei, ? Aunt, you are a bit rude. What are you doing? Why am I going to die? The next second, Lin Jinwei finally realized something, and rolled down the basement and ran to the table. Husi and I hung weakly on the side of the bed, and saw Lin Jinwei coming and moved his fingers. You can see for yourself, I can't help you. Lin Jinwei panted, staring at the computer screen in front of him with wide eyes. The familiar computer screen was written in big red letters on a blue background. Players actively respond to the call. You have accepted the cave I come. Extremely popular task. The task will start at 1800 hours tomorrow. Please be prepared. Ah, I am really going to die. Lin Jinwei thought expressionlessly. Chapter 115. Why would they issue tasks when people are out? Wasn't it always late at night before? Ah, why don't you play by the rules? Lin Jinwei roared 4 times in anger, but the rolling pin ignored her. The screen flashed, and an expression appeared on it, showing that the rolling pin was extremely happy. Another flash, new content appeared. The team has assembled. Team members, AAA makes a fortune selling food, woo. Lin Jinwei climbed back to the main house, opened the window, and looked in the direction of Su Ye's safe house. Sure enough, she heard a scream from the air. You. Close the window, and curse dirty. There is a cub in the house, and it can't be learned by it. But this is a hawk, not a parrot, and it can't talk, right? Lin Jinwei turned her head with peace of mind, and saw the little hawk squatting on the wooden shelf tilted its head, with a curious look on its face. Then it opened its mouth. The pink tongue inside flicked. You. The voice was hoarse, not very pleasant to hear, but the articulation was quite clear. Lin Jinwei, ? Can you speak, baby? What are you going to say, baby? It can't be. Your father. This voice was crisp and sure. Lin Jinhua closed her eyes. This must be a nightmare. She didn't want to raise it anymore. 10 minutes later, Lin Jinhua's door was knocked, and Baby Locke showed a shocked expression, feeling that if she didn't open the door in the next second, she would be broken into. When she opened the door, she saw Suya's face like King Kong, and her anger was about to materialize and burst out. What are you doing? Huh? I see that you have also received the task. This is your father. Lin Jinhua covered Suya's mouth and pushed her into the house. There's a cub in the house. Watch your expression. Suyi broke free. The eagle is not a parrot. What are you afraid of? Lin Jinhua looked back at the little eagle. It didn't want to talk at this time. It bit its head behind its back and put it on her chest to sleep. She breathed a sigh of relief. Pulled Suyi to the basement. The two sat down, their faces pale. What should I do? Suyi was terrified. I have never accepted this task. I heard that people who accepted the task in the second game basically went to some zombie nest, or to the place with the most viruses. In the third game, the system was like dead. There was no such thing. It's better to be dead. Your father's system. Lin Jinhua's eyes were empty, just glad that Qi Ming didn't come into this game. Otherwise, who knows what would happen if these two hot-tempered people got together. Dirty words collided. She took a deep breath and told Suyi about her previous mission experience. It's about the same. It's basically forcing people to death. Lin Jinhua gave a thumbs up. Suyi twisted her thumb down. The mission location hasn't been given yet, so it's tomorrow? Lin Jinhua nodded. It should be close to our safe house, usually nearby. Where is the cave here? We have searched it thoroughly, right? Suyi grabbed his hair and thought frantically. The two looked at each other, and could only wait until the location appeared tomorrow. In addition to them, there was another unlucky guy. This nickname is so wonderful. Lin Jinhua and Suyi both read it out loud. Alas. Be prepared, we talk tomorrow. Lin Jinhua silently handed over a box of dream meal. One for you, one for me. She said meaningfully, I hope we both have a good dream. This time, the foreknowledge dream was dark. She couldn't see herself clearly, nor could she hear any sound. It was as if she was the only one left in the world. A little light came in front of her, and she wanted to touch something. When this thought came up, she woke up. Lin Jinhua sat up and scratched her head. What's the use of this dream? It doesn't look that dangerous. Since it's dark, bring all the props that can light up, and if you're quiet, you can make some noise yourself. Making noise in the cave may not be a good thing, so lighting is the main thing. She turned over and got out of bed, and the computer had already displayed new content. The gathering coordinates will be announced at 1700 hours. Please be prepared, players. Okay. As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar. This is the fourth time for Lin Jinhua, and she is getting anxious. Her mentality has gone from being extremely collapsed to now, with a hint of death in her collapse. She climbed to the main house and saw the cub saying, Dad, your dad. I am your dad. He walked out of the safe house, with his head held high. Going to defecate. Lin Jinhua sat on the sofa with dull eyes. After thinking about it, she couldn't just sit there and wait for death, so she took out a dozen cards from the space. They were spit out to her by Big Face in the Four Corners building, a total of 77 cards. This is a super auspicious number. Big Face said with a smack of his lips. Really? We think 66 and 88 are more auspicious. Lin Jinhua took the card and stretched out her hand. Give me 11 more. I make a lucky number for humans. It's better to say goodbye to this broken game. You human, I secretly saved up these 77 for you for a long time. Big Face's eyes were about to pop out, and they were like a huge light bulb. If there are more, I will be discovered. When Big Face spoke, his saliva mixed with bone fragments flew everywhere, and Lin Jinhua calmly dodged them all. Okay. She put the card into the space. Use it in the game. I know. Lin Jinhua looked up and saw Big Face swallowing all the meat in his mouth, and then looked at the elevator around him, which had become very narrow. If there were criminals holding the players hostage, only one person could enter. Lin Jinhua, After thinking for a while, she said gently, I've lost weight. The next second, a stream of air from nowhere swept Lin Jinhua out of the elevator. I'd lose weight when you come out with the game, Big Face said unhappily. Then I don't want to enter this player gathering area anymore. Lin Jinhua stood at the door and waved to Big Face, Bye, I enter the game tonight. Big Face didn't say anything. After a while, Lin Jinhua was about to turn around and go back to the safe house, and a tongue hung in front of her. The tongue was no longer as fishy as when they first met, but it was still sticky. Lin Jinwei hesitated for a moment, but didn't step back. She wanted to see what Big Face was going to do. The tongue trembled and lifted up, poking Lin Jinwei's forehead with the tip of the tongue, leaving a sticky mark. It looks like snot. Before Lin Jinwei could say anything, she saw the tongue lift up again and lick her head all over. Lin Jinwei's head was full of saliva, and she looked confused. Is he touching her head? The tongue was retracted after licking, and a muffled voice came from the Big Face, not far above her head. Good luck. Lin Jinwei smiled. Thank you. She returned to the safe house and closed the door. She had to wash her hair first. She looked at the card in her hand. It was now in the game and could be used. When she first entered the game, there were a lot of messy things, and she had never thought of taking it out to use it before. There were a total of 77 cards, 37 of which were human body parts exchange cards, and the remaining 40 included 30 points cards and 10 skill cards. The human body exchange card has a black background with red dark patterns on it. If you look closely, the shape is similar to the outline of a human body. Different cards have red blocks in different areas, which match the position of the organs exchanged by the cards. It's also quite design conscious. She didn't need the human body exchange card at the moment, so she put it away first, and turned her attention to the score card and skill card. The score card is fruit green, with dark green traces on it, outlining the value. The highest one has 500 points, and there is only one card. The lowest is 50 points, which is also the most. They are all saved by Big Face's QQ. There are 1,800 points in total. Lin Jinwei didn't use them, so she put them away. When necessary, it can be used as a bargaining chip for transactions or negotiations. The skill card is blue, without any text or dark patterns on it. Only when you touch it can you use your mental power to feel the approximate range of the skills inside. If we must summarize, they can be roughly divided into defense cards, treatment cards, and attack cards. They are all generated based on the player being eaten. According to Big Face, this type of card is the most difficult to generate, and it also depends on the player's talent level and qualifications. It has been rumbling in its stomach for several days before it can produce 1 or 2 cards. It also specifically emphasized that Lin Jinwei should cherish and use them with gratitude. 3 defense cards can create a protective shield around the body, which will be damaged by certain attacks. 6 attack cards, 3 single attacks and 3 group attacks. You will know the specifics after you use them. There is only 1 treatment card, which is a skill that only good players have. Lin Jinwei also specifically asked Big Face, and Big Face said that it only eats players who scream and violate the rules. I won't eat randomly. I am a principled face. Okay. She carefully separated the cards, and put them away to ensure that they can be quickly taken and used, and then prepared everything else. The little eagle went out for a walk and came back happily. It jumped in front of Lin Jinwei and rubbed her face with its head. Are you okay here in the safe house? Lin Jinwei negotiated with it. The little eagle didn't respond, but rubbed her face and then her palm. Pat head, pat head. Lin Jinwei rubbed the little eagle's head, listening to its happy cry, and took it as an answer of agreement. I don't know what I will face in this mission, and it's not convenient to bring such a small cub. At the same time, I'm afraid of encountering an eagle. It's not good to kill its own kind in front of the cub. Leave it in the house. Until 1700 hours, the panel automatically opened and displayed a navigation coordinate, indicating the place she needed to go. There was also a reminder. During the mission, the location of the safe house will not be moved. Please pay attention. Lin Jinwei was stunned. She didn't go out immediately, and checked her space again. Make sure that all camping-related items are brought before going out. This reminder may be hinting to the player that this mission is not a short-term mission, and the time will be extended. It is the 11th day now, and the safe house will be transferred at 6 p.m. on the 12th. From this point of view, the duration of the mission will be at least 1 day and 1 night. Night? Pushing the door open and looking out, the sky has gradually darkened. Once there is no sunlight, the forest will have a gloomy atmosphere. There is still 1 hour, and night will come. The mission will also start here. Since entering the game, she has never left the safe house at night. And now, she is finally going to step into the blue forest in the dark night. A gust of wind blew from the direction of the coordinates, blowing in her ears, like a soft whisper. Come! Come! Come to this world. Chapter 116. She shuddered. Weird, too weird. Ominous, too ominous. Lin Jinwei looked back at the little eagle, which was sleeping soundly in its nest, fluttering its wings from time to time, looking very cute. She breathed a sigh of relief and said to Baby Lock, I may have to go out for a while, so please take good care of the house, okay? Baby Lock's pocket was full of candy again, and it nodded seriously and patted its little face. It said it would do its best, good boy. Lin Jinwei took a deep breath, calmed herself down, raised her head, and walked towards the location indicated by the panel. The more she walked, the more she felt something was wrong. Finally, she stopped at the mouth of the waterfall and looked at the next direction indicated on the panel, which was clearly the inside of the waterfall. They had investigated there, and it was all rock and soil. What does this mean? Suye's voice sounded, and she arrived too. Lin Jinwei hesitated for a moment, drew her bow and shot an arrow at the position indicated by the coordinates. Her sensing props were on it. She put down the bow and closed her eyes to sense the direction of the arrow. Hollow. Lin Jinwei opened her eyes. Her expression changed slightly and returned to normal. It's a common plot. There is a hidden cave in the waterfall. How could they forget this? They all forgot to check whether there is a cave inside the waterfall. Now that I think about it, there are no birds living around the waterfall, most likely because of this cave. There can't be a peerless martial arts secret book in it. Suyi opened his mouth and said speechlessly, The system won't be so kind. Lin Jinwei sighed. She spent points to buy the last Tarzan. Buff, and with a push of her feet, she jumped into the waterfall. The water flow hit her face, causing a slight pain, which made her squint her eyes. Then the pain receded instantly, and Lin Jinwei stepped on the ground again. It was reassuring to be able to stand on the ground, but the soil of this land was particularly soft, and it was still slightly sticky after lifting her feet, pulling up a trace of water stains. It was like stepping on a large pool of slime. There was darkness in front of her, and she couldn't see the flow of the waterfall when she looked back, but could only hear the gurgling sound of water. Such a waterfall could actually cover such strong light. A ray of light appeared in front of her, and Suye's figure also jumped in from the outside world. With this little light, Lin Jinwei saw the surrounding environment clearly. A narrow passage, the walls were dark brown and black, the ground and the walls were the same color, and the texture seemed to be the same. Paw. Suyi also stepped on the ground. The sound made both of them frown. Goosebumps appeared on their bodies for no reason, and the tingling spread all over their bodies. The system coordinates are at this position, and there is no further reminder for the task. Will you remind me when everyone is gathered? Suyi blinked hard, and her pupils turned pure gold, which gave her a certain night vision ability. It should be. Lin Jinwei put on sparkling beauty contact lenses, and could also see the surrounding environment clearly. After wearing sparkling beauty contact lenses, they can shine in the dark and illuminate the front. Not only can she can also shine as a searchlight to let teammates see the surrounding environment together. Two shining eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. Suyi was shaken by Lin Jinwei's eyes, and couldn't help sighing. Her voice didn't disappear, and it still echoed in the space. Lin Jinwei looked at Suyi in a speechless way. What a moving cry. Suyi shook her head and pointed at the waterfall. It's not me, it seems to be outside. The next second, the light appeared again, and a figure broke through the waterfall. She stepped on the ground and rushed forward 2 steps before stopping the movement of her body. Feeling the nausea under her feet, she cursed again. This sound was really magnificent, and it shook Lin Jinwei and Suyi. Fortunately, it was a girl. Lin Jinwei was afraid of men now, because of men like Brother Jean. The player in front of her was the girl nicknamed Chao. She was actually bald, and Lin Jinwei's sparkling beauty contact lenses would reflect a light on her head. Excuse me. Lin Jinwei looked away silently. She was wearing a tight black combat suit that looked like it was made of a special material. Lin Jinwei had seen it in the mall. It was very expensive and cost 3,888 points. It was fireproof and waterproof and could prevent certain damage. She had been envious for a while. This must be a big shot. Lin Jinwei stared at the grass with burning eyes. She slowly straightened up and saw that she was holding a urn in her arms. Was she seeing it right? Was it an urn? Teammate? He looked up at Lin Jinwei, then at Suyi, and confirmed everyone's nickname. 3 unlucky guys are all alive. That? You can call me Rich. Lin Jinwei spoke dryly, and when addressing, he restrained his tone from going in a strange direction. Oh, you can call me Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao pouted, shook off the water droplets on the urn in her hand, took off the backpack on her back, and put the urn in. I really want to ask, but I don't dare to ask. Lin Jinwei opened her mouth and closed it again. Suyi didn't care so much. Xiao Xiao, you can call me Xiuya. Why are you carrying this box? Xiuya? plant? No, it's Huey. Why are you carrying this box? Suyi asked continuously. Lin Jinwei gave a thumbs up in her heart. Sister, you are really awesome. Xiao Xiao put on his backpack and waited again. His pretty face had no eyebrows, revealing a strong sense of death. If I die, you can burn me and put me in there. Thank you. Lin Jinwei and Suyi? Xiao Xiao pulled the corners of his mouth again, as if he was not used to smiling, so this smile looked stiff and weird. If you die, I will also burn you and put you in there. Burn it clean, and you will be free. This is a teammate gathering. No, 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 no. Lin Jinwei's lips trembled. Suyi was stunned and could only nod. Okay. The panel suddenly opened. Teammate gathering is complete, and the temporary team has been established. The mission will officially start at 1800 hours, and players need to explore the cave for more than 3 days. The exploration content, unknown. Leaving the cave before the time is up will be immediately wiped out. Please enjoy this cave trip. What unknown? What wipe out? A 72-hour countdown widget appeared in their field of vision, and the position could be adjusted freely. Xiao Xiao read the reminder and closed her eyes. Let's just burn it. That's not necessary. Lin Jinwei said. To summarize the mission, just live for 3 days. I have experience in this. Suyi and Xiao Xiao turned their heads to look at her. That means you can stay still if you can, and walk as slowly as you can. Lin Jinwei puffed out her chest and said confidently. This mission will comprehensively evaluate whether to pause the countdown based on the player's status. Lin Jinwei froze. I guess this bug has been fixed. Suyi said, after it was mentioned on the forum before, it seems that many players do this when facing countdown missions. It's too abominable. Lin Jinwei gritted her teeth. It doesn't matter, she will open up a new path. The three of them exchanged their respective talents and skills to facilitate the 3-day action. It is better to act in a group in this cave, so that someone can watch when resting. What is surprising is that Xiao Cao's talent is fire, and she can make the designated object burn. Of course, it won't work if it's too wet, and some basic fire is also needed. No wonder he always said burn it all to end it all. Lin Jinwei sold some more rings. Xiao Xiao hung one ring on her chest, took out the urn from her bag, and put it in reverently. Lin Jinwei and Suyi didn't understand, but they could only respect. It was 1800 hours. The temperature dropped by 10 degrees, and Lin Jinwei shuddered violently. Suyi had the dog demon talent, because he was not afraid of the cold due to his fur. Xiao Cao's talent would keep her warm all the time. Only the poor auxiliary positioning Lin Jinwei was shaking on the spot. She took out each Chungfen scarf and put it on her neck, and then she felt much better. But there was still a chilly feeling surrounding the three people. Suyi touched his neck, which was covered with goosebumps. This was not only the physical cold, but more of a mental tremor. It was as if many eyes were staring at them. Go! A spark appeared on Xiao Cao's hand and shook forward, illuminating the way forward in front of them. The moment they took a step, the 72-hour countdown began. 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The mission began. Paw. Ba. Tick. As they walked in, the touch under their feet became softer, and the damping became stronger every time they lifted their feet. From time to time, there was a sound of water dripping around them, and even some sticky liquid appeared on their bodies. They walked cautiously inside, and kept walking for 30 minutes, without any unusual movements. The chilly feeling was always with them. Is this passage so long? Suyi couldn't hold it in anymore and broke the silence to ask. The surrounding environment has not changed at all. Lin Jinwei said. Xiao Xiao did not speak, but waved her hand, and threw 2 more flames through the wall, expanding the visibility of the field of vision. No! Lin Jinwei suddenly stopped, and she finally realized where the strange sense of disharmony came from. Where is the arrow she shot in? It has been half an hour. Her arrow should not be able to shoot so far. Suyi and Xiao Xiao found that Lin Jinwei stopped, and they also looked back at her. What's wrong? Suyi asked nervously. What's wrong? Lin Jinwei closed her eyes, and sensed the location of the mark. She had made a lot of marks when exploring around the waterfall before, and it would take some time to find that specific mark. Xiao Xiao didn't care whether to walk or not, she just played with the sparks in her hand. Found it. Lin Jinwei frowned. She finally figured out the location of the mark. It was right above her head. How could it be possible? How could her arrow fly upward after it shot in, and even follow them all the time? Something was wrong. Lin Jinwei opened her eyes, her expression solemn. She slowly raised her head, and looked at the top of the tunnel that should have been black. At this time, there was an arrow at the top, abruptly existing, and there was a little black cover around it. The next moment, she and Su Yi and Xiao Qiao, who raised their heads together, changed their faces suddenly. The black top suddenly lit up with dense red light, illuminating the cave, and it could even be considered brightly lit. That was an eye, but it was not an eye. The mouth holding the arrow opened up, like an orchid cut in half, revealing 3 blood-red eyes inside the mouth. Countless mouths and eyes opened at the same time. Paw! The sticky liquid slid down the arrow and dripped onto Lin Jinyue's face, sending out a fishy smell. The moment they saw these creatures, their sense of smell started working again, and they smelled the strong stench in the air. Swish! Countless saliva was no longer controlled, and it was like rain all over their bodies. This group of creatures had discovered them when Lin Jinhua shot the arrow, and they had been slowly following them with the arrow in their mouths, suppressing their appetite, controlling the secretion of saliva, and blinding their perception. Since they were discovered, let's get started. Chapter 117. That's a bat. That should be a bat. It's a bat form that is very familiar to common sense. The black body is the size of a mouse, the face is like an ordinary orchid, and the eyeball on the head has completely shrunk, replaced by wrinkled skin. Countless bats opened their mouths and screamed silently, but Lin Jinhua and the other 2 covered their ears together. It was a completely subconscious action. Their faces were painful, and their eyebrows were tightly twisted together. Grit their teeth and resist the mental shock. Lin Jinhua trembled with her hands and thought, "I'm blind," has appeared in her ears. The bats still opened their mouths, and the 3 eyes deep in their mouths slowly peeked out, like the head of a snail sticking out of its shell, weird and abnormal. A trace of hostility flashed in Su Ye's eyes, and she also opened her mouth and roared a long howl. "You are the only ones who can scream." The sound shook the sound waves of the bats and stopped for a moment, and the 3 of them had room to breathe. But the next moment, the upside-down bats all spread their wings, spun their bodies, and rushed towards Lin Jinhua and others. The wings were covered with sharp thorns, and with the rotation, it must be painful to attack them. But what they touched was also a crescent-shaped metal object with spikes. Lin Jinhua took a big step forward and swung out the moon meteor hammer. Her body spun quickly, blocking the swarm of bats for Su Yi and Xiao Qiao. Su Yi took 2 steps back, gasping for breath, waiting for the skill to cool down. Xiao Qiao widened her eyes. "No, sister, you said before that you were an auxiliary for props. Why are you the first one?" She didn't stay in a daze for long, and took out a plastic lighter with the words "Free Massage at Home" written on it. She lit the lighter and blew it gently. The small blue flame formed a huge fire dragon, which dodged Lin Jinyue's spinning figure like an eye and surrounded the bat group above. The hand holding the lighter threw forward lightly, and the fire suddenly intensified. There was a crackling sound and a burning smell in the air. The bats burst into sharp screams, and their voices could be heard with ears at this time. "Wow! Wow!" It sounded like the cry of a baby, and like the cry of a weak kitten, which made people feel uncomfortable. Lin Jinhua ignored the system's killing reminder. She retracted the rotating meteor hammer and stopped. Su Ye's skills were also ready, and she let out another long roar, and the large group of bats trembled together and stopped attacking. "Go!" Lin Jinhua said hurriedly, turned around and ran. Su Yi and Xiao Qiao also followed quickly, because they all saw it. There were tens of thousands of bats squatting on the top of the cave behind them, all with their mouths open and their eyes sticking out of their heads, staring at them intently. Xiao Qiao threw out a lighter and blew hard. In an instant, a waterfall of fire formed from the bottom to the top, temporarily blocking the sight of the bats. They could only continue to run deeper. How could it be a bat? Although there are mostly bats living in the cave, bats are not birds, right? Lin Jinhua thought as she ran. Bats are also considered mammals because they are viviparous. Oh, the birds here are also viviparous. After all, the so-called biological categories, classification rules, and naming methods are all designated by humans, and have become the so-called standards now. If this is a primeval forest where no humans have ever existed, where are the rules? Where are the standards? Preconceived common sense concepts can sometimes hurt people. The 3 of them ran a long distance, about 5 kilometers. Xiao Qiao was running at the end, and she suddenly cursed. "What happened? What happened? The bat army is coming?" Lin Jinhua and Su Yi were shocked and looked back. Didn't nothing happen? There was nothing behind, and the bats didn't catch up. Lin Jinhua slowed down, stopped, and panted. Su Yi also braked suddenly, and she turned her head suddenly. "What are you cursing suddenly?" Xiao Qiao also stopped, her face expressionless. "I wanted to curse as soon as I met the bat, and I didn't have time to open my mouth. Now make up for it." Lin Jinwei and Su Yi were silent. They chose not to speak. Looking at the time on the panel, only 45 minutes have passed. Lin Jinwei was shocked. She ran too fast just now. She should have run slower and spent more time. She moved her feet and rubbed in the direction of travel. The countdown stopped. She began to circle around the 3 people and started walking with the countdown. We will circle alternately later. Take a break first. She walked around slowly, observing the surrounding environment while speaking. The feeling under her feet was not so sticky. It became like ordinary mud, even a little hard. Could it be that the sticky thing just now was from a bat? Stop, don't think about it. Su Yi sat down directly. Xiao Qiao didn't sit down, but squatted down and took out the urn from the space and held it tightly. The place where the 3 people were located was much wider than when they first came in. It was no longer like a narrow passage. There was a relatively open land in front of them. Blue traces appeared on the walls around them, about the thickness of a person's arm, entwined and spread like the roots of a tree. Lin Jinwei swung many circles. At the end of this open area, there were many different small forks. The inside seemed to have a soft texture. She didn't want to go in. She walked back to the 3 people and stopped, and found that the countdown had not stopped and was still continuing. It seems that we can stay here for a while. Lin Jinwei also sat down. She breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed her legs, checking the system's reminder. It was the lowest level sublevel bat, with only 5 points for killing, and even their name was Bat. It was a particularly ugly group of bats, that is, there were many, so it hurt a little when they hit people. Su Yi was shaking off the mucus on her body, like a dog shaking off water after a bath. Xiao Qiao moved away from her in disgust. Lin Jinwei wiped the smelly liquid on her head with a towel, and looked at how many points she had earned from swinging the meteor hammer just now. Oh, a total of 1,325 points, not bad. How many? Lin Jinwei's eyes widened, and she quickly asked Xiao Qiao to check the points she had earned. Xiao Qiao's expression didn't change much after seeing it. She still looked dead, and said lightly, more than 1,000, quite a lot. She was stunned for a moment, and said again, more than 1,000. Su Yi looked around. So many? Lin Jinwei's eyes lit up. She said in a clear and emotional voice, sisters, I have an idea. The bats had just attacked humans and felt a little tired. Not only did they not get any meat, but they also lost some brothers. Sad, too sad. They climbed back to the top of the tunnel, hung upside down, closed their mouths, and planned to wait for the next batch of prey to come. Not long after they closed their eyes, they heard footsteps. The bats shook their bodies, and communicated with their brothers with silent sound waves. Here it comes! Eat, eat! Before they could open their mouths, they saw a strange ring-shaped object flying in front of them, and the next moment it exploded. After the explosion, countless liquids filled the entire space, splashing on the walls and the ground. The next moment, the entire space was directly surrounded by blazing flames. The high temperature made them scream even more violently, and they fell to the ground one by one. They wanted to turn over and get up on the ground, but the ground was not the soft land familiar to the bats, but a wet, heavy liquid. They were stuck to the ground, and the next moment, more flames surrounded their bodies until they turned into ashes. Lin Jinwei's eyes flashed with excitement. These were all full of points. There was no guilt in killing the bad bats that eat people. The 3 of them were inevitably a little excited, so many bats turned into points. Even Xiao Qiao, who had always looked dead and alive, had a little more sense of life. In Xiao Cao's eyes, points equaled protective clothing. As long as she had more points, she could buy more advanced protective clothing. Thinking of this, the flames under her hands burst out more happily, and the fire suddenly grew bigger, and it even spread to her body. Xiao Cao's body was suddenly surrounded by flames. Lin Jinwei and Su Yi were shocked and quickly forked Xiao Qiao out. The flames burned Xiao Cao's face black, but it didn't seem to be a big deal. Your fire even burned yourself? Su Yi asked in surprise. Are you okay? Lin Jinwei followed suit, wiping Xiao Cao's face with a disinfectant wipe. Xiao Qiao coughed twice. It's okay, I'm used to it. Lin Jinwei was silent. She seemed to know why Xiao Qiao was bald and had no eyebrows. Xiao Cao's head was also black. Lin Jinwei couldn't help it, and wiped Xiao Cao's head with a disinfectant wipe, wiping her forehead shiny. Another clean and good head. Xiao Qiao was shocked. This was the first time someone wiped her forehead. Thank you, she said hesitantly. Lin Jinwei and Su Yi helped her up, and looking at the bat rain in front of them, they couldn't help but feel happy. Because they returned not to kill time, but to cause trouble, and now the system countdown is also going on. What is this called? Isn't this a paid shit? Lin Jinwei held her head high, with a proud light in her eyes. She added her own points display widget to the area in front of her, and it was rising rapidly at this time. She was responsible for pouring flammable liquids. She would collect the liquid sprayed by guests when she had time, which occupied several storage rings. Just now, I also found that if the storage ring was destroyed, the objects inside would explode instantly, which was just right for attacking. Xiao Xiao was responsible for fire prevention, and Su Yi was responsible for howling from time to time to prevent the bats from using the initial sonic attack. The division of labor was clear, and the points were divided equally among the three after the end. The bat rain in front of them was a little smaller, and it seemed that the bats were going to be wiped out. As the bats fell to the ground with a crackling sound, a hole gradually appeared on the top of the tunnel, a huge hole that could accommodate an eagle. At this moment, Lin Jinua's temple twitched violently, and the violent spasm made her unstable and leaned on Su Yi. What's wrong with you? There was danger. Her skills were activated, and she couldn't even make a sound due to the tight time. She only had time to take out the defense card and crush it. Along with the protective shield, there appeared a huge black bird's beak, which was enough to swallow 3 people in one bite. It pecked at the 3 people quickly, but was stopped by the protective shield for a moment. The protective shield trembled and dimmed quickly, which was visible to the naked eye. The 3 people widened their eyes, and Su Yi opened his mouth and let out a long howl. But the attack was ineffective. The mouth was not affected at all. After the attack failed, it retreated a little and opened its mouth suddenly. A tongue as thick as a bucket stretched out from it. When it was about to touch the protective shield, it instantly decomposed into dozens of black tentacles, forming a shape similar to a human hand at the end of the tentacles. There are 5 fingers, which is convenient for grabbing. The grass hand dug into the ground, making the flames outside the protective shield burn more fiercely, but it only stopped the movement of the tentacles for a moment. The flexible tentacles bypassed the flames, and their goal was very clear, and they attacked Lin Jinwei and the other 2 again. Chapter 118. Lin Jinwei finally recovered. She stared at the big mouth. What is that? It is obviously in the shape of a bird's beak, but the tongue inside is disgusting and grotesque. Is this also a bird? The surviving bats opened their mouths wide when they saw the tentacles appear, and the tentacles quickly took out their eyes and intimately pressed against the black tentacles. Companionship? Symbiotic relationship? Without time to think about it, Lin Jinwei drew her bow and shot an arrow, aiming at the deep part of the mouth of the big mouth. The arrow shot into the air was a tracking arrow, but it was tightly caught by the tentacles. The remaining tentacles quickly slapped the protective shield, which seemed to ooze liquid, making the light of the protective shield dim to the point of almost disappearing. Xiao Xiao took out a lighter and threw it out, and the fire suddenly intensified, forcing the tentacles to shrink back again and again. Lin Jinwei quickly held down Su Yi, who was about to rush out for a close-range fight, holding her with one hand and Xiao Xiao with the other. Run! The light of the protective shield became dimmer and dimmer. The bird's beak had no intention of climbing out of the cave. Only the tentacles in its mouth kept extending and splashing corrosive liquid. You can escape. As the 3 ran, the protective shield followed closely. The tentacles behind them followed firmly. Lin Jinwei threw the eyeball bullet without looking back. The explosive eyeball bullet exploded when it hit the tentacles, and could destroy the tentacles in that area. But only this area. The tentacles around it would quickly recover and wrap up, as if they were unscathed. The tentacles were getting closer and closer, and the protective shield was already dying after being hit many times. Su Yi turned her head and took a breath of cold air. Finally, she gave up the idea of attacking. She directly carried one in each hand and ran at a high speed. Lin Jinwei, who was 165 centimeters tall, and Xiao Xiao, who was 160 centimeters tall, hung on Su Yi, who was 180 centimeters tall, looking at each other in bewilderment. Su Yi ran really fast, and Lin Jinwei felt a little comfortable hanging on her shoulder. It was just a little bumpy. She took out her gun and shot at the oncoming little hands one by one. Xiao Xiao gave up immediately, with her hands hanging down, and it seemed that she had been walking for a while. After running for about 3 minutes, the tentacles suddenly stopped in the air, like a video being paused, which was very abrupt. Lin Jinwei looked up and saw that the black little hands were trembling and slowly retracted. It seemed that this was the limit of this giant mouth. Just in case, Su Yi ran forward for a long distance again, and only put them down after making sure that they were not catching up again. Ah! Lin Jinwei fell to the ground and howled. Xiao Xiao didn't say anything at first, but looked at Lin Jinwei and said, ah. Suyi panted and said, "Ah, what?" It wasn't thrown down. She sat down and took a breath. "What is that thing? Is it a bird?" Lin Jinhua sat up and shook her head. "I don't know, it could be, maybe it's parasitic with bats?" She saw a little hand grab a few bats and put them back into its mouth, and it looked like it was eaten. "Maybe it's a symbiotic relationship?" Lin Jinhua said, "When there's no food, they eat each other." "It's not impossible." Suyi shuddered after hearing this, and felt it was extremely creepy. Xiao Xiao still kept lying down, with her face pressed tightly against the floor. She moved her fingers, and a few small sparks popped out to illuminate the surroundings. "Thank you, Xiao Xiao." Lin Jinhua stood up and followed Mars to investigate the surrounding environment. They ran farther than the first time they stopped, and the area they stopped in was wider, and the edge could not be seen at once. It was like a large room after passing through a narrow passage. The color of the ground was much lighter, but it was still a warm brown. There were some white stones on the ground from time to time, of different sizes, with very rounded edges. Lin Jinhua picked up some and observed them in her hand, and felt that they were just pebbles. Perhaps they had already gone deep into the cave, and the countdown was always moving, and they did not pause from time to time. Looking at the time, it had been an hour and a half since they came in, so it seemed that they could take a break. They sat together, and Xiao Xiao was also pulled up to check how many points they had earned this time. The three of them killed thousands of bats together, and this trip was divided into nearly 2,000 points for the three of them. Lin Jinhua studied it, and found that the team could open a points account function. All the points earned during the team formation will be deposited into this account, which is convenient for players to share. They immediately turned on this function. "Deduct some of your shield points, and give me fewer points." Suyi said, "It looks very precious." The shield was completely broken when they stopped. Lin Jinhua was not polite, and Xiao Xiao directly transferred a sum of points to Lin Jinhua. Although this trip was dangerous, it was still fruitful. "I have earned back the points for buying buffs. What is this called? Wealth and honor are sought in danger." Lin Jinhua's eyes glowed green as she looked at the points. She would dare to do it again next time. Since the countdown is still going on, there is no need to rush to explore, and they all began to return to their daily lives in the safe house. Lin Jinhua's hands were full of needles and thread, and she had a new idea that needed to be experimented. Suyi conjured up his tail and took a big comb to comb his hair. "If you don't come out, can you stop combing your hair?" Lin Jinhua couldn't help but ask. "Yes, you can." Suyi lowered his head and brushed again and again. "I'm idle anyway." That was really idle. Lin Jinhua's thoughts were written on his face. Suyi looked up and pointed at Xiao Xiao unhappily. "It's better than her being normal." Xiao Xiao was sitting cross-legged in meditation, with the urn on her legs. If there was light shining on her head, there would definitely be a holy glow. Now there is only darkness and a little spark, presenting a terrifying effect. "It's okay, I've been in this game for a long time, and I'm a little abnormal." 2034. The temperature was getting lower and lower. Lin Jinhua wrapped her scarf tighter, and stood up to move around to raise her temperature. She took out the spicy worm, which was converted from spicy beef noodles, and gave each person a bowl. "It can keep you warm for 6 hours. The three of them squatted together, and started slurping instant noodles. For a while, the sound of slurp slurp echoed in the dim room. After eating the noodles, their bodies warmed up, and several people started to do their own things without disturbing each other. 2120. The air exhaled from her mouth had already appeared white mist, indicating that the temperature was extremely low. Lin Jinhua took out the happy camping set she had drawn before. After the change conversion, her abilities had been improved. The space of the single tent has been extended to a certain extent. It looks like a mini tent, but it is actually more than enough for the three of them to lie down. The sleeping bag has a constant temperature function, the camper has a larger storage capacity, and the mobile power supply is enhanced so that it will automatically charge as long as it is placed in the safe house. In short, it is very good. She studied the tent a little clumsily, and Suyi sighed and came forward to help, carefully teaching Lin Jinhua how to use it. "Sister Yi, you are so good." Lin Jinhua studied seriously, and did not forget to give enough emotional value. Suyi was proud. "Of course, my hobby is outdoor activities, these are all trivial matters." The tent was successfully set up, and Lin Jinhua and Suyi forked Xiao Xiao and went in. Xiao Xiao did not react at all, allowing them to move. Lin Jinhua took out the sleeping bag she had made before and asked the two of them, "I made it before, use it if you don't mind." Suyi had already sat down in a corner of the tent, leaning on her big tail. "I don't need it, I keep watch first." She patted her tail. I can sleep in it. Lin Jinyue's eyes were full of envy. She also wanted to sleep in the big tail. Xiao Xiao took the sleeping bag and got in directly, leaving only her 2 feet outside the sleeping bag. Lin Jinhua, is this the wrong way around? Or is it that she has no camping experience, and this is how the sleeping bag is used? Did she use it the wrong way before? Call me when it's my turn to keep watch. Xiao Cao's voice came from the sleeping bag, sounding a little muffled. Before the mission began, they had agreed that the 3 of them would take turns keeping watch for 3 hours, and everyone could get 6 hours of sleep. According to normal times, it's a bit early to go to bed at this time. Anyway, the countdown is going on normally, so you can sleep as long as you can. Lin Jinhua didn't mind sleeping for 3 days. She happily climbed into the sleeping bag, hesitated for a moment, and followed Xiao Cao's example to lie down with legs facing outwards and head facing inwards. There was a different sense of security. Su Yi, She planned to pull the people out directly when she changed shifts. Time passed by minute by minute. Lin Jinhua and Xiao Xiao were both sleeping soundly, breathing steadily. Su Yi leaned on the tail with his eyes closed, but his ears were actually erected, listening to the sounds around him and being alert. 23:59. Su Yi's ears moved. She opened her eyes, raised her head, and her nose twitched. Something was wrong, so she stood up and grabbed Lin Jinhua and Xiao Cao's feet and pulled them both out. Wake up, something is wrong, she whispered. Lin Jinyue's eyes cleared instantly, and he put the tent and sleeping bag into the space with a touch of his hand. Xiao Qiao didn't seem to be awake yet, lying on the ground in a trance. Lin Jinyue's ears moved. Did you hear it too? Su Yi asked. I heard it. Lin Jinhua closed his eyes and listened carefully. The gurgling sound is like water flow, but it's not. From far to near, getting closer and closer. Lin Jinhua was startled and looked up suddenly. It's above. Get out of the way. She stepped back suddenly, and Su Yi also pulled Xiao Qiao back. When they just backed away, the time changed. Midnight. A new day has come. At the top of the place where they were standing before, at 0 o'clock, a yellow liquid fell vertically from a height. It was like a big mud-colored waterfall. And it was a corrosive waterfall. This waterfall did not pour down, but was like a large mass of snot that was blocked in the nose, finally flowing out and falling slowly. The liquid touched the ground, making a puffing sound, and the white pebbles reflected in it. Wrapped in the liquid, they became more round and smaller until they disappeared. Lin Jinyue's scalp tingled. If they had not dodged just now, would they have been submerged and corroded completely? Su Yi and Xiao Qiao dodged in the opposite direction of her. From the firelight, they were fine. 2 small flames trembled around the yellow waterfall and flew towards Lin Jinhua, staying beside her. This waterfall kept flowing, and they were forced to retreat little by little. They felt it as they retreated. They were in a huge basin. That's a bone. Su Yi and Xiao Qiao met up with Lin Jinhua, and Xiao Qiao looked at the white pebbles inside and suddenly said something. Ah? Lin Jinhua and Su Yi looked at Xiao Qiao in surprise. How did you figure that out? Lin Jinhua asked. Xiao Qiao had a large white stone in her hand, and she didn't know when she picked it up. She burned it with fire and said with certainty, It's bones. I work in a funeral home, and I've seen a lot of this kind of thing. Chapter 119. Funeral home? See it a lot. Lin Jinhua and Su Yi looked at each other, and both of them were silent. No big problem. Can you tell what kind of bones it is? Lin Jinhua asked Xiao Qiao, who was squatting on the ground and touching everywhere. No, it's too small. Xiao Qiao continued to squat after touching it, and stepped back a few steps when the liquid came over. Su Yi stepped forward and picked up Xiao Qiao and tucked it under his armpit. She turned her head and said to Lin Jinhua, Move? It doesn't look like this place is suitable for staying overnight. Lin Jinhua nodded and looked around the wall. The magma-like yellow liquid was getting more and more, corroding the ground and slowly sinking. If they didn't move, it would be a matter of time before they were submerged. But they kept walking in one direction, and they didn't find the end after walking for a long time. It's impossible that there is no end? Su Yi was puzzled. It's strange, how big is this place? Lin Jinhua was also puzzled. Xiao Qiao had fallen asleep, with a circle of small sparks around her head, which looked a bit subtle. It looked like the sacred halo in religion. Lin Jinhua looked away. Is this place so big? When we were exploring outside, it was just a small mound of earth. How could it be so big? Su Yi lifted Xiao Qiao up. There is a possibility. Lin Jinhua stopped and looked back. We have been walking down. They walked a long distance, and were slowly sinking, so they were not noticed immediately. So we are underground? Su Ye's voice was a little louder. Xiao Qiao woke up briefly, and fell asleep again. Let her keep watch later, Su Yi said unhappily. We thought we were walking in one direction, but we weren't, Lin Jinwei thought. The power of a person's left and right feet is unbalanced, and they will deviate when they are not aware of it, and finally go in circles. In normal times, there are artificial vertical objects such as roads and buildings as references, so you can walk in a straight line naturally. But in fact, the reference is not standard, and it is only the result of artificial definition. Not to mention that they are now in a dark cave without any reference, and there is a sense of stagnation under their feet as if they are walking in desert quicksand, which further blurs their judgment of direction. What should I do? If I walk on all four legs, won't the deviation be more severe? The yellow magma behind them is getting closer and closer, and they stopped again, making Su Yi anxious. Sister Yi, you are also on 2 legs now. Lin Jinwei squatted down, one hand on the ground. Wait a moment, I try to get a reference. A silver silk thread extended from her hand, twisted into a strand, and crawled forward close to the ground. 2 points form a straight line. As long as her line can touch the wall, she can have a straight reference. As the length increases, the silk thread becomes thinner and thinner, but still does not touch the wall. It's coming! Very close. Su Yi kept looking at Lin Jinwei, then turned his head to look at the magma, his face becoming more and more anxious. Lin Jinwei frowned, held his right hand with his left hand, closed his eyes, and continued to stretch. She has not stopped practicing skills these days. With the high-intensity use of skills to consume mental power, each time can broaden the breadth of her mental power. The silk thread is now tougher, appears faster, and can achieve more changes. It's just a straight line. Just walk straight forward and find the end. Lin Jinwei raised her head suddenly and opened her eyes. I found the end. She stood up, her fingers trembled, and a very thin silk thread extended and wrapped around her index finger, and the other end was connected to the endless darkness. Go! Su Yi shouted urgently. The yellow magma had touched Lin Jinwei's heel, and the sound of corrosion came immediately. Lin Jinwei didn't look back. She cut off the heel stained with liquid and ran forward. Su Yi followed her closely. The bump woke Xiao Qiao up. She opened her eyes and blinked confusedly, and looked down to see that the yellow liquid was close at hand, about to touch her hanging fingertips. She took a breath and was about to speed up her pace to escape. Then she thought that she was being forced and couldn't run away, so forget it. Xiao Qiao took her hand back, wrapped her arms around Su Yi's waist, and hugged him tightly. Su Yi, what's wrong with this child? Can we throw her down? The sparks on Xiao Cao's forehead moved in front of Lin Jinwei, lighting the way for them. They were indeed going in circles just now. Now that they had a clear direction, they could clearly feel the terrain dropping while running, which was why the liquid flowed faster. The strong crisis of death forced them to speed up their pace. How far is it? If he wasn't afraid of affecting Lin Jinwei's navigation, Su Yi would have forked her and run with her. Soon! The silk thread in his hand became more and more solid, which meant that the end was very close. Lin Jinwei stuffed a yellow peach into his mouth, and his speed increased suddenly. She threw a piece to Su Yi, who naturally raised his mouth to hold it. The two of them moved very fast, and finally reached the end before the yellow magma touched them. A new problem arose. This was indeed the end, a huge wall, but there was no road. They seemed to be standing under a huge city wall. There is a road. Lin Jinwei raised her finger, and saw a narrow tunnel about 3 or 4 meters above their heads that could accommodate one person. The small sparks of the grass spread out, and it could be seen that there were small holes of different sizes on the surrounding walls. The big ones could accommodate 2 or 3 people, and the small ones were only as thick as fingers. The hole that Lin Jinwei pointed to was the largest tunnel at the height they could reach. Let's go! She stepped hard and jumped up, her fingers just grabbing the edge of the tunnel. Su Ye's figure jumped high from behind her and entered the tunnel before her. The tunnel was narrower than she thought, so she couldn't turn around and pull Lin Jinwei. Xiao Qiao twisted her body, loosened her arms around Su Yi, reached out and grabbed Lin Jinwei, pulling her up. Go, go, go! Lin Jinwei said quickly as she climbed in. She saw the yellow magma hit the wall and raised waves, almost hitting her feet. What relieved her was that it seemed that the amount of yellow magma did not continue to increase, and the flowing liquid would be diverted by large and small tunnels. They were still safe for a while. Just in case, Lin Jinwei took out some stones to block the tunnel. How do you have everything? Su Yi turned his head with difficulty and looked behind him. A craftsman must have everything. Lin Jinwei was very proud. These were all the big rocks she dug in the woods, and she knew they would come in handy. Let's go! She held her head high and bumped her head. We can only crawl. Su Yi crawled forward head first. The most embarrassing one was Xiao Xiao. But was facing Su Yi. Her head was facing Lin Jinwei. She could only crawl backwards. Lin Jinwei, what a weird posture. Xiao Xiao didn't seem to feel embarrassed. Crawling backwards was quite happy. Ah, Xiao Xiao, don't kick my butt. Su Yi yelled. Xiao Xiao suddenly stopped, and she bumped her head with Lin Jinwei. Keep some distance. Lin Jinwei covered her head, lay on the ground, and let them crawl first. The three of them were like three reptiles, with their heads facing their butts, moving forward like crickets. They didn't know how long they had been crawling, which made them a little panicked. What if there is no end? Su Ye's voice came from the front, with a slight tremor of fear. Lin Jinwei glanced at the time and countdown. It is 3:46 now. They have been in this narrow tunnel for more than an hour. They don't know if there is an end in front, and they are worried that the yellow magma will overflow from the back. After all, these holes look like the drainage channels for the yellow magma. The unknown and darkness brought strong fear, and the breathing of the three people became heavy. Yes, Xiao Xiao said firmly. Her little spark shook. Yes, the flame can still burn. From the feeling of crawling, this tunnel is not straight, it goes up and down, winding forward and enjoying the ruggedness. The entrance has been blocked by Lin Jinwei. If there is no end, they would have run out of oxygen and suffocated to death. Now that they can breathe smoothly, and the little flame can still burn happily, it means there must be a hole ahead. This discovery made the three of them cheer up and crawl faster. Climb and climb, climb and climb. Lin Jinwei felt that her knees were rubbed so hard that she was lucky that her clothes were reinforced, otherwise they would definitely be worn out. Xiao Cao's expensive clothes were fine. Lin Jinwei tilted her head to look at Su Yi, who was wearing ordinary sportswear, and sure enough, she saw that there were two big holes on her knees. She was about to ask Su Yi if he was okay, but she saw that her knees were white. A small spark flashed, and delicate white hair could be seen. Oh, this is the fur of a dog demon. Lin Jinwei and Su Yi had communicated that every time her skill level was upgraded, while increasing the number of tails, she could turn a region of the human body into a dog demon. She could turn the whole body into a demon, but her skill level was not enough now, so she could only turn into a demon for a certain period of time. Moreover, this demonization was similar to breaking through the limit of the human body, and she needed to rest for a long time after using it. So Su Yi usually controls the body to become demonized partially. Just like now, if he makes the legs demonized, he can offset the damage of crawling. That's great, that's great. Lin Jinwei was envious while crawling. She took out 2 pieces of flowered cloth and cotton and directly glued them to her knees with sewing as her knee pads. Xiao Xiao saw her movements, looked down at her unharmed pants, and then looked at Lin Jinwei's knees. Although she didn't say a word, Lin Jinwei inexplicably felt a trace of envy. Lin Jinwei, She took out 2 more pieces of cloth and cotton and asked Xiao Xiao, "Do you want it?" Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously. "Sister, your outfit is a Loki luxury combat uniform with 3,888 points. Are you sure you want to sew this northeast large flowered cloth knee pad?" Lin Jinwei asked again. "Really?" Xiao Xiao had half straightened up, raised her knees and stretched forward. Lin Jinwei sighed, waved her hand, and the silver silk thread extended, sewing it on Xiao Cao's knees with flowered cloth and cotton. Xiao Xiao seemed very satisfied. She climbed faster. They all climbed faster. Finally, in the early morning when the sun was about to come out for work, they saw the opening in front of them. Although it was not bright light, after a long period of repetitive actions, they finally saw a slight change that made them extremely excited. Su Ye's speed suddenly increased, and he climbed out of the tunnel. "Xiao Xiao, don't come down yet." Her voice faded away, probably because the opening was quite a distance from the ground below. Xiao Xiao immediately stopped, and did not move. After a while, Su Yi seemed to have stopped and shouted to them, "You can come down now, I catch you." Xiao Xiao then twisted her buttocks, and retreated little by little. Her figure suddenly disappeared in front of Lin Jinwei. Listening to the sound below, it was estimated that Xiao Xiao was caught. "Fa Kai, you can also come down." Su Ye's voice came from below. Lin Jinwei also moved forward a few times, poked his head out of the tunnel, and was about to drill down to get out of the tunnel. Sparkling beauty contact lenses. The increased brightness visibility was limited in the narrow area just now, but now the visibility has increased a lot inexplicably, allowing her to see the scene in the distance at once. She was stunned in place. That was the wreckage of a modern building. Chapter 120. She was not mistaken. The familiar modern high-rise buildings collapsed and stacked up. Here was a window. There was a door. A window could be only half, and a door could be connected to countless windows. All these doors and windows were stacked together without any rules, like a surrealist work of art. But now these works appeared in front of her eyes. She even saw a very familiar tower. Get rich? What's wrong? Suyi shouted. Lin Jinhua looked down and saw Suyi and Xiao Chao standing about 3 floors below, squinting and looking up at her. She pursed her lips hard, and her hands and body were all out of the tunnel, and then fell violently. Suyi jumped up and caught her body, kicked against the wall twice to gain leverage, and landed steadily. You are the best. You can lift your breath and lighten your body. Suyi put Lin Jinhua down and said unhappily, Xiao Chao, you don't need to use any strength. It's heavy. Xiao Chao noticed Lin Jinhua's pale face and asked, what's wrong? Didn't you see it? Lin Jinhua asked. Suyi and Xiao Chao looked at each other and shook their heads. Lin Jinhua took out a reinforced camping light and turned the switch to light it. I am the sun. Worship it, the sun is coming. The 3 people closed their eyes due to the strong light. Suyi wanted to ask Lin Jinhua why she didn't take it out earlier, but she closed her eyes and mouth due to the dazzling light like daylight. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel that it was very bright outside. I understand. She wouldn't take it out easily. After a while, the 3 people got used to the strong light and opened their eyes. Only after taking a look at the surrounding scene did they understand why Lin Jinhua's face turned pale. They were in a city that was pieced together randomly. Under their feet were broken roofs, and in the sky were stacked rotten furniture. In the distance, there were countless modern debris. In the past few days, they occasionally met surviving players, and after communicating, they could come to a common conclusion. This world is a primitive world before humans were born. None of them found any traces of human existence, and civilization seemed to have never existed. Lan Shu couldn't prove anything. After all, any living thing should have internal organs. No one can prove that internal organs belong to humans. What about human organs on birds? Lin Jinhua asked at the time. The players all shook their heads. Maybe it's a kind of evolution. Some players said so. Didn't Darwin say that apes evolved into humans? But there are also studies that say this is a paradox. Lin Jinhua said. The game world is not judged according to common sense. Perhaps this world is a world where birds evolved into humans? Because it makes sense, Lin Jinhua and Suyi also tacitly agreed with this view at the time. Lin Jinhua did not say what he was thinking. Is becoming a human really an evolution? Could it be the arrogance of humans? Players compare the strange birds of today to the dinosaurs of the past, which have their own survival mode and food chain. In addition, the name of the game Primitive Forest is extremely misleading to them. But the scenery in front of them overturned all previous speculations. The current environment proves that humans once appeared here, built a modern brilliant civilization, and then collapsed and perished in an unknown way. Moreover, this civilization was almost the same as the one they were familiar with. They saw many broken and familiar landmark buildings. The nature of the whole game would be different. Why would civilization perish? Was it overnight? Or was it a slow process? If it was an instantaneous annihilation, would it happen again? What if it happened during their game? The more Lin Jin thought about it, the more her face turned pale and green, and then green and black. Let's take a break first. Lin Jin took a deep breath and said. After climbing the tunnel all night, even the strengthened physique was exhausted. This place looks quite safe. No birds were found when I looked over just now. Xiao Cao's face had returned to normal. She didn't speak but nodded. Suyi also responded in a trance. She just felt that the modern buildings in front of her were a bit fragmented. She hadn't thought so much yet, and she was more surprised than scared. They found a relatively intact house, like a single-family villa, but only half. Even if it was only half, there were several intact rooms on the 2 or 3 floors for them to rest. There were even complete furniture and electrical appliances in the room, and they went up to them thinking they could get rich. When their hands touched the furniture, they all turned into ashes. It seemed to have existed for a very long time, longer than they could imagine. It also meant that human civilization had disappeared for an incalculable amount of time. They didn't dare to go upstairs at once, so they just set up a tent on the first floor to rest. Xiao Chao raised her hand, indicating that she could keep watch first. Suyi, you have slept for quite a long time. It's your turn to keep watch. Lin Jinhua crawled into the tent, Suyi huddled into his big tail, and both of them closed their eyes tiredly. Let's sleep first, and think about this situation after waking up. The dream was still dark. Lin Jinhua felt the condition of her body, and her hands and feet were swinging unconsciously. This feeling. Is it in the water? Her breathing began to become difficult again, and she suddenly stuck her head out and wanted to swim out of the water. But where is the water surface? Why does her whole body seem to be tightly tied up, and she can't see anything on her body? This feeling of difficulty breathing is different from the feeling of hanging last time. It is a feeling of being pulled and torn. When she felt that she was about to lose strength, she finally woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Cao's face. Lin Jinhua sat up suddenly, and Suyi behind her also jumped up from her big tail. Xiao Cao shook them one by one. Is it my turn to keep watch? Lin Jinhua said, rubbing her temple. No need. Xiao Cao looked between the two of them. They reacted as if they had the same nightmare. The time on the panel was already past 11 o'clock, and they had slept for nearly 5 hours. Lin Jinhua panted lightly and looked at Suyi. Suyi was also sweating all over. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked up to ask Lin Jinhua, "Do you always eat that box lunch?" She looked dazed. It's too unlucky to eat a box lunch. Lin Jinhua nodded silently. She thought so too. Is this dream also the effective dream meal? This is the first time I have had this dream for 2 consecutive nights. Could it be that before the dream scene happens, it will repeat itself? That was a really bad experience. Do you want to sleep for a while? If you do, I keep watch. Lin Jinhua asked Xiao Cao. Xiao Cao shook her head. I've slept enough. Suyi was no longer sleepy, and they gathered together to prepare to eat something. Lin Jinhua ate the energy cannonball in advance and didn't feel hungry. But Suyi and Xiao Cao were different. They needed to eat to maintain their physical strength. Business opportunity came. Lin Jinhua took out the energy cannonball and started selling it. Selling 6 pieces for 120 points in the mall, she resold one for 50 points, so she could earn 180 points for 1 bag. 1 bag can sustain energy for more than half a month, and you don't need to eat. What a good survival material. This is because teammates have a friendly price. She asked Fuan and others to help sell it before, but she sold it at double the price. The above is Lin Jinhua's slogan. Suyi and Xiao Cao really need it, and they both bought a bag. Lin Jinhua was so happy that she took out 3 more cans of Lucky 8 treasure porridge. Gifts, let's see what we can get today. Suyi and Xiao Cao took them and looked at them, surprised by this strange prop. Cheers! Lin Jinhua smiled and raised the can of 8 treasure porridge. The 3 of them sat on the wreckage of the current civilization and toasted a strange cup with the 8 treasure porridge. Click! The can of 8 treasure porridge was opened, and Lin Jinhua looked down at the porridge, ready to reach out. There was no porridge in the 8 treasure porridge in front of her. Lin Jinhua only saw a blue-red glowing column. She reached out and pinched it out, and fell into a long silence when she held it in her hand. This is a rotating cylindrical lamp that looks very much like the door of a roadside hair salon. There is also a chassis below, and the instructions on it say that it will automatically attach to the top of the wearer's head. Yes, the top of the head. Sparkling lovely wearing this cylindrical lamp, it will remind you when you encounter supplies and danger. Time limit 24 hours. Lin Jinhua held Sparkling Lovely. Her hands were shaking. She looked at Suyi and Xiao Cao. She didn't believe that she was the only one who was unlucky. Suyi is an earring. If there is a creature within a certain distance, she can hear the breathing sound. Xiao Cao is a lighter-shaped bracelet that can provide her with fire. Why? Why is it always her who has strange props? Lin Jinhua put the lamp on her head with empty eyes, happily flashing blue and red lights. Suyi couldn't help but puff. She raised her hand to cover her mouth. Lin Jinhua covered her face. Xiao Cao even reached out and poked the lamp post with her fingers. Let's go investigate. Lin Jinhua stood up suddenly, put away the tent, and walked into the building. They had agreed before that the 3 of them would investigate separately and communicate together if they found anything. Lin Jinua's "I am the sun" was relit, and she could see the surrounding environment clearly. The direction she chose was the place where she saw the familiar tower yesterday. She had to go and see it. This area was unimaginably large, and she felt like she was walking in a small city. There were broken houses and city buildings along the way. There were telephone poles broken into 3 pieces and twisted trains. She even saw the nose of an airplane. Different objects were nestled together in impossible ways, and the only similarity was that they would turn into ashes when they touched. She saw Japanese shrines, Thai palaces and European churches interspersed together, blurring the faith. This is the appearance of the original world they are familiar with. Is this the future of their original world? Lin Jinhua finally arrived at the bottom of the familiar tower. She looked up and saw that the tower that should have 3 balls was only left with the tip. The height of 351 meters has been reduced to 1/3. Lin Jinhua did not reach out to touch it, but just looked at it. She stepped on a blue brick, and the sparkling lovely above her head suddenly turned into a blue light. Is there something under here? She moved her feet and squatted down, reaching out to pick the brick. Under the brick was a tile, and the pattern on it looked like a bird but not a bird. Lin Jinhua looked at it intently. Is this Suzaka? She was startled. She picked up the tile, and it was only intact in the palm of her hand for a moment, and the whole tile turned into flying ash, along with the Suzaku pattern. Under the tiles are stacked tiles, and the shadow of the previous garden architecture can be seen. The blue light above the head is still flickering. Lin Jinhua continued to dig down, bringing out countless ashes and dust. The eaves, the flower windows, and the flower bricks with re-patterns were dug out. These objects have been passed down for thousands of years without being destroyed, and they still exist today after who knows how long. Lin Jinhua became more and more silent as she dug. She was digging out a complete civilization. Finally, when she encountered a large stone, the blue light above her head flickered violently for a few times and then returned to calm. This is it. If I guess correctly, this should be a monument. Lin Jinhua hurriedly called Su Yi and Xiao Qiao. They had been exploring separately for several hours, and it took a while to call them over. The 3 of them worked together to clear the tiles around them, and finally lifted up the stone tablet that was bigger than a person. There were words engraved on it. They were familiar words to them. The 3 of them looked at each other, looked down carefully, and found that it was an inscription of a famous garden scenic spot. Alas! Su Yi sighed. I thought there was an inscription on how the world became like this. I was so excited for nothing. She scratched her head and changed direction to continue exploring. Xiao Qiao also followed, leaving only Lin Jinhua in front of the inscription. Shouldn't it be? Lin Jinhua reached out and touched the words on the stone tablet. She didn't believe that there were no clues on this tablet. The blue light above her head was about to illuminate the surroundings. If this light could materialize, there must be a little hand poking the stone tablet, shouting loudly, "Clues! Clues! Show me!" Lin Jinua's fingers stroked every stroke on it bit by bit. The font on it was already light due to weathering, and when they looked at it just now, they had to concentrate to identify the words on it. Suddenly, her fingers paused. Eyes can be deceptive. She discovered that some strokes of the characters were slightly darker. It was as if someone emphasized and deepened them. Her eyes flashed, and she reached up with both hands, carefully touching every word on the entire stele. After touching, Lin Jinhua took out a pen and paper, and judged by touching with one hand, and wrote down the darker strokes and radicals with the other hand. Su Yi wandered around with a face full of dust, and returned to Lin Jinua's side, leaning over to see what she was doing. With just one glance, her face changed, and she called Xiao Qiao. Lin Jinhua finally combined the characters on her hand. I'm not sure if it's my consciousness that's perfected itself, or if this is the clue. Lin Jinhua looked at the paper in front of him, slowly turned it around, and showed it to Su Yi and Xiao Qiao. After all the radicals were combined according to the modern word order, the sentence presented was, "Humanity will destroy itself." Chapter 121. What? Su Yi's eyes widened. Self-destruction? Blow yourself up? Xiao Qiao narrowed her eyes, looking happy. Did you burn yourself? No, I think what you two said is the most impossible thing. Lin Jinhua put away the paper, and put away the steel as well, just in case. No other clues? She asked. Nothing. No furniture or supplies that can be used. Su Yi sighed deeply. The only clue is still puzzling. She counted on her fingers. It's said in movies and novels that humans research high technology, but it backfires on themselves. Is this a similar plot? Xiao Qiao was firm. It must have developed a giant incinerator and burned itself. Lin Jinhua, Su Yi's guess is still a bit reliable. Xiao Qiao's idea is absolutely impossible. See if there are any other clues. We can basically find everything here. Lin Jinhua said. The current time is 1637. There is only 1.5 hours left until night falls. After all, the countdown is still going on, so it should be okay if they don't move forward. As for the passage, I found one over there. Su Yi pointed to a place. It looks like the size of the tunnels we often see. I don't know where it leads to. Xiao Qiao raised her hand. There is also one in the opposite direction, which looks much bigger. At least they know the way forward. If the situation is not right, they can just go to the tunnel. Why don't we go to my tunnel first? It's smaller and closer, Su Yi suggested. It was a bit early to rest at this time, so Lin Jinhua and Xiao Qiao said it was okay. She had knocked out a straight passage in the direction of the tunnel that Su Yi had discovered. It will turn into ash if you touch it anyway, so there is no need to crawl. Su Yi was confident. She was strong, and she would step through the building and fall into the ash if she was not careful. It took her a long time to climb out every time. She was so angry that she knocked all the way over. Lin Jinhua, Sister Yi is awesome. That was why they reached the tunnel in just over an hour. The light source was cut off at the entrance of the tunnel, so there was no way to move forward and could not see the situation inside clearly. Lin Jinhua drew his bow and shot a mark arrow as usual. The arrow shot straight into the tunnel, and after a while, a puff sound was heard. This sound startled Lin Jinhua. The three of them became nervous. Did they hit something? Were they going to be attacked? They all took a step back, alert to the inside of the tunnel, fearing that something would suddenly come out and swallow them. Go in and take a look? After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Su Yi poked his head and wanted to go in and take a look. Lin Jinhua grabbed her, shook his head quickly, and pointed to his head. What's wrong with your head? Su Yi looked down and suddenly shut up. The sparkling lovely on Lin Jinhua's head froze for a moment, the blue gradually faded, and the red became more and more, and brighter. At this time, Su Yi also heard the sound of breathing. Countless breathing sounds. Her face suddenly turned pale. The three of them all stepped back. Not good, something is coming. As if to confirm their thoughts, there was a click sound from deep in the tunnel. It was like the sound of a gun hitting a smooth surface, and the continuous sounds were connected together, like many palms hitting the ground one after another. The sound became more and more dense, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Lin Jinhua did not hesitate, and shot several arrows in a row. Then the three turned around, and Xiao Qiao led the way to the tunnel she found. When Lin Jinhua turned around, her peripheral vision swept the time on the panel. 1800 hours. Another night has come. The explosion sounded from behind, and the arrow she shot successfully hit the target and exploded. In addition to the explosion, she also stuck some magic conch filled with glue, hoping to stop the target's movement. Judging from the distance from the sound, it was already very close to the exit of the tunnel. Lin Jinhua's scalp tingled, and he quickened his pace, but found that Xiao Qiao was running too slowly. Su Yi directly forked Xiao Qiao and Lin Jinhua. It's just that Xiao Qiao was being forked by her, in the same direction as her face, which was convenient for pointing the way. Lin Jinhua was forked in reverse, making it easier to attack the things behind him. Xiao Qiao stretched out a hand, with 5 fingers together and fingertips pointing in one direction. So this is how navigation is done. Su Yi was devastated, but she didn't have time to complain, because she had already felt the dense gaze coming from behind her, which gave her goosebumps. What's behind? She didn't look back, and ran forward to ask Lin Jinhua. Lin Jinhua didn't stop shooting arrows, and explosions crackled behind him. It's hard to say. Lin Jinhua's face was distorted, and he responded loudly while attacking. How can it be hard to say? What kind of bird is it? Su Yi also asked loudly. It has a bird head, a snake body, and human hands growing all over its abdomen. Lin Jinhua simply summarized the appearance of the disgusting species that was crawling towards them quickly. What the hell? Su Yi was shocked when she heard Lin Jinhua's description. Even Xiao Qiao raised his head curiously, and twisted his neck to look back. Su Yi also turned his head quickly while running. After this glance, she turned her head back and sped up again. Behind her was a black area dotted with some emerald green. The bodies of these birds are black. The length of a small bird is about 2 meters, and the length of a large bird feels like 10 meters. Their bodies are covered with dense flesh-colored hands. They move like snakes and lizards, twisting their bodies while flapping their dense hands quickly to move forward. Snap, snap, snap. So there was such a sound. When this sound became more and more, it was like countless hands clapping quickly. And at the front of such a body, there is a colorful parrot head, which adds to the weird and disgusting feeling. Ugh. Xiao Qiao vomited. She turned her head back and dared not look again. One hand was still raised in front to point the way, and the other hand activated the props drawn today. The ground they ran through suddenly ignited a wall of fire. Burn these dirty things to death, Su Yi roared and ran faster. She passed those buildings lightly. There were still 2 people forked. She could only breathe lightly. If she stepped on them, and fell into the building, the three people would be buried peacefully. Lin Jinwei did not stop, and kept attacking. The tunnel Xiao Xiao found was at the end of the other end. Even if she ran at full speed, it would take a long time. Not to mention that she only had 2 legs, but the strange creatures behind her had countless hands chasing them. As Lin Jinwei waved her hands, a handful of magical conch filled with glue fell to the ground, sticking to the strange parrot's hands and stopping them from moving forward. She still had some experience dealing with groups of monsters. In addition, Xiao Cao's fire wall could stop them for a while. She quickly took out popcorn and motioned Suyi to eat a handful quickly. Suyi had no hands, and she was holding 2 people with both hands. Xiao Xiao reached back tremblingly, grabbed a handful of popcorn and threw it forward, and Suyi immediately grabbed it. With increased explosive power, she ran faster. I wanted to ask before. Suyi ran? Are you really feeding me like a dog? When are you still caring about this? Lin Jinwei retorted. There was no trace of guilt in her tone. Suyi was right. She herself didn't realize that as long as there was food thrown in front of her, she would quickly grab it. Lin Jinwei's action of drawing the bow and shooting the arrow did not stop at all. At this time, Suyi did not ask any more questions, but just turned his anger into energy and ran faster. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Is this thing running faster and faster? Suyi roared, and she heard that the rhythm of the clicks was different. The parrots behind her were still following closely. Lin Jinwei could only be thankful that these parrots could not fly, otherwise they would be finished. Just as this thought came to her, the next moment Lin Jinwei saw something squirming on the black body of the strange parrot. It's broken. Lin Jinwei hated her own crow mouth. What's broken? Suyi relied on roaring to boost his momentum. The body of the strange parrot looked smooth. Although it was black, it had a colorful black flavor as the light refracted. Now the colorful black had separated from the body and formed 2 thin wings. The wings trembled in the air, and with a slight wave, the long body just soared into the air. One after another, they took off together, like a black wave rising, flying towards them. If they were swept into such a sea, there was only one way to go. Lin Jinwei cursed angrily, switched to gun, replaced with more powerful bullets, and shot quickly. The target was the wings of the strange parrot. No matter how long the parrot is, it has only 2 wings, and the long body hangs down, and the hand on the body is still twitching quickly with 5 fingers. It is still simulating the appearance of moving forward. The way this hand moves reminded Lin Jinwei of the claws of a scalp massager. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but look back when she heard Lin Jinwei's angry curse. Ugh! She vomited again. A higher wall of fire rose again, burning the wings of the strange parrots, causing them to fall into the flames and roll in pain. Suyi looked empty-headed, and she would never look back again even if she was beaten to death. If she looked at her again, she would feel that her sand value would instantly return to 0, and she would turn into a strange species crawling on the ground. Fortunately, the tunnel that Xiao Xiao mentioned could be seen in front of them, and there were no such strange creatures there. I don't know what is waiting for them at the end of this tunnel, but there is no choice. If they stay in this area, they will be eaten up. When Xiao Xiao saw the tunnel in front of her and didn't need her to point the way, she dropped her hands. She fell asleep. Or maybe she fainted. She fell asleep. Suyi was mentally devastated. She was almost out of strength, but she still insisted on taking another breath and rushing towards the tunnel. Since Xiao Xiao also fainted, she just bumped into the low-rise building in front of her. Flying ash covered Xiao Cao's head. And Lin Jinwei's butt. The moment she stepped into the tunnel, Lin Jinwei dropped a grinder, and then dropped one every 3 meters. Some stuck to the ground, and some stuck to the wall. Lin Jinwei didn't stop until all the organs in his hand were thrown away. Such a one-way tunnel with limited space is suitable for this prop. These weird parrots were crushed to pieces. 3 minutes after Suyi entered the tunnel, they heard a sharp explosion, and a roar similar to that of a mixer behind them. Success! Lin Jinwei breathed a sigh of relief, and pricked up her ears to continue listening. It's okay. The sound behind gradually became smaller, and there was no more clacking sound, indicating that the parrots behind had given up chasing. The light above also changed from red to blue. Just in case, Suyi still carried them and ran for a long time. This tunnel was also winding and twisted, and it took a long time to run to the end. It was not until about 20 minutes that she heard no sound of the species, and Suyi's props did not hear any breathing, that she panted and put down the 2 people. Lin Jinwei shook the dust off her buttocks, and after shaking it, she took out a wet towel to wipe Xiao Cao's head and face. After wiping, she took out the tent, stuffed Xiao Xiao into the sleeping bag and threw it in. Suyi sat on the ground, panting for a long time and couldn't say a word. Ah my, what are those things? Lin Jinhua thought that this was what she wanted to say. Shit! Suyi calmed down and cursed with difficulty. Lin Jinhua, She didn't understand her teammate's train of thought. You go and rest first, I keep watch. Lin Jinhua pointed at the tent and said to Suyi. Suyi didn't refuse, she nodded, and moved into the tent with her legs swaying. Lin Jinhua also breathed a sigh of relief, took out a small mat, and sat cross-legged at the door of the tent. She also needed to count how many arrows and weapons she had just used. Her heart was bleeding. Chapter 122. The more she clicked, the more heartbroken she became. Lin Jinua's eyes were empty. She felt like a gambler sitting at the card table, and was about to make a big move, but found that she only had a pair of pants with several holes on her body. The grinder had been used up, and the magic conch filled with glue had also been used up. 1/3 of the arrows had been used up, and this would not work. Lin Jinhua took out the cloth and started making them while on guard. While her fingers moved up and down quickly, the silk thread for sewing also assisted in the work. The name of the group of strange parrots was Parrot Centipede, which belonged to the EM level, and each one was worth 15 points. There were too many elements in this name. There were not many kills during the escape, and most of the parrot centipedes were burned to death by the flames of the grass. The last grinder killed a large group and gained considerable points. The one with the highest kill score so far is the clone of the eyeball chef, who has a re-level of 500 points. From low to high, we can know the kill level, and the points obtained are 5 points for the child level, 8 points for the ugly level, 15 points for the tiger level, 30 points for the Mao level, 45 points for the Chin level, 90 points for the C level, 120 points for the Wu level, 250 points for the Wei level, and 500 points for the Shin level. The levels after that are only the Yu level and the Su level. I have never encountered them. Maybe the points are 1,000 points? 5,000 points? You will know when you encounter them. It was 6 o'clock in the evening when this group of parrot centipedes appeared, which was the time when day and night changed. They fled for about 40 minutes, and it was almost 7 o'clock when Suyi fell asleep. The passage there and now is different from the soft and rotten land at the beginning, and the hard soil later. It feels a bit smooth in the past. Lin Jinhua reached out and touched the ground and the wall. A smooth feeling came from her fingertips, making her feel a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where this familiar feeling came from. She retracted her fingers, noted this, and continued her handicraft. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Jinhua was immersed in her own production, and forgot to call Su Yi and Xiao Xiao to get up when it was time to change shifts. It was Su Yi who crawled out of the tent in a trance, and saw Lin Jinhua, with a strange smile, shining beauty eyes flashing a strange light, and some silk threads on her hands reflecting a fine silver light. It was a bit scary. Su Yi didn't know whether to speak or not. She was afraid that she would be beaten if she interrupted Lin Jinua's train of thought. Her wild intuition told her that she should be quiet now. Su Yi silently stepped back a few steps, leaving only a head staring at Lin Jinhua outside the tent. After a while, Lin Jinhua seemed to have finally finished the work at hand. She laughed and twisted her stiff neck. Turning her head, she saw a head on the tent. Now the person who was frightened became Lin Jinhua. The last bit of rationality prevented her from screaming. She saw clearly that it was Suyi's head, blinking at her. "What are you doing?" Lin Jinhua asked with a trembling voice. "I want to change shifts, but I feel it's not good to disturb you." Suyi blinked innocently and got out of the tent. "What did you do?" Lin Jinhua realized that so much time had passed. She showed Suyi her new work. "Is this a gun?" Suyi looked at the gun in her hand and asked in surprise. This gun is the same size as a balloon toy gun. The reason why Suyi was surprised is that the whole gun is made of cloth, or floral cloth. Why does Lin Jinhua like floral cloth so much? Suyi thought about it and asked directly. "Oh, I only got this when I first entered the game, and I have been using it since then." Lin Jinhua touched the floral gun in her hand and couldn't let it go. This is called the artist's personal style. "Okay." Suyi didn't quite understand. "Then can your gun be used?" Lin Jinhua raised her lips, touched the gun with her palm, and raised her eyebrows. "Now you can know." Change activate. Ding flower. This is a rare handmade firearm that can fire continuously. The floral gun in her hand looked a little soft. After all, it was made of fabric. After Lin Jinua's skill was activated, except for the floral pattern all over the body, it was no different from a normal gun. Lin Jinua's face was happy, and at the same time, she was relieved. In order to make this one, she disassembled 2 guns. The key to success is that every part inside was made by her, so it took a lot of time. The ground was full of gun parts. It works. Lin Jinwei shook the gun proudly. Can you show it to me? Suyi stretched out his hand, with a curious look on his face. Lin Jinwei handed it to Suyi to play with, and she lowered her head to pick up the parts on the ground. She originally wanted to try to put the parts back together. After all, she had successfully put together flour. The movement of her fingers stopped, and Lin Jinwei had a new idea. Click on the panel, open the drawing app, and sure enough, see the drawing of flour already appeared inside. Lin Jinwei was so excited that her face turned red. This meant that she could produce more Huahua later, and add materials to upgrade it. Now she threw all the gun parts into the panel to upgrade Huahua. How could this not be considered a kind of original soup and original food? The familiar Zao Zao appeared in the air, and began to make it. It looked like it would take another 2 hours to be completed. Give it back to you. Suyi handed Huahua back. She admired Lin Jinwei very much. How could she make it like this by herself? You can't understand it if you have a clumsy hand. Lin Jinwei took Huahua in, and climbed back into the tent. Zao Zao's hands flew behind her, and entered the tent together. Suyi seemed to be unable to see Zao Zao's hands. This sentence flashed through Lin Jinwei's mind, and she fell asleep as if she fainted the next second. This night was dreamless, and there was no continued prediction of dreams, so Lin Jinwei finally slept well. She slept until less than 6 o'clock in the morning, and suddenly opened her eyes. Suyi was also resting his eyes while leaning on his tail. It seemed that Xiao Qiao had taken over the night watch. She poked her head out, and saw Xiao Qiao meditating again, with the familiar urn on her legs. Hearing Lin Jinwei's movements, Xiao Cao's eyelids moved, but she didn't open them. Good morning, Lin Jinwei said with a smile. Morning, she replied in a low voice. Lin Jinwei looked at the urn, and she always felt that the urn was not empty. Judging from Xiao Cao's movements, there should be some weight inside. Curious? Xiao Qiao opened her eyes, and looked at Lin Jinwei. A little? Lin Jinwei was a little embarrassed. She was not good at asking questions. She would think that if she had something to say, she would say it directly. Asking questions would touch some boundaries. If someone didn't want to answer, it would make everyone feel awkward. So even though she became a teacher, she rarely called on people to ask questions. The students were embarrassed, and she was embarrassed too. It's nothing. Xiao Qiao held the urn with both hands, and put her face on it. My family is inside. Ah, so? Lin Jinwei replied, her eyes suddenly widened. Family? Xiao Qiao rubbed her face, perhaps to indicate a nod, and she continued. My parents divorced when I was young, and I lived with my grandma in the funeral home. Although my parents didn't care about me. Xiao Qiao touched the urn, but in the city, people will be sent to the same place after death. She smiled faintly. I finally met them. Grandma asked me to press the button, and I quietly took some away after the burning. Xiao Qiao raised the urn. It's in here. My parents are in it. Lin Jinwei was silent. She didn't know what to say to comfort Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao didn't seem to need comfort. She continued. Later, Grandma also left. Lin Jinwei looked at Xiao Qiao. Her face was very calm. I just finished the college entrance examination, and will go to college soon. Grandma has been looking forward to this day. Then she passed away in her sleep. I took care of all the ceremonies, and finally pressed the button. It was strange. I pressed it many times, but this time, I felt the button was very heavy. I used a lot of strength, but the button didn't go down at all. It was so strange. Lin Jinwei went forward and hugged Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao touched the urn and continued, click. I put my grandma in here, and as soon as I held up the urn, I was sucked into the game. I have my family with me, and I have the talent of burning fire. Maybe entering the game is not bad. Xiao Qiao said this, and Lin Jinwei touched her smooth head without saying anything. Suyi opened the tent, not knowing how much she heard. She just went forward and hugged Lin Jinwei and Xiao Qiao together. The 180 embrace makes people feel at ease. Xiao Cao's voice came from her arms, a little muffled. You are all good people, the best people I have met since entering the game. You won't dislike me holding the urn for being unlucky, nor will you dislike me for running slowly. You will even wipe my head. Suyi tightened his arms, feeling heartbroken. Lin Jinwei was the same. A little kid who had just become an adult had to face all this. So if you die, I will take your ashes with me. Silence, a long silence. Suyi wanted to let go. Lin Jinwei smiled. Okay. That's family too. It's the second day of the mission, and the countdown is still going on. 36 hours 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Only half of the mission time has passed. They don't know where they are in the cave, and how long they will have to walk. The current location is safe, and they plan to stay for a while to replenish their energy. Lin Jinyue's Hua has been upgraded, and after adding gun parts, the strength has increased a bit. From frosted to polished, it makes people feel more at ease when holding it in their hands. They waited until about 8 o'clock, the countdown paused, and they set off again. This is also the way the system forces them to move forward. Lin Jinyue sighed deeply. She could sleep here until the mission was over. Suyi glanced at her when he heard her sigh. She was warming up and stretched her body. "Let's go," Suyi asked. Lin Jinyue and Xiao Qiao both nodded, and Lin Jinyue took the lead and walked first. Stuck at the critical point where the countdown would not stop, moving forward at a snail's pace. For Lin Jinyue and Xiao Qiao, this pace was just right, but for Suyi, it was a bit insufficient. "Let's go a little faster." After walking for 10 minutes, Suyi couldn't help it. "Sister, our legs are short," Lin Jinyue said calmly. If she said directly that it was to waste time, she estimated that the system would stop the timer directly. "I was tired after running for so long yesterday, and my legs were sore. It's normal to walk slowly," Lin Jinyue continued. Suyi, ? If her memory is correct, she should have been the one running with 2 people in the middle yesterday. Shouldn't she be the one with sore legs? Looking at Lin Jinyue's eyes cramping from blinking, Suyi held back and said dryly, "Yes, then let's walk slowly." Xiao Qiao was in a state of soul leaving her body anyway, so she followed and pulled the corner of Lin Jinyue's clothes, letting the small flame light the way. This tunnel is much larger and longer than the one they crawled through. They walked out for 2 hours and didn't see the end. "Suyi, isn't it because I walked too slowly?" She kept suppressing her urge to run with 2 people in the middle. At this time, Lin Jinyue stopped again. "What's wrong?" Suyi asked hurriedly. "The terrain is going up?" Lin Jinyue said a little uncertainly. "Going up?" Suyi frowned and looked back. It felt like it was a flat road all the time, without any feeling of climbing uphill. "It is going up," Xiao Qiao said. Her tone was very firm. "Why?" Suyi asked. "Intuition," Xiao Qiao said. Lin Jinyue knocked his head. "If it goes up again, maybe we are approaching another exit." Suyi gave up thinking. "I will just follow you." Lin Jinyue continued to move forward and walk for about 2 hours. At this time, even Suyi could clearly feel the upward trend of the ground. It was like starting to climb a gentle slope. As they continued to walk, the slope became steeper and steeper, almost vertical to the ground, and they had to climb up little by scratching the wall with their hands. A delicate touch came from the fingertips. The fingers that were scratched and had a strange feeling of being surrounded, which made their faces look ugly. Fortunately, the vertical road is only a short distance, and the road surface becomes flat again after climbing up. Lin Jinyue and Suyi pulled up the grass that fell behind and looked at the surrounding environment together. The countdown did not stop. The new road also felt slippery, and the color was redder and blacker than the previous passage, which made people shudder. Lin Jinyue stretched out her hand and poked the wall. Puff! A hole was poked out. The wall before was not so fragile. Lin Jinyue did not expect that her fingers moved subconsciously, and felt a little damping inside. She was slightly stunned, and just as she was about to pull her hand out, she felt a pain in her fingers. Hiss! What's wrong? Suyi and Xiao Qiao came up quickly. My finger is sucked. Lin Jinyue was shocked, and a slight tingling pain came from her finger. Sucked? I dig it out for you. Suyi was anxious to take action, but Lin Jinyue stopped her. You retreat first, I activate my skill. The countdown that was still going on might also mean that they were about to encounter new dangers, so even if they stopped, they would continue. Suyi and Xiao Qiao believed in Lin Jinyue, and silently stepped back 2 steps, staring at her condition. Lin Jinyue immediately activated cut, cutting the wall around her finger into pieces, and then she pulled out her left index finger. She immediately stepped back 2 steps, and raised her finger. Her finger had turned red. It wasn't blood, but the outer layer of skin on it had been corroded clean, revealing the bright red cell tissue inside. Oh my, it looked so painful. Suyi took a breath. Lin Jinyue was in real pain, and her forehead was covered with sweat. Taking out a bandage from the space, Xiao Qiao took it and bandaged her finger. Something is wrong. Lin Jinyue panted and looked up at the broken wall. Xiao Qiao, can the flame go over and take a look? Lin Jinyue asked. Xiao Qiao nodded, bandaged Lin Jinyue's finger, and tied a beautiful bow. She raised her hand and waved, and several small flames jumped onto the wall, illuminating the area that had bitten Lin Jinhua. After the wall was cut, the bright red wall inside was exposed, and the color was very abrupt. It looked very much like Lin Jinhua's finger. Lin Jinhua's face became paler and paler, and her voice revealed a hint of disbelief. That delicate touch is very similar to the feeling of skin. Or, it's like the feeling of the internal organs of the body. When she threw out the grinder, her hand directly touched the internal organs inside, and the touch was exactly the same as the feeling of the tunnel. What do you mean? Su Yi was confused, and Xiao Qiao seemed to react and widened his eyes. Do you remember that the reason we moved was because there was a giant bird like a mountain? Lin Jinhua said slowly. I remember, then and now. Is there a possibility? Lin Jinhua looked around. This cave is the inside of a giant bird, she murmured. We took the initiative to walk into the body of the bird. Chapter 123. Inside a bird? Su Yi's voice rose. How is this possible? We also met other birds, and they seem to be living well here. Look, there are bats, which is very consistent with the ecology of a cave. This is such a normal cave. Su Yi couldn't believe it. Xiao Qiao looked at her when she heard her say the word normal, an expression that is hard to describe. Lin Jinhua closed her eyes and said with difficulty, there are stories that often say that the world is a human body in many cultures. It has been around since the myth of Pengu creating the world. The idea that the world is a human body is just a self-satisfied fantasy of humans. People always think that they are very noble creatures, and even the world may not be human, but just a butterfly, a dragonfly, or a flower. Even a speck of dust. We are just a tiny part of it, just like the cells in the human body. In this case, it is not surprising that we are in the body of a bird. Of course, I hope this idea is wrong. Su Yi's pupils trembled, and she and Xiao Qiao looked around. She whispered hurriedly, what about bats? Parrots and centipedes? Aren't they all birds? There are birds in the body of birds? This is ridiculous. Lin Jinhua stepped forward and looked at the state of the wall again, saying, it is also a guess. This may be a dead bird. She pointed to the hole in the wall, which had oxidized from bright red to brown, and there was no wriggling shape. Have you ever heard that when a whale dies, all things come to life? The body of a dead whale can nourish endless marine life. Perhaps here the giant birds are similar to whales. The bodies of the dead giant birds formed mountains, and new bird populations were bred in their bodies. Perhaps in addition to the bird population, the blue forests were also nurtured. The dead giant birds can become fertile soil to nourish the vigorous growth of the blue forests. The birds on the ground peck at the blue forests for a living. This is too shocking. Su Yi's eyes were empty, and he couldn't believe it. This is not scientific. She looked determined. Lin Jinhua sighed, sat down directly, took out a piece of paper, and drew a rough map of the area they walked in. She drew a silhouette of a bird next to it. Look, it doesn't match. Su Yi pointed excitedly at the picture drawn by Lin Jinhua. The long winding road after we came in, I felt that we climbed countless bends. The bird's trachea? Or the esophagus? It can't be curved, right? Lin Jinhua's face darkened, and Xiao Cao's face greened. What? Su Yi looked at their faces and felt that the next words would be bad. We might. Lin Jinhua took a breath. It came in from the birds, but... Su Yi's eyes were dizzy. Isn't that the penis? Please don't say it. Lin Jinhua wanted to cry, but she didn't stop writing. She turned to the page about the bird's body in the bird encyclopedia and compared it. Look, it just came in as a fart, cloaca, where bats and strange toucans live. Then it reached the area where the yellow magma poured out, which is where birds digest objects. How can they digest if they are dead? Xiao Qiao asked. I don't know, or is that liquid circulating in the body all the time? Lin Jinhua drew a winding route. We crawled through a twisting tunnel, which looked like the veins directly connected to the intestines or organs. Veins? After all, this is a big bird, and it's normal for blood vessels to be thicker. Su Yi covered his mouth, feeling a little nauseous. They actually crawled in the blood vessels of a bird. And crawled for so long. What about the place with many modern buildings we encountered before? Where is it? Su Yi reacted and asked. Lin Jinhua drew a large organ. Gizzard. Some birds need to eat stones to help digestion, and the gizzard plays this role. This bird has grown so big, the buildings in the city are just big stones to it. The three of them showed expressions of despair. The more they compared, the more they found that the places they encountered matched the organs of the birds. One last question. Su Yi raised his hand weakly. Which part of the bird are we in now? Lin Jinhua thought for a while. Maybe it's the forestomach. Further forward is the heart. We don't know how long this bird has been dead. It's normal for the position of its organs to change. We can't just follow the structure. The large range is still consistent, so we can only take one step at a time. Then we can't go back after completing our mission, right? We have to get out anyway. Suya's eyes were dull. If it's a living bird, just give us a pile of shit. Lin Jinhua, Xiao Xiao. Thank you, we don't want to be shit, and we are not shit. From the mouth. Lin Jinhua said with all her might, either crawl out from the trachea or crawl out from the esophagus. She said happily, great, we are not shit. Suyu was not happy, then it is vomit? Lin Jinua's smile disappeared. Thank you, sister, you don't have to say these words. Then let's continue walking? Suyi pointed to the front. Knowing that they were in the body of a bird, the three of them felt creepy, and something was wrong with their bodies, and they wanted to leave here quickly. Every step and touch brought a completely different feeling. The countdown for the task was still going on, and they could not leave before the time was up. We are still walking now, let's take a rest here. In order to prevent the system from stopping the countdown directly after hearing it, Lin Jinhua added, we also need to analyze what dangers may be encountered in some organs. She always felt that there was something wrong that had not been sorted out, and she needed to think about it again. The three of them sat down, facing the drawings on the ground with a serious face, as if they wanted to stare a hole in the paper. Everyone held a pen in their hands, placed it on the paper, as if thinking about what to write. They looked very good, but in fact they had been distracted for a while. Xiao Xiao had fallen asleep. Suyi felt like he was back in the university classroom, holding a pen and pretending to listen carefully, but in fact he had brought the wrong textbook. Lin Jinhua was really thinking, and her thoughts were a little divergent. She was worried about the left-behind children, and then she felt her own disgusting experience and worried about her friends. The three of them just sat there pretending to kill time. Lin Jinhua, who was dozing off with a pen in hand, suddenly woke up and found that the countdown had stopped. She opened her eyelids and saw that Su Yi, who was opposite her, had fallen to the ground, with Xiao Xiao resting on her tail, sleeping soundly. Okay, if she was, the system would also pause the countdown. She got up and patted the two awake, and it was time to walk forward. Su Yi yawned, pulled Xiao Xiao off his tail, and carried her to continue moving forward behind Lin Jinhua. 28 hours and 46 minutes. According to speculation, they might be walking in the blood vessels leading to the fourth stomach or heart. After walking forward for an hour, there was no movement. After walking forward for 2 hours, there was no movement. With Lin Jinua's previous experience, they would not touch the wall with their hands, and even the strength of their feet would be restrained, for fear that a force would accidentally break the fragile blood vessels. As they walked, they gradually began to accept this fact, and their mentality became more relaxed. Until a sudden silver-white color appeared in front of them. One after another, slender silver cones hung upside down from the wall, with different lengths. The long ones were close to the ground, and the short ones were only half a meter, just like the icicles on the eaves of the snowy areas. They were densely packed on the road in front of them, forcing them to stop. Knock them off? Suyi didn't dare to reach out and touch these cones with a knife, but there was no crisp sound as imagined. Huh? Soft? She said in surprise. Ah? Hearing this, Lin Jinhua also used the arrow to poke it, and found that the material that looked like crystal was actually like a curtain, which could be easily opened. Then let's open it and leave. Suyi asked. Burn it, Xiao Xiao said firmly. Lin Jinhua retracted the arrow and looked at the metal on it carefully. There was no change. It seemed non-corrosive. Is it really just some magical solid water curtain? Lin Jinhua frowned. She didn't think so. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Burn it! Xiao Xiao had already taken out a lighter. After a day, the fire she drew from Lucky 8 treasure porridge had expired, and she could only use the fire again. Lin Jinhua hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. It was better to burn it than to walk in, and suddenly these curtains came alive and entangled them. In fact, these curtains really looked alive. Xiao Cao's fire spread in a straight line and moved along the ground. After stopping, a wall of fire suddenly sprang up and burned fiercely. At the moment when the flames touched the curtains visibly squirmed, trying to avoid the flames to save themselves. Really alive. They can even pretend to be dead. Lin Jinhua threw several more magical conch filled with oil into the fire, adding fuel to the fire. The water curtain trembled, part of it was burned to ashes, and the other part curled up and clung to the wall. When the flame stopped, the tunnel in front of them became empty again. Let's go! The three of them immediately ran away. When their figures passed by, The remaining water curtains on the wall became restless again, and some thin threads dropped, trying to touch them. They can't be touched. The dagger in Lin Jinyue's hand danced quickly, cutting off the newly appeared water curtains one by one. Xiao Qiao occasionally emitted flames to clear the way forward, and Su Yi was the last one. After turning a corner, a new area of the water curtain cave appeared. This time, the curtains didn't even bother to pretend, and rushed straight towards them. Ah! At this time, Xiao Qiao screamed. What's wrong? Su Yi asked anxiously, and she also waved a big knife in her hand to cut off these curtains one by one. I don't have a fire source. Xiao Cao's voice was flat. Lin Jinhua and Su Yi both widened their eyes and looked at her. I'm incompetent, Xiao Qiao said calmly. What? What? It can be like this? Then why is it so arrogant when it is used? God knows. Lin Jinhua thought Xiao Cao's lighter was a gift prop, and it might have an independent storage method. Who knew it was really the size of a small backpack? Lin Jinyue's eyes went dark, and she handed the dagger in her hand to Xiao Qiao, and she took out the moon meteor hammer. Follow me. The curtain in front of her was already within reach. She only had time to say this sentence, and then took 2 steps forward, facing the dense water curtain that looked like it could pierce her like a sieve. Lin Jinhua took a deep breath. The muscles on her arms bulged, and she began to spin quickly. She spun in front to clear the way, rushing fast. Xiao Cao's flame seemed to consume her mental energy, and she looked like she was going to fall asleep again. Su Yi forked Xiao Qiao again and ran forward. She felt that she was getting more and more skilled in forking people. Maybe she could be a DD driver in the future. Xiao Qiao was also used to this posture. She waved her knife and poked here and there. After poking twice, it seemed that all her strength was exhausted. She closed her eyes and fell asleep again. Su Yi had already started to get used to it. Lin Jinhua spun quickly and could only rush forward regardless of everything, smashing all the dangers coming towards them. That's why she didn't notice that the road beneath her feet disappeared. She missed a step and fell straight down. Chapter 124. It seems that I have reached a new organ, Lin Jinhua thought while falling. She did not panic. She put away the moon meteor hammer in her hand and replaced it with a transparent umbrella. A transparent umbrella that she had strengthened. Princess Bridget's umbrella, it can make you fall slowly. You are Princess Bridget. Oh, you don't have to be a princess. After the umbrella was opened, a few pink peach blossoms suddenly appeared on the transparent surface. Lin Jinyue's falling speed suddenly slowed down. She slowly fell down in the air with the small umbrella. The peach blossoms falling from the small umbrella also fell together. If the venue was not unsuitable, she really looked like a princess. Lin Jinhua was just about to remind Su Yi and the others, but before she opened her mouth, she heard Su Yi's scolding. Su Yi fell rapidly from behind her with the grass. Fortunately, Su Yi reacted quickly and grabbed Lin Jinyue's feet. Lin Jinhua felt herself falling down suddenly, and the speed of descent was a little faster. Her legs seemed to be dislocated. It hurt so much. Lin Jinhua had a wooden face, and she led the 3 people to spin, and petals fluttered, and slowly landed on the ground. Something was wrong. Su Yi's feet had just landed on the ground, and before she had time to breathe a sigh of relief, she was horrified to find that the ground under her feet was particularly soft. Her body continued to sink. She seemed to be trapped in a swamp, unable to control her body. The more she struggled, the more she sank, until she was buried. Su Yi became anxious. She lifted the grass up, looked around quickly, and soon determined that there was a semicircular platform in the distance. She took a deep breath, held Lin Jinyue's feet tightly in her hands, and with a force in her arms, she swung Lin Jinhua up. What? What? The sudden attack from her teammates made Lin Jinhua scream. She held Princess Bridget's umbrella tightly in her hand, which was her last resort. The person turned in the air, and the soul followed behind. The next second, Su Yi threw Lin Jinhua to the platform with force. Flying in the sky, Lin Jinhua felt that her soul had not caught up. She was still dizzy at the back. Su Yi's action made her body sink further, and it was submerged to the waist. Xiao Qiao hung on her like a monkey, and only her legs were submerged. Lin Jinhua saw the situation of Su Yi and Xiao Qiao in the air. Her body turned in the air, turned over and landed steadily on the platform. She quickly took out the previous mimicry rope, stuck it on the shuriken, and threw it to Su Yi. Look down. Su Yi was so scared by the high-speed flying pottery that he was sweating and quickly dodged the fierce attack. You really didn't mean it? Su Yi held the mimicry rope and said with a trembling voice. Am I that kind of person? Lin Jinhua said unhappily, using all her strength to pull Su Yi and Xiao Qiao up. Aw, it hurts, my leg must really be dislocated. Lin Jinwei made a bitter face, and pulled them up with one foot. Every time she pulled out a little, she would stick the extra rope tightly to the platform, so that she could pull both of them up with her lame leg. After Suye's whole body was out of the swamp, she regained her strength. The muscles on her arms bulged, and she grabbed the mimicry rope and climbed onto the platform in a few steps. She also carried a piece of grass behind her. Suyi and Xiao Xiao were covered with dark red liquid, and they smelled of a strong bloody smell. The bloody smell was mixed with the smell of soul, and a more subtle, indescribable but trembling fear. Ugh. Suyi covered her mouth. Her enhanced sense of smell made her suffer twice as much. Xiao Xiao didn't react much. She rubbed her arms with her hands. She was not sensitive to bad smells. Suyi took the towel handed by Lin Jinwei and wiped her body, and then pulled Lin Jinwei over with one hand. Sister? What are you doing? Lin Jinwei looked confused, and was pulled over with a limp. God. Ah. Suyi was ruthless, and didn't say much. He connected Lin Jinwei's leg without saying hello. This game copy is really enough. Lin Jinwei was very sad, feeling that she had experienced all kinds of life sufferings in this copy. Sister Yi, what did you do before? How come you can set bones? Lin Jinwei asked with a trembling voice, breathing to ease the pain. Nothing, I'm a veterinarian. Suyi lowered his head and sniffed the smell on his body, answering casually. Veterinarian? No wonder it's the dog demon's talent. Lin Jinwei was very impressed. After finally recovering, she got up and looked around. Finding the exit first is the most important thing. The surroundings of this area are like a column. The area is not as large as the previous gizzard, and it is still unclear whether it is the heart or the forestomach. Anyway, no matter which organ it is, it should be able to crawl out from the mouth. It is now close to 1800 hours. According to the experience of the past 2 days, some accidents are most likely to occur when the day and night change. They squatted on the platform and looked down. Below was a red swamp. It is not appropriate to call it a swamp. They don't understand what it is. They can only find the most similar ones from their knowledge reserves to assist in understanding. This red swamp is not covering the entire space, but is in circles of varying sizes, distributed over the entire ground. They just had bad luck landing, and it was hard to see the difference between the swamp and ordinary land at close range. Now you have to be on a higher platform to see the distribution of the swamp. It's almost 1800 hours. Lin Jinwei suddenly got a little nervous. Suyi couldn't completely wipe off the liquid on her body. She could only reduce some of the smell, and her expression was still ugly. Glancing at the grass next to her that still exuded a strong smell, her expression became even uglier. At the moment when day and night alternated, the moment when the cold came, the swamp below was instantly solidified. Lin Jinwei's pupil shrank, and she pulled the two people to retreat, and it was at this time that something unexpected happened. The frozen swamp was broken. It was broken from the inside out. Red crystals splashed into the sky, and Lin Jinwei and the others retreated in time to avoid being scratched. Therefore, they missed the first sight of the culprit who broke the frozen swamp. It was the root of the blue tree. Countless blue tree roots spread upward from the circular hole below, entwined and growing into a thick hole, madly absorbing the surrounding nutrients. Everything that the roots can touch is its source of nutrition, including Lin Jinwei and the other two. The moment they saw the blue tree roots, they immediately took out their weapons and wanted to resist, but the flying blue tree roots were one step faster. The roots entangled their limbs and bodies, wrapped their bodies, and pulled them onto the branches of the big tree. Yes, when a whale falls, all things come to life. How can these all things only be birds? Of course, it includes the blue forest, which is a species with a larger number, wider distribution, and larger size than birds. Lin Jinwei and the other two were tightly restrained, and a strong sense of squeezing and suffocation began to appear. Lin Jinwei immediately activated cut, and got a little breath. She opened her eyes with difficulty, and saw Suyi and Xiao Xiao not far away, within reach. There was only one breath left. There were too many tree roots around. Lin Jinwei just tried to take a step, and was entangled by the dense tree roots around. Suye's hands turned into dog claws, and tore the branches on his body with force. But the more he tore, the more the branches entangled. Because of her fierce resistance, there were extra plants wrapped around her. Even her head was wrapped in it. Looking over, it showed a thick sphere, and only muffled sounds could be heard from time to time. Lin Jinwei activated cut again, and the dizziness in her head worsened. This won't work. Only the flame of the grass will do. Plants are afraid of fire. Lin Jinyue's breathing was stagnant because of the new plant. She took a deep breath and looked at the grass through the gap of the tree roots. But she saw that the grass had closed its eyes, a gesture of giving up. She remembered what the grass said before. There is no fire. The grass felt Lin Jinyue's gaze, her eyelids moved, she opened her eyes, and looked at Lin Jinhua, and shook her head. Her eyes closed again. She was welcoming death. How could this be? Lin Jinhua activated her ability again, and this time her eyes began to blacken. Something was wrong. Just activating it a few times cut would not consume so much mental energy. Lin Jinhua was entangled by the blue tree roots again. After she tore the roots, she found that there were tiny barbs on each root. It can't be called a barb. It's more like a straw as thick as a toothpick. Is this the blood vessel of the blue tree root? While the blue tree roots are entangled with them, and the red swamp crystals, they will insert blood vessels into their skin. All over her body, she felt as if she was bitten by thousands of mosquitoes. This is a strangulation, and a swallowing. Or for the blue tree, it is just eating. It is more and more difficult to breathe, and she can only make a broken breath sound when she opens her mouth and tries her best. Suye's struggle is also weak. They are like balloons with thousands of holes pierced in them, and their strength is slowly draining away through the holes. Lin Jinhua used all her strength to launch cut again, but the effect is minimal. She directly cut off the blood vessels, and some tiny tree roots that tried to pierce her body. Once cut off, the endless tree roots will surge up again, endlessly. Still need to use fire. But she has no fire. Should I just give up? Will I just welcome death? Lin Jinhua felt her eyelids getting heavier, her consciousness began to blur, and darkness was welcoming her. The prophetic dream had foreseen the scene here. I can't give up. Lin Jinhua tried hard to open her eyes, and she stretched out her hand to reach Xiao Qiao. The continuous skill cuts just now made her closer to Xiao Qiao and Su Yi, and she could already reach out and touch Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao felt her movements, and her eyelids trembled. It just trembled, and didn't open. She had given up. From the first day she entered the game world, she was waiting for death. She had seen too many deaths and pressed countless buttons to start burning. Now it was her turn. It's just a pity that I can't burn to ashes and be with everyone. Suddenly, a warm feeling came over her, dispelling the coldness of her body, and Xiao Qiao opened her eyes in surprise. Lin Jinhua handed her a limp lighter. It wasn't even a lighter, it was just a cube made of floral cloth. How could cloth be a fire starter? But there was really a faint flame on the limp lighter in front of her. Xiao Qiao looked up and met Lin Jinyue's eyes. Although she was covered with wounds and blood spots on her face, and looked miserable, Lin Jinyue's eyes were always bright. Live. The strong emotions melted into the sparks, and the warmth brought by them made people tremble in the endless cold. Xiao Qiao suddenly wanted to live again. She stretched out her hand, and took the lighter from Lin Jinyue's hand. Lighter who said cloth can't be ignited? Cloth itself is too easy to burn. What an interesting explanation. She took it to her lips, and blew gently. A familiar fire dragon swirled up, flew around the three of them, and burned the blue tree roots on them. And a fire circle formed around them to protect the three of them. They finally had some breathing space, and they all took out food to restore their health. Su Ye's situation was more dangerous. He closed his eyes tightly, and his breathing was shallow and seemed to be non-existent. Su Ye's health bar was about to bottom out. Lin Jinhua hurriedly gave her a medicine from the mall to restore her health. Or a larger version, which restored more health, and it was said to be twice as bad. Wound Medicine Plus. Su Yi left it with her specifically for saving lives. As soon as the medicine was poured in, Su Ye's eyes suddenly opened, struggling to avoid the medicine bottle. She looked very pitiful, but Lin Jinhua was determined to finish the bottle before letting go. Looking at Su Ye's blue face and full health, Lin Jinhua put a bottle of life coke in her hand, then turned her head, and looked at the blue tree roots outside. You found an opportunity to fight back. Lin Jinhua held a corn sausage in her mouth, and her hands were not idle, throwing out eyeball bullet, and the remains of bipolar duck quickly. Let you tie us up. Let you bite us. Lin Jinhua became more and more angry. The only strength she had left was to take out the columnar body that she had made before, which looked most like a lighter. It was originally intended to be a storage box for magazines. At this point, she could only make up the numbers. For fear that the skill would go astray, she also threw a cannon into it, and the last strength made sewing embroider the three words lighter. The three silver characters were crooked and almost indistinguishable. It might be that she was really afraid that Lin Jinhua would die, so change was unusually well behaved, achieving the effect she wanted. Otherwise, She would really die here. Again. Again! Su Yi seemed to have finally recovered, and she spoke with difficulty. Lin Jinhua looked up, and saw some blue tree roots avoiding the fire wall, and trying to catch them from above. Xiao Xiao looked pale, and being able to maintain the fire wall was her greatest strength. Lin Jinhua quickly crushed a defense card to keep the blue tree roots out. What to do now? The three of them didn't say anything, but their eyes were anxious. Now they only temporarily blocked the attack of the blue tree roots, and the defense shield would be broken, and they would still be surrounded after it was broken. Xiao Xiao panted and retracted the flame first. If she didn't stop, she would be exhausted. Lin Jinhua quickly opened the panel to open the drawing of the lighter, and asked it to start mass production. At the beginning of their mission, they found that the mall was closed. There was no way to resupply, and no way to buy the products they registered for. Now they could only rely on themselves. The protective shield was covered by blue, and the blood vessels kept poking at the shield, gradually reducing its durability. It seemed that they would be surrounded by blue tree roots again in less than 20 minutes. What to do? Before the three of them had time to celebrate their survival, they were faced with new despair. Chapter 125. Can't just sit there and wait for death. Lin Jinhua gritted her teeth. When they stopped on the platform for a short time, they all looked around. When Lin Jinhua was pulling Su Yi and Xiao Xiao with all her strength, she looked up and saw. There was a tunnel at a high place. It was higher than the tunnel they escaped from, like an unreachable natural chasm. Then how do we get up? Su Yi gradually recovered. When she heard Lin Jinhua's words, she looked up and saw only layers of blue. When moving, the protective shield will move with it. We have tried this. Lin Jinhua directed, and let Zazeazo drop the lighter made directly in front of Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was stunned when she saw the lighter that appeared out of thin air, picked it up and looked around. My skills. Lin Jinhua explained briefly. They walked forward, with strong resistance. When they reached out of the protective shield, they could touch the roots of the blue tree. As they were moving forward, Lin Jinhua suddenly thought. Are the tree roots we saw growing continuously from the bottom to the top? Su Yi was startled. It seems so. I didn't notice it. Xiao Xiao nodded. Yes. Lin Jinhua immediately took out a detective elf eyeball and threw it out, and the elf trembled and walked on the roots. It seems that because the elves are also made of cloth, they have no, and will not be regarded as objects to be attacked by the blue tree roots. Lin Jinhua covered her eyes, and determined the direction through the eyes of the elf. There. She pointed and led the way forward. Su Yi had already skillfully forked Xiao Xiao, so that she could recover some physical strength and set fire later. Xiao Xiao put her hands together and raised them in the air to catch the lighter that was finished from time to time. Lighters are disposable items. After playing the role of fire, they will burn out. But because the materials are simple, they can be made quickly. We will get close to the trunk and hold it to move up. Lin Jinhua arranged it quickly. The protective shield that had dimmed a lot in the corner of her eyes was a little anxious, but she still arranged it calmly. The elf will see the exact location, and then we will move to the tunnel. Lin Jinhua gritted her teeth. The biggest problem was how to jump such a long distance in the air. Her seam scene should be able to support her alone. So what about Su Yi and Xiao Xiao? I do it. Su Yi suddenly spoke. They had already grabbed the trunk and moved up little by little along the trend of the blue tree, slowly stretching. I can turn into a dog demon, which will be bigger and have stronger jumping ability. Su Yi said quickly, but it's only 5 minutes. I might faint when the time is up. She smiled and lifted Xiao Xiao up. Then I can't lead you to run. Instead, you need to lead me. Lin Jinhua and Xiao Xiao looked at each other and nodded. You led us all the way. We will lead you the rest of the way. Lin Jinhua said seriously. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously. Lin Jinhua stuffed popcorn into her mouth to improve her athletic ability, so that she could at least keep up with her. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. She was equivalent to handing her life over to Lin Jinhua and Xiao Xiao. Lin Jinhua held the tree roots tightly with one hand and covered his eyes with the other. The elf stood at a higher place, staring at the tunnel. Getting closer and closer. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, very close, but not yet. Taking gravity into account, they need to go to a higher place. Where's the top of this place? Lin Jinhua was stunned. After they came in, they looked up and saw only black, not knowing where the ceiling was. And the blue tree is still growing, which shows that the real height of this place is far more than that. It is already as high as the tunnel, and is gradually going up, and it can't be too far away. Lin Jinhua withdrew his thoughts, and nodded to Su Yi. Su Yi took a deep breath, moved to the middle of Lin Jinhui and Xiao Qiao, and whispered, "On my back, hold me tightly." Lin Jinhui and Xiao Qiao both crawled over. Lin Jinhui hugged Su Ye's body with one hand and protected Xiao Qiao with the other hand. Su Ye smiled instead. "You can grab my hair after the transformation. It won't hurt me." The next moment, her whole body emitted a dazzling silver light, and with the dimming and shattering of the protective shield, an extremely graceful dog demon appeared again. 3 meters long, covered with fine and long silver hair, with his face buried in it, he felt safe. Su Ye raised his head and howled. The power was several times stronger than that of a human, and the roots of the blue forest stopped moving. It was only a short blink of an eye, but it was enough. Su Ye exerted force on his feet, and when he carried Lin Jinhui and Xiao Qiao on his back and jumped towards the tunnel entrance, Xiao Cao's men also dropped a handful of lighters that they had prepared. Several fire dragons flew up, 2 of them accompanied Su Ye, and the rest all met the tree roots behind him. After jumping, he was still a little distance away from the tunnel entrance, and the roots below and behind him followed him like a shadow. "It's coming." Su Ye made up her mind and stepped heavily on the tree roots, ignoring the sharp roots piercing her soles. "Since you dare to attack me, then become my stepping stone." She exerted force on her feet and jumped higher and farther with pain, so that she could reach the tunnel. Su Ye lay on the tunnel entrance with his front legs, and crawled into the cave with his hind legs. The blue tree roots followed closely behind him, and Su Ye ran forward with all his strength, thinking that he could take them farther before losing consciousness, at least to a safe place. Xiao Qiao didn't have the lighter in her hand yet, and she had no other choice now. She buried her head in Su Ye's hair, and clenched the hair in her hands. Lin Jinhui looked back. She no longer had the grinder, but she still had the sour fountain. The sour fountain will spray corrosive liquid around after being exposed to air for 5 minutes. It's only been 30 seconds now, just enough to start after Su Ye changes back. Anything I can do to block them is good. Plants should be afraid of such corrosive things, right? Lin Jinhui gritted her teeth. It was not easy for her to turn back and attack now. After throwing all the sour fountain, she also imitated the grass, and stepped her face into Su Ye's hair. To be untimely, she felt like Qinshuan. It was the scene on Bailong. But Su Ye didn't have a dragon horn. Su Ye ran without stopping for a moment. Run farther, farther. Her consciousness was gradually blurring, and the last thought in her mind was running. There was still some good news. The blue tree roots behind her didn't seem to catch up, or the distance was widened, affecting their forward speed. 5 minutes had passed, and Su Ye managed to hold on for an extra minute, running far enough before stopping with peace of mind. She turned back into human form, her eyes closed, and fell straight to the ground. Lin Jinhui quickly reached out and hugged her, supporting one of her arms. The weight on her body lightened, and she looked over and saw that Xiao Qiao was also supporting Su Ye's other arm. Although it was a bit strange to have Su Ye hanging on them, they had no choice but to move forward. Go forward. Get out of this damn place. Lin Jinhui and Xiao Qiao felt like they had been walking for a long, long time. The surroundings were repetitive silver-gray walls and floors, and the air was filled with visible dust, and they all wore masks. Silver-white dust would also be raised when they took steps, and walking in it was a bit like walking in a sandstorm. Lin Jinhui rubbed her eyes, and she and Xiao Qiao supported Su Ye and moved forward little by little. She closed one eye and watched the growth of the blue tree through the eyes of the elf. Fortunately, the roots of the blue tree did not try to track them, but set their sights on self-growth. It kept growing upwards with all its strength, and the elf's feet were stuck in the roots, and it was also carried upwards. Where is the end? Is it growing to the ground? Lin Jinhui couldn't see it, because when it grows to a certain height, the roots twist and entangle tightly, completely blocking the elf's entire vision. The elf may grow in the blue forest. Does this count as a cyst of the blue tree? Lin Jinhui, Sorry, I forgot to recycle it again. She felt that her title of elf persecutor was shining more and more. Lin Jinhui let out a long breath, signaling Xiao Qiao to stop and rest for a while. She set up the tent and put Su Ye in the sleeping bag. Xiao Qiao looked over and almost closed her eyes. You go to sleep first, I keep watch for a while, Lin Jinhui said to Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao shook her head, trying to show that she could still hold on, and her eyes closed the next second. She went straight into a state of fainting. Lin Jinhui laughed, stuffed Xiao Qiao into the sleeping bag, let her lie side by side with Su Ye, and sat outside the tent to keep watch. The countdown continued, and it was now midnight. Has it been so long? Lin Jinhui didn't feel anything. Her mind was full of farther and farther. Su Ye saved their lives and entrusted his life to them, and he couldn't live up to this friendship anyway. She walked with this thought until the elf's vision was cut off. Xiao Xiao probably thought so too. Lin Jinhua smiled, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The teammates she met in the game were all good people. For hours later, Xiao Xiao crawled out with difficulty, saying that she could keep watch and asked Lin Jinhua to go to sleep quickly. Is it really okay? No wonder Lin Jinhua asked this question. Xiao Xiao was shaking as she sat there, her eyes half open, and her pupils were dilated. Hearing Lin Jinua's words, Xiao Xiao patted her face hard and tried to cheer herself up to say that she was fine. Lin Jinhua felt that she still had to trust the child. She kept watch for 4 hours without any danger, and it was almost dawn, so the danger level should be reduced again. So she handed all the lighters that she had made into a ring to Xiao Xiao, and went to sleep with peace of mind. She didn't sleep for long, and about 3 hours later, she forced herself to open her eyes to see what was going on. Xiao Xiao was very sober at this time, counting the lighters in front of her. This was enough for her to use for a long time. Hearing Lin Jinua's movement, she made a gesture that it was okay, and Lin Jinhua continued to faint peacefully. 3 hours later, this time Lin Jinhua felt that she was completely awake and her physical strength had recovered. As her body continued to strengthen, her physical strength was now over 100, and with the strengthening of her physical fitness, her sleep time became shorter. Maybe the quality of sleep has improved. Su Yi was still in a coma, and Lin Jinhua suspected that she might faint for a day. She took over Xiao Xiao and let her sleep for a while. Anyway, the countdown was still going on, so she could sleep as long as she could. And she felt that this road would soon come to an end. Chapter 126. A grayish-white tunnel, dust of various colors. Lin Jinhua guessed that they might be in the trachea. As long as they walked along the long trachea, walked to the mouth, and finally left this cave, they could complete the task without any accidents. The question was, how long was the trachea? Assuming that they had all crawled out of the mouth, the countdown had not ended yet. According to the task requirements of the system, they would probably be directly wiped out. Combined with the disgusting behavior of walking backwards for no reason before, the countdown was immediately paused. It is reasonable to infer that this is also a death point. Lin Jinhua rolled her eyes. Anyway, she couldn't walk fast while dragging Su Yi, so she could only move the rolling pin slowly, and there was nothing she could do. With this plan, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the countdown was 4 hours away, Xiao Xiao woke up. The two of them supported Su Yi, and moved a little bit in the trachea. The terrain under their feet gradually went up again, and it became more and more difficult for them to walk. Every step was like pulling out the submerged calf from the mud and sand, and then stepping into new mud. Not to mention Su Yi's height, her long legs were buried in the white sand, making it more difficult for Lin Jinhua and Xiao Xiao to drag her. Anyway, the countdown has not ended, so walk slowly. Just take it as a walk. So when Su Yi finally opened her eyes, and found that half of her body was buried in the white sand, she was really stunned for a while. I'm not dead? Could it be that I have already died, and Fa Kai and Xiao Xiao want to bury me? That's not right. Didn't Xiao Xiao say to burn it and put it in the urn? She didn't keep her promise. Su Yi was so angry that his tired eyes widened. Ah, Sister Yi, you're awake. Lin Jinhua was the first to notice that Su Yi had woken up, and said happily. Finally he woke up. They could no longer lift Su Yi. Xiao Xiao was also very happy, but she was so tired that she couldn't speak. She was sweating non-stop, and could only blink and blink again. I thought you were going to bury me. Su Yi opened his mouth, his voice still a little hoarse. How could it be? That was when the three of us were buried together, Lin Jinhua said. Xiao Xiao nodded hard. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, and moved his arm slowly, as if he had just connected his arm to Bluetooth. It felt like he was not very familiar with his arm. She withdrew her hands from Lin Jinhua and Xiao Xiao, took a deep breath, and stood up trembling. After standing up, half of her thighs were buried in the white sand. She turned her head to look at Lin Jinhua and Xiao Xiao. Both of their legs were buried tightly. No wonder it was so difficult to walk. Su Yi twisted his neck and asked, What's the situation now? It should be in the trachea. If you walk out, it will be near the mouth. You can try to get out. Lin Jinhua wiped the sweat off her face, and glanced at the countdown. 1:34. Very good. Lin Jinua's face lit up. My suggestion is not to walk too fast. I'm worried that we won't be able to go out or retreat before the time is up when we reach the exit, she explained. Su Yi nodded to show that she understood. She looked around the environment and pulled the mask on her face. This is not fast. Yes, but we have to be more careful, Lin Jinhua said. They walked forward. Without Suya's weight, they could walk much faster. They could also use their hands to push away some white sand. It was like swimming in a pile of sand. Why? Suyi walked quite easily. She couldn't stand Xiao Qiao stumbling every step, so she carried her behind her and let Xiao Qiao walk close to her. It will be 6 in the evening in less than 20 minutes. Lin Jinhua looked serious. Every time something unexpected happens, it happens when day and night change. I'm worried about what will happen again. Swamps can turn into blue tree roots. Can the quicksand now turn into a swamp? It's hard to say. Suyi felt a little scared when he thought about it. The three of them could only be vigilant and move forward. Surprisingly, at 6 o'clock in the evening, nothing strange happened. It was just that the temperature dropped as usual, making it more difficult for them to walk in the white sand. Not knowing whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, Lin Jinhua and the other two gritted their teeth and moved forward, watching the countdown decrease little by little. Finally, when the white sand reached their waists, the countdown returned to 0 and a new reminder appeared. Congratulations to the player for surviving the mission time. Please leave the cave within 1 hour, otherwise the mission will be deemed failed and eliminated. What? What? They were still blinking to make sure they had read the mission requirements wrong, and the next moment a bright red countdown appeared above their heads. 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Ah? What are you doing? Are you kidding us? Lin Jinhua, Suyi and Xiao Qiao looked at each other and saw the horror in everyone's eyes. Without any hesitation, Suyi picked up Xiao Qiao again and worked hard to open the way forward. Xiao Qiao didn't give up. Even though she was forked, she was facing the white sand in front of her at a height, and she was trying to make a breaststroke gesture to push away the sand in front of her. Reduce Suya's difficulty in moving forward as much as possible. Lin Jinhua followed closely behind, trying to calculate how long it would take to reach the exit. Their nerves were tense to the extreme, and they quickly pushed away the white sand in front of them and moved forward at a high speed. Fortunately, after speeding up for 10 minutes, they saw the end. This discovery made Lin Jinhua's face darken again. It means that there was nothing wrong with her previous speculation. If they walked faster and reached the end and left the cave before the countdown ended, the countdown would stop, forcing them to approach death step by step. But the current situation is not much better. They walked past the end and stood in a new space. This space gave people the feeling of being in a pressure cooker, and they were fresh ingredients thrown into the pot. How can ingredients leave the pot? Of course not. The space is about 100 square meters, circular, with walls perpendicular to the ground. The wall is extremely smooth, with no points to put your weight on. When you look up, you can see the sky at the exit, which is only the size of a manhole cover. Frog in the well. Lin Jinhua realized that this might be a way for the system to play with them. Give them hope, like a hook under a fishing line, with delicious and tender food hanging on it. When they bite down excitedly, they will find that their chins are bloody and their bodies are covered with bruises. They are the prey. At that height, even if Suyi breaks through the limit and transforms again, he can't fly up with them. It's high enough and desperate enough. Huh? After Suyi tried to climb but couldn't use props to attach to the wall to help crawl, she laughed in anger. She covered her face, her shoulders were shaking, and it was hard to accept this fact. The light in Xiao Cao's eyes dimmed little by little. She sat down against the wall, hugged the urn again, put her face on it, and closed her eyes. 30 minutes and 20 seconds. The countdown that was once hope turned into a death warrant. Lin Jinhua gritted her teeth. She didn't want to give up just like that. Even though she had tried, all the props couldn't stick to the wall, and her seam couldn't stick to the wall in her hands. She couldn't use her innate props to get through this difficult time. What material is this? Why can't glue work? Bird's esophagus? Or the bird's beak? Can it have such characteristics? Is this a new feature of mutation? Lin Jinhua shook her head violently, and her hand flashed, and Thief's knife appeared in her palm. She clenched the knife tightly, used all her strength to swing the knife against the wall. Crack. A crisp sound. The blade of the knife broke, and the broken tip rebounded, scratching Lin Jinhua's face. A deep cut was made on her face from cheek to brow, and blood was oozing out. Oh my god! The smell of blood made Suya's nose move. She looked over and exclaimed, and hurried over to help Lin Jinhua bandage. This is too deep. It may leave a scar. Suyi said sadly. I hate to see beautiful women disfigured. At this time, you still care about your face. Lin Jinhua said unhappily. In this world, trying to survive is everything. Why bother about appearance? Lin Jinhua lifted her hair and asked Suyi to help her treat the wound better. Now her hair has grown to her shoulders again, which is about to affect her movements. She looked back at Xiao Xiao and thought in her mind. If I can get out alive, should I also cut my head bald? It looks very convenient. If I can get out alive. Lin Jinyue's eyes dimmed, but she still stared at the wall in front of her. This can't be destroyed by force. All my props can't stick to it. This is unreasonable. Su Yi paused, and she wiped Lin Jinyue's wound more gently. You haven't given up yet? Why give up? Lin Jinhua turned her head to look at Su Yi, and her eyes swept to Xiao Xiao in the corner. We have worked hard to get here, so we just give up like this? She pointed with her hand. The exit is right above our heads. It's visible, why give up? Her voice was not loud, and her voice became softer at this time. Alas. Su Yi sighed and bandaged Lin Jinyue's wound. We haven't tried everything. I threw you up too. Even with the food bonus, the lightest grass can only be thrown to 1/3 of the tunnel. She touched Lin Jinyue's head, and lowered her head to lean against Lin Jinyue's head. We have no other way. Lin Jinyue's nose was sour. She knew there was no other way. Unless they could fly. Even her change has a 10-minute CD. It took time for her to make the ladder, and it also took time to make it through make. What they need most now is time. 00:9:25. There is no time. Change can only be used once. Lin Jinhua looked at the wall in front of her and took a deep breath. I don't know what will happen next. I might faint, or even worse. Lin Jinhua raised her hand and touched the wall. If the material of the wall changes, and it can be climbed, Sister Yi, can you take us out? Lin Jinhua looked at Su Yi. Xiao Xiao looked up at Lin Jinhua after hearing what Lin Jinhua said. What are you going to do? Su Yi was stunned and asked anxiously. Lin Jinhua planned to launch change on this wall. But she was not sure whether the range was limited to the wall or would include the whole body. If it was the whole body, then she would definitely not be able to bear the mental consumption brought by change. At the least, it would be just coma, and at the worst, the mental power would be excessively damaged. Would she become stupid? Or die? The current situation is always a dead end. Then it is better to fight. Try to see if you can limit the range of the skill, and try to change the desperate situation. She took a deep breath and was about to activate the skill. A clear cry appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was the cry of birds. No way. Birds are attacking at this time? What is this called? When it rains, it pours? But why does this sound a little familiar? Lin Jinhua looked up and saw a bird head appear at the entrance of the manhole-like cave. She was very familiar with that bird head. It was her cub. The cub was very excited when he saw Lin Jinhua, and shouted loudly, Your dad. I am your dad. Chapter 127. It's better to die. Lin Jinyue's strong desire to survive disappeared all of a sudden. Su Yi widened his eyes and covered his mouth. Obviously, she remembered who she learned the child's words from. Fortunately, the little eagle was still a baby, and was small enough to get into the tunnel. It flapped its wings and made a brilliant appearance, landing steadily in front of the three people. Xiao Xiao opened her mouth wide. She pointed at the little eagle, then pointed at Lin Jinhua, and asked carefully, Your father? Lin Jinhua covered her face. Xiao Xiao, listen to my explanation, there are reasons for this. Su Yi also turned his face away, not daring to meet her eyes. As soon as the little eagle landed, it ran over and rubbed her face to express its longing. It hadn't seen Lin Jinhua for 3 days. In its bird life, it hadn't seen Lin Jinhua for 1/3 of the time, and it missed her terribly. Lin Jinhua touched its head and soothed it, staring at the wings of the little eagle. They knew that there was no other way to leave here unless they could fly. And there was a flying raptor in front of them. Emphasize the raptor, although it is a juvenile, a cub that was just 1 week old. But it is worth trying. Cub, there is no time. Can you take us flying? Lin Jinhua held up the face of the little eagle and said to it seriously. Fly out. She didn't care whether the little eagle understood or not, and made a gesture of taking off. The little eagle immediately flapped its wings and flew slightly into the air. There is hope. Lin Jinhua hurriedly pushed Su Yi under the little eagle and hooked its claws on Su Yi's shoulders. It will hurt a little. You hold its feet tightly later. Lin Jinhua explained quickly, and his men made sure that the claws were firmly grasped. She felt a bit like a staff member checking the amusement equipment at the amusement park. Don't get thrown off. Lin Jinhua emphasized. Ah? Ah? Su Yi was stunned. The development of the situation was beyond her understanding. She subconsciously grasped the upper part of the eagle's claws. No, did you fly over? Ah? She asked Lin Jinhua in a panic, and saw Lin Jinhua put his hand to his mouth and blew a silent whistle. Huh? Is this a whistle? You just made a gesture, get rich. Before she could open her mouth, the whole person took off and quickly moved away from the ground. Ah! She screamed and held the eagle's claws tightly, feeling the severe pain from her shoulder. Is this a bit painful? Lin Jinyue's shout came from below. I tried it once. It was painful and scary. Suyi was very upset. She felt that this should be said in advance. The roller coasters in the amusement park will have precautions written at the front. Her face was hurt by the cold wind, but soon, she left the tunnel. Suya's face was happy, and she patted the little eagle's feet. That cub? Let me down. Go down to pick up your mother. Your mother is down there. The little eagle seemed to be very smart. It released its claws about 2 meters away from the tunnel entrance. When she landed smoothly, the little eagle swooped down to find Lin Jinhua. The speed of the dive was faster. As the saying goes, you can tell how powerful a little eagle will be when he grows up by looking at his future at the age of 3. Suyi sighed and heard the system's prompt sound saying that the task was completed, but he didn't have time to look, so he quickly lay down on the side of the tunnel and looked down. Lin Jinhua and Xiao Qiao haven't come up yet. 5 minutes and 1 second. Xiao Qiao, it's your turn. Xiao Qiao was interrupted by Lin Jinyue's autism symptoms, and was directly caught and pushed in front of the little eagle. The little eagle was a little sad. Why did it play with others this time? It looked at Xiao Qiao, tilted its head, and looked at Lin Jinhua again, with obvious feelings in its eyes. Mom, I want to play with you. Xiao Qiao trembled and looked at the little eagle, then turned her head, and looked at Lin Jinhua again, with an expression of fearlessness. She heard Su Ye scream. Even the woman among women, Sister Su Yi, screamed like that. She was afraid that her small body would be crushed by the eagle. Xiao Qiao had encountered the eagle before participating in the mission. It was too big, and it scared her to death when she was hiding. The wings flapped and could directly put out her fire. She chose to run away directly. Now, she needs to be lifted up by the eagle and fly into the sky. Xiao Qiao simply closed her eyes, turned around and hugged Lin Jinhua, her legs directly lifted up and tightly wrapped around Lin Jinyue's waist. Ah! I can't carry 2 cubs later. So light? Lin Jinhua picked up Xiao Qiao and weighed her up, only to find that she was so light. It's less than 90 pounds, right? She should be able to carry it. She gestured, and the little eagle jumped up excitedly, grabbed Lin Jinyue's shoulders with one leap, and instantly flew into the air. Lin Jinhua held the little eagle's claws tightly with one hand and hugged Xiao Qiao with the other hand, with a mask of pain on her face. It really hurts. Her shoulders hurt, and the wind hitting her face hurts. She played with it when she was bored before, and the little eagle took off too fast, which was not a speed that humans could accept. And the claws were very strong, as if the little eagle was more afraid of her falling. This is instinct. This is the instinct of hunting. So Lin Jinhua only tried it that one time, and later she found that the little eagle could learn to go to the toilet at a fixed point, so she simply taught it some gestures. When the dog taught it, it shows that people can still do something useful when they are bored. The little eagle brand flies fast and safely. In just a few tens of seconds, it took Lin Jinhua and Xiao Qiao out of the tunnel and landed safely to meet Su Yi. So survived? Lin Jinhua was still a little dazed when her feet landed. Su Yi hugged her and Xiao Qiao in his arms, and the 3 of them hugged each other and almost burst into tears. Just now, she was ready to fight to the death to activate the skill, and the little eagle suddenly came. How did it find her? The 3 of them huddled together, and the little eagle put its head on her head, and its wings also surrounded the 3 of them, giving them a wonderful sense of security. The wound on her face was a little cracked by the wind, and she felt numb from time to time. Could it be blood? Lin Jinhua was stunned. It should be. Birds have a strong sense of smell, and the little eagle must be familiar with her smell, not to mention that in addition to her bleeding face, she also had a skinless finger, which was emitting a smell of blood. The 3 people and the bird hugged for a long time before letting go. The little eagle seemed to find it very interesting, and it continued to hug Lin Jinhua. Stick with Mom. Check out the task reminder. Su Ye's voice could not hide his excitement, and they quickly opened the panel. Congratulations to the player for completing the task and getting points. 1,500 points. Congratulations to the player for the survival of the whole team and getting an extra bonus of 900 points. Congratulations to the player for getting a team card *1. Congratulations to the player for getting the number of safe house area upgrade draws *1. The team will be disbanded after midnight tonight. Duo Xiao, this time the points are too much, right? the whole team survives and gets an extra bonus of 900 points, which means 300 points per head. Looking at the points in the team, 3 people share it, and the points given by the task, each person can get 6,000 points. This time the harvest is really big. Each of them can buy a set of luxurious combat uniforms. Even if they don't buy combat uniforms, they can upgrade the windows of the safe house again when they go back, so that they will not be discovered by birds again. The most surprising thing is that they also gave a team card. Team card is only available in the player gathering area. The team limit is 7 people, and it is bound to a complete game cycle. Players are requested to use it with caution. This is a super rare item that the European Emperor Fuan worked hard in a player gathering area, but couldn't draw. Now Lin Jinhua has exchanged his life for it. The 3 of them showed excitement, and happily divided the points in the shared points library. Su Yi and Xiao Qiao both suggested giving Lin Jinhua more turns. After all, she used her protective shield and flew. If she didn't give him some, she would feel bad. Looking at the Labrador-sized little eagle pulling 3 people up, it felt like she was using child labor. She felt guilty. It's okay. Lin Jinhua waved her hands quickly. We all supported each other to get down. Without your transformation at the blue tree root, we couldn't get through. Xiao Qiao's flame is also indispensable. Everyone is great, Lin Jinhua said with a smile. Su Yi and Xiao Qiao looked at each other and laughed. This time Xiao Qiao smiled sincerely, and Lin Jinhua could see her 2 cute dimples when she smiled. No longer as stiff as when they first met. They added each other as friends, and were a little disappointed that the team would be disbanded at 0 o'clock. They thought it was good for the 3 of them to stay together, with complementary abilities and doubled survival. If nothing unexpected happened, they all planned to act together before the end of the game. Are we going back to the safe house now? Su Yi asked. It's not that they were in a hurry to separate and go back to their own homes, but it was not a good experience to sit and chat in a dark and strange blue forest. The cold wind blew, bringing strange sounds. Lin Jinhua shuddered, and took out Auntie Chungfin's scarf and put it on. The safe house seems very far away. Lin Jinhua felt it, and his face was pale. Su Yi and Xiao Qiao also felt it, and the faces of the 3 people could be fried into 2 dishes and a soup. They were all green. Thinking about it, they walked in the cave for 3 days. 3 days. They rolled and crawled. How could it not be far? It is now 8:52 p.m. on the 14th day. The good news is that the safe house will be moved at 6 o'clock tomorrow night, and they just need to find a relatively safe location to wait for the safe house to be moved. The current location is on a hillside, and smartphones cannot be used here for a long time, not to mention the altitude. Can only roughly estimate that it is 100 or 200 meters higher than the place where they started. The tunnel they came out of looked like a crater, with the terrain around it bulging, and there were no blue trees growing in a circle. Lin Jinhua was not sure how high it was. This bird is really big. They could only sigh like this. Before the tent was set up, a new situation appeared. What? Su Ye's hair stood up, like a small animal with explosive hair earthquake. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Jinhua and Xiao Qiao felt that the ground began to shake violently. Lin Jinhua hurriedly let the little eagle take off first, and the 3 of them squatted down to stabilize their bodies, and saw a scene that shocked them. In the area outside the tunnel, where blue trees began to grow, the blue trees stood up from the soil. Yes, they stood up. Their roots emerged from the ground, simulating the walking of legs. Countless blue tree roots emerged from the ground and moved in one direction. That was the direction of the moon. It was their movement that caused the strong vibration of the ground. Countless birds chirped and flapped their wings to fly high into the sky. They saw all kinds of birds, all hovering in the air and looking down at the movements of the blue trees on the ground. No attack, just watching. Watching this migration of the blue forest. The area where Lin Jinhua and her friends were located happened to be an area where blue trees did not grow, and it was not the direction they were moving in. Therefore, they could stand still and appreciate this. The Pilgrimage of the Blue Forest. Chapter 128. Blue trees started a long march in groups. They didn't know where these blue trees were going to migrate to, so they could only lower their presence and observe from the spot. In human cognition, there might not be any content about tree migration. The most common thing heard is the migration of birds and fish due to seasonal changes or biological instinct. The impression of trees must be that they grow in one area for life. They grow until they die, always in the same place. What is the reason for the blue tree's behavior? The temperature dropped as usual, and Lin Jinhua stretched her neck to look at the moon. It was neither the new moon nor the full moon. She remembered very clearly that the first day she entered the game was the new moon, and the blue tree at that time did not have any strange changes. If there is anything to say, it produced a tear crystal. Tear crystal. Lin Jinyue's eyes lit up. Could it be that one of the conditions for the production of tear crystals is the new moon? Crack. A breaking sound suddenly came from not far away. The blue trees are not law-abiding trees. They move forward regardless of everything. Therefore, some trees that move slowly will be hit by the blue trees behind them, broken, and trampled. The broken blue tree's internal organs sprayed out, and the bright red blood splashed all over the other blue trees around it, and was quickly absorbed. After the blood was drained, it turned into a grayish-white. Looking around, the grayish-white was increasing. Ah, I don't want to get close to those trees. Suyi shook and rubbed the goose bumps on his arms. Xiao Qiao nodded seriously, and shrank into a smaller ball. Lin Jinhua squinted, and saw a little blue light in the body of a blue tree that was already gray and dead. Well, it looks like the conclusion just reached is about to be overturned. The little eagle's head was still on top of Lin Jinyue's head. She broke off the cub's head and pointed at the blue light. Do you see it there? The little eagle nodded, and licked Lin Jinhua with its tongue. It's that bright sparkling thing. Take me there, eh? Before Lin Jinhua finished speaking, the little eagle flew over. It was very fast. The gray-white blue tree was not trampled into tree cakes like other blue trees. The blue trees avoided the corpse of this blue tree because of taboo or some other reason. Even so, it was still very dangerous to rush into the sea of blue trees, so Lin Jinhua originally planned to let the little eagle take her there, and she quickly took out the tear crystal and came back. As a result, the cub had already taken off, and it was seen to have retracted its wings, as if it was flying in the blue forest. Its petite body allows it to evade the advance of the blue tree flexibly, and it can also be seen as a kind of beauty. Your cub is good, Suyi exclaimed. Isn't it your father? Xiao Qiao asked. Lin Jinhua covered her face, and glanced at Suyi, who laughed. The figure of the little eagle spun in the air, its eyes had locked on the target, and its long beak pierced straight into the body of the blue tree. Lin Jinhua, who had been watching, was suddenly worried that the child would eat the internal organs of the blue tree. Fortunately, the little eagle was not very interested in the internal organs of the blue tree. Its beak moved and accurately picked up the tear crystal. Without any hesitation, it flapped its wings and flew up, turned around and turned to fly towards Lin Jinhua and the others. The tear crystal shone with a rich light under the shining of the starry sky, and seemed to have become a star in the sky. The little eagle came back, it lowered its head slightly, and the star was in her palm. What is this? Suyi and Xiao Qiao came around. I found it in a blue tree on the first day I entered the game. Lin Jinhua picked up the tear crystal, and showed it to Suyi and Xiao Qiao for careful observation. There is a human face on the heart of the blue tree. She shed tears after seeing me, and turned into this tear crystal. Then what? Then she died, Lin Jinhua said softly. Suyi and Xiao Qiao were stunned after hearing this. Can I keep this? Lin Jinhua asked them. I can transfer points to you. It's okay, you keep it. It was originally brought by your cub. We can do it as long as we have the information. Thank you so much. Lin Jinhua was delighted, took back the tear crystal, and looked at the little eagle. The cub was still standing there jumping and waiting for praise. Lin Jinhua patted its head again and again. So good, so good. The little eagle raised its head proudly. But next time, listen to me before you act. Don't do anything dangerous by yourself. The little eagle lowered its head, and made a wrong sound from its throat. Goo. I'm glad you got it. Lin Jinhua patted its head again. You can understand it all. Suyi was amazed. When she saw Lin Jinhua training it before, she thought it would not succeed. Because Lin Jinyue's method is no different from training a dog. Lin Jinhua, what can I do? I have only raised dogs and cats. Now it seems to be successful. Xiao Qiao watched curiously from the side, and from time to time reached out to secretly touch the eagle, to increase her confidence for beating the eagle next time. Perhaps because of the presence of the little eagle, the various birds hovering in the sky did not attack them. No birds approached the tunnel entrance. It might be the shock brought by the corpses of the same kind. For Lin Jinhua and the other two, they could breathe a sigh of relief. They spent the night watching this strange migration. Lin Jinhua set up the tent again, and the three took turns sleeping and keeping watch. At 0 o'clock, all the trees stopped and took root and grew in place. At 2 o'clock, no tree continued to move forward, and the gray trees were surrounded by roots and disappeared underground. At 4 o'clock, the surroundings returned to silence, and only the sound of rustling from the ground could be heard. That was the sound of the roots growing. At 6 o'clock, the sun rose and warmth came. The blue tree returned to the way it looked when they first met. It was just a different color, and it still looked like an ordinary tree. In one night, the little eagle helped pick up 3 more tear crystals. Together with the previous ones, a total of 4 were obtained, a great harvest. Lin Jinhua took back the pen she was recording, and took turns with Su Yi to go to sleep. The little eagle also squeezed into the tent, and slept next to Lin Jinhua. She woke up in the grass, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of huge bird claws in front of her, which frightened her awake. "I can't see." She turned over, muttered to herself, and fell asleep again. At 12 o'clock, the 3 of them recovered their spirits, and planned to find a new safe house. Although there were no blue trees and birds here, they remembered the strange birds in the cave. It's hard to say when they will crawl out. It's better to move. After discussing, they decided to move in the direction of tree migration. The trees that Lin Jinhua had marked before were all in pieces, and some of them had even disappeared. They were probably buried underground. They also wanted to know where the end point of the tree's migration was. The situation they discovered in this mission made them curious about what happened in the game copy. And they found that the terrain was higher when standing on the bird corpses in this mission. Looking into the distance, the terrain in the direction of the tree's migration seemed to be getting higher and higher. "Let's go!" They ran away from the mission site first. They encountered several bird attacks in the middle, and they solved them all together. If it weren't for the team card that could only be used in the player gathering area, Su Yi would have used it directly on them. Without the unified points function of the team, it would be very inconvenient to divide the spoils. They mostly encountered beak birds and secretary vultures, and it was rare that they didn't encounter any eagles. Lin Jinhua took the bird bodies, and didn't ask for points anymore. There were no birds more disgusting than parrot centipedes, and no birds more numerous than bats. The decision to temporarily move the safe house was finally made by the little eagle. The little eagle flew to the front to scout ahead, found a place suitable for them to live, and then came back to lead them forward. The call of the little eagle also drove away some weaker birds, making them dare not attack. The location of the safe house was also moved next to the water source, which was a much wider river than before. The bipolar ducks distributed in the river were raided by them. What surprised Lin Jinhua the most was that near the water source was the gathering place of beaked birds and beasts. She heard the familiar knock 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 sound, like the sound of nature. This is great. The source of food and points for the cubs has been settled. With the previous experience, the 3 of them carefully checked the surrounding land separately. After confirming that there were no waterfalls and no caves, they breathed a sigh of relief and cleared an area with peace of mind, waiting for the safe house to be moved. 1800 hours. Lin Jinhua returned to her safe house again. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling the familiar smell, and then exhaled a long breath. Finally came back alive. The safe house was still the same as when she left. Everything was the same, which made people feel at ease. The window was not broken, nor was it crushed by the big bird. Very good. But the atmosphere in the house was not very good. Baby Locke was furious when he saw her come back. He was even angrier when he saw Lin Jinhua open the door to let the little eagle in. The little hand slapped super polite to express its anger. If it hadn't been unable to talk, it would have been accusing the little eagle. There was another person who could talk in the room. Chatty Saw said excitedly, "Oh, little girl, you're finally back. Oh, this bird you raised." The little eagle went up and pecked at Chatty Saw. Again and again, its little mouth was pecking so fast that Lin Jinhua had a headache. "Oh, don't peck me, let me talk." Chatty Saw sounded annoyed with the little eagle, and Lin Jinhua hurriedly went up to pull the cub away. "Don't let the cub bully the elderly. TSK, I'm all rusty, and you're not afraid of tetanus." Chatty Saw scolded the little eagle before continuing, "Little girl, this one you raised is really not obedient at all. It spoke with high spirits and full of emotion. You told it to stay at home, but it woke up and ran out as soon as you left. Baby thought it went to the toilet. He opened the door happily, but it never came back. Baby was sad for a long time, and was waiting for it to come back. It's about to break." "Yes, yes, yes." The venomous mirror in other rooms responded, and the room was instantly lively and full of echoes. Lin Jinhua, Baby Locke looked like he was going to break. She quickly gave a bag of candy to comfort Baby Locke, and then persuaded Chatty Saw, and finally taught the little eagle that he must be obedient. When she finally sat on the single chair, she had time to treat her injuries. Looking at the numb wound on her injured finger, Lin Jinhua felt inexplicably melancholy. I don't know if it was her illusion. Lin Jinhua felt that she had gathered a room full of old, weak and disabled people. Chapter 129. Lin Jinhua is not very curious. Especially after entering the death game, she knows that sometimes inappropriate curiosity can kill people. In order to survive safely, she will not take the initiative to explore the background of the game unless necessary. She heard in the player gathering area that there is a type of player who is committed to figuring out all the background stories of the game, and will receive titles and points for this. But Lin Jinhua doesn't. If the game has a rating, she must be D-level. She is very self-aware. So she stayed in the safe house for 10 days. This time the location seems to be safer, and she can stay in the house for 36 hours. Except for going out to hunt for food for the little eagle, or training the little eagle. Unless necessary, Lin Jinhua will not go out. You are really a homebody. Sui came to visit, looking at Lin Jinhua sitting in a pile of fabrics, and said helplessly, compared to Xiao Xiao, you are better. What's wrong with Xiao Xiao? Lin Jinhua was so focused on the work in her hands, that she didn't even have time to look up. I saw her kicked out of the safe house. Sui raised his finger and made a yes sign twice. Ha ha ha. Lin Jinhua laughed. I also saw you kicked out once. Lin Jinhua retracted her smile. Don't you want to move forward? Find out why the Blue Forest is moving forward and see where their destination is. Sui said emotionally with a face full of beautiful imagination. No. Lin Jinhua refused without thinking. Sister, this is not an adventure game. But you were curious on the day the mission was completed. Sui did not give up. My curiosity will disappear when I return to the safe house. Lin Jinhua put down the semi-finished product in her hand, looked up, and said to Sui Yi, Sister Yi, curiosity kills the cat. But I am curious. Suya's face was firm, as if the light of righteousness shone on her face. She is the positive path that players should take. If the system has hands, it will definitely applaud Sui Yi and choose Sui Yi as the spokesperson for the game. I think the clues should all be in the cave. Lin Jinhua continued to work, and calmly analyzed, on the surface, there are only birds and trees, which are extremely normal compared to the things in the cave. Do you still want to enter the cave? Suya's firm face cracked a little, but it was also a slight crack. Under the crack, there was still a lot of curiosity. Lin Jinhua sighed, and finally put down the fabric in her hand. She turned around and pulled out a crumpled paper from under the pile of fabrics. It was full of words, like a derivation formula. Some other symbols were drawn, and it looked like a map. I guess. Lin Jinhua picked up the pen and turned it habitually, motioning Sui to look over. When we were looking for the location of the safe house that day, the terrain was also rising. It can be said that the road we walked after coming out of the cave was uphill, and we were climbing the mountain all the time. But do you remember? We didn't see obvious undulations of mountains at the beginning, and it was flat as far as the eye could see. Sui was stunned. It's true, now it's all mountains. I don't know the reason, so it's all speculation. One possibility is that the Blue Forest or other tinea will secrete miasma to confuse our eyes, and prevent us from seeing the truth here. And entering the giant bird's body cave, is it like a ritual? Or does it increase immunity, so that we can see the real terrain clearly? Some things will not be realized if they are not noticed. It's like in life, when you want to buy a bag, you will suddenly find that many people around you are carrying this bag. The things you want appear in front of you with unprecedented frequency. In fact, before you have the idea of wanting them, you have never noticed them. They have always existed, but you just didn't notice them. Sui nodded blankly. Another possibility? This is my brain hole. Lin Jinhua tapped her pen on the paper, and she took out another piece of paper. The cave in the giant bird's body may be a kind of transformation? For example, the inner world and the outer world. Or it may be a multi-layer world. We just passed the first layer. Of course, this is too fantasy. I prefer the first guess. And the speculation of the inner world and the outer world has been overturned. Ah? Sui was stunned for a moment. Why? Lin Jinhua looked up. It's still you who inspired me. Didn't you pick up 2 players that day? I picked them up, and we chatted briefly, and then parted ways. Sui scratched his face. What's wrong, ah? They didn't accept the task, nor did they enter the cave. Sui reacted. Yes. If it is this kind of multi-layer world setting, then we will only meet players who have also entered the cave. The pen flipped flexibly at Lin Jinhua's fingertips. This is her habit of thinking. Players who have entered the cave once will only meet players who have also entered the cave once. After you told me that day, I ruled out this speculation and some others. The most likely one is the first one. The pen made a rustling sound when it crossed the paper, and a long line connected the contents of the two papers together. The last time we entered the cave, we realized three things. One is the change in terrain, the second is the existence of humans, and the third is the danger of the blue tree. The clues of human self-destruction were found in the gizzard. If we want to know more, we probably have to search through the gizzards of more giant birds. Lin Jinua's face darkened. We will encounter the parrot centipede with too many elements again. Su Yi, forget it. So I speculated that if we want to know or see more of the truth, we must enter more caves and dig deeper into the contents. At the same time, the longer you stay in the cave, perhaps you will be assimilated or infected, and you will only be more and more involved in this game. Lin Jinhua smiled and looked up at Su Yi. Sister Yi, are you still curious? Su Yi shuddered. No. She looked at the dense speculations on the two pieces of paper on the ground. How did you come up with these? This is the final concise version. Lin Jinhua took out a lot of papers again. I wrote down many possibilities, and finally felt that this one was the most likely. It was because I was too careful in my deduction that I didn't notice the reminder of the safe house, and was kicked out. Lin Jinhua gritted her teeth. It's too abominable. And my title also gives me a bonus. She raised her head, and pointed to the top of her head. Su Yi realized that Lin Jinua's title had become very special, flashing a strange light, making it difficult to see clearly. I believe in my intuition. Lin Jinhua said seriously, if further exploration is needed, either wait for the system to assign tasks, or wait until we have enough ability to deal with danger. You will definitely know what you should know. When you force yourself to know something you shouldn't know, you usually have to pay a price. Su Yi nodded blankly. She was convinced. It's better not to be curious. Lin Jinhua still has some ideas that he hasn't said. After all, they are all his own guesses. One is whether the game itself has a complete storyline and logic. Up to now, the categories of the game are strange, including the end of the world, zombies, ghosts, and technology. They don't know what subversive things they will encounter in the next game. Seeking rationality in an unreasonable game is a very delicate thing in itself. Su Yi had figured it out. She got up and moved around. It's still early today. Do you want to go hunting together? Did the cub go out to play a long time ago? Lin Jinhua thought about it, and got up. Okay. It likes to fly in the sky recently, and has learned to hunt. It brought me a beak bird yesterday. But baby Locke was scared. I feel that the child is getting older, and can start to support himself. Lin Jinhua was a little melancholy. This is a good thing. Su Yi said speechlessly, call Xiao Xiao? She's about to be kicked out again. Let's go around. Okay. Lin Jinhua packed up briefly, and went to find Xiao Xiao with Su Yi. Just saw Xiao Xiao being kicked out of the safe house with a pillow. Her butt bounced twice on the ground. This is a coincidence. Su Yi was so happy that he went up to pick up Xiao Xiao and brushed off the dust on her buttocks. Let's go hunting. Xiao Xiao had a bitter face, put the pillow back into the ring, and followed them reluctantly. Lin Jinhua and Su Yi's hunting target was very clear. Beak-bird beast. Easy to bully, easy to kill, and with a lot of meat. A perfect prey. The three of them came back with a red glow on their faces. She felt very satisfied after beating 10 beak-bird beasts. Lin Jinhua dragged Xiao Xiao and followed behind. She was also very satisfied. 1 beak-bird beast was enough for the cub to eat for a day, and 10 could eat for 10 days. Back to the safe house. Xiao Xiao's safe house could almost be entered again. Xiao Xiao stood at the door of the safe house and waved at them. The meaning was very clear. Bye, I will continue to squat for 36 hours. Lin Jinhua had discussed with them before about whether they had enough supplies, which was the key issue of survival. Su Yi said there was no problem. She had saved enough dry food in the zombie game, which could be stored for a long time, but it was a bit unpalatable. She was not a person who cared much for food. The lucky draw for clearing the level later was enough for her to improve her life. Xiao Xiao was a little worrying. She didn't have much supplies. Before she met Lin Jinhua and the others, she ate bird meat. How to eat it? Burn it! Xiao Xiao raised her head. Don't eat it, Lin Jinhua and Su Yi said in unison. Xiao Xiao shrank her shoulders and agreed honestly. After the mission was over, she relied on energy shells and nutrient jelly to meet her daily needs. Or they would go hunting together occasionally. She didn't want points and meat, but some instant noodles and energy bars. In short, this child raised herself very badly. Considering her experience, she was well fed. Su Yi couldn't stand it, so he always waited at the door to catch Xiao Xiao, who was kicked out of the safe house, and train him. Although Xiao Xiao was not very willing, he followed him obediently every time. Going out on foot coming back on foot. Lin Jinhua stood at the door of the safe house and waved to Su Yi. She also wanted to squat for a while. The cub had returned and huddled in the nest to sleep. After so many days, it had not grown up and was still the same size as when it was born. Although it was big enough. Lin Jinhua stepped forward and touched its belly. It was bulging, and it came back after eating. Very good. She touched its head, and the little eagle purred comfortably. I don't know if it was a dog or a cat. Lin Jinhua smiled, got up and walked to the new room she got in this mission. A 2-square-meter warehouse. With full cabinets and temperature control. That is the very popular concept of home decoration now, the 800-square-meter warehouse. Because of the temperature control, many players who have no storage capacity will buy it as a large refrigerator. The price in the mall is 1,200 points per square meter. For Lin Jinhua, her space-time is frozen, so she has never considered this aspect of the room. She is still quite satisfied. After all, her space is large, but it is full of messes. There is also a dirty pot at the deepest part. In addition to upgrading her weapons and attack methods, she has been busy arranging the objects in the space in the warehouse in different categories these days. Every day is very full. Why go out and run into danger? Lin Jinhua thought happily with her feet up and a bottle of Coke in her mouth. As the saying goes, danger will come to you. Day 28. 2000 hours. There was a familiar earthquake outside. The trees began to migrate again. This time, they were not at the entrance of the tunnel that the trees avoided. They were in the woods. Chapter 130. What should we do? The ground was still shaking, and the trees had not yet started running. They were now in the state of being uprooted. Lin Jinhua and the other two ran out of the safe house, and Su Yi asked nervously, "Run back to the cave?" She looked in that direction. I don't really want to go there. Let's take a look at the situation first. Lin Jinhua looked around. Didn't the player I met before say that as long as we follow the direction of the trees, we will be fine? The little eagle was carried by Lin Jinhua. It was still asleep and had half-open eyes. The cub was still growing and needed sleep. That's scary. That's right. Lin Jinhua and Xiao Xiao nodded like crazy. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding trees stood up. It was a very subtle feeling. The trees were originally standing straight on the ground. But now they pulled out their roots and walked, just like a kneeling person slowly standing up and walking forward with heavy steps. Like a person with a guilty conscience. Lin Jinhua was stunned by her own thoughts. Before she could think deeply, Su Yi pulled her to follow the trees. Hurry up. Su Yi held one child in each hand, like a worried old mother pulling two disobedient children. What about the safe house? Xiao Xiao asked. They looked back and saw that the safe house without anyone in it became illusory when the trees passed by. Blue Tree walked straight through it, as if it didn't see the safe house. It looks like everything is fine. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief and followed the rhythm of the trees to move towards the moon. Today is a full moon. The full moon hung in the sky, and the bright moonlight shone on them. Together, they illuminated the way ahead for the Blue Tree. At first, it was a thin and dense sound. They knew that it was the slight sound made by the friction of the tree roots. The occasional crackling sound was the sound of the Blue Tree breaking. Where did the crying sound come from? Woo! Woo! Is it the sound of the wind? Did you hear it? Su Yi rubbed the goosebumps on his body. Woo! Woo! Lin Jinhua and Xiao Xiao nodded. All three of them heard it. At first, the sound was as gentle as a whisper, and it was like a strange sound brought by the wind. As they walked for an hour, the sound began to increase, and now after 2 hours, the sound is endless. It's not the wind, nor the player. It's the Blue Tree. They walked and cried, and from the inside of the branches and from the roots, they all heard the crying sound. It's like a lost child who can't find the way home. Lin Jinhua and the other two felt their scalps tingling. They pretended to be calm and kept walking at the same pace as the trees. They had seen the consequences of walking at different paces. From time to time, they could see the surviving players walking in the woods with ugly faces. They walked in groups of 3 or 2. If they walked slowly or lost their concentration, they would be caught under the tree at a speed that their companions could not react in time. The puffing sound was also caused by this. What if the trees stayed in the safe house when they migrated? They had also seen the consequences. As long as the players stayed in the safe house was a physical entity. This meant that it could be touched and attacked. They saw the Blue Tree they were standing on was directly broken, and the sound of a crack came along with the screams of the players. Lin Jinhua's face was pale, and the three of them walked hand in hand among the trees. They couldn't look back, couldn't get lost, and couldn't resist. They could only walk step by step with the army of blue trees. This migration was different from the last one. Lin Jinhua noticed it. Why, was it because of the full moon? The end of a cycle? She could also see the existence of tear crystals in the broken branches, and the little eagle wanted to take them. Too dangerous, don't go. Lin Jinhua whispered, reaching out to hold down the eager cub. The cubs recently liked to put their chins on her head, hug her from behind with their wings, and hang their feet on her waist. It always reminded Lin Jinhua of the lyrics. Carrying a fat baby behind you. She took back her thoughts that had strayed. They had been walking for almost 3 hours. They stopped at 0 o'clock last time, and they just needed to hold on for another hour. There was also good news from following the forest this time. They saw many players who were still alive. Because they were walking in the same direction, humans could easily identify each other. It seemed that there were more players in the game this time than expected. Finally, at the moment of 0 o'clock, the trees all cried out loudly. They stopped together. The roots slowly went down, the height of the trees decreased, and they returned to their normal posture. They knelt down again. They also stopped and panted. Keeping the same rhythm as the trees would make them nervous, and the trees did not all walk at a pace, so they would walk faster and faster later. Half an hour before they stopped, they were almost running. It's like the tree roots are used to walking. Now they finally have time to rest. They walked more than they imagined, and the location of the safe house was not only far away, but also had a vague sense of stacking. Moreover, when they wanted to go back, the branches began to tremble. It was as if they wanted to stop them. It seems that returning to the safe house is unrealistic. The safe house was just moved yesterday, and the next move will be at 6 o'clock the day after tomorrow, which means they have to spend 2 nights in the wild. They can only set up a tent and watch each other through these 2 nights. Since the plant migration comes once every 14 days, they are forced to migrate together. So where's the end of this migration? The place where they stopped was higher than the previous altitude, and it was not appropriate to use this object as a unit of measurement. But Lin Jinhua felt that the increased height was just like the height of a giant bird. Before the end of the game, there are 5 more migration activities. The last one was the day before leaving the game, the 98th day. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen. During the day, they found a new location and waited for the safe house transfer time to arrive. Since they knew the time of the migration, they would be driven away if they stayed in each location for no more than 14 days. Lin Jinhua had no choice but to give up the idea of staying in a safe place until the end of the game. She could stay in different places for a short period of time. In the next 28 days, the Blue Forest Pile migrated twice. These 2 migrations were no different from the previous ones. Lin Jinhua and her friends followed the flow and were constantly driven forward. What is worrying is that there are more and more players. In the vast land before, they often encountered dead players, and they were not used to seeing so many living people all of a sudden. On the 57th day, after 4 migrations, human players began to gather together to exchange information. We also received a dead mission and entered a cave. A player with a flat bang said. Her nickname is Nightwalk, and she and 2 other female players came in as a team, one called Daywalk and the other called Hunwalk. It's a team at first glance. According to them, when one person receives a mission, the whole team is forced to carry it out. The cave they went to was similar to the one Lin Jinhua and the others went to, but the birds distributed in it were different and weird. Some birds shed their skin. Nightwalk said with disdain. Shedding skin? Sui exclaimed. Isn't this something that only snakes can do? They build nests with shed skins, and they also like to pick up corpses of their own kind to cover themselves. Lin Jinhua and the other 2 shuddered after hearing this. They talked about the parrot centipedes they encountered, and now they were the ones trembling. They exchanged information and told their own speculations. If what you said is true, the cave is the corpse of a bird. Then, the location we crossed can basically match the inside of the bird one by one, and everything makes sense. But we didn't get any valuable information in the cave. Maybe the cave we went to was dead longer, and the news has disappeared. The 3 night walkers looked at each other. There is also a possibility that the clue is there, but they didn't find it. After all, they wouldn't be idle to dig up the buildings in the gizzard to see what's underneath. After sending off the 3 sisters, Day and Night, Lin Jinhua and the other 2 integrated the recent intelligence. So not every cave is news. If the birds have been dead for a long time, the information inside will disappear faster. Lin Jinhua thought. She looked up at Su Yi. Do you still want to explore the cave? Su Yi shook his head quickly. There will be nothing when you go in, and you will have to give up your life there. In addition to the current high and low terrain, Lin Jinhua felt that there might be corpses of giant birds under his feet. Countless giant birds will come here to lean on the corpses of their companions when they feel that their lives are coming to an end, and enter a long sleep together from which they will never wake up again. After all, they never met the giant bird again. They continued to change positions, and wait for the next migration. Strange things happened in the next migration. This time it was not the blue tree. The blue tree only cried when the moon was full. Lin Jinhua was getting used to it. It was the players who began to mutate. They saw a male player in front of them, who was walking normally, but his hand hanging by his side showed an unnatural twist. It looked like a chicken claw. When he felt Lin Jinhua's gaze, and turned his head to look over. This glance made Lin Jinhua's eyes widen instantly, and she held down Su Yi, who was startled beside her, to calm her down. The male player's head turned 180 degrees. But he was still alive, tilted his head to look at them, blinked, turned his head back, and walked away on his own. That look didn't look like a human, but like a bird. There were more than one such player. There were also female players, some of whom walked on tiptoe, and some jumped forward with both feet. After the migration, a player took the initiative to find them. The player had beautiful long hair tied into a braid hanging in front of her body, with a gentle smile on her face. When she stretched out her right hand, the smile was bitter. Her right hand began to stiffen like a bird's claw, and white feathers began to appear under her rolled-up sleeves. I'm here to remind you not to eat bird meat. She paused, pulled down her sleeves to cover her arms. The more you eat, the faster the body area will be assimilated, she said softly. I didn't eat much, only a few days when it was really difficult. I don't know if I can make it to the end of the game, and I don't know if this state is considered a normal clearance. It depends on luck. The health value will not decrease, but will slowly petrify and solidify. She raised her right hand, just like my stiff hand. The player stood up and said goodbye to them. That's all I have to say. I have to remind more players. This is the only thing I can do now. Lin Jinhua looked at the player with complicated eyes. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. It will be fine. It will get better. This is just irresponsible words. In the end, she could only say to the player, may good luck be with you. May she not be transformed by the end of the game, and can rely on the healing of clearance to return to normal. The player was startled, then smiled. Thank you. Can you please spread this news? They agreed. Looking at the back of the player leaving, Lin Jinhua and Su Yi had complicated expressions. This really reminded them that there were more serious problems in front of them, but they just didn't notice them. The grass also ate birds. Chapter 131. Are you really okay? Do you have any reaction? Lin Jinhua and Su Yi each grabbed Xiao Cao's hand and turned it over and over in horror. Ah! Xiao Cao blinked in confusion. She felt it carefully and suddenly realized, I was wondering why my hand seemed to be numb recently. Xiao Cao pulled her hand back, shook it and moved her 5 fingers, then said with certainty, I'm going to turn into a bird too. This is not something to be happy about. Su Yi slapped her on the head. It should be because you don't eat enough. The symptoms are not obvious now. If you keep it up, you should be able to hold on until the end of the game. Lin Jinhua said nervously. It's the 70th day now, and there are only 29 days left. You should be able to hold on, right? But it seems that the symptoms of birding are not advancing a little bit a day like a progress bar, but present a straight upward curve. Every day is twice as much as the previous day. On the 73rd day, Xiao Cao's fingers were visibly stiff. On the 75th day, Xiao Cao's right hand was completely stiff, and her life value began to solidify. On the 78th day, Xiao Cao's 2 hands could not move, and her life value solidified and increased. They picked up a pair of wings on the ground. Whose? Lin Jinhua picked up the wings and asked in a trance. Who knows? Su Yi was also confused. She turned back to look at Xiao Cao, and was about to lift her clothes. You don't grow it too? Does your back feel itchy? Xiao Cao shook her head in confusion, and Lin Jinhua and Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Cao didn't reach this point. On the 84th day of the full moon migration, Xiao Cao's stiff hands were held in the palms of Lin Jinhua and Su Yi, who took her through the long migration road. The little eagle was still the size of a newborn, without human hands or changes. Its eyes were still as pure as before, following the 3 of them all the time. They looked up and saw birds circling in the sky, with human heads. The number of them increased, and they met more and more players. It seemed that the blue trees had herded them together when they walked. They were lambs to be slaughtered, and they were being let go just because the time had not come yet. During this full moon migration, the blue trees were not just crying, but seemed to be talking. They made a murmur whose details were inaudible, blending into the crying around them, making people irritated. Xiao Xiao stopped several times when she heard this sound. What are they saying? Lin Jinwei held her hand tightly, and asked softly. Join them. Xiao Xiao looked confused. Her eyes were empty. They said, join them? Humans are all sinners. They should be granted eternal life, and repent forever. Bullshit! Suyi cursed, but she did not let go. Keep going, keep going. Lin Jinyue's voice was firm, holding Xiao Xiao's hand, passing by more and more player corpses. If that can still be considered a human. On the 93rd day, they saw the corpse of the player who came to remind them before. She was covered with white feathers, and her hands turned into complete claws, and stood on the blue branches. Only a human head was left, with a gentle smile on the corners of her mouth, just like when she was a human. The wind blew, and the long braids were lifted, revealing the dagger on her chest. She couldn't stand herself like this, so she chose to end her life. Only 23 days had passed since she reminded him. According to this calculation, Xiao Xiao would turn into a bird on the 98th day. Just one day before the game was completed. Lin Jinwei took a deep breath and felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. She looked at Xiao Xiao. Her condition was not good. But the child had a good mentality. Yesterday, she performed a 360-degree neck rotation for them. They were scared. Xiao Xiao, how much life do you have left? Lin Jinwei asked. Her voice was sour and trembling slightly. Xiao Xiao turned her head twice, tilted her head and said, 1/2 left. Suyi held her head, and she bit her lower lip without saying a word. What should I do? They didn't know what to do. Until the 96th day. At 6 o'clock in the evening of that day, after the safe house changed its location, a new task appeared. This time, the task was issued at their time, and there was no countdown even for the rejection time. This is a blatant bait. Because the mission this time says, you are about to reach the end of the forest, and now a special mission is issued. Please go to the coordinates and explore the secrets of the dungeon. What made her pay attention was the following reminder. Exploring the secrets of the dungeon must come at a price. Note that this mission may never come back. But opportunities are in danger. Please make your own choices. Knock knock. The door of the safe house was knocked. It was Su Yi. I took it, she said calmly. Xiao Xiao also took it, although her mind kept spinning and she wanted to stop me from going on this mission. Su Yi looked up, his eyes firm. We are friends, right? I can't watch my friend die. Lin Jinwei looked behind her. Xiao Xiao was running over. Her limbs were a little out of control, and she ran stumblingly. She met Lin Jinyue's gaze, and quickly shook her head. Lin Jinwei opened her screen, and showed it to Su Yi and Xiao Xiao, who jumped over. I've already answered it. She smiled, before you knocked on the door. Su Ye's expression was not surprised. She turned around and picked up Xiao Xiao, who was jumping on the spot. It's not all for you. I've always been curious about the background of this game. Maybe it's the right path to take. The little eagle came over to rub against them, and Su Yi raised his hand and touched it. Me too. Lin Jinwei retracted the screen and clicked on the panel, which had refreshed the task coordinates. This task has been suspended since it was released, and it can be accepted and started at any time. Are our coordinates the same? Su Yi also clicked on the panel and asked Lin Jinwei and Xiao Xiao. Lin Jinwei nodded, stretched her head to look at Xiao Xiao's panel, and said, they are all the same. Then let's go. Su Yi looked impatient. Lin Jinwei thought about it, and basically everything was in the space, so she also responded, okay. Cub. The little eagle puffed out his chest and shouted. You want to go too? Lin Jinwei asked in surprise. To be honest, she didn't want to take it, and always felt that it was not good to take a cub to a dangerous place. You take it, little girl. Chattersaw's tone was very melancholy, just short of a cigarette. Anyway, it will run out when you go out. Baby lock if you don't open the door for it. It will hit the window. Do you believe it? Lin Jinwei, She took a deep breath and exhaled it. Choking. Let's go. She could only take the little eagle with her. Be obedient, okay? Don't rush around. Don't make trouble. The little eagle nodded in a very humane way, swaying happily and carrying Xiao Xiao on its back. Good boy. Su Yi touched its head, and Lin Jinwei used the fabric to fix Xiao Xiao on the little eagle. Remember to run when you encounter danger. Run faster, she instructed. The little eagle imitated Lin Jinwei and nodded, with a big amplitude like a bow, shaking Xiao Xiao. I don't know if he really heard it, or if it went in one ear and out the other. Let's go! Lin Jinhua led the little eagle's bird saddle and walked along the coordinates. The coordinates were originally displayed in stages, and the next location would be displayed after reaching the displayed location. They also met other players, who had more or less bird-like characteristics on their bodies. They all came here to seek a new way of life. People gathered at one point in groups of 3 or 4, and then separated again. Lin Jinhua and Su Yi also separated once, and reunited 2 hours later. It seemed as if they were just wandering aimlessly. Lin Jinhua began to get anxious, and the players around her were also anxious. What's going on? Where is the location of this mission? Some players were hoarse, and had difficulty speaking. What they lacked most now was time. I really can't stand it anymore. Su Yi was even more furious, and his anger was about to materialize. When they arrived at a new coordinate point, and waited for the next coordinate point, she said angrily. Which one is this? Why do I feel that this place is familiar? She roared. I've walked through it 3 times. Lin Jinhua gritted her teeth and said, looking at the sleeping grass, and lowered her voice. Su Yi wanted to continue roaring, but she was afraid of disturbing the grass, so she raised her foot and stomped on the ground. The ground was shaking a little, indicating that Su Yi used all her strength. At this moment, the land under their feet suddenly turned into a tunnel, and the figures of the 3 people were directly sucked in and fell rapidly. Damn, I didn't crush it, did I? Su Yi shouted in panic. No! Lin Jinhua held up Princess Bridget's umbrella and held her. The coordinates have changed. It's right below. It's 0 o'clock. Day 97. The location of the mission depends on fate. I wish the players good luck. The speed of their descent slowed down temporarily, and the little eagle flapped its wings and descended with them. I don't know how long they have been descending. Are they going to descend deep underground? After so many migrations, they have reached the top of the mountains. I met a player who had an altitude tester and said that they are now at an altitude of 2,000 meters under the moon. The end of the migration is probably a higher mountain. But isn't the Earth round? Is there really an end to the moon? This is the game world. The conclusion I came to at that time was this is not the Earth, and the world is not necessarily round. At the beginning, I thought that the most dangerous thing about this game was the giant birds and the no longer safe house. After getting used to the state of the birds, after completing the mission, I thought that as long as I went with the flow and followed the migration of the blue trees, I would be able to pass this dungeon smoothly. Now I realize that the biggest pitfall of this dungeon is the long game time, and the large amount of materials consumed makes it impossible for players to survive. As the number of game days increases, the cheap goods in the mall are gradually removed from the shelves, and only high points can be exchanged for food. Players have eaten up their inventory, and can only go out hunting to get points to exchange for food. But 1 or 2 days, 3 or 4 days, or even a week can't accumulate enough points, and they have to face powerful birds. Under the pressure of survival, it is also human nature to turn their attention to birds with thick meat. In addition, birds are no different from chicken when they are plucked and roasted. In the original world, they used to kill birds with. This also makes players relax their nerves and eat birds. When the state begins to appear, it is too late. What about the players who ate the internal organs of the blue tree? The end is even worse. The blue tree internal organs will die within 3 days after eating. After death, they will also be transformed into new blue trees and join the migration. Such newly born blue trees are fragile, and most of them are destined to break during migration. So does this count as death? For the second time, Lin Jinhua gritted her teeth. If she didn't have such a talent, then she would also be a member of the bird transformation now, right? She felt a chill on her back, and a vague sense of uneasiness. In the 4th game, are her friends really okay? Paw. Finally, they landed on the ground again. Chapter 132. The ground is a normal rock formation, and every step is hard, and there is a clattering sound. There are some particularly protruding stones from time to time, so you have to be very careful when walking. After descending to the bottom, there is a huge doorway in front of you, and behind the doorway is a long tunnel. It looks dark, and it is a familiar darkness. It seems to welcome their arrival. Lin Jinhua put away the umbrella, lit a fire, and walked inside. Xiao Xiao can no longer use her innate ability now. Time is running out, and they can't help but get anxious, and their steps are getting faster and faster. Go straight, turn right, turn left, go straight, and turn again. It's like wandering aimlessly in an underground maze, and you can only keep walking forward. After walking for about an hour, I finally reached the end, which is a huge square. It's like the flag-raising square in the original world has sunk into the ground as a whole, retaining its original complete form, and even some iron railings can be seen. The walls around this square are covered with murals carved from stone. There are new footsteps coming. There is more than one tunnel here. Other players who received the task also poured into this square from different tunnels. There is no danger, no attack, just leading the players who voluntarily take the bait to come to the front. Lin Jinhua stared at the mural in front of him with wide eyes. There are not only pictures on the mural, but also text. Very familiar, detailed text, describing how everything happened. Is it that simple? All the players who came looked at the mural in front of them in a daze, and couldn't help thinking about this in their minds. In their imagination, it shouldn't be like the previous mission, where they have to endure attacks all the way and risk their lives to break through level after level. They will face new strange birds, new terrains, and new traps. Finally, they will walk to the instigator of everything, and there will be a final boss, who will begin to tell how everything happened, and they will fight again with their lives. After the victory, the teammates who have turned into birds can also turn back to normal and usher in a happy ending. All stories should be like this. However, the fact is not. There are no levels, no final boss. Lin Jinhua and Suyi stared at the mural in front of them, trying to find a way to turn back or a way to detoxify. But there is none. This is just a historical mural that records human behavior. What? What happened? Xiao Cao's weak voice sounded behind her. With the arrival of a new day, her bird transformation has become more serious, and it is difficult for her to speak. She can feel the atmosphere around her becoming solemn, and some players have already started sobbing. Lin Jinhua stepped forward and touched her head. It's okay, we are looking for a solution. Her voice had a bitter ending. This mural records the cause of everything. The origin of the matter is very simple. In a small village, villagers fell one after another, and they could not find the cause after checking. One day, a villager had a dream. In the dream, a voice told him to go deep into the forest, find a blue tree, cut the blue tree open, and put a human as a sacrifice. The next day, the blue tree will give birth to a panacea that can save lives. At first, he didn't believe it. But he had the same dream for several nights in a row, like a call. And this villager happened to have two children who were terminally ill, a girl and a boy. With trembling hands, he picked up one of the children and stepped into the forest. Walking and walking, walking and walking. Where is the blue tree? Does the blue tree really exist? Are there really blue trees? With this thought, he walked for a long time, and before he was exhausted, he really saw a blue tree. The blue of the blue tree was as pure as the sky, standing in the woods, abrupt and full of mysterious atmosphere. That's it. He trembled and walked forward, cut open the tree trunk, and was surprised to find that the inside of the tree was hollow. Just enough to put his child. I have no choice. He put the child in. This is all for saving people. With a hum, a snap. The broken body of the tree instantly recovered. It was late, and he was also worried that he would not be able to find the location of the blue tree the next day. So he sat down directly, with his back against the blue tree. The sound of his child crying came from deep in the trees behind him. From the sobbing cry, to the whimpering moan, to the final silence. At first, he kept saying in his heart, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I can't help it. Later, he was numb and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. The villagers got up excitedly, and turned to look at the blue tree. As expected, they saw that the cut he made had split again, and red, thick liquid was oozing out. He couldn't wait to take out the empty wine bottle he had prepared and filled it with liquid. When the blue tree stopped leaking liquid, he put away the bottle and ran towards home. There is salvation. There is salvation. His child is saved. When he fed the liquid to the seriously ill child, the child really recovered miraculously. Other villagers came to ask what saved his child. They all had such patience in their families. The villagers kept silent, and he just knelt down and prayed, this is a miracle. The villagers who couldn't get an answer slammed the door and left. At night, another new villager had a dream, and there was also a magical blue tree in it. The next day, the villagers took their abandoned family members to the forest. The third day, the fourth day. A month later, the first villager finally stepped out of the house, and when he mustered up the courage to go to the forest again, he couldn't help but stand still. Originally, he had to walk through the forest to find a blue tree, but now, looking over the mountains and plains, it was a piece of blue. There was footsteps behind him, and he looked back. Those were not their villagers, they were villagers from other villages. People from even more distant areas came here to see him. He didn't understand. Wasn't he the only one who had this dream? Isn't this a miracle? Will God save so many people? In fact, strange diseases are spreading all over the world. No matter how advanced the technology is, the cause cannot be found. All one can do is watch the patients die in pain. But as long as there are 2 patients in a family, someone will have a magical dream. There is a magical blue tree in the dream. Later, more and more people knew about this method, and people were unwilling to sacrifice their own families in exchange for their lives. So they chose to sacrifice other people's families. Other people's families are just ordinary people who are insignificant to them. Some people have ordinary diseases that do not threaten their lives, but they are inevitably inconvenient in life. Since the blue tree can cure everything, why should I endure the pain of illness? The world has become a mess. Everyone has no way out, only the channel of exchanging lives for lives. After accepting humans, the blue tree will grow human-like internal organs inside. This strange phenomenon is not enough to alert humans. Humans always think that it is none of their business, and will not affect themselves. Another strange phenomenon is birds. Birds began to feed on the internal organs of blue trees. Therefore, they grew bigger and bigger. This is a long process. On one side are humans who are constantly falling ill, and on the other side are birds that are getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, as time goes by, humans who sacrifice humans are also punished. After they die, they will begin to sprout. If they are not cremated, they will eventually grow into a new blue tree. Just like that, humans destroyed themselves. Such an absurd story. But it really happened in this world. The players who saw the mural were all in disbelief. What about the blue tree? Where did the blue tree come from? There is no explanation here. A player with feather markings on his face shouted anxiously. Alien civilization? Experimental subjects? Birds eat blue trees and become huge, and we eat birds so we become like this. Then isn't the source of our mutation still the blue tree? Then, what is the blue tree? No one knows. We have no solution? Su Ye's lips trembled as he squeezed out these broken sounds. Then why did they bring us here? To mock us? She saw Xiao Xiao from the corner of her eye. Wings had grown on Xiao Xiao's back. Su Ye's nose was sore. She dared not look at him anymore, and lowered her head to ask Lin Jinhua. Maybe they just think they are magnanimous. Lin Jinhua said bitterly, they think it is a great honor for players to know the background of the game. There were sobbing sounds in the square. Some players whose birds had become serious had empty eyes. They all knew that there was no way out. Some players also fell into deep contemplation. They came here just to shatter their hopes again. Let's go! Lin Jinhua sighed, and said softly to Su Yi. It's not good to stay in this square any longer. Any earthquake can bury them. Let's go back to the ground first. Su Yi rubbed his face hard and nodded. Go back? Xiao Xiao also heard the voices of other players. She seemed unaffected and even smiled. Go back. I don't want to be here. Okay. Lin Jinhua took the saddle rope of the little eagle and walked back the way she came. There had been no updates to the mission so far, and she always had a bad feeling. Danger sense was flashing non-stop, and her temples ached slightly. A voice was shouting to leave here quickly. Her steps became faster and faster, and finally she started running. Other players also noticed something was wrong and began to evacuate the square. The fastest ones were Lin Jinhua and his 3 companions and the bird. They reacted quickly and ran fast, and had already run more than half the distance. At this moment, violent vibrations and rustling sounds began to be heard from the square. Lin Jinhua and the others were very familiar with this sound, which was the sound of a large number of tree roots emerging and growing. Perhaps this mission was to lure them here and catch them all in one fell swoop. Lin Jinhua and Su Yi quickened their pace, but the sound behind them was getting closer and closer. After such a long period of hunting, Lin Jinhua had saved several cans of internal organs and converted them. She had the grinder again. The moment she heard the vibration behind her, she opened the lid and let the internal organs contact the air. She did not look back and quickly dumped the organs out. 5 minutes. She also threw out other props such as sour hot springs, and waited for branches to appear before discarding roast duck and white-cut duck. Lin Jinhua quickly calculated that this time she would not be caught off guard like last time, and she would definitely not be caught this time. But something even more disgusting happened. The vibration of the ground brought about changes in the tunnel. They were lost. In front of them was a fork in the road with many twists and turns. If they took the wrong path and turned back to the square, they would end up in a dead end. Lin Jinhua patted the little eagle and asked quickly, "Can you smell the exit?" The little eagle looked up and sniffed, then turned back and chirped twice. It should be a positive answer. Lin Jinhua took a deep breath and looked at Su Yi, both ready to believe the little eagle. Lead the way. Lin Jinhua patted its butt, loosened the rope, and let it run in front. The little eagle ran very fast. The tunnel is still relatively narrow now, and the section near the exit will be wider, and it will be able to fly at that time. The sound of the grinder started came from not far behind, and the trees were constantly crushed, making a sound that made people's teeth ache. Lin Jinhua opened another can and threw it down without stopping. The little eagle must really know the way. Facing the new forks that kept appearing, it would choose one of them without hesitation. They met the panicked players, who came out of other tunnels, and then quickly separated and chose different roads. Lin Jinhua and Su Yi, who followed the eagle, were regarded as aliens by them. The bird-like players were reluctant to approach birds again. It was also human nature. Xiao Xiao fell into a deep sleep again, and such a strong turbulence did not wake her up again. She lay on the little eagle, her hands drooping weakly, which made people feel distressed. Today is the 98th day. As long as she survives until the night of the 99th day, Lin Jinhua gritted her teeth. She tried many food props, but there was no way to alleviate Xiao Cao's mutation. The curse of this blue tree seemed to be something that could not be touched, and their level could not solve it. The road ahead was getting wider and wider, and it seemed to be getting closer to where they came from. Then they could just let the little eagle take them up. The two of them were delighted and quickened their pace. Finally, they reached the entrance of the descending passage. They looked up with hope, but found that the top of their heads was not the narrow descending passage. Instead, it was densely packed tree roots. It seemed to be mocking their powerlessness to resist. Chapter 133. Damn it. Lin Jinhua was furious. She took out the roast duck and white-cut duck she had prepared and put them directly on the arrow, shooting at high speed. Her weapon was upgraded with tear crystals, and now it can achieve 9 consecutive shots. One shot is better than 9. Explosion and freezing came at the same time. The ice layer that had just frozen would be hit by the explosion, and the broken ice chips would cause new damage to the remaining tree roots. Do you think I will fall in the same place? Lin Jinhua said coldly, and the bow in her hand disappeared, replaced by a flower spear. The flower spear has also been upgraded. She put a lot of bird bones and blue tree branches into it, just to create a prop specifically for fighting tree roots. Her slender fingers gently pulled the trigger, and the blue bullets fired would melt instantly when they hit the tree roots, clearing a passage for them. Let's go! Lin Jinhua turned over and hooked the little eagle's neck with one hand. The little eagle flew into the air, and Su Yi reached out and grabbed the little eagle's claws. The silk thread on Lin Jinhua's hand spread, fixing the bodies of the three of them so that they would not slip. Although the little eagle's body is not grown, it has obviously matured a lot. Probably, the face looks a lot more resolute. After the test, the little eagle carried the three of them easily, so Lin Jinhua had no psychological pressure to fly up now. The little eagle flapped its wings, shook off the broken branches that were losing their vitality, and flew up. But the speed was really impossible to speed up. It had to break the branches above its head while flying, and also defend against the roots that emerged from other areas around it. Su Yi fixed one hand, and the other hand, and one foot turned into a dog demon, which was used to tear up the new tree roots approaching below. They obviously had a lot of ways to deal with the enemy, but they gradually fell into trouble. The tunnel was too long, and there were too many tree roots. In addition, the tree roots behind them also caught up, and attacked from top to bottom. Lin Jinhua felt that they were like Oreo sandwich cookies. As long as they were caught up, they would definitely be twisted and thrown into the tree roots for a soak. Just thinking about it makes people's scalp tingling. Lin Jinhua's hands moved faster. If there was fire at this time. Lin Jinhua still thought of this. If Xiao Cao's flame could appear, the flame containing spiritual power would not be easy to extinguish, and the direction could be controlled, so they could break through the current predicament. But Xiao Cao closed his eyes tightly, and his breathing became shallow, and he no longer had any fighting ability. Lin Jinhua was very angry with his own thoughts, and had to solve the problem by his own strength. That's right. You can use that. She waved her hand downwards, and a car appeared below Su Yi. It even stayed in the air for a while before falling rapidly. Tram, don't touch me, I electrocute you. Su Yi, shock. She widened her eyes, watching the modern technology tram falling rapidly, crushing the branches below, hitting the bottom, and even emitting crackling fire. 6. Su Yi was extremely impressed. The pressure below was relieved at once. Lin Jinhua threw a gun to Su Yi, and the two of them shot into the sky together, and soon rushed out of the tunnel. The little eagle did not let them go, but flapped its wings to send them back to the safe house. This trip, Apart from knowing the background information of the game, there was nothing that could relieve Xiao Cao's symptoms. They sat down to catch their breath, opened the panel, and looked at the damn task reminder. Congratulations to the players for knowing the background of the game. This is the biggest reward for you, wink. Lin Jinyue's face was about to turn green. She had a deep suspicion that the system had tricked the players into one place and killed them all, just because there were still many surviving players. Giving people hope and then despair, this was a great trick. Lin Jinyue and Suyi untied Xiao Cao from the little eagle and carried her back to her safe house. The two of them spent the day with her. Lin Jinyue did not give up, and was still trying to make props that could alleviate Xiao Cao's bird-like state. From the recovery food she ate, to various props that could get close to people, and even made a spell. But none of them worked. She could only watch. Xiao Cao became weaker and weaker, and in her eyes, that occasionally opened, human emotions gradually decreased. In the evening, Xiao Cao sobered up a little, and the first words she said were, "I turned into a bird, so burn me." Her hand shook, and the urn appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. Lin Jinyue held it up, and it was heavy. She didn't say anything, but just put it away properly. After saying this, without waiting for Lin Jinyue and the others to respond, Xiao Cao closed her eyes again and fell into another round of sleep. Lin Jinyue and Suyi looked at each other and could see the pain in each other's eyes. Now there are new problems. In the game, the last migration of blue trees is coming. Suyi carried Xiao Cao on his back, and Lin Jinyue led the little eagle out of her safe house and followed the moment the tree started. The little eagle was not good at judging the walking rhythm of the blue tree, so in order to prevent it from being sucked in, Lin Jinyue would lead it. In the previous migration, many players could be seen on the road. Although everyone was in pain, they were still trying to survive. Now there is only one day left before the end of the game, and there are only a few players. Some players have more or less symptoms of bird transformation. Those who are better can hold on until the end of the game. Those who are not so good will turn into birds tonight, and stay in this forest forever. Every migration will aggravate the symptoms of bird transformation, as if it is some kind of call. Lin Jinyue looked away, and no longer looked at the players, who were seriously transformed into birds. They just kept moving forward. Knowing the background of the game, their feelings for the blue tree are more complicated. On the one hand, it is sympathy, and on the other hand, it is disgust. Half of the blue trees are innocent humans, and half of the blue trees are the initiators. So are the tears of the victims. Lin Jinyue was silent, just kept walking. Numbly, as if to become a part of it. 21 o'clock, 22 o'clock, 23 o'clock. Everything is normal. The change occurred at 23:30. The blue trees, which were supposed to stop in 30 minutes, stopped ahead of time. It was like a walking army suddenly stood at attention, catching the players off guard. "Ah!" A player subconsciously cried out in surprise, and the next moment, he was pierced by the roots of the surrounding trees like a sieve. The roots quickly absorbed the player, and in a few seconds, he was sucked into a piece of paper. The wind blew, and the paper turned into powder, blending into the soil, nourishing the surrounding blue trees, making their blue even more dazzling. The other players who witnessed this covered their mouths that wanted to scream, holding their breath and watching the scene. There were no screams, but heavy breathing. The next moment, the tree roots gathered together and began to besiege the players. Those who can breathe, gasp, and cry are all our own. Come on, join us, and join us to live forever. Perhaps, you also have a family member who is terminally ill, and you can use people to exchange her life. Come on, exchange, as long as you give a signal, we will be companions. The crying and whispering that had been inaudible all the time became extremely clear at this time, shaking in their minds. Everyone understood the language of the blue tree. Lin Jinyue's mind was blank for a moment, and her hands were already attacking the branches. Her breathing lagged slightly, and she figured out everything in her mind. The mural tells them how to cure sick family members, that is to exchange with other people's lives. The teammates who have turned into birds are not just strange diseases, and the blue trees that can give birth to panaceas are everywhere they can see. There must be an antidote within 10 steps. This antidote has always been with them. At the same time, they also know that this antidote is only temporary. At the moment their lives come to an end, they will become a new poison that takes their lives. If they exchange with players, the consequence is to heal themselves or their teammates. As participants, they will also turn into a blue tree at the moment they die. Thinking of this, Lin Jinyue widened her eyes, and countless blue trees were reflected in her pupils. She thought of more things. Could it be, players use this method to save their teammates, then cleared the game and left for the next game, until they died in another world and turned into a blue tree. Like the origin of a plague, spreading in a new place. The Aborigines sought the help of the gods in their dreams, and thus embarked on the same road, heading towards the end of this game copy. In the world that was destroyed for this reason, new players and new spreaders will continue to come. Yes, this logic is closed. Lin Jinyue's scalp tingled. No wonder. No wonder some players followed the pace of others when they fled after seeing the murals. There are always players who are desperate to survive. What about them? Will they use other people's lives to exchange for Xiao Qiao? They will also gamble their own lives in the process, making themselves the source of a virus and spreading to other game worlds. Will that affect their original world? The more Lin Jin didn't know, the more she thought about it. The whole person seemed to fall into an ice cellar, which made people feel cold. She saw Su Ye's expression in her counterattack, and she also figured it out. What to do? What to do? They squeezed together, and the little eagle was not attacked. It wanted to take them into the air. But the dense tree roots had already spread to their heads and covered their sky while attacking them. This was a determined move for them to join in. Lin Jinwei immediately attacked the sky, trying to open a passage in the same way as before. But this time it failed. The branches this time were too large, so many that they were beyond their imagination. This was not like in the cave, where branches were also outsiders. On this land, the blue trees were the natives. Lin Jinwei quickly glanced at the time, 23:43. She didn't know how long she would have to hold on. 0 o'clock? Or 6 o'clock? After the migration stopped, the rustling sound of the trees continued for most of the night, until the sun rose. What to do? What to do? The guns in their hands kept firing, and they were surrounded in a circle, unable to see the surrounding environment. Lin Jinwei immediately took out the last protective shield and threw all the other attack cards out. The attack cards were all random, but there was no fire in a few of them. She raised her hand and threw all the lighters. Such a small flame was like a star in the sky, and the effect was minimal. With the obstruction of the protective shield, they could delay for a while. Go back to the safe house? Su Yi exhaled suddenly, and asked Lin Jinwei with trembling numb hands. I can't leave. Lin Jinwei looked solemn. The safe houses were all in the woods, and they could hear other players resisting, and the sound of fighting continued to ring out. The best way was to fly out with the little eagle in the sky. She switched to a bow, and shot the arrow with a chain cannon stuck to the sky, but it could only blow a small hole. Originally, she had opened screen to light the fire, but she had used up all the fireworks at the ghost food stall, and there was no place to buy fireworks to continue the transformation. Lin Jinwei gritted her teeth, and continued to shoot with her bow. If she stopped at this time, the shield would last for at most 5 minutes. The moment the shield was broken, it would be the moment of their death. Come! A faint voice came, but Lin Jinwei didn't hear it. Su Yi heard it. Xiao Qiao was on her back, and the whisper was directed to her ear. The warm breath was still sprayed on her ears, and she didn't have time to react to the meaning of this sentence. The next second, Xiao Qiao didn't know where the strength came from, and broke free from the fabric that Lin Jinwei helped to fix, and fell to the ground. Pa! It sounded painful, but Xiao Qiao didn't even frown. What are you doing? Does it hurt? Su Yi turned around to pull Xiao Qiao, and Lin Jinwei also ran over anxiously. However, they couldn't get close to Xiao Qiao. Countless sparks came out of Xiao Qiao. Don't do this. Lin Jinwei shouted anxiously. She took out water, and was about to put it out. There is a way. I still have props. Only 1 day left. Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao just smiled. Her limbs were numb, and the last consciousness in her eyes was about to disappear. They all knew that this was a last gasp. Just like the player can use the last strength to end his life, before turning into a bird. I don't want to turn into a bird. Xiao Qiao looked deeply at Lin Jinwei and Su Yi, and looked up at the sky. Fire came out of her chest, more and more. What was burning was the fire in her heart. I can't hold on any longer, you all know that, she said with a smile. The dimples on her face were very cute. Just like usual chat. I open the way for you, you go. The flames exploded suddenly, breaking through the protective shield, burning the blue tree roots above her head, and also burning herself dry. Without giving Lin Jinwei and Su Yi time to react, her figure disappeared in the flames. The little eagle picked up the stunned Lin Jinwei, grabbed Su Yi, and flew directly into the sky, leaving the encirclement of the blue forest. The two couldn't say a word, as if a breath was blocked in their chests, unable to express, and nowhere to express. Ash, what to do? Lin Jinwei murmured, looking at the blue tree branches flying below that were still burning in the flames. Let's go down and take a look after it's burned out. Suyi turned his head and stopped looking at the scene below. This grand fire burned for a long time. At 0 o'clock, the branches continued to move. Some players were able to break free from the attack of the forest and use their own methods to stay in the air and observe the bottom. There were also bird-like players who flew into the air with their companions. At 3 o'clock, the branches moved slowly. When the sun rose, the fire seemed to have burned out its raw materials and disappeared in an instant. The blue trees also stopped moving. The 99th day. 6 o'clock in the morning. After making sure that there was no movement below, Lin Jinwei immediately let the little eagle take them down. They jumped off the back of the little eagle 2 meters above the ground and stumbled to the last position of the grass. The fire burned very cleanly, leaving nothing but a charred black. The wind blew up the burnt ashes and flew to a distance that they could not reach. They stood there and could not find any trace of the grass. Lin Jinua's hand sank, and the urn appeared in her hand. She slowly opened the urn. It was empty inside. The heavy weight was the weight of the urn itself, and there was nothing inside. Lin Jinhua opened her mouth to breathe in the air. In the end, she said nothing. She just squatted down and dug a handful of charred soil, put it in, closed the urn and put it away. So he watched her movements, opened his mouth to say something, and closed his mouth again. Sister Yi. Lin Jinhua squatted on the ground, did not get up immediately, and called softly. She looked at the charred ground, her voice hoarse. If there is time to use that method to save Xiao Qiao, will you do it? The silence was so long that Lin Jinua's legs were numb from squatting. She rubbed her legs and stood up, and then heard Su Ye's very light answer. You didn't give us time, did you? That night at 0 o'clock. Game over. Congratulations to the player for completing the 4th game. Chapter 134. In the blink of an eye, the familiar white background appeared. The deserted place, the pale and empty space without any sound. Even though the game had been cleared, Lin Jinhua couldn't be happy. The panel unfolded in front of her, and it was filled with the reward she had obtained for clearing the level. She was in no mood to check it. Lin Jinhua stretched out her finger, slid quickly on the panel, and directly clicked the next page to confirm, returning to the safe house. Another blink of an eye, the safe house with upgraded rewards appeared in front of her. Lin Jinhua sighed hard, as if to release the sadness and anger at the same time. She sat on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. Da-da-da. The sound of brisk footsteps sounded, and the face of the little eagle appeared in her field of vision. The little eagle lowered its head and stuck to her. It didn't know what happened, but it knew that the breath of someone who treated her well was gone. Before the end of the game, Lin Jinhua still ordered the contract and signed the contract with the little eagle. Now the little eagle is her familiar. The familiar contract has many options and provides several templates. You can choose like doing multiple choice questions, or you can make your own. Common templates are equal contracts, life and death contracts, etc. Lin Jinhua chose the contract she made. The time limit of the contract is until her death. During this period, as long as the little eagle wants to leave, the contract can be terminated at any time. There is no harm transfer, no life and death together. She is not sure that she can live forever, and she does not want to use her life to bind another innocent life. I just hope that if there is a chance, the little eagle can find a place suitable for her to survive and live freely. If you follow her and enter the player gathering area similar to the foreground building, there is no sky to fly. It's so frustrating. The time now shows 22:03. Lin Jinhua didn't climb onto the bed and fall asleep as before. She combed the feathers of the little eagle lying in front of her, her hands again, and the repetitive movements made people calm down. She was waiting. Wait until 0 o'clock, and the safe area will move to the player gathering area. Wait until the time for communication. There was a slight vibration in the air, and the movement of the player gathering area was completed. She clicked on the panel, and before clicking on the white letter, her finger shrank unconsciously, with a slight tremor. Lin Jinhua closed her eyes hard, took a deep breath, opened them suddenly, and clicked on the white letter. The page unfolded, and crackling voice messages came one after another. It was Fu En's familiar wail, and Qi Ming's curse, and the two's concerted screams appeared in the sister group. It seemed that the two children were assigned to the same game. Bai Tingfeng also sent a daily check-in message to report safety. It seemed that something heavy had become light for a short time. A lot of messages were refreshed in the group chat, just as active as before. Lin Jinhua finally laughed. It's great that everyone has survived another game. She replied to everyone's messages, and finally had the heart to rest in bed. Let's talk about the harvest and the player gathering area tomorrow. Congratulations to the player for passing the survival of the primitive forest game. Game completion settlement. 1. The player's 99-day activity accumulated basic attribute settlement. 2. The player's basic attribute points are increased by 4. 3. The player gets 10 free attribute points. 4. The player gets 3,777 points. 5. The player gets 9 basic material packs and 3 well-off material packs. 6. Player safe house upgrade. 1. The main house space is upgraded to 77 square meters. 2. The simple toilet is upgraded to a normal toilet. 4. The magic house performance is improved. 5. The house adds 2 sockets, 2 chandeliers and 1 window. 7. The player safe house can choose one of the following 3 items for strengthening and upgrading. 1. Advanced defense system. 2. Window upgrade, quantity, 3. 3. Wall upgrade, range, exterior wall. 8. The number of draws the player gets *5. This time the reward is much less than the last time, but it is still generous. After getting up, Lin Jinhua first moved the bed from the basement back to the exhibition hall, which made her feel like a dark cockroach had entered the house. She simply tidied up before clicking on the panel to carefully confirm the reward she got. Yesterday she took a quick look and quickly selected the advanced defense system, which she had seen in the mall and had an impression of. Advanced defense system. Based on the original defense, it can better detect danger and issue early warnings. If attacked, it can resist for a longer time. At the same time, the protection time of the safe house in the game is extended. Compared with window upgrades and wall upgrades, it is the most cost-effective option. It seems that as she speculated, it is not the safe house that forces them to go out, but the protection time is limited. Looking at the attribute points, Lin Jinhua clicked on her attribute list after a long time. To be honest, she didn't like to click it, because she felt that she really became data and survived in a quantifiable way. Name, Lin Jinhua. Number, SC35100075. Health, 203 increased to 289, initial health. Players will die when health reaches 0. Stamina, 130. Agility, 110. Strength, 105. Intelligence, 145. Luck, 99. Her health went straight to 300, and this value allowed her to survive for a longer period of time. For example, if she turned into a bird, she could survive a few days longer than Xiao Qiao. Thinking of Xiao Qiao, Lin Jinua's eyes darkened. They had exchanged their respective values before. Suya's stamina, agility and strength were all very high, reaching more than 160. In Suya's words, this was the foundation for her survival, so every time she added points, she would evenly distribute them. So she had greater strength and stronger endurance. Xiao Cao's agility was very high, but her stamina was not as good as Lin Jinua's, only 103. In addition, the fire ability mainly consumes a lot of mental energy, which exacerbates the loss of physical energy, and she is easily exhausted. After thinking about it, Lin Jinhua added the free attribute points to physical strength. She has given up struggling for her luck value. To be honest, she is used to bad luck. After looking at the personal panel, she clicked on the title she got this time. Congratulations to the player for achieving the achievement and getting the following titles. 1. Breeder. You can actually pick up a bird cub, successfully raise it, and bring it out of the game. Therefore, you get the passive skill, Intimate Sticking Stick 1 every day, and your good impression will come quickly. What is it? Lin Jinhua looked at the little eagle sticking to her, with a puzzled look on her face. What kind of favorability do you need to improve? Isn't it already full? She continued to read. 2. Tarzan. It seems that you like being a monkey very much, so let's fulfill your wish. Congratulations on obtaining the active skill. Tarzan, you can randomly add one ability from the following: jumping ability improvement, hearing improvement, and monkey tail every day. Time limit, 6 hours, okay. Yeah, Lin Jinhua was happy, but she felt that she was being ridiculed. In the late stage of the primeval forest, she did often buy the daily buff of Tarzan, and it was a pleasant surprise to become a permanent resident. After all, there is no way to call up the app to buy buffs now. It seems that it is limited to the dungeon. 3. Best Tailor. You are a handicraft expert. Please restrain your behavior. Don't use some things that are not in accordance with the rules as materials. The title description can be returned. Lin Jinhua continued to read. You can even use your own body as a sewing object. Your courage and imagination are admirable. In addition to feelings, what else can't you sew? Congratulations on getting the skill enhancement. I'm numb when sewing yourself. You can anesthetize the local area. Note, don't anesthetize the heart, you will die. Thanks for the reminder. She won't anesthetize her heart. If she can, she will sew the system's mean mouth first. After reading the title, Lin Jinhua subconsciously turned the panel and looked at the back of the panel. She has begun to get used to turning the panel from time to see what new reminders will be given on the back. Water ripples fluctuate, and soft fonts appear one after another. Congratulations on surviving another game successfully. It is detected that you have not become a seed. Thank you for your persistence. Congratulations on obtaining the purification pearl. I believe your little familiar will like it. The moon in the water trembled, slowly spread to both sides, and turned into two round and full shapes, like pearls. One disappeared into the water, blurring its figure along with the words. The other slowly floated up, and appeared on the water surface. Lin Jinhua hesitated slightly, stretched out his hand, and gently touched the water surface. It was warm. With a light hook of his finger, the small pearl was picked up. Purification pearl can purify the impurities in the body, and eliminate some unknown connections after taking it. Before Lin Jinhua finished looking at this pearl-like purification pearl, the little eagle's head had stretched out, humming and looking eager. Your little familiar will like it. It seems to be customized for the little eagle. Lin Jinhua gave the purification pearl to the little eagle to swallow, and watched it smack its lips and lick its mouth with its tongue, as if savoring it. There was nothing special about the cub that ate the purification pearl. It yawned loudly and fell asleep in its own nest. It seems that it takes time to work. Lin Jinhua quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the little eagle eats the meat of those birds, and the toxins of birds come from the blue tree. She is indeed worried that the little eagle will be affected. It is much better to be able to evolve now. It is just necessary to consider what to do with the food in the future. She still has several bird meats in the ring as the reserve food for the little eagle, but if the toxins in it are not cleaned up, it will eventually contaminate the little eagle. And the words on the water just now. Seed. It is the same as she judged. The players who put players into the blue tree will become spreaders. They took the initiative to join the game, perhaps for friends, teammates, or perhaps for themselves. Lin Jinhua asked herself, she could not exchange the lives of other players for Xiao Cao's life. To be realistic, maybe the relationship has not reached this point yet. If it was Fuan, she might really do it, even if she becomes a seed. After this game, how many people have become seeds? Lin Jinhua shook her head, stood up and walked to the curtain. Here it comes again, this nervous feeling. Please, let's go to a safe player gathering area this time. Lin Jinhua took a deep breath and pulled open the curtain with both hands. This is what I want to be caught off guard. Ah, it was dark outside the window. Did I open it the wrong way? Lin Jinhua glanced at the wall clock of the safe house in a daze, and it said it was 11:25 noon. It should have been the brightest time, but her safe house was pitch black. Something is wrong. This is too wrong. Lin Jinhua closed the curtain. It must be that she opened it the wrong way. To be more gentle, more light. Lin Jinhua opened the curtains in front of her gracefully and gently, and said to the window with passion, "Good morning, it's another warm and bright day." Outside the window was still dark. It seemed that she had to face reality, which had nothing to do with the way she opened it. She entered the strange player gathering area again. Stupid. Chatty Saw couldn't stand Lin Jinhua's silly actions, and muttered unhappily. The black in front of me is not black. The singing of Chatty Saw echoed in the house. Only Lin Jinhua was left with a sharp explosion in her heart. Chapter 135. Lin Jinhua was very unhappy. Although she was used to bad luck, it didn't mean she could accept being thrown into a strange place again. She walked to the door with a pale face, intending to buy a map for the poorly oriented to see the situation. Puff Puff Baby Lot pouted, and made a sound indicating wrong operation. The prompt unfolded in front of her. Welcome players to Night Cat Ancient Town. Player gathering area. Do players need to buy a map? 5 points. Large map of player gathering place, showing the complete area size and player location, 25 points. Detailed map of player gathering place, based on the large map, add, market area, map annotation, navigation function, 50 points. Map of player gathering place for the poorly oriented, based on the detailed map. Add the function of automatically returning to the house once a day. The familiar prompt lit up, and Lin Jinhua habitually bought the map for the poorly oriented. The map unfolded, and it was also dark inside, with only the place indicating Lin Jinhua's location emitting light. It was bright before. Red light, shouting, I am here, I am here. The current color is like the sun blocked by clouds, with only a little light coming out of the gap. This weird situation. Lin Jinwei thought about the previous reminders and turned the panel to the back. As expected, there were 2 new reminders on it. The order of this gathering area is unstable. Please pay attention to safety. The stable order period is 1800 hours to midnight every day. Here, everyone is a cat. Please choose a color for yourself based on these games. Lin Jinwei speculated that the game should have 2 managers, or like the front and back of a piece of paper. Just as the front of the panel is the system, the back is this unknown, but well-intentioned organization. Perhaps the order was built by them, including the auction. Lin Jinwei couldn't be sure that this organization was friendly to the players, but for now, there was no action to harm them, and they even provided help to the players. But? What do you mean everyone is a cat? Please choose a color for yourself? Who brought private goods when building the order? Lin Jinwei was speechless. She opened the panel to see what player gathering area her friends went to. A few minutes later, Lin Jinwei closed the panel with a look of despair. Simply summarize other people's player gathering areas. Birds singing and flowers blooming, a paradise on earth. Except Bai Tingfeng. Bai Tingfeng was assigned to another player gathering area with her junior brother. Why is it you again? What color cat are you, Bai Tingfeng? This is a difficult question to answer. Since she could only go out at night, Lin Jinwei gave up the plan to go out now. The black outside the window is as thick as ink, pouring down like a bottle of ink with its mouth cut open. Looking over, you can see the true appearance of this player gathering area through the gaps in the ink. As the evening approaches, it should be the time for night to come, but the window gradually becomes brighter. The ink is repeatedly rubbed, squeezed, and scraped with water, and finally an ancient town is washed out. This is a common ancient town in a tourist attraction, with antique buildings built along a small river. Dots of light slowly light up from the riverside and from the buildings, completely dispelling the darkness. 1800 hours. It's dawn. Click. With a slight sound, the restricted door of the safe house could finally be pushed open, and Baby Locke no longer puffed up his little face. It blew a breath happily, and the little hand waved, and the meaning was very clear. Okay, go out. Lin Jinwei smiled and shook his head, and put a new handful of candy for Baby Locke, and then pushed the door out. Attention, real names and nicknames cannot be called in this player gathering area. Please pay attention to the players. After going out and looking back, I found that the original safe house had turned into a lantern shape, and now it also emitted a warm orange-yellow light, illuminating the ancient town together. There were lanterns scattered around, and from time to time, doors were opened and new players walked out. Everyone was very interested in this player gathering area. The map also showed the structure of the entire ancient town at this time. Follow a small river to the end. There are 2 small bridges at the end of both ends. You can walk to the other side and come back. It only takes about 40 minutes to walk back and forth. It is a very small ancient town. In the center of the map, there is a circular stage, which must be the venue for the auction. This time, the entire ancient town is a market area, and the shops on both sides of the river sell all kinds of unique props. They are all related to kittens. Hey, what kind of cat are you? I'm an ocelot, so noble. I'm an orange cat I can eat. From time to time, you can hear players who are keen on socializing and have begun to exchange their colors and breeds. Senior sister. A familiar voice came. It was Bai Tingfeng. He seemed to be walking in a hurry. When Lin Jinwei looked back in the direction of the voice, he was still panting slightly. Hey, junior brother, long time no see. Lin Jinwei greeted him with a smile, tilted her head and asked him, So what color cat are you? Bai Tingfeng's ears turned red all of a sudden. What? What about senior sister? Lin Jinwei raised her eyebrows. I'm a cow cat. Bai Tingfeng was stunned for a moment. He thought it would be a pretty kitten like a ragdoll. Why a cow cat? Because I don't play by the rules. Lin Jinwei bared her teeth. She thought a lot. What if this player gathering area would restrict players' actions based on their fur color? If it was a purebred cat, it would have to conform to the cat setting at first glance. But a cow cat is different. Whatever a cow cat does is not surprising, and it even needs to be exorcised. Then she should be able to walk sideways in this gathering area. Bai Tingfeng didn't understand Lin Jinwei's train of thought, so he could only nod and ask, Do you want to see what's in this gathering area? Lin Jinwei nodded. Okay. They walked side by side on the river, looking at the composition of this player gathering area. You can't call names and nicknames. Maybe the order hasn't been laid there yet? Lin Jinwei said, as she looked around. her eyes drifting to the top of Bai Dingfeng's head. The nicknames and titles that should have been displayed there were blurred, replaced by two big words. White cat. Lin Jinhua, There must be three big words cow cat on her head. Bai Dingfeng, it should be, but it's much better than the Four Corners building. Lin Jinhua, that's right, at least you can go out and walk. The passing players also wandered around with different fur names on their heads. It's said to be fur color, but it can also be said to be breed. Looking around, the most common ones are leopard cats and Siamese cats, and there are relatively few cats like Lin Jinhua's cow cat. Some players will quietly stay away from Lin Jinhua's cow cat when they see it. Cows, it's better not to mess with them. What are you doing with your eyes? As if it wouldn't be strange if I suddenly jumped up and beat them. Lin Jinhua walked a distance and couldn't help it. Bai Dingfeng didn't dare to speak. He glanced at Lin Jinhua and chose to change the subject. That's the cafeteria this time. Do you want to go and have a look? He pointed to a particularly large ancient building courtyard next to him, and said to Lin Jinhua, "Let's go and have a look." Lin Jinhua responded happily. Behind the primeval forest, everyone was worried about Xiaocao's condition. They were very casual in their diet. Lin Jinhua changed the instant noodles of different flavors to get through the later stage. If she hadn't stocked up enough instant noodles, her food reserves would have been too much. This time, I also plan to use my points to buy more energy bombs in the mall and store them. Now I can eat normal meals in the cafeteria, let alone how happy I am. Ah! Lin Jinhua and Bai Dingfeng looked at the self-service dishes in front of them and fell into deep thought. All canned cat food. There are bags of multi-flavored cat food, canned staple food of various flavors, and cat strips that can be used as snacks. We just need to use the color of our fur to replace the name, which does not mean that we are cats, right? Lin Jinhua spoke in a daze. Bai Dingfeng nodded in a daze, and picked up a can of staple food to examine it carefully. There are different flavors written on it, fish, lamb, venison, etc., and there are even canned cat food with durian flavor. There were other players gathered here, and no one dared to eat. You eat first. I don't want it. Does it look like something for humans? Several familiar players pushed and shoved, unwilling to be the first to try. Everyone was waiting for the first person to eat the crab. A pair of hands pushed the crowd apart, and a player came forward to pick up a can, paid points, opened it, and put it directly into his mouth. There was no hesitation in his movements, and it looked like he had been hungry for a long time. Lin Jinhua looked over and his eyes lit up. It was the Siberian golden tabby sister from before. That's not a big problem, they are all cats. Sister, how is it? Can you eat it? One player couldn't help asking. The Siberian golden tabby glanced at the player, swallowed the food in her mouth, and said, "What's wrong with this? Kittens eat better than humans now." She tasted it. It tastes better than ordinary staple canned food. After hearing this, some players began to choose canned food with their favorite flavors. Siberian golden tabby also recognized Lin Jinhua. She raised her eyebrows and greeted happily, "Sister, I use my skills with you later." Lin Jinhua made a gesture that it was okay, and she and Bai Dingfeng also picked out canned food and found a place to sit down and eat. "Since we are here, let's try it." They exchanged their experiences in the last game. Bai Dingfeng's copy, this time, was a bit similar to Lin Jinhua's. Both were the end of the world without humans. It's just that there are no trees in his place, but all kinds of mushrooms. Mushrooms? Lin Jinhua just put a spoonful of chicken-flavored cat food in her mouth and asked in surprise. After asking, she chewed it and found it quite delicious. Chicken flavor crunchy. Mushrooms. Bai Dingfeng said affirmatively, describing the state of the mushrooms. The mushrooms have legs and run around happily. The mushrooms have hands and beat people everywhere. Bai Dingfeng has been in this dungeon for a long time, and is a little mentally confused. He doesn't know if the mushrooms in front of him are his hallucinations. In addition, those mushrooms have all kinds of shapes. Maybe because no one is watching, they are not particular about their appearance, and the color matching is arbitrary. It's very eye-catching. Moreover, different mushrooms have different toxins, and different ways of spreading toxins. Some will poison you at a glance, and some will be poisoned by smelling the smell. There are even a small number of people who will be infected with toxins as long as they hear the sound. Detoxification is even more troublesome. Some mushrooms can offset each other's toxins, and some will stack and make you die faster. In this game, players are basically sick and rely on potions to restore vitality to survive. The players who were just picking up cans, and whose faces turned green, also came from this dungeon. After Bai Dingfeng finished speaking, He observed Lin Jinyue's face. He remembered that senior sister seemed to be unable to stand the smell of mushrooms. As expected, Lin Jinyue's face turned green. What a strange game dungeon. If it were me, I would choose to fry all the mushrooms. Lin Jinwei gritted his teeth. You can't fry them. Frying them will stimulate the spread of toxins. Bai Tingfeng said, one player was smoked into colorful colors after frying. Lin Jinwei, Starting from the fourth game, the types of games became even stranger. There was no pattern, and all kinds of games came randomly. According to the information from Fuan and Qi Ming, ghosts, apocalypse, technology, rules, etc. all appeared in the fourth game. Like Fuan and Qi Ming, they were thrown into the ghost dungeon this time. The game time was not long, but the mental torture was enough. The apocalypse dungeon generally takes longer to play. In short, it was a big pot of boiling water with many demons dancing. Lin Jinyue and Bai Tingfeng finished their meal and chatted for a while. They probably took a simple stroll around the ancient town and returned to the safe house. It happened that the little eagle was about to wake up. Lin Jinyue proudly introduced her little familiar to Bai Tingfeng. The little eagle was still a little sleepy and didn't open its eyes. Lin Jinyue scratched its head before it woke up completely. It opened a pair of blue eyes, as pure as the flawless sky. The emotion of the eyes was more gentle. The little eagle rubbed Lin Jinyue and then stuck to Bai Tingfeng's hand to show its friendliness. Before they separated, she sent Bai Tingfeng a team invitation. Bai Tingfeng clicked to accept and saw that there were already 2 members in the team, Fuan and Qi Ming. After all, they were all in the sister group. After Lin Jinyue returned to the safe house and opened by Xian, she also sent a team invitation to Su Yi. Now finally waited for Su Yi's reply. Thank you for your invitation, but I don't plan to join a team. It's better for me to fight alone. Chapter 136. Lin Jinyue simply replied to Su Yi. Such an answer was within her expectations. She still remembered Su Yi's answer in the primeval forest. That was the last sentence they said. Lin Jinyue glanced at the time. There was still some time before midnight. She turned her eyes to the little eagle. Baby, do you want to go out for a walk? The little eagle raised its head from the feathers, lifted its eyelids and glanced out the window, shook its head and shrank back. Why do you feel that the baby is frowning? It seems that the baby doesn't like the environment here. She touched the little eagle's head, leaned against it, sat on the floor mat, and clicked on the mall to check. If the baby doesn't want to go out, she needs to find a place for the child to move around. Lin Jinyue sniffed and looked at the cat litter overflowing from the cat litter box in the corner. It was full without thinking. And a place to go to the toilet is also needed. Let me see, it can move, and it can also let the cub poop. Lin Jinyue muttered, swiping her fingers on the panel. Now her safe house has the functional rooms that a house should have. There are bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchens for daily life, as well as magic houses for work, warehouses for storage, and a basement with the same area as the main house. The upgrade of the magic house is to enlarge the space from 9 square meters to 16 square meters, and add a row of flower pots on one side of a wall. It should be used to grow some spiritual herbs. Although she doesn't know magic, now she has a familiar and a magic house. Can the concrete sewing also pretend to be a magician? Thinking of this, Lin Jinyue was a little happy, and her hands moved faster. She really found a room suitable for her to raise a cub in her situation. Safe House Terrace adds a terrace to your safe house. The description below also thoughtfully states that the Safe House Terrace also belongs to the safe house area and is protected by the defense system. If you bring the safe house into the game, it will also mimic the terrace. Why is there the last sentence? Starting from the 4th game, the safe house is not entered into the game by default. The only humane move is that when receiving the game copy information, it will also inform whether the safe house will be entered together. There will be no situation like the 3rd game where you can't find your safe house after entering the game, and you will be scared day and night. This time, Fuan and Qi Ming entered the ghost copy, and their safe house was not entered, and the corresponding game time was relatively short. According to the 2 of them, the game time is only 3 days. Basically, you can only close your eyes for 2 hours a day, and don't think about having a room to sleep. The price of Safe House Terrace is not expensive, 300 points per square meter. Lin Jinyue knew the reason for the cheapness before he had time to be happy. One is that 9 square meters cost 2,700 points, and the second is that it is best to install it on the 2nd floor. In other words, she needed to build a new floor for the safe house first, and then install the terrace outside the room on the 2nd floor. At the same time, she needed to buy stairs from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. Each step required a large number of points. Let me calculate, add it all up. 8,000 points? Lin Jinhua looked at the price in the shopping cart and exclaimed. Her face turned green, and she quickly figured out what to do. Objectively speaking, she didn't need the space on the second floor, the basement was enough. But the floor height of the entire safe house is 3 meters. The required height of the terrace is 2 meters from the ground, and the length of the door is 2 meters. Can she increase the floor height of the main house? Lin Jinhua changed her mind and searched for the floor height increase. And found it. Increasing the floor height of the main house by 1 meter is 1,000 points, which is much cheaper than the price of the second floor just now. Place an order. The pleasant sound of construction sounded, and soon, the construction was completed. Lin Jinhua bought a terrace again, and crossed out a bunch of reminders such as, Are you sure you want to install it on the first floor? Note, there is no matching arrival tool for installation on the first floor. Note, please think carefully before placing an order. Every sentence is guiding to buy a package of 8,000 points. She was being taken advantage of. Lin Jinhua rolled her eyes, and ordered a 9 square meter terrace, which was installed on the wall on the left-hand side of the door. Now there is only that wall without any room. A 2-meter-high wooden door suddenly appeared on the wall, as if the door was installed in the wrong place due to shaking hands when playing a simulation construction game. Lin Jinhua raised her eyebrows, waved her arm, and a few pieces of wood appeared at her feet. Who are you looking down on? She is a handicraft expert. Just a wooden ladder, it was done in a short time. Her consciousness was connected to the handicraft expert's hut for auxiliary operation, and soon an exquisite wooden ladder appeared under the small door. Lin Jinhua looked at it, and was very satisfied. She climbed up the stairs in a few steps, and opened the door to the terrace. Before opening the door, she confirmed the time, which was not yet midnight. The terrace was empty, and the system gave only a small fence around it. Lin Jinhua walked to the fence, and looked out to see the lights of the ancient town. She tried to reach out and touch it. Her hand was blocked by an invisible wall, and could not move forward. This must be the protective barrier. Lin Jinhua thought for a moment, stepped hard on the fence, and jumped up. Bang! Her head hit the transparent barrier above her head heavily. Judging from the sound, it was a good head. Hiss! Lin Jinhua hugged her head, and huddled on the ground, gasping for air. It was a mistake. How handsome her jump was just now, how embarrassed she was now. She subconsciously thought that the height of the terrace was also 3 meters, and wanted to reach out and touch it to see. But who would have thought that the height was 2 meters? The little eagle was awakened by the sound, and it poked its head out of the door. Seeing the view of the terrace, its eyes suddenly lit up, and it jumped to the terrace. It accidentally jumped too high, and hit its head. A man and a bird squatted on the ground, covering their heads, and they looked like a family. Lin Jinhua struggled to get up and moved all the amusement equipment of the little eagle to the terrace. It still looked a bit small, so she spent points to widen the terrace to 12 square meters, and spent another 1,000 points to increase the floor height. The system, a profiteer, was waiting for her here. Seeing the little eagle walking around on the terrace, looking very happy, Lin Jinhua also became happy. Just get the living space for the cubs. In the next few days, Lin Jinhua's work and rest were not affected by the special time of the night cat ancient town. She still kept the habit of making after getting up in the morning. Her skills had undergone a qualitative change in the previous game, so her proficiency was greatly improved. The stable use of hoarding and making every day can also increase the fixed proficiency. When she arrived at the player gathering area, her friends helped her promote it. The golden gradient sister in the night cat ancient town lived like a fish in water and recommended her everywhere. With the new change order, she used more skills and earned points. With such a lot of practice, she successfully upgraded her level on the 6th day in the player gathering area. Talent, Handicraft Master. Level, LE5, full level. Skill, 1, Hoarding. As a Handicraft Master, how can you not hoard materials? You have a 99 square meter space to hold materials. New automatic classification function. Materials with the same functional use will be placed together. Skill, 2, Change. Handicraft Masters have a strong ability to transform items, and you can change the objects you touch. 1. Due to the level increase, you can control the direction of the object's change, higher affinity with space storage. It can reduce a certain amount of mental power consumption, and skilled objects. The item does not consume mental energy. The skill CD is 7 minutes. 2. Due to the usage method, the daily usage limit for food items is 7 times, and only the first time increases proficiency 3. Due to the usage method, the daily usage limit for storage items is 7 times 4. Due to skill improvement, you can trace back the direction of item changes when using it and make a choice among them. 5. Due to skill improvement, you can rename the changed objects. Skill 3. Sewing. You can stick multiple objects together without glue, and you can choose the sewing method to a certain extent. Skill 4. Cut. You can choose between cutting the materials you touch or decomposing them. Skill 5. Make. You can generate historical props drawings, and you can make them if you have materials. Mass production is allowed. The success rate is related to the quality of the materials, and it is limited to 7 times a day. The more the quantity, the more time and mental energy it consumes. Maximum level? Lin Jinwei was stunned. She thought the highest level would be level 7, but she didn't expect that level 5 would be the highest level. It seems that the skill limit is also closely related to the number 7. The best news is that she can now control the direction of her skill changes and development, and those strange props should not appear. It should be. Maximum level means, can I understand that the game will end soon? Lin Jinwei had a beautiful fantasy on her face. Aren't most games usually over when they reach the maximum level? There is no point in going any further. I hope so. Bai Tingfeng replied. He came to visit today, and gave Lin Jinwei his newly cooked dishes. According to him, his kitchen was upgraded by the task bonus, and there is a cabinet that can randomly generate certain ingredients every day. Lin Jinwei's eyes lit up when he heard it, but they became dull after checking the prices. I can't finish it either. It would be best if you can help me eat some, senior sister. Bai Tingfeng said seriously. Lin Jinwei accepted it, as she was indeed short of normal food now. Fuan was about to feed her, but she quickly stopped him. If the next game is another long-term survival game, food is very important. Moreover, the little eagle seemed to like the dishes cooked by Bai Tingfeng. You know, it won't eat a bite of what Lin Jinwei cooked. I always thought it liked to eat raw meat. Lin Jinwei stared at the little eagle eating without raising its head, and said faintly, I didn't expect it was because she cooked it badly. Bai Tingfeng couldn't help laughing, and when Lin Jinwei glanced at him, he quickly changed the subject. Tomorrow is the auction. Bai Tingfeng pretended to suddenly remember, and said casually, it feels like the last auction was a long time ago. It's really been a long time since I participated in the auction. However, this reminded Lin Jinwei of another thing. She had received a reward before, which could be used during the auction. It couldn't be used in the Four Corners building without building the order, but it should be possible in the Nightcat ancient town. Thinking of this, Lin Jinwei stretched out her hand to summon the panel, and turned it over to show Bai Tingfeng. Have you received this reward before? Lin Jinwei pointed to the full moon in the water on the back, and asked Bai Tingfeng. No, what is this? Bai Tingfeng's tone was a bit strange. What is what? Lin Jinwei looked at him strangely. Bai Tingfeng also opened the panel. He imitated Lin Jinwei's action, and tried to turn the panel, but nothing happened. He didn't have a back. Lin Jinwei's expression froze. She had always thought that all players had this. The binary forum has not been logged back yet. According to Qi Ming, she is struggling every day. That's why the communication between players began to decrease, and many messages could not be exchanged. She opened by Xian and wanted to ask about the back of the panel in the group. No success. Whether it was written directly, abbreviated, or aliased, it was impossible to send the message successfully. This content is unspeakable. What's going on? It's no problem to show it directly in front of Bai Tingfeng. But leaving the safe house, and being in Bai Tingfeng's safe house, are all inoperable. She took it for granted. It's easy for people to measure others according to what they have. If she is the only one who is like this, then can the existence of this backside really be believed? Lin Jinwei found it hard not to doubt. Is it related to what senior sister said before, about giving gifts to ghosts? Bai Tingfeng asked. He couldn't type similar text. This is the only possibility, or it's my title. Lin Jinwei knocked her head, and looked at the bright moon intently. At least until now, she didn't detect any malice. And the existence of this backside has never called them players. Junior brother. Lin Jinwei didn't look up. I won't attend the auction tomorrow. She looked at the bright moon inside. I'm going to check out this reward level. Chapter 137. Bai Tingfeng became nervous when he heard it. Are you sure? Will it be dangerous? There was a little panic in his tone. This is a reward. Lin Jinwei smiled, and she patted Bai Tingfeng on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's just one day. What can you do? This not only comforted Bai Tingfeng, but also gave herself affirmation. After finally persuading Bai Tingfeng to go back, Lin Jinwei made preparations as usual, and when midnight came, she fished out the bright moon in the water. This time, the moon did not flow away from her hands. It turned into a physical entity, emitting a gentle light in Lin Jinwei's hands. The light became brighter and brighter, even though it was dark and she couldn't go out now. It still illuminated everything around and enveloped Lin Jinwei. Lin Jinwei subconsciously squinted her eyes to avoid the overly strong light. She paused, forcing herself to open her eyes wide, trying to see something against the light. It was the familiar display screen space again. But this time she heard a voice. Huh? Someone triggered the bonus level? It's rare. How long has it been since someone triggered it? I don't remember. We are not sensitive to time. The dense conversation sounded among the shadows, and Lin Jinwei could only catch some fragments of words from them. Before she lost consciousness, she heard the words, finally. Someone has noticed our existence again. How did she tell by Ting Feng? Just one day, what can you do? Yes, that's what she said. But in fact, she turned into a fish. She experienced the life of a fish. When Lin Jinwei regained consciousness, she was still in her safe house, and could not see the figure of the little eagle. She was alone, and the scenery outside the window was pitch black. It felt no different from being in the player gathering area. As soon as this thought came up, the panel automatically unfolded, flipped to the back, and displayed the message, "Welcome to this special level. Everything here is your reward. Please enjoy this unique journey." The water ripples on the panel vibrated, and the panel slowly dissipated into the air. Instead, there was a special operating table connected to the door of the safe house. This operating table looked like a high-tech operating table in a movie, and also like a steering wheel of a ship. There was an 11-inch screen on the operating table, which could be clicked to perform some simple operations. There were 2 buttons next to the screen, fishing and discarding. Fishing. Lin Jinwei looked at the darkness outside the window, and looked carefully, and seemed to see a trace of ripples. Am I in the water? She murmured. The doors and windows of the safe house could not be opened, as if she was imprisoned here. Even the clock in the safe house did not move, always staying at the time before she entered the bonus level. The panel could no longer be summoned, which meant that she could not communicate with others. The only good news was that the talent could still be used, and she could still call up the supplies in the space. Lin Jinwei clicked on the screen, and a small fish shape appeared on it. Before she could take a closer look, a shock suddenly came. She quickly grabbed the console to stabilize her body, so as not to fall. About 5 seconds later, the shock stopped, and a small fish suddenly appeared in the safe house. It suddenly flashed, and the door and window were not open. Although it was called a small fish, it was actually the size of 2 palms. Lin Jinwei stepped forward cautiously, and poked it with an arrow first. After making sure there was no danger of explosion, she picked up the still-moving fish. The small fish had bulging eyes, and big teeth that were bared everywhere, and the color of its body was also ugly and dazzling. She was silent. This was an unrefined appearance. This fish, which was growing randomly because no one saw it, proved a point. Lin Jinwei was now at the bottom of the sea. Her eyes drifted to the screen on the operating table, which showed the outline of a fish and its basic data. Body length, 10 centimeters. Depth, 532 meters. Lin Jinwei turned her head stiffly and looked down at the ugly fish that had already died. She understood. Not only was she at the bottom of the sea, she was also in the belly of a 10-centimeter long fish. How old was she now? This was unscientific. Lin Jinwei's brain was spinning at high speed, and she was about to be grilled. The ugly fish in her hand looked longer than 10 centimeters. How did this mini fish get in? And what fish's stomach is it in? The safe house was also brought in. When can she get out? This is unscientific. This world is so mysterious. A basket of questions appeared in Lin Jinwei's mind, making her a little panic. Lin Jinwei hurried to the window to observe carefully. I can't see anything. She sighed. There are no street lights in the deep sea, so she must be unable to see anything. How can I judge what kind of creature I am in my body? If I have to make an analogy, maybe Lin Jinwei is a small cell in the belly of a fish. Then do the cells in her body know where she is? Before she had thought about this for long, she felt a little light outside the window. And this light did not come from outside, but was emitting a faint light as the little fish moved. But this was in the deep sea, and the faint light would also be a dazzling center, attracting many things. For example, the food of the little fish. I understand. I am now an anglerfish, commonly known as lanternfish. The ugly one. Lin Jinwei sat on the chair and tried to digest the news. Speaking of the reward level, combined with the difficult environment in which they survived, everyone would definitely think that it would be a supermarket shopping, or a reward level like a material collection gift pack, just like Mario's reward level, which is full of gold coins. If she doesn't get points, she should be given materials. Why did she throw her into the fish's belly? The panel can't be summoned, and there is no exit button. She doesn't even know the time now. How much time had passed? Half an hour? Lin Jinwei was a little dazed. She stood up and walked to the operating table again, looking at the screen above. Body length, 15 centimeters. Depth, 555 meters. It has grown 5 cm? Fish grows so fast. Lin Jinwei felt that she was suddenly confused. After all, time is just a definition given by humans. For fish, do they know that the cycle of day and night is 24 hours? Do they know that humans use 30 days as a month and 365 days as a year? They just follow their instincts and live day after day in the deep sea. Now Lin Jinwei doesn't know the passage of time. Miraculously, she didn't feel hungry, nor did she have any other physiological needs. The space vibrated from time to time, and new small fish were swallowed in. She moved the chair to the side of the operating table to observe the length of the anglerfish on it. When a small fish came in, she picked it up and put it into the space. Lin Jinwei hesitated for a moment, but still clicked the fishing button. As the saying goes, it's here. After pressing it, there was a buzzing sound. I don't know how long it took, accompanied by the beeping sound. A massive thing suddenly appeared at the door. It's like placing an order on the grocery shopping app, and after a while a bag of vegetables will appear at the door. It's about this size. Lin Jinwei opened it, and saw a bag full of sea cucumbers, and a few broken corals. So fishing is to randomly catch objects around. Now the fishing button has turned gray, and it seems that it will take some time before it can be used. The material of the bag is a bit special. It feels smooth and tough. Lin Jinwei directly put them all into the space. It seems that this is indeed a bonus level. Here, she can harvest a lot of deep sea supplies. But I don't know how long she will stay here. She may spend her whole life in the belly of this fish. It is the life of a fish. Lin Jinwei watched the little anglerfish grow longer and dive deeper into the seabed. The fish and shrimp swallowed in the stomach are getting bigger and bigger, and the types are getting more and more diverse. This is a very subtle feeling. She can't feel how long she has spent here. She is just collecting fish and shrimp. The moment the fishing button lit up, she pressed it. After a while, she got tired of the scenery outside the window. After all, deep-sea fish are ugly. The most thrilling thing was that she accidentally glanced out and saw huge teeth. A huge shock came, as if the little anglerfish was running for its life. While struggling to swim, Lin Jinwei saw a huge yellow eye. For humans, sharks are big, but their eyes are small. For small fish, sharks are huge in both eyes and body. In short, this little anglerfish escaped this life crisis and survived successfully. Lin Jinwei will continue to live in its body. The things caught are all kinds of strange. The first sea cucumbers are normal, and there will be some shrimps and crabs later, which is also normal. Some human utensils that appear from time to time at that time make people feel very strange. Lin Jinwei harvested a bag of porcelain, bronze, and even some wood. Maybe the little anglerfish swam to the vicinity of the ruins. Now it can't be called a little anglerfish. Lin Jinwei collected the newly caught things and looked at the content on the screen. Body length, 110 centimeters. Depth, 1,200 meters. It is already a large adult anglerfish. The supplies are beyond Lin Jinwei's imagination. She thinks she can let the cubs eat fish when she goes back. No matter what kind of fish, deep-sea prawns, or various crabs, there is everything. Even she can eat happily. The anglerfish can't swallow a big fish, but she has a catch button. The universal catch button even caught 2 deep-sea tuna for her. Lin Jinwei only then realized that tuna was so big, and it took her a lot of time to decompose and preserve it. She remembered that Fuan loved to eat this, so she could add it to her meal when she returned. These 2 tunas were caught in the deep sea about 300 meters deep. Lin Jinwei speculated that the anglerfish might have swum to the shallow sea to lay eggs. After all, only female anglerfish can grow so big. It has been a while, and the length of the anglerfish has not increased. It seems to have reached adult size. It just wandered around in the deep sea area, using its own light to attract prey and swallow it into its stomach, and was collected by Lin Jinwei in the space. Lin Jinwei had an illusion that she felt like a tumor in the fish's body. It kept stealing its nutrition source and spying on its actions. This feeling was very strange. It was about to end. The lifespan of the anglerfish was only 2 to 3 years. Lin Jinhua tried to calculate how long she needed to stay. If nothing unexpected happened, she would have to wait until the anglerfish reached the end of its life, and then she could complete this bonus level. But it ended more suddenly than she thought. That day, the screen sounded an alarm, and the depth value on it was decreasing rapidly. 200 meters. 100 meters. When the number returned to 0, strong light shone into the safe house, and daylight appeared. A mesh structure appeared by the window, and with a sway, Lin Jinhua ended this bonus level. It was caught. Chapter 138. Lin Jinhua blinked hard, trying to dispel the image she had just seen. It was an extremely large human face. Rough skin, dark pupils. The reflection in the pupils was the anglerfish. With the wrinkled fish body and the extinguished lantern, she and the anglerfish fell into darkness together. But she could still open her eyes and continue to live. From the perspective of a fish, is this what humans are like? She shook her head a little dazedly, and the little eagle made an excited cry and fluttered to Lin Jinhua with its tail shaking. Lin Jinhua rubbed the cub's head, not understanding why it was so excited. The pop-up window in the field of vision ticked and reminded frantically. The messages on the white letter ejected one after another, as if they were machine-gunned. What's going on? She has only entered the reward level for 1 day, and she has notified her sisters. The 14th day of the player gathering area. 1800 hours. Lin Jinhua, Oh, it's already been a week. No wonder my friends are so anxious. Lin Jinhua hurriedly replied to their messages to report that she was safe, and at the same time she lowered her head to ask Xiao Yingju, "What did you eat in these 7 days?" She didn't bother to reply to the message, and stretched out her hand to twist Xiao Yingju's head, turning it over and over to see if the child had lost weight. You can't tell, the child's black hair makes him look thin. His round blue eyes blinked, and he looked very energetic, not like he had been hungry for a few days. The cat food in Yamao Ancient Town tastes really good. As long as you brainwash yourself that it is chocolate beans, and convince yourself, there will be no problem. It has a strong sense of fullness, is cheap, and has a variety of flavors. So Lin Jinhua bought a lot of stock, and used change to convert them, choosing to increase satiety and nutritional energy as the main means of upgrading. The little eagle also ate with her, and the cub was not picky about food. In addition to the dishes cooked by Lin Jinhua herself. Before entering the reward level, Lin Jinhua had already put out enough cat food for the little eagle to store food for 3 days, for fear that the child would be hungry. Who knew that she would enter the 7th day directly? If the anglerfish had not been caught in the end and ended its life early, would she have stayed until the 21st day? At this moment, the door was knocked. Before Lin Jinhua could respond, Baby Locke had already opened the door. Lin Jinhua? ? Baby, I'm still here. It's by Tingfeng. Senior sister? He was obviously relieved to see that Lin Jinhua was fine. The little eagle had already run to his side, blinking his watery eyes, with a look of expectation. Lin Jinhua saw Bai Tingfeng skillfully take out a pot of cooked food, put a mat on it, and then put it in the place where the little eagle often eats. And her cub no longer wants its mother, and puts its head in the pot to eat. Junior brother, have you been feeding it these days? Lin Jinhua understood and looked at Bai Tingfeng. Well, senior sister, you haven't replied to my message, so I came to knock on the door to see. Bai Tingfeng was a little embarrassed. He pointed at the baby Locke. It seems to recognize me, so it let me in. The baby Locke named held its head high. Praise me, Lin Jinhua. Good boy. Another handful of candy. She quickly asked Bai Tingfeng to sit down, took out a handful of rings from the space, and stuffed them into his hand. All I got from the reward level this time are supplies, so you can take these. She glanced at the little eagle licking the plate. The cub ate a lot of your food. I was worried that the supplies were not enough. Lin Jinhua also clicked on the panel. If it's not enough, I will transfer points to you for foster care. Bai Tingfeng quickly pressed Lin Jinhua. No need, senior sister, I have enough. He killed a lot of mushrooms in the mushroom copy, and now he has a lot of points. Okay then. Lin Jinhua took back the panel with a disappointed look on her face, but still forced the ring into Bai Tingfeng's hand. She is very rich now, and she really wants to give things to her relatives and friends around her. These are all seafood. Seafood? She emphasized. Seafood was very expensive in the previous world. She patted her pocket and stretched out a finger. I got a lot this time, enough to eat seafood for a year. Lin Jinhua told Bai Tingfeng about her reward level, which sounded very magical. So it means that you have been in the belly of the deep-sea anglerfish for a long time? Bai Tingfeng asked, and he thought for a while and continued, anglerfish don't live long, about 1 or 2 years, so you probably stayed in there for a year? Lin Jinhua nodded. It's possible, but I can't feel the passage of time. I didn't eat anything, as if I didn't feel hungry. She just stood there, sat there, that's all. Time passes normally, and takes life normally. The little eagle, wiping the bowl, ran to Bai Tingfeng with the basin in his mouth, and he skillfully put away the basin and touched the cub's head. Lin Jinhua, the child is going to be kidnapped. Bai Tingfeng confirmed that Lin Jinhua was fine, and fed the little eagle before he returned to his safe house with a bag of seafood. Turning over the back of the panel, the moon had disappeared, leaving only silver water ripples on it fluctuating with the wind. Bonus level completed. Only this simple sentence appeared briefly, and then disappeared, as if it had never existed. In the following days, Lin Jinhua counted and sorted the harvest this time, packed it up, and mailed the seafood gift package to his friends using Bai Xian. Seafood freedom was truly achieved. The little eagle also likes to eat fish. Deep-sea fish doesn't need to be cooked, it eats one bite at a time like a snack. The child's food problem was completely solved. Multi-flavored nutritious cat food plus fresh fish. How can this not be considered a scientific feeding? After the talent was upgraded to the highest level, Lin Jinhua didn't have to worry about it at all. Originally, he needed to squeeze out the number of skill uses every day to strive for the maximum proficiency improvement. Now that she has the intelligent production machine, she only needs to innovate. On the 17th day of the player gathering area, all players received a reminder with a crazy taste. Ha ha ha. The forum appears again. Players, use it for me. Whether using Baixin or shopping in the mall, they all started jumping at the same time and entered the previous forum page. Like a rogue pop-up window infected with a virus. Binary, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared in their group and swiped the screen crazily. I succeeded. I developed the strongest virus, ha ha ha. You are a person, you are a broken system. She was banned. It is hard to imagine how Binary, who looked so cold, typed this sentence. At least the forum began to be widely used. This time, it was implanted in the panels of all players at an unprecedented speed, no longer limited to players in the same game or in the same player gathering area. I don't know how Binary did it. The information barrier was broken, and players ushered in unprecedented information exchange. Except for the content of the copy, which would be blocked, other information about talents and survival tips could be freely exchanged. After the exchange, Lin Jinhua found that his skill level was improving quite fast. For example, Fuan and Qi Meng were still at level 3, and Bai Tingfeng was at level 4. Most other players, who had passed the 4th game, were stuck at level 4. Only players who had passed the 5th and 6th games had more full-level talents. Because the words game number could not appear directly, players in the post spontaneously used calls or other codes to indicate the number of games passed. Woof woof. This represents 2 games. Meow meow meow. This represents 4 games. Ayo. This is the player who has passed the most games so far, a total of 9 games. She said a lot of information. Many of her peers and earlier players disappeared, and messages can no longer be sent on Baixin. I don't know if she died in the game or left the game. If I don't continue to send messages, you can assume that I have died in AOAO. She replied, but my talent is also very strong. If it is a situation other than death, I will try to leave something behind. I think the players who died in AOAO are not really dead. My friends seem to be always by my side. But don't give up your life easily with such thoughts. In this world, you need to have a strong desire to survive. If we follow the number of times this player has passed the game, Lin Jinhua and her friends will need more than 4 or 5 games. I don't know if the internal test game counts as the number of games. Lin Jinhua muttered. The existence behind the panel is still not mentioned. It will become garbled or directly blocked as before. I'm conquering it. Binary, who was unbanned, typed excitedly in the group. My talent is maxed out. Wait for me, give me a little more time, I will definitely get rid of this. She was banned again. Lin Jinhua, Blessings to Binary for his hard work. On the 21st day, the long-awaited auction. The buildings on both sides of the river disappeared, leaving only lanterns with the same brightness as the sun hanging on the river. The night was as bright as day, as if something had been driven away. The little eagle that had been huddled on the terrace ran to the door, wanting to go out with Lin Jinhua. Lin Jinhua looked at the cub, then at the ferryman who saluted her, and asked softly, "Can it go too?" The ferryman stood up, His gray-black face made it hard to see his features, but he could feel a gaze looking up and down at the little eagle, which frightened it so much that its hair stood on end and its eyes widened. It raised its hand, and Lin Jinua's panel suddenly appeared, flipped to the back, and a few words appeared on it. Yes, please go together. The raised hand waved back, making way for the boat. Thank you. Lin Jinhua pulled the little eagle's collar and stepped onto the boat together. The oars swayed gently in the water, taking them to the auction site. Lin Jinhua felt a little novel about attending the auction after a long absence. In addition, she still had a lot of points reserved now. Now the players in this gathering area are all old players who have passed the 4th game. The auction items must be special and useful. Lin Jinhua was full of expectations and clicked on the product list. What came into view was garbage gift pack, waste material gift pack, bone gift pack. Lin Jinhua, no matter how experienced the players are, they will definitely create garbage. She also saw the players who came out of the primeval forest, who were actually selling poisonous bird meat gift packs. Can the word poisonous be added as the only remaining human nature? This is not just poisonous. This is meat that can change your species. Lin Jinhua swiped the products with a stiff face. After thinking it over, she was unwilling to give up. She returned, opened the bird meat gift bag, and showed it to the ferryman. I want to report it. Can this be taken off the shelves? Lin Jinhua pointed at the word poisonous. Not only is it poisonous, what if a player relies on his high resistance to poison and eats it? After all, it is cheap, the quantity is large, and the bird meat is really delicious when roasted. The ferryman's shadow shook in place, as if receiving information. When its body stopped shaking, it was shown that the poisonous bird meat was prohibited from adding price. This product will be directly recycled by the auction. Players, please identify the product information. Very good, Lin Jinhua thought. This auction and the forces behind the panel are indeed friendly to players. Chapter 139. As long as you have patience, you can still find some recyclable resources in the junk. Lin Jinhua turned over and over, and increased the price of several metal scrap bags and crystal scrap bags. Although they were all leftovers from other players, they were enough to increase the horsepower of her weapons. A few days ago, she thought that her current points were quite generous, and she had some savings. So she placed an order for new powerful weapons in the mall. The prices of powerful weapons are also very fierce. In this regard, Lin Jinhua could only angrily give up the mall channel and go out to trade with cats of various colors. Blue cat, I don't have large weapons, I need them myself. Do you sell this storage prop? Lin Jinhua, yes. Siamese cat, I'm a nanny. Lin Jinhua, In the end, she still found the Siberian golden tabby sister to exchange for a few huge poison gas bombs. The golden gradient sister repeatedly warned, be careful, cover your nose first. It's super powerful. She gave a thumbs up. It works on ghosts, zombies, and strange creatures. Lin Jinhua didn't dare to think too much about how this prop came about. Others ordered some props specifically for ghosts. After all, although she can physically beat ghosts, if she encounters spirits, she really has no way to deal with them. These props are not particularly expensive. The cheap ones cost dozens of points, and the expensive ones cost hundreds of points. It's affordable. The amount of storage rings Lin Jinhua auctioned this time is very large, enough to cover the points she spent, and she can also make a lot of money. Upgrading to the highest talent level, her storage ring is no longer the original small space for storage. The storage area of each can be doubled, which is very cost-effective. While Lin Jinhua was counting points on his fingers, the little eagle was looking around on the boat. When the boats around accidentally squeezed in, it flapped its wings to try to slap them back. When the shadows overlapped, it squatted on the side and pecked at other people's shadows. The little eagle was very happy, but the other players were scared. When Lin Jinhua turned his head to warn it, it would act honest and well-behaved. When the auction was over, both the man and the bird were very happy. One made a lot of money, and the other was very proud of seeing people frightened but unable to hit it. When getting off the boat, the ferryman actually pulled the paddle out of the water. Lin Jinhua, what are you doing? The next second, the paddle hit the little eagle's plump butt. The back of the panel unfolded. Little familiar is forbidden to participate in the auction from now on. Little eagle. Huh? It covered its butt with its wings, looking confused and innocent. Lin Jinhua quickly apologized to the ferryman and said that he would teach the child well. The ferryman's shadow was still gray, but he could feel helpless and angry. Yes, she has become the mother of a naughty child. After sending the ferryman away, the little eagle welcomed the first ideological education and etiquette class in its bird life. At 2200 hours in the evening, a new round of game information arrived on time. The 5th game copy. Game name, announced after entering the game. Game mode, multiplayer mode team, allowed. Game background, ghost background. Clearance requirements, 1. Survive for 3 days. 2. Follow the rules of the game. Game difficulty, 3.5 stars. Note, 1. In this copy, the safe house will not be entered together. 2. It is detected as a team mode. Please work together to pass the level together. Announce the name after entering the game. So special, because of the team mode, their white letters can still be used, and now they are filled with Fuan and Chi Ming's chain curses. Fuan, I don't want it. Chi Ming, my F, can you change it? Lin Jinhua, Bai Tingfeng, Lin Jinhua knows why. The last ghost copy of Fuan and Chi Ming was very strange. The background of the game is in a bustling ghost hospital. Ghost heads are surging, and there are ghosts with strange shapes and excellent taste everywhere. Fuan and Chi Ming and other players are not just hiding from ghosts and surviving for 3 days. They have a very respectable identity. They are interns. They even have a ghost mentor. Of course, they know that they are human, but the mentor thinks that they are all good ghosts and can be cultivated as pillars of society. They need to follow the ghost instructor to record the strange symptoms of the patients. Sewing hands and brains are daily operations. There are also patients holding their broken hearts in front of them and asking them to sew them up. The customer said he wanted to take it home and frame it as a souvenir. Chi Ming, no, why would you treat a disease when you are dead? Is it possible to bring a heart as a souvenir? There are also ghost lovers who love each other until death and come together, saying that they want to exchange their internal organs and cannot be separated for a moment. The male ghost stretched out his hand delicately. So our hands together too. Chi Ming, this is the track after the person who changed the mobile phone card slot is killed. Fuan's eyes were dark. During work, she couldn't summon her paper man. So her talent is still stuck at level 3 and cannot be improved. The instructor also likes to test them. Apparently, they don't know much about the common symptoms of ghosts. For example, ghosts often lose their fingers, which is a common symptom. But how do humans know the feeling of fingers falling like rain? The instructor sighed. How come you have forgotten such basic content? The dry and blackened hand picked up a seal and gently pressed it down. They were moved to a space and had to sew their fingers together. The pain during the period was real, and the health points were constantly dropping. If they answered incorrectly, they would be thrown into a simulated environment to experience real pain. The crisis of death is also included here. If the question is not answered correctly, what about the heart? What about the brain? What about something that will die if touched? Fuan, I am so scared that I almost fainted. We dare not sleep. Chi Ming, reciting things day and night. Why do the ghosts have so many problems? With so many problems, it is better to die. Oh, they are already dead, haha. Lin Jinhua, Bai Tingfeng, They helped each other, wrote notes all over their bodies, and used Chi Ming's ability to cover them up. In the true sense, the emperor's notes were realized, and only smart people could see them. In this way, they survived until the last day, and before the end of the game time, they faced the last question. If they answered correctly, they passed the level. If they answered incorrectly, they would face death. For this reason, Fuan and Chi Ming did not sleep all night and recited all night. When facing the consultation of customers, they were working hard to review the knowledge. Their mentor was a blackened skeleton. When he looked at them, his eyeballs would roll and rotate. There was nothing in his cracked mouth, but he could make clear sounds. Today's question is, the heart is starting to rot and turn black. What should we do? Chi Ming and Fuan recited this question the best. After all, they could survive until the end of the game by stitching up other internal organs, but there was no way to save the heart. Hearing this answer, they breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly complimented each other, accurately saying the standard answer in the textbook. They were just short of saying punctuation marks. When they finished their answers and looked at their mentor with hope, the black skeleton in front of them shook his head helplessly. The hearts of the two of them sank at once. They looked at each other. Did they answer wrong? It shouldn't be. They recited it very familiarly. The teacher's voice came faintly. You guys, don't you know that the textbooks are updated? This answer was proven to be wrong yesterday. It seems that you need to study hard and experience it. The latest diagnostic method now. The blackened hand made the seal more vivid. The seal was raised high. In the eyes of Fuan and Chi Ming, the crisp sound of the seal falling to the ground was the death knell of their lives. Who would have thought that the textbooks were updated according to the number of days? Staring at the seal, it seemed to be in slow motion. Teacher, your seal seems to have no ink. Chi Ming's voice was slightly trembling, but she still gritted her teeth and said this sentence. At the same time, she raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, wiping away the blood that was spilling. Pa! The blood kept flowing, and the room was silent, with only the sound of her blood falling to the ground. Fuan quietly reached out to support Chi Ming. The suspended seal did not fall, and the instructor looked at the seal with a little confusion, as if wondering why there was no ink, and ignored Chi Ming and Fuan. The dark skeleton was wearing a white coat, empty, with no internal organs or skin inside, which made people wonder, can such a being really be a minor? At this time, there were only 10 minutes left for them to complete the game. Fuan's hands behind her back shook quickly, asking her to hurry up and summon the paper man she had summoned before. The hospital was blown up. She and Chi Ming were both sweating in a hurry. Fortunately, Fuan listened to Lin Jinyue's advice before, and found an opportunity to exercise her natural ability, and secretly summoned a paper man. When they were at work, the paper man was posted on the wall, trying not to be noticed. Chi Ming's words just now had exhausted all her mental energy. She couldn't speak anymore, her face was as pale as paper, blood and life points flowed away together. If the instructor didn't leave, she would be finished before the seal was stamped. Fortunately, the explosion outside attracted the instructor's attention. He slowly put down the seal, stood up 2 meters. I go see the situation. The dark bones cracked, revealing a smile. He turned back to look at Chi Ming and Fuan. Just go get a new seal. Young man, you have to learn it well. How can you not know the taste of a rotten and black heart? He shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and slowly left the clinic. Chi Ming and Fuan breathed a sigh of relief. They'd hugged each other, and gave Chi Ming a lot of health. They survived until the end of the game. A few seconds before the end, they clearly heard, click, click, the sound of the instructor walking slowly. At that time, Lin Jinyue read their descriptions, and asked only one question. Did you take the seal that the instructor put down? Fuan, ah. Chi Ming, I? Or are you awesome? You can think of this? By Tingfeng, thumbs up. JPG. Fuan, in short, I hate the Goblin Dungeon. Chi Ming, plus his father's 10086. It's useless to hate it. The 5th game is still a Goblin Dungeon. There is no way to enter the safe house together, and there is only one problem. Lin Jinyue touched the polite little eagle, not knowing whether the cub would follow her into the game or wait for her in the safe house. You will know when you enter the game. The game begins. Before opening her eyes, the first sense she recovered was hearing. She heard some indescribable sounds. Was someone singing softly? Or was someone crying? She had entered a dungeon, so it might not be a person, but a ghost. With this thought, Lin Jinyue finally opened her eyes. The surrounding environment was dim, and there were unknown lights and shadows emitting a faint light. In the dim vision, she could vaguely see her teammates standing opposite. She could only see their figures, but not clearly. No one reacted, and it seemed that she was the first one to wake up. 1, 2, 3. No. Why did it feel like her vision had become lower? Why did she only see everyone's chest? Her senses were very vague now, not as clear as before, as if covered by a layer of opaque cloth. Before she could ask, she heard a new voice. Boom. What is that sound? Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The sounds came one after another, like the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. After it landed, there was a rolling sound. The sound was very close, just around her. Something hit her toes. Lin Jinyue suddenly realized that it should be the thing that just fell and rolled to her feet. Just in time, her eyes moved down to see clearly what was rolling on the ground. She saw it. A face that should have been extremely familiar, but it was a little strange when she looked at it from this angle for the first time. At this time, this face was grinning and smiling happily at her. It was her head on the ground. Chapter 140. Is this her head? Lin Jinyue was horrified. The absurd scene made her lose her ability to think. Before she could move, her head chuckled twice and rolled away at a very fast speed. The hair was turning as it rolled, and it felt like it was about to get tangled. The laughter was also her voice. Hey! Lin Jinyue subconsciously stretched out her hand, not knowing what to shout. My head. Come back. It's so weird. She retracted her hand and touched her neck. Well, the neck was still there, only the head was missing. The cross-section of the severed head felt smooth. She rubbed it carefully with her fingers. There was no liquid, just like ordinary skin. Qi Ming opened her eyes, and saw her head jumped 3 feet high, jumped a few times on the spot and jumped away. She also touched her neck in panic. Yeah. Your head rolled away. Fuan also woke up and shouted in fear. She subconsciously wanted to hold her head, but she was confused. My head is gone too. Lin Jinhua felt dizzy. Their heads were gone, so how could they still be alive? How could they still see? How could they still hear? They could even speak normally. She reached out and touched her forehead again, but it was still empty. Bai Tingfeng was standing next to her. She pulled him down and reached out to touch it, but it was also empty. This is reality. Their heads fell off after they entered the game. But they are still alive. Fuan was even more noisy than the current situation of losing his head. Fuan was still shaking Qi Ming beside him. Ming! Look at your head, it's jumping so high. Lin Jinhua looked over, and saw that he was indeed jumping high. Oh my god, why is it that only my head is jumping? Fuan's head followed Lin Jinhua's head, and rolled away together. All my hair is tangled. Fuan screamed, jump and walk, don't let it get tangled. What should we do? Should we catch up? After Fuan shouted, she turned around with difficulty, and looked at the people around her, and was frightened by a few brainless bodies again. They could only identify their teammates by their clothes, and the sound of their voices. There was no way to turn their heads, so they could only turn their whole bodies. We can't move. Bai Tingfeng said, I can't get it back with my skills. Junior brother, why can't I see your head? Lin Jinhua suddenly exclaimed, and the others immediately turned around and looked around. Qi Ming was startled. No, I can't recognize which head is his either. I haven't seen him. The handsome guy's head, or the younger brother's head? Fuan, it's okay, really okay. Qi Ming, what is the standard for okay? Lin Jinhua, It was obviously scary, but after being interrupted by the two of them, it felt that it was not a big deal to lose the head. In addition to them, there were other heads, probably dropped by other players. The heads happily went away, like animals running on the African grasslands, but Bai Tingfeng's was not seen. Bai Tingfeng was silent for a while, and said with difficulty, maybe. He used skills to become invisible. Lin Jinhua and the other two, Kid, you don't need to use skills at this time. So your skills can act separately. Lin Jinhua judged the height of the lowered vision again, and said with difficulty, we may have become Xingtian. Qi Ming, Bai Tingfeng, Fuan, what is Xingtian? An ancient mythological figure of Yin state, an ancient giant, with breasts as eyes and belly button as mouth. So their sight is now on the chest, and the sound comes from the belly button. Fuan, after listening to the explanation, They looked at each other, their sight drifted to each other's body, and they didn't know where to look at. They wanted to look at each other, but the target of their sight didn't seem to be very polite. Lin Jinhua was anxious. She didn't see the little eagle, but she could vaguely feel that it had also entered the dungeon. Where is the cub? Fortunately, before they were confused for long, it was estimated that all the players woke up, and the mission target came. Welcome all players to the dungeon looking for heads on the ground. The following are the employee rules. 1. 10 to 12 o'clock, 13 to 1800 hours are the working hours of employees. Please work hard at your post, otherwise you will be punished. 2. 12 to 1300 hours is the lunch break, there will be a rich employee meal. 3. 18 to 2100 hours is the free time, employees can understand their working environment, I believe it will satisfy everyone. 4. 21 to 8 o'clock is the rest time, please do not walk around, it will cause inconvenience to other staff members. 5. 8 to 10 o'clock is the preparation work before work, please greet our customers carefully. Please follow the employee rules. The employee rules are a must, one of the requirements for passing the level. Please find your head and install it back. Please make sure that the head you find is your own head. Looking for your head all over the floor? Such an abstract and concrete game name. So now, they are all employees of an unknown place, who need to follow the employee rules, and find their heads, and install them back before passing the level? Where is the head? How to install it? It is 8:53 now. It should be the preparation time before going to work. Several people were stunned, digesting the information above, and remembering different time periods. Then where is our position? Fuan wondered. She felt around. There was a badge before, which directly wrote our position. Why is there no badge here? Several people heard this, and felt around on their bodies, but they didn't find anything related to their identity. Just then, the lights came on. Headlights were turned on, illuminating them, and the surrounding environment. Blank booths, warm lights, and exhibits behind them. All of them showed that they were in a museum. The dim light just now turned out to be the small floor lamp and the light of the emergency exit. Lin Jinwei walked to the back of the booth and carefully read the instructions on it. Her face turned pale after reading it. Oh, she has no face now, and she feels pale in spirit. Are we exhibits? Fuan was also reading the instructions next to her, and she also said in an unbelievable tone, in a museum, are exhibits also considered employees? Oh my god, shouldn't exhibits be high-end? Shouldn't we be cared for? Qi Ming cursed, whose exhibits need to go on and off? The exhibits of the System Card Museum need to. Bai Tingfeng stood not far away and did not participate in the topic. Lin Jinwei glanced at him, confused for a moment, and shouted, Junior brother, what do you think? Bai Tingfeng wanted to shake his head, but there was no head. Instead his body twisted. He said, I tried to sense the head, but I didn't feel it. Can the map be generated? Lin Jinwei asked. Let me see. Bai Tingfeng stretched out his hand, and a paper map appeared in his hand. Successful. This museum is not very big. They all gathered around and looked at the structure of the museum carefully. Good news, this museum has only one floor. Bad news, this museum is very big. Qi Ming touched an exhibition brochure, which indicated that there were 5 theme exhibition areas, namely the human body display area, natural specimen area, historical and cultural area, modern art area, and knowledge library. Souvenir shops are also indispensable. On Bai Tingfeng's map, the area not shown in the brochure was further improved. That was the employee activity area. Rest area, cafeteria and monitoring room? This monitoring room must also monitor us. Fuan said. Find a chance to dismantle it. Lin Jinwei said. Okay, Fuan was shocked. Yeah, again? Lin Jinwei felt Bai Tingfeng glance at her. What do you mean by again? Lin Jinwei wanted to refute, but paused and didn't speak. It seemed that she had indeed blown up 2 game copies. She sensed the little eagle, and could only know that the child had also come in, but could not determine the specific location. Without a head, life is really inconvenient. Other players also ran over, and without exception, all of them had no heads. They were lucky and were refreshed in the human body display area, which was the position where they would be on duty later. This area was directly opposite the gate of the museum. At this time, the location of the gate was blocked by a layer of gray-white fog, which meant that it was inaccessible and could not be passed. Lin Jinwei and the others chose the booths in the corners of the exhibition hall, climbed up, and went to work early. When they climbed up, the gray booths would light up green lights, indicating that the identity of the exhibits was correct. Other players who climbed over the wrong booths would be driven down, so they all rushed to the human body display area. The problem arose, there were not enough booths. When there were 3 minutes left before the opening time, the players, who hurried over, found that there was no place for them to go on the stage. What should I do? What should I do? From the voice and body shape, it can be seen that these are 2 male players. They glanced around and obviously locked onto Fuan and Qi Ming. Because they look the smallest, they are easy targets. Unfortunately, this time they hit a wall. The 2 walked towards Qi Ming and Fuan separately, with strong malice emanating from them. If Qi Ming's head was still there, she would definitely roll her eyes and spit at the 2. Now she has no head, but she can still make sounds. Then her talent "my mouth is invincible" can still be used normally. You 2, you can't take another step forward. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 stopped walking and couldn't get close to Fuan and Qi Ming. The 2 players realized that Qi Ming was not easy to mess with, and immediately turned around and walked towards other players. Without exception, all the players who chose the game were female players. If that's the case, don't leave. Qi Ming's voice was cold and hard. You will feel your legs are extremely heavy, and you can't lift them up. What do you mean? We won't mess with you again. As soon as Qi Ming finished speaking, one of the players immediately roared at Qi Ming. Their legs felt cursed, as if they were weighed by 1,000 pounds and couldn't move. If this continued, they would be finished before they could get to their posts. Do you still need to think about the consequences of breaking the rules? We were wrong, okay. They began to panic. Their words were not as arrogant as at the beginning, and they begged for mercy again and again. We shouldn't have chosen you as our target. We were wrong, okay? Remove the ability. A trace of blue light began to appear in the palm of one person's hand. Lightning ability user? Lin Jinua's eyes flashed, and he turned his palm over, and a floral talisman appeared, embroidered with fine patterns. With a change of mind, the floral talisman was attached to a shuriken. The man's blue light became brighter and brighter, and he raised his hand to throw it at Qi Ming. Qi Ming was furious, and opened his mouth to prepare a series of greetings. Lin Jinhua threw forward fiercely, and the shuriken was not polite and directly pierced into the player's abdomen. Blood gushed out immediately. You? The sudden pain made the player turn back suddenly, and the lightning in his hand suddenly changed its target. Lin Jinhua chuckled, and the bright lightning bloomed instantly, surrounding the player himself. Rebound talisman bounce, bounce, bounce away the attack. As expected of the talisman that she spent 3 days to develop successfully, the effect is outstanding. In order to complete it smoothly, she even consulted players with Taoist and magician talents. Ah! The player screamed in pain, curled up on the ground, and rolled to extinguish the lightning on his body. His teammates did not help him, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps to avoid the lightning. Sure enough, players with this elemental talent could not exempt themselves. Lin Jinhua knew this. There was no sign saying that there could only be one exhibit on the booth, but they subconsciously chose to attack other players. This is the kind of person Su Yi talked about before. Dong. A heavy bell sounded, and the players present felt depressed. The business started. Dong, dong, dong. The next sound was still heavy, and 3 sounds came in succession, but it was not a bell. A 3 or 4 meter tall armored man appeared, with long limbs, dragging forward. No one saw how they appeared. It moved slowly, but it only seemed slow. It took a few steps to approach the 2 players, who were not standing on the booth. The strong smell of blood, mixed with the smell of metal decay, swept over. Without a head, they could smell the smell clearly even though their 5 senses were reduced. The silver armor on the armored man approaching was actually fragile, and gray debris fell with every movement. This is not good, Lin Jinhua thought, because this armored man may not be considered a human. The part of its body that was not covered by the armor was charred black. It was covered with complicated lines, like the lines drawn casually by an emotionally broken painter. It was those lines that gave Lin Jinhua a strong sense of crisis. Intuition told her that she could not touch that position. It was not standing straight either. The armored man was hunched over, his palms were the size of a human head, and there were more than a dozen fingers on one hand, swaying around looking for a target. Its target was obvious. One was curled up on the ground, and the other was trying to escape.